He was once an obscure low-tier trainer, yet a pivotal decision transformed the entire Pokémon world, restoring tranquility. Behind the League's triumph lies a concealed tale of reversal. In his narrative, trainer and breeder Xia Yan unveils the truth, why he chose betrayal, and how this act became a turning point in the war. Chapter 1. A divergent Pokémon world. In the late autumn, withered leaves spiraled down from the sky, adding a touch of color to the harsh, rugged streets. On a weathered telephone pole, a few crows croaked hoarsely, yet no one paid them heed. In a dark and confined alley of Golden City, amidst a disorderly heap of discarded refuse, lay a gaunt figure in murky water. With a parched visage, tattered clothes, and mud-coated bare feet, the figure remained still, as if its heartbeat had ceased. Clutched tightly in its hands was a reddened white spherical object, fingers pale and veins protruding. Suddenly, the person's eyelids fluttered, and accompanied by rapid breaths, he abruptly sat upright. His gaze, clouded in a haze of confusion, gradually grew clearer. Memories surged forth, overwhelming his consciousness like a gushing spring. After a moment's pause, he began to comprehend his predicament. His name was Xia Yan, born into a destitute family in Golden City. His parents, worn down by hardship, passed away early, and he had rummaged through trash, consumed unsavory food, pilfered belongings, and slept on the street. She was the quintessential lowly inhabitant of Golden City. Since birth, his sole ambition had been to survive. However, the original Xia Yan had perished. The individual who awakened was an ordinary person from a distant realm. "Am I still alive?" he murmured in disbelief. He looked down at himself. The dirt on his fingers, the visible ribs, and the stiff hand grasping the Pokémon ball. Through the translucent red glass, he could discern a diminutive yellow figure within. Pokémon. Suddenly, a gentle drizzle began to fall, enveloping the city in a delicate veil. The raindrops pelted against his frail body, chilling him to the bone, gradually sapping the scant warmth he had left. The biting cold engulfed his awareness. Xia Yan felt a pang of hunger in his stomach and the dryness of his lips. Yet, more than these, it was the penetrating chill that troubled him the most. He extended his hand to catch the rainwater, sipping it to alleviate his parched condition. "I cannot continue like this. I need food, a shelter, and warm clothing." Xia Yan was acutely aware of his frail state. His weakened body could scarcely endure any hardship, not even a simple rain. "Big brother, that kid ran over here." Suddenly, a faint voice pierced through the thin curtain of rain, reaching Xia Yan's ears, followed by hurried footsteps. Squinting, he strained to support himself on his knees, unsteadily rising from the filthy water, his submerged feet growing numb and stiff. Beneath the curtain of rain, three silhouettes approached from a distance. The sound of footsteps echoed tap, tap, tap as they splashed through the puddles, swiftly emerging from the mist before Xia Yan. At the forefront stood a fierce-looking man, his face marred by a grotesque scar, his menacing gaze seemingly capable of devouring souls. When his eyes fell upon the Pokeball in Xia Yan's hand, an insatiable greed took hold. "Brother, it's him!" exclaimed a sycophant beside the scarred man, pointing at Xia Yan with a swagger, his narrow eyes glinting with avarice. Xia Yan recognized this scarred man. He was a thug entrenched in the streets, notorious for his brutal methods and domineering demeanor, a leader among the local riffraff. Yet, at the end of the day, he was merely one of the lowest of the low in Huang City. For individuals like them, entrenched in the depths of society, the only means to alter their fate lay in acquiring a Pokémon, thus entering the realm of trainers. Trainers represented the epitome of societal status, while Pokémon were the most formidable assets in this world. Without a Pokémon, they would forever remain a band of reckless individuals fighting for survival. And now, Xia Yan held a Pokeball in his grasp. With a crackle, the scarred man clenched his fists, his gaze fierce as he advanced toward Xia Yan. In his frail state, Xia Yan could scarcely withstand the force honed from years of brawling. No words were necessary for individuals like them, whether it be for territory or sustenance. Strength alone dictated the law. Xia Yan understood this all too well. As the scarred man drew nearer, he tightened his grip on the Pokeball. It was a double-edged sword, both a hot potato and a potential turning point in his life, his only source of hope. He parted his lips slightly, feeling the acrid air fill his lungs, a discomfort that punctuated his resolve. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he savored the burning sensation in his chest. With determination, he pressed the button on the Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, it opened, revealing a diminutive, earthy yellow insect Pokémon with segmented body and spines adorning its head and tail, accompanied by 7 pairs of pink appendages. It was a Caterpie, a common Pokémon. To trainers, it was synonymous with weakness, but to the average person, its poisonous, swarming nature made it a creature to be avoided in the forests. This seemingly feeble Pokémon, smaller than the Scarman's fist, was nonetheless a coveted prize for those dwelling in the underbelly of society. Upon seeing the Caterpie, the scarred man was initially taken aback, but his greed quickly overshadowed his surprise. Desire has the power to warp one's perception. Do you know what this Pokémon is? Do you know how to command it? He spat, his expression vicious, his voice harsh. Being a trainer required more than mere possession of a Pokémon. It necessitated theoretical knowledge, an understanding of a Pokémon's abilities, habits, and personality, as well as the skill to direct them in battle to unleash their potential. In the Scarman's eyes, someone like Xia Yin, who was barely scraping by, could hardly muster the energy to comprehend Pokémon, let alone command one in combat even if it was just a commonplace Caterpie. Xia Yin wore a cold expression. Through the memories of his former self, he had come to understand that this world was indeed a realm of fairies, yet it was far from the idyllic utopia of mutual goodwill he had envisioned. Here, humans often fell prey to ferocious fairies, and it was not uncommon for these ethereal beings to find themselves served as delicacies upon the tables of humanity. The bonds between individuals were devoid of absolute friendship. Instead, treachery and deceit prevailed. In his past life, he was no paragon of virtue, having endured the harsh realities of society. He was acutely aware of humanity's darker inclinations, thus swiftly acclimating to the present circumstances. Caterpie, spin silk, Xia Yin commanded coldly, his voice frail yet resolute. Upon hearing his directive, Caterpie hesitated momentarily, turning its head to seek the source of the voice. Its tiny black eyes met Xia Yan's unwavering gaze, causing its diminutive body to tremble slightly. The scarred man, initially taken aback, grinned cruelly at Caterpie's response and lunged forward with determined strides. A flicker of apprehension stirred within Xia Yan, as if he wished to prevent the man from uttering another word. The calloused fist drew nearer, yet Xia Yan remained rooted in place, or perhaps he was unable to move, and once more issued the command, spin silk. Suddenly, as the scarred man's fist loomed perilously close to his face, a slender, seemingly fragile thread shot forth, ensnaring the man's fist. Though the scarred man attempted to exert further force, he soon discovered that the delicate silk spun by Caterpie tightly bound his fist, rendering it difficult to strike with speed. Xia Yin took a step back, his voice cutting through the air with an unsettling clarity. Caterpie, use poison sting. With swift precision, Caterpie's horn glowed with a violet hue, and a flurry of glistening, needle-like stingers pierced the man's robust arm. In an instant, the scarred man's complexion flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming upon his brow as the poison coursed through him, causing his arm to swell with rings of purple. Poisoned. The toxins spread rapidly, and the man staggered, collapsing before Xia Yan. Given Caterpie's current capabilities, death was not imminent, but the loss of mobility was unequivocal. Observing this, the 2 lackeys behind him tried to flee, but Xia Yan's leisurely voice halted them. Running away? Their footsteps froze mid-stride as they stiffly turned, wearing expressions of obsequiousness. Esteemed brother, no. Esteemed trainer. Before they could finish their pleas, Xia Yin interrupted. Money, food, clothing, or death, choose one. His frail form exuded an unmistakable chill that left no room for dissent. Chapter 2. The beginning of the tale. In the rain, Xia Yin, clad in ill-fitting garments and ill-suited shoes, nibbled on a half-eaten piece of bread while a petite, earthy-hued fairy perched on his shoulder. He emerged from the alleyway. Caterpie, with its tiny, mung bean-like eyes, gazed longingly at the bread in his mouth, quietly swallowing its saliva, yet daring not to express its desire. Just moments ago, the fierce and unquestionable command exhibited by Xia Yin instilled a sense of trepidation within it. As if sensing its thoughts, Xia Yin removed a piece of bread, tearing it into a fragment and presenting it before the horned beetle perched on his shoulder. The beetle emitted a soft sound, blinking its small eyes, seemingly inquiring, "Is this for me?" Gently, Xia Yin caressed its back. The seemingly smooth exoskeleton bore subtle, nearly imperceptible hairs. The horned beetle squinted with pleasure. "Go ahead, it was freshly made," Xia Yin softly praised. With food in its stomach, the sharp pangs of hunger finally began to ease, and its limbs regained a modicum of strength. Upon hearing his words, the horned beetle's eyes crinkled with delight as it accepted the bread with the sharp spike on its tail, nibbling delicately. As an insect-type spirit, it could sustain itself solely on leaves. However, such a diet would limit this horned beetle's potential, keeping it at a level comparable to the ordinary beedrills found in the woods. Energy cubes and spirit food would undoubtedly be the ideal choices, yet Xia Yin currently lacked the financial means for such luxuries. This piece of bread was the most valuable possession he owned. People often say that true affection is not measured by how much one can give when abundant, but rather by the willingness to share half of a single loaf when resources are scarce. The horned beetle's initial impression of Xia Yin was not particularly favorable. Yet, in this moment, it sensed his sincerity. As it munched on the bread, it gently nuzzled his neck, a gesture of goodwill. Spirits are simple beings despite possessing great power. Their thoughts are uncomplicated. They can easily discern who treats them kindly and who does not. At least for now, the horned beetle had forgotten Xia Yan's earlier harshness. Feeling the cool touch against its neck, Xia Yan smiled. He swiftly consumed the remaining bread, ensuring not a single crumb fell from his fingertips. He quickly acclimated to his current identity, perhaps due to the rapid merging of memories. From the pocket of his clothing, he retrieved a handful of money, borrowed from the scarred man and his two lackeys. The crumpled bills and a few scattered coins amounted to a mere 33 units, the most he had ever possessed at one time. Yet, for his current needs and nurturing a spirit, it felt woefully inadequate. The rain-soaked streets were nearly deserted. Xia Yin walked on foot, leaving the bustling city behind, arriving at a dilapidated house on the outskirts. Inside, clutter was strewn about, and a large hole gaped in the ceiling. A pile of dry straw lay in the corner. This had once been Xia Yan's refuge. It was worn and chaotic, but certainly preferable to being drenched by the rain. He kindled a small fire, sitting quietly before the flames, seeking warmth for his chilled body while also attempting to dry his damp clothing. The little horned bug was quite content, scuttling about on the ground. Cautiously approaching the flames, it was driven by curiosity to discover the nature of the warm, red glow. However, as its tail neared the heat, it was singed, causing it to pout in indignation, though it quickly forgot the pain. In a flash, it darted under the roof with a gaping hole, where rainwater pooled within the crevices. The bug stretched out its tiny tongue to taste the cool droplets, shivering at the chill. Then, as if struck by inspiration, it dipped its tail into the rainwater, the coolness soothing the faint burn, and it squinted in delight. It murmured. After this, it scampered onto a pile of stones, feeling as proud as a conqueror atop a summit. It then approached Xian, sniffing at the straw on the ground, picking up a strand and gently tasting it, only to quickly spit it out, finding the flavor unpalatable. In its newfound existence, the bug was a curious little creature, intrigued by every object in the dilapidated room. Eventually, wearied from play, it nestled into a comfortable spot within Xian's embrace and drifted into a deep slumber. Observing the exhausted horned bug, Xian could not help but smile in resignation. He rolled up a corner of his clothing and gently covered it, and the bug instinctively wriggled, burrowing deeper into the warmth, its closed eyes curving in contentment. Xian continued to gaze at the flickering campfire, the flames reflecting in his eyes as he pondered his future in this world and how to leverage his own advantages. Should he return to his previous life? If given the opportunity, he would consider it, but since that was not an option, he would not squander his energy on such thoughts. He glanced down at the tranquil horned bug, recalling a popular saying among enthusiasts from his past life. There are no useless Pokémon, only incompetent trainers. The horned bug, with its low base stats, limited skills, and feeble combat prowess, paled in comparison to its relative, the Caterpie, which at least had the aspiration to evolve into a Butterfree. Yet, one could not deny that it possessed the potential for growth. The horned bug's final evolution, Beedrill, was indeed a notable Pokémon. The Beedrill wielded by Team Rocket's leader, Sakaki, served as a prime example, capable of defeating champions with ease. Moreover, the existence of Mega Evolution for Beedrill suggested that this Pokémon could reach even greater heights. However, the limits of a Pokémon and the training it requires are two distinct matters. Raising a Pokémon, especially one like the Hornbug that starts with such low potential, necessitates abundant resources and the most effective methods. At present, Xian had none of these. It would be inaccurate to say he possessed nothing at all. He had some insights into training methods gleaned from his previous world. Yet, what constrained him most were resources, wealth, and money. With only 33 coins in his pocket, It was a struggle to provide for himself and the hornbug for a few days. Thus, after much contemplation, he returned to the pressing issue of how to procure resources. In truth, he had a far more effortless option at his disposal: to allow the caterpie to flourish freely. Once it evolved into a Butterfree, it would possess a foundational combat capability. The growth cycle of caterpie is remarkably brief, arguably the swiftest among all Pokémon. With the evolved Butterfree, he could seize the opportunity to capture other Pokémon that are easier to cultivate and have higher potential ceilings. However, by doing so, he would miss the invaluable nurturing phases of caterpie and metapod, rendering the eventual Butterfree virtually useless. To exchange one Pokémon for a greater possibility? Perhaps, in the past, Xia Yin could have made this decision with ease, but now, gazing at the curled-up caterpie in his arms, filled with trust and reliance on him, he relinquished the idea. We are both at the base of the biological chain, yet I do not believe we will remain there indefinitely. Gently caressing the caterpie, Xia Yin resolved to find a way to earn money. As a trainer, what is the fastest method to accumulate wealth? Based on Xia Yan's current understanding of this world, the answer is battling. However, relying on a newly hatched caterpie, devoid of any combat experience, to triumph over others is akin to chasing an illusion. Thus, he needed to slightly alter his perspective. An idea began to form in his mind, but the prerequisite was for caterpie to make some progress, at the very least not to remain in the state of a freshly hatched Pokémon. His active thoughts consumed a considerable amount of energy, and as they gradually settled, drowsiness overtook him. Cradling the caterpie, leaning against the wall, and basking in the warmth of the campfire, Xia Yin soon drifted into slumber. A rainstorm, a dilapidated house, a solitary individual, and a Pockmonthus marks the beginning of a story. Chapter 3. The Realm of Reality. The following day, the bright sunlight roused the slumbering Xia Yin. Upon awakening, he felt significantly rejuvenated, his body free from any discomfort. The rain from the previous day had not left him ill, marking a promising beginning. At his feet, the early rising unicorn bug had somehow dragged a cluster of twigs. Their green leaves, washed clean by the rain, emanating a delightful fragrance. The bug nudged Xia Yan's pant leg, indicating that he need not hold back. Scattered around were remnants of leaves that had been nibbled on. Xia Yin smiled, expressing his gratitude. He picked up a twig, plucked off a few leaves, and, with the bug's eager little eyes fixed upon him, placed them into his mouth. As he chewed, the bitter yet fragrant taste spread across his palate, simultaneously stimulating his taste buds and the emptiness of his stomach. The unicorn bug squinted its eyes in delight, proudly lifting its head, awaiting Xia Yan's praise. Not one to disappoint, Xia Yin managed to swallow the leaves with some effort and affectionately patted the bug's back. "Thank you, unicorn bug, it's delicious." The bug nodded enthusiastically. The day before, Xia Yin had shared his food with the bug, and in return, the bug had ventured out early to seek nourishment. The leaves it had chosen were fresh and delectable, so it had deliberately saved some for Xia Yin. Good things are meant to be shared. Although the leaves might not have tasted delightful to Xia Yin, it nevertheless signified a positive start, illustrating that the unicorn bug had accepted his presence and shared something precious to it. Xia Yin kindly refrained from disclosing the truth that human food and that of the sprites differ vastly. To him, interacting with the innocent sprite was far more pleasant than dealing with the scheming individuals from his previous life in the office. A new day, a new beginning. Unicorn bug, let us strive forward. Xia Yin stood up, brushing off the dust and grass from his clothes. The unicorn bug nodded in agreement. Perched upon his shoulder as he exited the dilapidated house and headed towards the heart of Golden City. While the sun shone brightly, Xia Yin's mood was not as radiant as the morning light. "I'm sorry, sir. After review, you do not meet the minimum standards for Alliance trainers. Please contribute more to the Alliance and strive to become a registered trainer soon." Inside the Alliance trainer building, Xia Yin, dressed in an unusual manner, had already faced this formulaic rejection from the staff more than once. After confirming his identity and scrutinizing his attire and appearance, the staff's response was succinct: "Do not meet the standards, contribute more to the Alliance." The standards were more rigid than those of an uncontacted telephone operator. Xia Yin found himself pondering what it truly meant to meet those standards, though the impatience of those waiting behind him was palpable. It was nearly there. Dressed as if a beggar, accompanied by a common caterpie, attempting to apply for the status of a registered trainer in the league. Had he lost his senses? Xia Yin turned around to find a man clad in an immaculate black suit, his hair meticulously styled, exuding the air of a societal elite, his gaze filled with disdain. Beside him stood a child, around 13 or 14, casually toying with a Pokeball. The moment their eyes met, Xia Yan's icy stare only intensified the man's contempt. What are you staring at? Xia Yan's expression remained impassive as he rose, conceding his seat. The man merely scoffed. A look of distaste crossing his face as he patted the chair and produced a handkerchief to place upon it, ushering his child to sit down. Good day, miss. My child is applying to become a trainer. Here are his 2 Pokémon, a Mankey and a Macop. This is my bank statement from the past 5 years. This is a donation certificate made in his name, and most importantly, this, 10 years worth of Pokémon reserve funds, along with some additional documents. The man retrieved a substantial stack of meticulously organized papers from his briefcase. The staff's expression finally displayed a flicker of informality. Please wait. Xia Yan, having paused for a moment, maintained his unchanged demeanor, yet the caterpie resting upon his shoulder sensed the repressed anger brewing within him, as well as his derision towards the league system. The caterpie gently nudged his neck. Xia Yan let out a breath, responding softly, I'm fine, before turning to leave. Behind him, he could faintly hear the man say, You little rascal, soon you will be a trainer. Tomorrow, I'll send you to Pokémon school. Pay attention and learn well, or you might end up like that person. Stepping out of the trainer's building, the warm sunlight enveloped him. Yet it could not penetrate the chill in his heart. The 2 Pokémon represented a foundation, the bank statement a testament to financial capability. The donation signified a contribution to the league, and the decade-long reserve funds conferred the right to acquire initial Pokémon. A sardonic smile unconsciously crept upon his face. Yet another world dictated by parental influence. Huh. The caterpie tilted its head, its small eyes filled with confusion, unable to comprehend Xia Yan's words. It's nothing, he replied. Although he had never held much hope from the outset, reality had still delivered a harsh slap. He set forth, realizing that the league's regulations were even more pragmatic than he had anticipated. His visit to the trainer's building had been approached with a mere sense of trial. After all, acquiring the status of a certified registered trainer would significantly ease his journey in the realm of trainers. At the very least, he would gain free access to Pokémon centers and complimentary lodging. One could only say the final outcome was not unexpected. Arriving at a convenience store, he spent 20 yuan on some provisions, mostly non-perishable items that could satiate his hunger, predominantly bread. Though unpalatable, it should suffice for a couple of days. His objective was to secure a profitable job within the span of 2 or 3 days. To avoid squandering time, Xia Yan endured the pangs of his heart and spent 2 yuan on a bus ride back to his desolate and dilapidated abode in the outskirts. With only a handful of coins left in his pocket, totaling 11 yuan, he began contemplating whether he should seek out the scarred man and his associates once more for a small loan. Ultimately, he decided against wasting any more time. Time was of the essence, not only for him, but also for the juvenile bug, whose developmental period was fleeting. Upon entering a small grove adjacent to his residence, he noted that for the safety of the residents of Jinhuang City, the local dojo, in collaboration with several major companies, periodically cleared the surrounding forests. Thus, the woodland remained relatively secure. He placed the juvenile bug on the ground. Stepping onto the soft carpet of fallen leaves that crunched pleasantly beneath his feet, eliciting a sense of novelty and joy in the bug as it wriggled animatedly. Observing the bug's amusing attempt to bite its own tail, Xia Yan's smile gradually faded, and a serious demeanor took its place. Juvenile bug, we will embark on a 3-day training regimen. This will determine whether we can find a suitable job in 3 days' time. Hearing the gravity in his voice, the bug paused and lifted its head to gaze at him, its expression somewhat bewildered. Xia Yan crouched down and earnestly stated, The journey will be arduous and exhausting. You may feel inclined to give up at any moment. However, I will train alongside you, so it is imperative that you take this seriously, understood? The bug instinctively nodded in response. Excellent. Now, do you see that tree? We will commence shuttle run training, with a basic target of 20 laps. Chapter 4. Training together in the initial stages of its evolution, the juvenile bug possessed relatively low base stats among its peers. Nevertheless, even within the realm of the diminutive, it could still be deemed exceptional, particularly in terms of speed, a critical asset in any battle scenario. Furthermore, running would enhance its overall physical fitness. The distance between the starting point and the target was approximately 100 meters, culminating in a total of 2,000 meters of training. Upon hearing Xia Yan's command to run, he and the juvenile bug dashed forward. Initially brimming with confidence, the bug began to regret its decision after completing 5 laps. By the 10th lap, its speed had noticeably decreased. However, it was not alone in this regard. Xia Yan also found his pace dwindling, his face flushed and beads of sweat dotting his forehead and nose. Given his frail constitution, having come from a previous life on the brink of death, merely consuming half a loaf of bread the day before, The fact that he could still run was commendable. Seeing Xia Yan's relentless effort spurred the juvenile bug to grit its teeth and persist. 15 individuals, each accompanied by a sprite, are nearing their limits. Although 2,000 meters may seem a trivial distance, for a fledgling sprite and a frail individual who could easily be toppled by a gust of wind, it presents a formidable challenge. This marks merely the commencement of their training. Should they falter here, the entire endeavor would be in jeopardy. Persevere, endure. For only through the struggle can one emerge renewed from the cocoon. Summer Yan's breath came in ragged gasps, each heartbeat resonating in his ears. Despite the suffocating exhaustion, as a trainer, he must exemplify resilience for his newly acquired caterpie. The caterpie emitted a sound akin to a rallying cry, seemingly motivating itself and encouraging Summer Yin in turn. At long last, the 20 laps concluded. The caterpie collapsed onto the ground, while Summer Yan's chest heaved like a bellows, sweat cascading down him. Observing the fallen caterpie, he urged, "Stand up. After running, you must walk. Otherwise, come morning, you may find it impossible to rise." Upon hearing these words, the caterpie displayed an expression of dismay. It was indeed utterly spent, and had it not been for witnessing Summer Yan's unwavering determination, it would have surrendered long ago. "Rise. Walk." Summer Yan's tone turned exceedingly serious, leaving no room for dissent. Indulgence at this moment would be a dereliction of duty towards the caterpie. The caterpie, though trembling, mustered the strength to stand, albeit unsteadily, trailing behind Summer Yin. 10 minutes later, both Summer Yin and the caterpie gradually regained their composure, feeling a warmth enveloping them as if a fire burned within. Next came the training of techniques, beginning with the precision of silk spinning. I shall throw stones into the air, and your task is to ensnare them with your silk. At his feet lay a pile of stones. Having undergone the foundational running training, the caterpie comprehended that this was no mere game. It would be arduous and exhausting. Even before the subsequent training commenced, it had already sensed the challenge ahead. It wished to protest, yet each time it attempted to voice its objections, it quelled its own thoughts. After all, Summer Yin was enduring the same training, and as a frail human, he clearly bore a greater burden. If he could persist, what reason did it have to surrender? Ultimately, the growth and benefits of the training would belong to it. Prepare yourself. After confirming the caterpie was ready, Summer Yin began to toss stones. Initially, the frequency was low and the speed slow, resulting in a high accuracy rate for the caterpie. However, as Summer Yan's pace quickened and stones were hurled in rapid succession, the caterpie's accuracy began to wane. It grew anxious, feeling somewhat flustered. Calm your mind. Maintain your composure. Do not act rashly. Observe the trajectory of the stones before making your move. At times, it is acceptable to selectively forego some. Xia Yan's arms bulged as he alternated between his left and right hands, continuously hurling stones. The task demanded considerable stamina and strength, yet his reminders proved remarkably effective. The unicorn bug gradually lost its breath, its small eyes fixated intently on the stones. Although its accuracy remained modest, there was a noticeable improvement. At the very least, it was no longer erratic. Whether utilizing silk or venomous needles, accuracy was paramount. Should it sense a dwindling supply of silk within, it could resort to its venomous needles. The unicorn bug nodded resolutely. Abandoning the silk, a purple aura emanated from the horn atop its head, and a flurry of venomous needles shot forth. It slowly transitioned into a true training mode. As a unicorn bug possessing only 2 skills, its margin for error in battle was inherently low. Failure to hit the opponent with its skills would undoubtedly hinder its performance. After a period of time, Xia Yin had exhausted all the stones at his feet, marking the conclusion of this training phase. Excellent. Remember that feeling from earlier. I need you to maintain that level of focus in every training session henceforth. The exhausted unicorn bug weakly responded. Rest for 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, the unicorn bug collapsed onto the ground as if it had heard divine music. Xia Yin, hugging his knees against the tree trunk, seized the opportunity to train himself. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed. Once again, it was 20 back and forths. Speed was not the goal, merely completion. The unicorn bug wore a look of despair, yet it gritted its teeth and persevered. There was no reason or excuse to give up. As Xia Yin was training alongside it, though clearly more fatigued, he set an admirable example. Upon finishing, they rested for another 10 minutes. The next phase was simple. Using its mouth, the unicorn bug was to bite through a small tree that Xia Yin pointed to, the trunk roughly the width of 2 human arms. The unicorn bug gazed in shock, gesturing toward the tree and then at its own diminutive mouth. Was it not a bit too demanding to expect it to bite through such a thick trunk? Yet Xia Yin remained unfazed. Once training commenced, he transformed into an unwavering instructor, showing no leniency toward the Pokémon, nor would he relax his own standards. The existence of only silk and venomous needles does not imply that you are limited to these two skills. Bug Bite is a potent and practical move for early-stage bug-type Pokémon. To master it, you must first develop a solid understanding of your biting capabilities. After a brief explanation, he continued, "For the first attempt, I will not impose a time limit. You shall continue until you have completely bitten through it. However, for the next attempt, I fear I shall need to set a time constraint. Use this first try to find your rhythm." The unicorn bug pouted, reluctantly complying with Xia Yan's directive. "While you train, I shall not halt. I will cease training the moment you successfully bite through it." Observing the somewhat feeble and weary Caterpie, Xia Yan, after finishing his words, bent down to commence his push-ups. Huh. The Caterpie turned around in surprise. Given Xia Yan's physique, the continuous training compelled the Caterpie to shake its head and dash towards a small tree, biting down fiercely. Through his actions, Xia Yan urged the Caterpie to hasten its pace. The rapport between trainer and Pokémon also grew stronger during their training. As the sun set and the full moon ascended, the previous 3 phases constituted one complete training cycle. Today, Xia Yan and the Caterpie accomplished 2 such cycles. This represented a significant trial, both physically and mentally, for them. After concluding their training, they collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of energy. Gazing up at the brilliant stars in the night sky, the moon still resembled that of his hometown. Huh, are you hungry? Let us return for a meal. The Caterpie cheered, seemingly revitalized in an instant. The recovery rate of Pokémon surpasses that of humans, though Xia Yan could scarcely muster the strength to stand. The Caterpie remained lively and vigorous. "It appears you still possess considerable stamina. I underestimated you. Tomorrow, we shall intensify the training to 4 cycles." The Caterpie wailed in despair. "Let us head back." Unsteadily, Xia Yan rose, cradling the Caterpie as he made his way toward the small, dilapidated house. As he walked, he gently pressed his fingers along its body to alleviate its fatigue. Although he lacked experience in Pokémon massage, he understood how to interpret the Caterpie's expressions and reactions, thereby discerning where to apply pressure for its utmost comfort. The Caterpie groaned, experiencing the paradox of pain mingled with pleasure. Chapter 5. Wealthy and Generous Zirfu. 3 days later. "I apologize, but our club is not currently accepting sparring partners." At the entrance of an opulent Pokémon club in the heart of Jinhua City, the receptionist politely informed Xia Yan. "All right, thank you." Xia Yan nodded, turning with the Caterpie to leave. This was not the first time he had faced rejection from various Pokémon battle clubs in Jinhua City. After 3 days of training, both he and the Caterpie exhibited a renewed vigor. Originally, he had hoped to find a sparring job at a club. Jinhua City, being a major metropolis in the Kanto region, was teeming with trainers. To capitalize on this, certain influential individuals established clubs that provided a range of services, including battles, leisure activities, and training for various trainers. Unfortunately, dressed like a beggar and possessing only a single Caterpie, Xia Yan encountered numerous setbacks and was consistently turned away. Gradually, he grew accustomed to this reality. After all, had he been in a managerial position, he too would have been unlikely to regard a trainer with only one Caterpie with any esteem. It is evident to anyone that he is a fortunate recipient of a Pokémon, yet such individuals often lack the training and battle experience necessary, rendering them unsuitable as sparring partners. After a long day, the horned bug was on the verge of giving up. However, Xia Yan maintained his composure. Even in the face of polite refusals, he was accustomed to it. The societal challenges he faced in his previous life were far more severe than what he encountered now. At least here, people were courteous on the surface, even when they declined. "Do not despair. There is one last place to try today. If that fails, we shall change cities tomorrow," Xia Yan reassured the horned bug. The creature hung its head in self-reproach, acutely aware that its presence had significantly contributed to Xia Yan's rejections. "It is not your fault. They are unaware of your efforts. Their preconceived notions about horned bugs lead them to perceive you as weak. However, you must not lose faith. We have endured 3 days of grueling training. While we may not be exceptional, we are no longer feeble. Maintaining your confidence is an essential lesson for any trainer. A trainer who punishes or blames their Pokémon for any reason is destined to remain mediocre." Xia Yan's unwavering assurance inspired the horned bug, which nodded vigorously, its eyes rekindling with confidence. Delighted by this transformation, Xia Yan navigated through the streets until they arrived at a club located on the outskirts of Golden City. The Silver Pokémon Battle Club, affiliated with the largest corporation in Golden City, or rather, the entire region, Silver Company. The reason for choosing this final target was due to its notoriously low success rate. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he entered. At the front desk, the receptionist. Anna observed Xia Yan's attire and the horned bug perched on his shoulder, instantly grasping his intentions. Internally bemused, she thought, how dare someone resembling a beggar enter our club? Nevertheless, her professionalism compelled her to maintain a courteous smile. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Xia Yan approached and directly inquired. I wonder if your esteemed club is still accepting sparring partners? Anna mentally sighed, anticipating a rejection, just as she was about to voice a refusal. She caught sight of the horned bug on Xia Yan's shoulder. After a slight nod of apology, she replied, Please hold on. I need to consult our supervisor. Thank you. I appreciate it, Xia Yan responded, somewhat surprised by the absence of an immediate rejection. As he watched Anna disappear down the staff corridor, he surveyed the club's opulent decor. The dazzling beaded curtains reflected the warm orange glow of the smooth porcelain tiles, interspersed with unknown metals, while massive stone columns and murals bore intricate designs. The entire layout screamed one phrase: money is no object. In the supervisor's office within the club, Lotto, the supervisor, was approached by an individual outside inquiring whether we were still hiring companions, presumably due to a pressing financial need. After a moment's contemplation, Anna opted for the more tactful phrase in need of money. Dressed impeccably in a suit, embodying the archetype of a societal elite, Lotto set aside the report in his hands. Is such a question even necessary? His calm demeanor and icy gaze caused a shiver to run through Anna as they locked eyes. I shall have him leave at once. She inwardly chastised herself for her meddlesome nature. Wait, Lotto called out, halting her as she prepared to depart. What Pokémon did he utilize? A caterpie, Anna quietly responded. Ah, I see, Lotto nodded thoughtfully. In our club, we have a caterpie as a training partner. Has his caterpie evolved? Yes, Anna answered. Despite Lotto's generally unmenacing demeanor, a sense of dread enveloped her when in his presence for reasons she could not quite fathom. The Silver Pokémon Battle Club possessed a distinctive feature not found in other establishments: the ability to provide training partners from all regions, encompassing the weakest caterpie to the formidable Dragonite. However, enlisting a Dragonite as a training partner demanded a fee that few could afford or dare to pay. The essence of the matter was strikingly clear: dominance. Moreover, there was a crucial detail known only to Lotto, the supervisor. The necessity of equipping all types of Pokémon stemmed from the imperative to continuously supply various data to Silver's parent company for the production of specialty Pokeballs. In that case, arrange a battle for him and instruct the technical department to collect data. If he succeeds, allow him to remain. Lotto waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Supervisor Lotto, Anna replied promptly, hastening out of the office. In the lobby, observing Cheyenne as he examined the club's decor, Anna could not help but feel envious. Sir, our supervisor wishes for you to engage in a battle. Should you win, you may stay, she announced. Cheyenne's eyes sparkled with excitement. Very well, thank you. Following Anna, they proceeded to a well-secluded battle room within the club. A bespectacled staff member, equipped with specialized instruments and a compact computer, stood by, seemingly prepared to measure and collect battle data. Opposite them, a somewhat vacant-eyed Rattata stood silently in place. Seeing the Rattata's demeanor, Cheyenne couldn't suppress a frown. The club had not placed them at a disadvantage. A Rattata was not an unfair match for a caterpie. Yet, the listless Rattata resembled a mere tool, devoid of the cunning and agility typically associated with its kind, as though its spirit had been extinguished. Even the caterpie perched on Cheyenne's shoulder displayed a sympathetic expression. Different Pokémon, when confronted with various individuals, encounter vastly divergent fates. The battle rules dictate a one-on-one confrontation, continuing until one party is rendered incapable of further combat. Victory allows one to remain, while defeat necessitates an apology, Anna remarked. Summer nodded and addressed the caterpie. At this moment, we cannot even care for ourselves. During the battle, refrain from unnecessary sympathy. Fight earnestly, for victory is the truest form of respect for it. The caterpie responded with an affirmative chirp, leaping down from Summer's shoulder. This would mark its inaugural battle, as well as Summer's first since arriving in this world, a pivotal encounter that could determine his survival here. Begin. With Anna's announcement as the part-time referee, the battle commenced. As the confrontation unfolded, Rattata moved with remarkable speed, akin to a machine. Rattata, a common Pokémon, was not less in number than Caterpie and was not particularly favored by trainers. However, it possessed a notable advantage in terms of base stats, especially in speed, which was evidently superior to that of Caterpie. Yet, its weaknesses were equally apparent. Without a trainer's guidance, its combat style was rigid and its moves predictable. Stay calm. Remember what I taught you. Observe carefully. Do not panic, Summer instructed. Being Caterpie's first battle, it felt apprehensive at Rattata's swift movements. Yet, upon hearing Summer's voice, it was as if they had returned to training, and Summer's presence instilled a sense of composure within it. With its body low to the ground, Caterpie focused intently on Rattata. Suddenly, Rattata changed direction mid-run, charging towards Caterpie with remarkable speed, quickly closing the distance between the two Pokémon. Do not act impulsively. Remain steady, Summer urged, narrowing his eyes. Rattata's speed was formidable, and Caterpie realized that relying solely on evasion would yield a low success rate. Now, just as Caterpie completed its maneuver and momentarily held its forward trajectory, it unleashed a stream of bright white silk from its mouth, anticipating Rattata's path. With a sharp sound, the adhesive silk accurately ensnared Rattata's feet, causing it to stumble noticeably. However, Rattata seemed oblivious to the entanglement and continued forward, albeit at a significantly reduced speed. Again, with Summer's command, emboldened by Rattata's diminished speed, Caterpie released another strand of silk, undoubtedly hitting Rattata once more. With Rattata's speed hampered twice, it posed a lesser threat in Caterpie's eyes. Gathering its resolve, Caterpie began to run. The training in running has endowed it with a keen awareness of its own speed, enabling it to deftly evade the onslaught of the Rattata. The poison needles. A purple halo emanated from the horned caterpillar, and 3 venomous needles, imbued with a violet hue, shot forth with great velocity. Seizing the moment when the Rattata was exhausted from its previous exertions, yet had not yet regained its strength, the poison needles found their mark in its retreat. However, what unsettled Cheyenne was the fact that, despite being struck, the Rattata seemed to experience no pain. It merely staggered slightly under the impact of the needles before swiftly redirecting its focus back to the horned caterpillar. Although it did not suffer from the effects of poisoning, it limped noticeably. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped the Rattata, and its speed surged. With a flash of electricity, it dashed toward the horned caterpillar. It continued to spin threads, yet Cheyenne remained composed. Had the Rattata unleashed its quick attack from the outset, the horned caterpillar might have had to bear a portion of the consequences to counteract it. However, at this moment, the 2 instances of thread spinning had already hindered its speed, and the poison needles further incapacitated its hind legs. In such circumstances, the Rattata posed little threat to the horned caterpillar. With a swift motion, the threads ensnared the Rattata, effectively halting its quick attack. Subsequently, it was entirely immobilized. Following Cheyenne's command, the horned caterpillar moved rapidly, continuously weaving threads around the Rattata, encircling it until it was fully ensnared, leaving only its head exposed, thus rendering it incapable of further action. Although the Rattata remained conscious, it was evident that there was no necessity to continue the battle. Witnessing this scene, Anna promptly announced the outcome. "Congratulations, you have won." The horned caterpillar returned to Cheyenne's shoulder, gazing sympathetically at the bound, dazed Rattata. It nuzzled against Cheyenne's neck, softly murmuring a few sounds. For the moment, they were preoccupied with one another. After Cheyenne departed with Anna, a staff member, clad in a stoic researcher-esque garb and standing at the edge of the battlefield, transmitted the data collected on a small computer to the supervisor's device. Approaching the center of the arena, they lifted the immobilized Rattata and brought it into a dim, cramped, and stark room, unceremoniously casting it inside. Waste. In the supervisor's office, Lotto received information from the technical department, reviewing the various data ratings concerning Cheyenne and the horned caterpillar displayed in a table. He noted, Trainer, Cheyenne Pokémon, horned caterpillar physical condition, below average speed, average techniques, average reaction, below average synergy, above average overall assessment, average strength evaluation, beginner comment, slightly superior to wild horned caterpillars. But that is the extent of it. Apart from the notable synergy with the trainer, there are no remarkable traits. Note, Trainer Xia Yin possesses a certain potential. Indeed, he is an ordinary Caterpie trainer, yet there is something intriguing about him. Lodo toyed with the pen in his hand, not particularly concerned. Such trainers, he had encountered at least 50, if not 100. The crux of the matter is that a trainer who cultivates a Caterpie as their primary Pokémon is destined for limited achievements in the future. However, as a sparring partner, he suffices. After a brief evaluation, Lodo dismissed the thought from his mind. After all, he was merely a trainer of Caterpies. At best a somewhat distinguished bug-type enthusiast. He pressed a special button on the phone. "Anna, please arrange a basic contract." "Understood, Supervisor Lodo." Came Anna's voice from the other end of the line. In the hall, Anna presented the contract, saying, "Here is the contract, take a look. If there are no issues, please sign." Xia Yin nodded and began to scrutinize the contract carefully. In his previous life, He had suffered losses due to neglecting the details of a contract, having been deceived by a company. Thus, this time he was particularly meticulous. After a moment, he finished reviewing the 3-page contract. Xia Yin pursed his lips and could not help but inquire. Everything else seems fine. But this last clause, what does it mean that the contract will be automatically terminated if my Caterpie evolves? And Na gazed at him intently and replied, it means exactly what it says. As your future colleague, I can only provide you with this information. Our club is committed to a sparring model where all Pokémon are selectable. The previous trainer who used a Caterpie as a sparring partner had his Caterpie evolve yesterday, which is why you have this opportunity today. Xia Yin understood at last. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, if my Caterpie evolves into a Metapod, but I still wish to continue working at the club, are there any alternative options? Possessing another, more exceptional Pokémon or defeating a sparring partner who also has a Metapod in battle, and Na replied, adding, however, be warned that this is no small feat. Thank you, I understand, Xia Yin said, picking up the pen to inscribe his name. As for the basic contract, its salary structure is relatively straightforward, a base salary plus commission. The base salary amounts to 8,000 Alliance coins per month, with a commission of 20%. For every point paid to you as a sparring partner by club members, 20% will be deducted as your personal reward. Na reiterated this, as it was already stipulated in the contract. An 8,000 coin base salary is commendable, reaching a decent level in Golden City. However, for a trainer, it remains somewhat meager. Moreover, the cost of living in Golden City is exceptionally high. Can I request an advance? After glancing at Xia Yan's attire and pondering briefly, Na replied, yes. But you may only advance up to 40%. Please take the contract to the finance department shortly. Thank you, Xia Yan responded. Let us commence work from today. This is your personal identification badge, as well as the number for your exclusive room. Anna retrieved a number plate from the counter, 0451. Chapter 7. The garlic tortoise. Xia Yan advanced 40% of his basic salary from the finance department. With 3,200 yuan in hand, he instantly felt rejuvenated. He proceeded to the staff's dedicated room within the club. The space, though modest, was well appointed with a bed, a desk, and even a private restroom. One could not help but marvel at the extravagance of the Silver Company, which afforded each trainer their own exclusive quarters. Moreover, the remuneration for trainers was notably generous, placing them among the elite in the industry. The Caterpie, upon seeing the bed, curiously leaped onto it, immediately surrendering to the softness. As it joyfully bounced on the bed, it seemed to have forgotten the earlier encounter with the unfortunate Rattata. Xia Yin chuckled at its exuberance, taking a seat on the chair beside the desk. He understood that he could not afford to relax his vigilance simply because he had secured employment. The Caterpie's developmental cycle was remarkably brief. Once it evolved, Xia Yin would face the prospect of unemployment. However, he could not deliberately stifle the Caterpie's growth for the sake of his job, as his intention to find work was primarily to foster the Caterpie's development and unleash its utmost potential. Therefore, the Caterpie must continue its natural growth rate. And in the interim, he would strive to tap into the full potential of its current form. Taking out a sheet of paper, Xia Yin began to jot down the tasks and preparations required during this period. 1. Purchase suitable Pokémon food for the Caterpie. 2. Acquire books on Bug-type and Poison-type Pokémon to enhance his training knowledge. 3. Develop the Caterpie's toxins. 4. Formulate a detailed training regimen. 5. Enumerate short-term plans and strategies. Once the Caterpie evolved, he would no longer have the opportunity to capture another Pokémon. The resources he possessed were already stretched thin, making the cultivation of a second Pokémon untenable. Xia Yin estimated that until the Caterpie evolved into a Beedrill and possessed sufficient combat capability, he would refrain from attempting to capture a second Pokémon. Now, with the housing issue resolved, he could save a considerable sum. He marveled once more at the wealth of the Silver Company. According to club regulations, when no members were using the training facilities, employees were free to utilize the training equipment. What a splendid benefit. Additionally, the working hours were quite accommodating. As long as no members summoned them, it was considered a break. However, should a member call upon them, they were expected to rise immediately, even if they were resting. After a brief period of relaxation in his room, the notification device on the wall suddenly emitted a sound. Employee number 0451, training field number 9. Please report within 3 minutes. It was unmistakably Anna's voice. Understood, he replied, pressing the response button. Xia Yin swiftly cradled the reluctant Caterpie, still enamored with the softness of the bed, and hurried towards training ground number 9. The Silver Pokémon Battle Club was vast, yet fortunately, the training room was in close proximity to the arena. Upon entering, he spotted a chubby boy around 13 or 14 years old, clutching 3 or 4 Pokeballs, exuding an air of affluence. Upon seeing Xia Yin rush in with the Caterpie, the boy scoffed disdainfully. Hey, what's that Caterpie? Let me practice on you first, and then I'll switch. It seemed he was seeking a sense of superiority over the Caterpie. Remember, my name is Jian Air, destined to become the champion of the Kanto region. This moment, training with me, will be the pinnacle of your life's glory. Xia Yin couldn't help but think to himself, I think you should be called Chinibu instead. While maintaining a calm facade, he gently placed Caterpie on the ground and whispered, no need to be nervous, just follow my commands. The Caterpie nodded in response. After a single battle, its confidence was noticeably bolstered. Jian Air hesitated before deciding which Pokémon to send into battle, eventually tossing one of the Pokeballs. You go. As the red light from the Pokeball flickered, a vibrant green Pokémon materialized in the arena. Its skin was a bluish green adorned with deep green patterns, resembling a toad, with striking red eyes. The most distinctive feature was the bulbous seed on its back. This familiar appearance belonged to Bulbasaur, one of the starter Pokémon from the Kanto region, affectionately nicknamed Garlic Tortoise. Indeed, only someone with a membership at the Silver Pokémon Battle Club could possess such a rare Bulbasaur. As Bulbasaur emerged, it let out a soft, melodious cry. The sound crisp and innocent, suggesting it was not a professionally trained Pokémon. Xia Yin narrowed his eyes. As a grass and poison-type Pokémon, Bulbasaur had commendable attributes, with its base stats significantly surpassing those of Caterpie. However, it was not an ideal choice to defeat Caterpie. After all, Bulbasaur's grass-type moves would inflict only a quarter of the damage, while its poison-type moves would deal half, and given their similar strengths, the poison-type Pokémon would be immune to the detrimental effects of poisoning. Let the battle begin, Jian Air shouted, seemingly oblivious to Bulbasaur's disadvantages against Caterpie. As the battle commenced, Xia Yin set aside his thoughts and focused intently. Bulbasaur, use Solar Beam. Jian Air commanded, his voice resolute. Bulbasaur? The creature turned back, bewildered, glancing at its trainer. Solar Beam was one of the ultimate moves for grass-type Pokémon, possessing tremendous destructive power, albeit requiring a period to gather strength. Nevertheless, as a Bulbasaur, it was nearly impossible for it to master Solar Beam. Huh, still not learned it? Then use Leaf Blade. Dana, Xia Yin. So, is this the newly captured Bulbasaur? You wish to gain confidence without even grasping the basics of its moves? This is entirely different from what the teacher conveyed in class. Jian Air scratched his head. As a second-year student at the Golden City Pokémon School, after a year of theoretical study, this was his first time commanding a Pokémon in battle. He had imagined himself delivering powerful blows to the champion of the Southern Mountain and landing kicks on the victor of the Northern Sea, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of champions. This was reminiscent of the original story, where a character clutched a Pikachu and boldly faced off against the Gyarados, proclaiming their ambition to become a master. However, it was evident that theoretical knowledge did not equate to practical experience. Having just received his initial Pokémon, he failed to realize that this Bulbasaur was also experiencing battle for the first time. Such scenarios were not uncommon in the club, as one of its functions was to guide novice trainers in combat. Even the employee manual at Xia Yin's establishment detailed how to handle such situations. As long as the payment was sufficient, a group of elite trainers could provide hands-on instruction. Your Bulbasaur should only have mastered basic moves such as Tackle, Growl, and Vine Whip. As for inherited skills, that is something you must explore on your own, Xia Yin remarked. Is that so? Jian Air looked up, somewhat puzzled. It should be. I'm curious, what rank do you hold in your class? Xia Yin inquired. Not very high, just 27th, Jian Air admitted, revealing a humility that contrasted with his earlier bravado. Perhaps he was merely a bit melodramatic, without any ill intent. 27? That is still considered average. Indeed, I believe so, as there is at least one who ranks below me. So, your class has a total of 28 students? Xia Yin expressed a hint of exasperation. Given this context, he was not surprised by the unfolding events. Theoretically, yes, but he stopped attending after a month. I am unaware of the reason, Xia Yin replied. All right, enough of this. Let us commence the battle. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Dana. Finally, a move to utilize. Bulbasaur felt quite relieved. 2 green vines, as thick as fingers, emerged from the connection between Bulbasaur's bulb and stem, striking towards the Caterpie. Evade, Xia Yin commanded. For the Caterpie, such an attack speed was not particularly daunting. Chapter 8, Practice Partner. Bulbasaur used Tackle. Upon witnessing the failure of Vine Whip, Jian Air promptly issued a new command. Yet, he evidently failed to consider that if Bulbasaur could not land a hit with Vine Whip, a simple tackle would hardly suffice. Caterpie, use String Shot. Aim for its eyes, Xia Yin directed. Realizing that Bulbasaur was not as formidable as anticipated, Caterpie adopted a more relaxed demeanor. A brilliant white thread shot forth, directly adhering between the eyes of Bulbasaur, obscuring its vision. Suddenly affected, Bulbasaur became flustered, interrupting its own attack. Bulbasaur. Jian Air felt a surge of panic, but could not devise a countermeasure. This was a manifestation of both a lack of battle experience and the trainer's inflexibility. Additionally, Bulbasaur's insufficient training had rendered it too slow, making it an easy target for the Caterpie strike. Ensnare it. In an instant, Caterpie swiftly glided across the ground, expelling white threads that spiraled around Bulbasaur, transforming it from a humble bulb into a bound bundle. Only its head remained visible, and Bulbasaur, unable to see clearly, could only call out for help. Stop! Stop! Jian Air shouted urgently, hurrying over to Bulbasaur's side, reaching out to free it from the silken strands, only to find himself ensnared by the sticky threads as well. Such efforts are futile, Caterpie, Xia Yin interjected, summoning Caterpie. With a swish of its tail across the threads, the layers of silk snapped, and Bulbasaur was finally liberated. Jian Air embraced Bulbasaur tightly. Are you alright, Bulbasaur? Bulbasaur shook its head, gazing at Caterpie with a mix of awe and trepidation. Caterpie held its head high, resembling a triumphant general returning from battle. Your battle experience is nearly non-existent, and your tactical adaptability in combat is lacking. In truth, Bulbasaur is not weak. My Caterpie has not demonstrated overwhelming strength. In a fair confrontation, we might have faced a greater risk of defeat, Xia Yin explained candidly. Caterpie, upon hearing Xia Yin's assertion that it was inferior to Bulbasaur, felt a twinge of indignation. There's no need to deny it, Xia Yin continued. Our purpose in coming here is to confront the impossible and to strengthen you. Acknowledging one's weaknesses is essential for growth. Having triumphantly defeated both Rattata and Bulbasaur, Caterpie had developed a degree of blind confidence. As its trainer, Xia Yin needed to ensure it recognized its own limitations. Confidence is commendable, but blind overconfidence can lead to the opposite effect. Caterpie lowered its head, seemingly affected by the critique, yet it quickly regained its composure. It realized Xia Yin was correct. Their journey was indeed about self-improvement, and accepting that others might surpass oneself was nothing to be ashamed of. Rubbing Caterpie's back, Xia Yin appeared quite satisfied. Jian Air, observing Xia Yin comfort Caterpie, bore an expression that suggested he had something to say but hesitated. Noticing his demeanor, Xia Yin inquired, according to club regulations. You still have 50 minutes left. Do you wish to continue battling? Each trainer in the club charges by the hour, with a minimum billing of 1 hour even if the session lasts less. Jian Air opened his mouth in surprise. Just now, Xia Yin's words not only dispelled the overconfidence of the Caterpie, but also dealt it a significant blow. It became evident that the defeat of Bulbasaur was largely attributable to the shortcomings of its trainer. In truth, you have already acquired considerable theoretical knowledge, which should encompass both combat and training. What you lack is merely the accumulation of experience and a profound understanding of your Pokémon, Xia Yin added. How can I better understand my Pokémon? Jian Air asked with curiosity, blinking his eyes. Through training, relentless training. Have you practiced with your Bulbasaur? Xia Yin inquired. No. I just brought it home from the trainer's tower yesterday, Jian Air replied sheepishly. Then that is precisely the issue. Bulbasaur has great potential. With diligent training, you will uncover its capabilities. Xia Yin's conjecture proved to be correct. So how do you train? One Caterpie at a time. It's quite formidable. Although losing the battle didn't faze him, being defeated by a Caterpie left him feeling quite dejected. Can I interpret this as a desire to shift from battle practice to training practice? Xia Yin raised an eyebrow. Coincidentally, neither the Caterpie nor he had trained today due to job hunting, and he had thought there would be no opportunity, yet unexpectedly, he found a chance to earn while training. The club also offers this service, training with a partner. That sounds good, Jian Air nodded emphatically. All right. Xia Yin placed the Caterpie back on the ground. Since that is the case, let us make up for the training we missed today. Woo. The Caterpie was filled with enthusiasm. After being told it was inferior to Bulbasaur, it was eager to strengthen itself. With a swift motion, Xia Yin removed his ill-fitting clothing, revealing his lean, dark torso, which was covered in numerous fine scars. Jian Air fell silent upon seeing the marks on Xia Yin's body. We will train in front of you. If you wish, you may join us. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Perhaps I can provide some insights, he said before commencing the training with the Caterpie. Being in the club's training room allowed access to various professional training equipment, yielding far superior results compared to training in the wild. However, it was undoubtedly more exhausting. Nevertheless, every time the Caterpie witnessed Xia Yin persisting, it found the strength to endure. Jian, meanwhile, was trying out some experimental training with Bulbasaur. With just a slight imitation, he quickly realized the difficulty of training. Occasionally, he posed questions, to which Xia Yan would attempt to provide answers that, while not always standard, were certainly grounded in reason. Before long, an hour of training had elapsed. As the bell rang in the training room, Jian waved his hand decisively, booking an additional 3 hours with Xia Yan and the Caterpie. His eyes remained unblinking, exuding an air of confidence. This also afforded Xia Yan and the Unicorn the opportunity and time to complete their foundational training for the day. 3 hours later, Jian, who was already quite loquacious, was thoroughly impressed by Xia Yan and the Unicorn, not because they had triumphed over themselves, but due to their unwavering diligence. Those who strive are truly deserving of respect. Meanwhile, Xia Yan secured his first loyal customer at the Silver Sprite Battle Club. This was a significant gain. He planned to share this experience with his classmates, encouraging them to join in the learning. As he bid farewell to Jian in the hall, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Earning money while training was indeed a gratifying endeavor. And Na, curious, nudged his arm and remarked, "Remarkable, Xia Yan. On your very first day, you've already acquired a loyal client. It seems he's eager to introduce more customers to you." "Just luck," Xia Yan replied, cradling the exhausted Unicorn in his arms, a smile playing on his lips. And Na rolled her eyes, internally reaffirming her assessment of Xia Yan as a fortunate individual. This time, it was indeed sheer luck. In her experience, many of the practice partners at the club often left due to their Pokémon being severely injured during battles. A significant portion of the clientele came to the club to vent their frustrations, often disregarding the well-being of their Pokémon. Given the Unicorn's physique, she had doubted that Xia Yan would last more than a few days. "Here is your payment for this session," she said, handing him several alliance coins. "Is it this much?" Xia Yan exclaimed in surprise, counting the coins to find a total of 320 alliance coins. And Na rolled her eyes again, explaining, as a junior practice partner, "Your fee is 400 per session, which breaks down to 80 per hour, totaling 320 for 4 hours. Payment is settled immediately after the session." Clearly, those who could afford membership at the Silver Sprite Battle Club were not merely ordinary wealthy individuals. Jian, the rather eccentric youth, likely earned several times that amount in a month. "Thank you," Xia Yan expressed his gratitude, as he was in dire need of funds. "By the way, may I ask how much a mid-level practice partner charges?" "The mid-level fee is double yours, while the advanced fee is quadruple, and the elite fee is tenfold, with varying commissions for each level. There are even higher tiers, but I'm not too familiar with those," and Na shrugged. "How does one advance in rank?" "Membership count and your own strength are factors, but I can't say for certain. That's managed by the supervisor." "It's not an easy process," and Na replied. Xia Yan nodded, thanked her once more, and then took the Unicorn back to rest. Chapter 9. The fee. The following day, Xia Yan rose early, with over 3,500 coins in his pocket, and set out into the street with the Unicorn. Previously, when finances were tight, the issue of attire could be disregarded. However, now that I possess a modest sum, it is imperative to acquire a new outfit, at the very least. It should not be unappealing, lest my training partner leave a negative impression on others. The rates for training partners at the Silver Elf Battle Club are exceedingly high, and securing more training tasks would undoubtedly enhance his earnings. Relying solely on a basic salary of 8,000 is insufficient to fully realize his ambition of nurturing a Caterpie. After spending over $100, he managed to revamp his wardrobe entirely, opting for attire that, while not extravagant, is at least well-fitted and clean. Upon departing from the clothing store, Xia Yan proceeded to a bookstore specializing in Pokémon breeding, where he purchased several tomes on the cultivation of bug-type and poison-type Pokémon. His understanding of Pokémon is considerable, possibly surpassing that of most individuals in this realm. However, he harbors a significant shortcoming. His comprehension primarily revolves around the categories of Pokémon, their moves, abilities, and some strategies derived from past gaming experiences. Unlike the static creatures within games, the Pokémon in reality are vibrant, living beings that cannot be nurtured in the same manner as in gameplay. Practical knowledge must be applied, necessitating a wealth of theoretical insights regarding their breeding, physical transformations, and behavioral changes, which he currently seeks to acquire through literature. With volumes such as the habits and feeding guidelines of bug-type Pokémon, an in-depth analysis of poison-type toxins, and a comprehensive examination of Caterpie to Beedrill evolution. Each title is more enticing than the last, though their practical utility remains to be assessed post-reading. Nonetheless, the cost of this knowledge is indeed steep. Acquiring 5 books set him back nearly $500. Truly, the most valuable commodity remains knowledge. After securing the books, he had one more task to accomplish. Having completed the two simplest objectives of his outing, he entered a store that specialized in Pokémon food. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The shelves were brimming with an array of delightful products, from adorable Pokémon snacks to various energy cubes and nutritional foods designed for different Pokémon. One entire shelf was meticulously stocked with assorted milks, among which the most expensive and renowned was Moo Moo milk from the Johto region. Perched upon Xia Yan's shoulder, his caterpie gazed longingly at the aromatic array of food, its small eyes wide with anticipation, saliva nearly escaping its mouth in excitement. After gently patting the caterpie to soothe its fervor, Xia Yan inquired of the attendant, "Might you have any food specifically suited for Pokémon like caterpie? Something akin to energy cubes?" The shop assistant cast a hesitant glance at the unicorn beetle perched on Xia Yan's shoulder and said, "I apologize, sir, but food for exclusive spirits must be customized. If you would like, you can leave your requirements with us, and we will tailor the spirit food according to the characteristics of your spirit and the desired enhancements." The assistant displayed remarkable patience, showing no sign of disdain merely because Xia Yan was accompanied by a beetle. However, it was evident that specialized spirit food would undoubtedly be priced exorbitantly, and with Xia Yan's current financial means, it would be beyond his reach. "Are there any energy cubes suitable for bug-type spirits? Ideally, ones that can accommodate poison attributes as well?" Xia Yan inquired, settling for a more modest option. "I would recommend considering these selections," replied the assistant, presenting several boxes containing translucent energy cubes. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma emanating from them, the unicorn beetle's eyes widened in delight, clearly enticed by the allure of these cubes. These two are beginner energy cubes, specifically designed for bug and poison-type spirits. Long-term consumption can slightly enhance the spirit's capabilities and facilitate better utilization and development of their intrinsic energy, the assistant explained, gesturing towards two boxes. One contained a greenish-blue energy cube, while the other held a pale purple variant, both gleaming yet visibly tainted with impurities. "What about this one?" Xia Yan inquired, pointing to a box nearby. The assistant smiled. "This is a mid-level energy cube, which we call the Luminescent Essence Energy Cube. It perfectly combines the energies of bug and poison types, crafted from the finest ingredients that cater to the tastes of bug-type spirits." The assistant elaborated in great detail about this energy cube, prompting Xia Yan's interest as he could not resist asking, "What is the price?" The assistant's smile widened. "Since it's a mid-level energy cube, it is slightly more expensive, priced at 50 Alliance coins each." The mention of 50 Alliance coins caused Xia Yan's expression to falter. He had anticipated the high cost of energy cubes for spirits, but had not expected such a steep price. This was merely a mid-level cube. It was daunting to consider the potential cost of high or even elite-level energy cubes. The energy cubes contained a substantial amount of energy, and given the unicorn beetle's current appetite, approximately 23 cubes would suffice for a single meal. That meant a daily requirement of 69 cubes for 3 meals. Conservatively estimating that even at a modest consumption of 7 cubes per day, it would amount to 350 Alliance coins. The calculations made Xia Yan wince in discomfort. Sensing his predicament, the assistant continued, "Of course, the other 2 beginner energy cubes are also excellent products, priced at only 20 Alliance coins each, offering much better value. However," Xia Yan resolutely shook his head. The base potential of the unicorn beetle was already inferior to that of other spirits. If he were to compromise in this regard, he feared it would be a long time before he could meet his aspirations. After some contemplation, he decided, "Please pack me 50 cubes." The money remaining in his possession was already scant. 50 units should suffice for the sustenance of the caterpie for a few days. Should the club fail to assign him any training partners during this period, he would likely find himself in dire straits once more. However, regardless of his own circumstances, Xia Yan would never be stingy when it came to the caterpie's nourishment. "Very well," the shop assistant remarked, somewhat taken aback. It was surprising that this seemingly ordinary trainer, who appeared slightly malnourished, would so willingly spend on a caterpie. "By the way, how much does this Moo Moo milk cost?" The milk could enhance the caterpie's physical strength significantly, particularly aiding in the development of its shell. A bottle of Moo Moo milk is priced at 50 Alliance coins, while a standard Pokémon milk is a more modest 10 coins per bottle, the assistant explained as she packaged the energy cubes. "Indeed, this Moo Moo milk is as precious as gold," he thought to himself. "Is there any discount for purchasing such a quantity?" The assistant hesitated briefly, seemingly conflicted, before ultimately making a significant decision. "I'll give you a 5 discount, though we typically do not offer reductions to ordinary customers." Xia Yan was well aware of such sales tactics and chose not to expose the ruse. A discount was better than none. After calculating his remaining funds, he said, Then I would like 8 bottles of Moo Moo milk and 12 bottles of standard Pokémon milk, please. Certainly, please hold on. Ultimately, after spending nearly all his alliance coins, he found himself with less than 50 left, carrying numerous bags as he boarded the bus back to the club. Fortunately, he need not worry about his own meals, as the club provided catering. Although the food was not particularly palatable, Xiaoyan was content as long as he could eat his fill. As long as the cater pie could thrive, all his sacrifices would be worthwhile. Chapter 10. What constitutes training? The cater pie perched on his shoulder looked somewhat distressed, gazing at Xiaoyan with concern. It seemed to feel pity for him, realizing that he had spent so much on it while settling for inexpensive clothing for himself. It understood all too well how hard-earned those coins were. Xiaoyan had endured numerous jests and rejections in his quest for employment, sacrificing everything he could for the cater pie. Do not worry about me. Your growth is the greatest reward you can give me. Xiaoyan smiled as he retrieved a glistening energy cube from its beautifully packaged box. The cater pie nodded resolutely, gazing longingly at the energy cube, swallowing its saliva quietly. Noticing its eager anticipation, Xiaoyan felt a surge of joy. He playfully raised the energy cube towards the sun, allowing the light to filter through the transparent, deep green cube, devoid of any visible impurities. The mid-tier energy cube emitted a faint fragrance, mingled with a subtle yet discernible odor. Ah, so this is the energy cube resulting from the fusion of bug-type and poison-type energies? He remarked, deliberately elongating his tone. Casting a sidelong glance at the cater pie, its eyes were fixated on the energy cube, displaying an eagerness tempered by a hint of timidity, rendering it unexpectedly adorable. The reflection of the energy cube occupied the entirety of its petite, mung bean-sized gaze. No more teasing. Here, eat, I chuckled softly, extending the energy cube towards the unicorn bug. Mew. The unicorn bug exclaimed joyfully. Its tail wagged as it eagerly received the energy cube, promptly nibbling at it in small bites upon my shoulder. After a few mouthfuls, it could not help but emit a few contented sounds. Witnessing its satisfaction, Xiaoyan felt a sense of relief, yet he cautiously reminded, since you have consumed the energy cube, it is imperative to fully digest and absorb the energy to avoid waste. Thus, starting today, we will intensify our training regimen. Be mentally prepared. Previously, he had exercised restraint during training, concerned that excessive exertion might strain the unicorn bug's already frail body. Now, he could enhance the training for the unicorn bug. Mew mew. The unicorn bug nodded eagerly, though it was uncertain whether it truly comprehended Xiaoyan's words. He shook his head in resignation. Upon returning to the club, Na, who was polishing her nails at the front desk, noticed the bundles he carried and playfully teased, Xiaoyan, after advancing so much salary yesterday, are you splurging today? Indeed. Xiaoyan replied with a nod, acknowledging her. But do exercise some restraint, she added, glancing at the unicorn bug perched on his shoulder. He did not respond to her insinuation regarding the unicorn bug. After all, the perceptions and understandings of others are not always accurate. It is through disregarding external judgments and upholding one's own convictions and determination that one can achieve what others cannot. Once back in his room, he neatly organized his belongings, packed several energy cubes, and proceeded to the training room with the unicorn bug. After a few laps around the training area to warm up, just as he was preparing to commence the actual training, Na reappeared. Accompanying her was Kinnair, the exuberant youth who had insisted on monopolizing Xiaoyan's time the previous day. Observing Xiaoyan, who was already perspiring from persistent training despite the absence of any practice partners, Na felt a genuine admiration for his diligence. Hardworking individuals invariably leave a favorable impression on others. I shall not disturb you any further, Na remarked before closing the door and departing. Xiaoyan, I have returned. Are you ready for training? Kinnair said with familiarity. Yes, Xiaoyan replied softly. What kind of practice do you need today? A battle or training? Hehe. We have come to train alongside you. Kinnair responded enthusiastically, summoning his Bulbasaur, brimming with eagerness. As soon as Bulbasaur appeared, it spotted the unicorn bug and promptly waddled over, its slightly plump posterior bouncing, while it emitted soft sounds of delight. Mew. The solitary cater pie exchanged greetings with its counterpart. Following the battles and training from the previous day, Cater Pie and Bulbasaur had grown acquainted. Just as Jian admired Xiaoyan for immersing himself in training as a role model, Bulbasaur held great respect for Cater Pie, whose training challenges were several times more difficult. Let us commence. You may either follow along or adhere to what I taught you yesterday, Xiaoyan declared, dismissing Jian and signaling for Cater Pie to continue its training. Very well, feel free, Jian replied nonchalantly, waving his hand without any airs of a member. However, His eyes darted about, betraying a hint of mischief. As though he was concocting some scheme. Xiaoyan paid him no mind. After the warm-up run concluded, the first phase of training focused on the accuracy of moves. Enhancing the mastery of existing skills was always Xiaoyan's foremost priority in training. There were numerous moves that Pokémon could learn. Some were instinctively grasped as they evolved, while others necessitated specialized training to acquire, and some were inherited, known as genetic moves. Regardless, mastering a move was a formidable challenge. And achieving proficiency in one already learned was even more demanding. Yet, the most arduous task lay in pushing a learned move to its utmost limits, within a limited time frame. The emphasis was not on the quantity of moves a Pokémon could master. Rather, it was on the quality. A move that seamlessly integrated with a Pokémon's unique fighting style and attributes could often yield results equivalent to, if not surpassing, several less practiced moves. Caterpie, however, did not fret over the number of moves. Instead, its focus lay on mastering those it had already learned. This was a gradual process, one that could not be rushed. Hence, training became an essential means of accumulation. The second phase involved the development of learnable moves, with Xiaoyan setting his sights on the Bug Bite move that Caterpie could acquire. As a Bug and Poison-type Pokémon, Bug was its primary attribute. Without a Bug-type move, it would be challenging for Caterpie to unleash its full potential. Having consumed an energy cube, it should theoretically be able to sense Bug-type energy more swiftly and learn it. As the first round of training concluded, Xiaoyan and Jianair leaned against the wall of the training room, panting heavily, while watching the exuberant Caterpie and Bulbasaur frolicking on the field. Xia, why do you train alongside the Pokémon? Isn't it sufficient for a trainer to simply command them in battle? Jianair inquired, voicing his confusion. With a long exhale, Xiaoyan wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the lively Caterpie, nodding to himself. The effects of the energy cube were beginning to manifest. As Caterpie's vigor surged, better preparing it for the intensified training ahead. In response, it was articulated that trainers are aptly named so because they are a collective of individuals who possess Pokémon and possess the ability to command them. The term trainer does not refer to a solitary individual, but rather to those who own Pokémon, as the bond between Pokémon and their trainers is inseparable. Should one attempt to distinguish between the two, the designation of trainer becomes somewhat inappropriate. Training alongside Pokémon serves not only to foster a deeper sense of recognition from the Pokémon, but also to enable the trainer to gain a profound understanding of the Pokémon's condition, habits, and personality. It is only by considering all aspects of the Pokémon that a trainer can make timely and accurate judgments and decisions from the Pokémon's perspective during battles. Do you comprehend this? Jianair nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the educator's frequent admonitions to adopt the Pokémon's perspective in problem-solving, which enhances the synergy between the Pokémon and the trainer. An excellent summary, Xiaoyan concurred. Behold the merits of knowledge. Individuals like Jianair have indeed amassed a wealth of information. However, acquiring knowledge and the ability to apply it are two entirely distinct concepts. It is akin to learning subjects such as language, mathematics, and English in a past life, gaining knowledge yet remaining oblivious to its application. Jianair wore an expression of enlightenment, his eyes darting as he prepared to speak again, but was abruptly interrupted by the sound of Bulbasaur in distress. Chapter 11. The Comprehension of Techniques. Bulbasaur. Jianair rushed forward, taking swift strides to reach the side of Bulbasaur. Xiaoyan, too, sprang to his feet and quickened his pace towards the spot where the Caterpie and Bulbasaur were frolicking. Bulbasaur lay on the ground with closed eyes, while the Caterpie appeared bewildered, staring blankly at Bulbasaur in a state of confusion. What happened? Xiaoyan inquired in a serious tone. Caterpie, upon seeing Xiaoyan, seemed to have found its anchor, wriggling in an attempt to articulate the situation, yet struggled to convey its thoughts clearly. As Bulbasaur opened its eyes, the initial pain subsided, and it gradually regained composure. After all, as a Pokémon, it was not so easily harmed, possessing a resilient constitution. Seeing Bulbasaur recover swiftly, both Jianair and Xiaoyan exhaled in relief. What transpired just now? Caterpie and Bulbasaur exchanged glances, unfazed by the earlier incident, maintaining their camaraderie. Bulbasaur, Caterpie. The two Pokémon then animatedly reenacted the events that had just occurred. Earlier, while engaging in playful antics, Bulbasaur had sought to demonstrate the resilience of its vine whip to Caterpie and had playfully struck its own body with it. It remained perfectly still. Caterpie, intrigued by this unique appendage that sprouted from Bulbasaur's body, expressed a desire to try it as well, eager to take a bite. In response to this, Bulbasaur remained unfazed, for it held a profound confidence in the resilience of its vines. However, as the Caterpie gnawed at Bulbasaur's tendrils, It unexpectedly recalled the vivid imagery of its training sessions with Xiayan, where it had been instructed to nibble on tree trunks. A surge of extraordinary energy coursed through its being, perhaps a manifestation of its cumulative training, or perhaps catalyzed by the energy cube it had consumed that very day. Awakening its latent potential. In an instant, it grasped the bug-type move, Bug Bite. The outcome was inevitable. Bulbasaur's vines suffered significant damage between the jaws of the Caterpie. Witnessing the spectacle of the two Pokémon and the luminous green aura that radiated from the Caterpie's mouth, both Xiayan and Jinner were momentarily taken aback. Bug Bite is a move that Caterpie can learn upon reaching level 9 in the game. However, this species typically evolves into Metapod at level 7, making it necessary to hinder its evolution in order to learn this move. Alternatively, it may only be acquired through the move tutor within the confines of the game. Yet, in the realm of reality, the notion of leveling up to automatically learn skills does not exist, nor do move tutors. Learning a move necessitates that the Pokémon be in a specific condition or undergo targeted, repetitive training until mastery is achieved. Under Xiayan's guidance, the Caterpie had been trained for some time, yet he had estimated that, even with the assistance of the energy cube, it would require at least a week, if not longer, to learn the move. To his astonishment, it had suddenly grasped the technique during a playful encounter with Bulbasaur. This incident illuminated the fact that, while Caterpie may seem ordinary in various aspects, its perceptiveness appears to be rather exceptional. Undoubtedly, the preliminary training and Xiayan's consistent insights played a pivotal role, but it cannot be denied that Caterpie may indeed possess a rare aptitude for this talent. Caterpie gazed at Xiayan in a state of bewilderment, still trying to comprehend the situation and feeling a twinge of guilt for causing Bulbasaur discomfort. It was not until Xiayan lifted it into his arms that it finally regained its composure. Is this what they refer to in books as a Pokémon learning a move? Jinner murmured. He was not angry. It is a common occurrence for Pokémon to have minor scrapes during play, and Bulbasaur had merely felt a momentary sting without sustaining any real injury. However, witnessing Caterpie's ability to learn a move while playing was beyond his previous understanding. Just moments ago, he had observed Xiayan conducting training exercises with Caterpie focused on Bug Bite. How had it suddenly learned the move? Do not be anxious. You have acquired a new move, which signifies that our training has yielded fruitful results. Your efforts have been rewarded, Xiayan reassured, gently stroking Caterpie's back. This not only acknowledged Caterpie's dedication, but also validated his training methods, instilling greater confidence in him to train and develop the Caterpie in his own unique way was essential. The little Caterpie's eyes sparkled with wonder, revealing the enchanting sensation of comprehending a new skill, truly magical and extraordinary. Overall, the experience was delightful. Now, go apologize to Bulbasaur, shortly. We shall embark on a specialized training session for the Bug Bite technique, enabling you to wield it adeptly in battle, Xiayan said as he gently placed the Caterpie back on the ground. This newfound understanding had further solidified his confidence. There are no worthless Pokémon, only inept trainers. If the Caterpie could maintain this state of comprehension, its potential might not be immediately apparent in its current form, yet upon evolving into a Beedrill, he was resolute in nurturing it into a formidable harbinger of victory. With a soft nod, the Caterpie climbed before Bulbasaur and sincerely offered its apology. Evidently, Bulbasaur was not one to hold grudges and readily accepted the gesture. Witnessing the two Pokémon frolicking joyfully once more brought a smile to Xiayan's face. This moment of enlightenment held profound significance for him. At this juncture, Jin finally regained his focus, observing the Caterpie playing with Bulbasaur, then glancing at the more self-assured Xiayan. Is this what it means to be a trainer? He contemplated, genuinely impressed by Xiayan. The comprehension of a Pokémon's move was a sight he had never witnessed before, and it was vastly different from the simplistic descriptions found in textbooks. The confidence with which Xiayan embraced the Caterpie, a Pokémon often overlooked by trainers, and his ability to cultivate it vibrantly contrasted sharply with those trainers who began their journeys with powerful Pokémon and abundant resources. Did you have something to say earlier? Xiayan inquired. Their conversation had been interrupted by Bulbasaur's pained cries. Hearing his question, Jin suddenly came to his senses, his expression somewhat complex as he replied, "Next week, our school is organizing an adventure to the verdant forest outside Golden City. For safety reasons, the school permits us to invite one trainer to accompany us." "So you wish to invite me?" Xiayan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The club did offer such a service, albeit at a higher cost for accompanying trainers. Yes, Jin nodded. Initially hesitant, his doubts vanished upon witnessing the Caterpie's grasp of Bug Bite. Why not invite a stronger trainer? Wouldn't that be safer? Xiayan pondered, fully aware of his own capabilities. Jian explained. The school mandates that we engage more with real-world scenarios and confront wild Pokémon. Hence, we cannot invite trainers of excessive strength or those with more than 2 Pokémon. He then added reassuringly, rest assured, the forest sprites are not particularly formidable, and the school will conduct a final sweep of the area before our activities commence. This is merely to ensure that we, as second-year students newly acquainted with sprites, have a better understanding of them. Combat may not even occur. Was this akin to receiving money for nothing? Furthermore, there remains an entire week. Xiaoyan contemplated this. From both a financial perspective and in terms of training his caterpie, he found no reason to decline. Very well, I accept your proposal. What he desperately needed was money. He had just spent his entire advance salary and had witnessed the beneficial effects of the energy cubes on caterpie. He required more funds, and outdoor missions offered a quicker route to earn them. I shall seek you out then, Jian exclaimed with excitement. For students like them, the prospect of embarking on adventures was the epitome of joy and exhilaration. All right, Chapter 12, The Skills of Sprites 5 days later. Caterpie tackle. In the training grounds, Caterpie lunged fiercely at a well-developed Squirtle, its jaws clamping down hard on Squirtle's tail. Squirtle. The creature yelped in pain, nearly shedding tears. Stop. At the command of a trainer, Caterpie promptly released its grip and scurried over to Xiaoyan's side. That will be all for today. Your caterpie is remarkable. The finest I have ever encountered. Thank you for the practice, the trainer remarked as he withdrew Squirtle. Thank you, Xiaoyan nodded, crouching down to allow Caterpie to climb onto his shoulder. I did not expect the Caterpie from the Silver Sprite Battle Club to be so strong. It truly lives up to the reputation of the largest club in Golden City, the trainer mused as he exited the training room. This trainer was Xiaoyan's client for the day, the target for his practice. The somewhat eccentric Jian still had to attend school during the day, which meant he occasionally had other club members request him as a sparring partner. However, most sought him out due to the perception that Caterpie was a rather weak sprite. It was only after battling Xiaoyan's Caterpie that their views began to shift. Caterpie raised its head proudly. He called me the finest Caterpie. Xiaoyan chuckled, gently tapping its head. Do not be too proud. The reason he considers you the best is simply that he has not encountered many other Caterpies. You still have a considerable distance to cover before reaching the true pinnacle. The impression left by the Beedrill of Banmu was too profound. Caterpie had grown accustomed to Xiaoyan's reminders whenever it became overly self-satisfied, as well as to his words of comfort during moments of disappointment and self-reproach. As a trainer, Xiaoyan and his Butterfree had encountered numerous Pokémon and trainers, and not every Butterfree could handle challenges with composure. Defeats and failures were not uncommon. Each time they faced a loss, Xiaoyan did not blame his Butterfree. Instead, every evening before resting, he would reflect alongside Butterfree on the reasons for their failures and identify areas for improvement, striving to avoid similar issues in future battles. However, most of the trainers who served as practice partners for Butterfree were not particularly formidable, resulting in Xiaoyan and Butterfree achieving more victories than defeats in most instances. You were a bit stiff in your bug bite execution, and its power has yet to reach its fullest potential, Xiaoyan commented while reminiscing about their recent battle. Butterfree nodded eagerly, gazing at him with anticipation. You understand, don't you? Xiaoyan chuckled playfully as he retrieved a crystal-clear energy cube from his pocket and presented it to Butterfree. Buzz! Butterfree exclaimed joyfully, wrapping its tail around the energy cube and devouring it, occasionally humming a little tune it had picked up somewhere, looking quite pleased with itself. Enjoy your meal. Once you're finished, if there are no clients, we'll continue our training, Xiaoyan said as he walked to the corner and picked up a thick book titled Bug-Type Pokémon Skill Development and Battle Skill Integration. In his memory, the skills Butterfree could learn were limited. Besides String Shot, Poison Sting, and Bug Bite, there remained the most challenging move, Electric Web. Training Butterfree to master this move had occupied Xiaoyan's thoughts for quite some time. Currently, Butterfree could only weave the threads it produced into a net, but it struggled to harness the energy associated with electric-type moves. It was indeed a tall order to expect a bug and poison-type Pokémon to develop an electric-type move. Take your time, Xiaoyan silently reassured himself. The primary focus should remain on mastering the skills at hand. Presently, Butterfree had nearly perfected its String Shot and Poison Sting, while Bug Bite could only be deemed proficient. Through his readings, Xiaoyan learned that the mastery of skills by Pokémon is categorized into several stages based on proficiency and the integration of moves during battle: learning, proficiency, mastery, command, and master. A Pokémon's energy is finite, and while it can learn and comprehend numerous moves, it is unrealistic to train every move to the level of mastery. Thus, selecting a few moves that best align with a Pokémon's characteristics and combat style is a responsibility that trainers must shoulder. Once a move reaches a level of proficiency, it can be effectively unleashed in actual combat. Fortunately, Butterfree did not face the burden of having too many moves to learn. The limited skills it could acquire necessitated thorough training and mastery of each one. After a period of rigorous training and battles, Xia Yin has confirmed that the unique trait of the unowned bug is its ability to flee, rather than the more common ability of shedding scales, which falls under the category of hidden traits. Each Pokémon possesses a special ability akin to passive skills found in various games. While the fleeing trait may seem limited in a gaming context, ensuring a 100 escape rate from wild Pokémon encounters, here it significantly enhances the speed of the unowned bug. This trait, although it does not greatly increase speed, is still considered quite commendable. As night fell, Xia Yin and the unowned bug bid farewell to the somewhat eccentric youth, Jian Air, and his Bulbasaur. Before parting, Jian Air repeatedly urged Xia Yin to set aside time to embark on an adventure in the foliage forest the day after tomorrow. After 5 days of training and honing their synergy, Xia Yin and the unowned bug had made considerable progress in both their bond and strength, and they should face the now-controlled foliage forest without undue pressure. Thus, Xia Yin readily agreed. Just as he was preparing to lead the unowned bug through one final training session before retiring for the night, Anna, responsible for reception and training duties, approached him. Over the past few days, Xia Yin and Anna had developed a relatively close rapport. Training at this hour? You truly are a madman, Anna remarked as she entered the training room, observing the sweat-drenched Xia Yin and the unowned bug, her admiration growing ever more profound. She had encountered many powerful trainers, but few displayed the same level of dedication as Xia Yin and his unowned bug. Xia Yin paused his training to wipe the sweat from his brow. Is there something you need? Here, this is your payment for today, Anna said, extending a stack of bills toward him. Thanks to Jian Air's assistance and the occasional training tasks during the day, Xia Yin's earnings had averaged around 400 to 500 Alliance coins daily, accumulating over 2,000 coins in 5 days, which would barely suffice to replenish the energy cubes for the unowned bug. Nevertheless, it still felt somewhat insufficient. Thank you, he replied, wiping his hands on his clothing before carefully accepting and storing the money. There is one more matter of considerable importance that the supervisor has entrusted to me. It may present you with an opportunity, Anna continued. Oh, Xia Yin responded, momentarily taken aback. 2 days ago, the club received a request from the Elms Pokémon School in Golden City, seeking our club to send a few individuals to assist in clearing the foliage forest outside Golden City. Given the task's manageable difficulty, the supervisor has decided to assign it to junior trainers, Anna explained. Xia Yin's expression shifted slightly. The foliage forest? Anna, seemingly oblivious to his change in demeanor, continued. The supervisor's directive is for each of you to oversee a designated area, clearing it of any potentially dangerous or aggressive Pokémon. You will be equipped with a special recording device, and the club will keep track of the Pokémon you defeat and drive away. Perhaps feeling that she had not yet conveyed the most crucial point, she spoke again. This task likely pertains to the advancement of your rank as a junior trainer. If you aspire to earn a greater income, it is imperative that you seize this opportunity. Is this the method for rank promotion? Completing certain tasks for the Silver Fairy Battle Club? The Verdant Woods fall under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, and the Pokémon within are not particularly formidable, so there is no need for concern. Understood, Xia Yin nodded. It seems that the Verdant Woods could allow him to earn a double reward. Furthermore, here is the map of the Verdant Woods along with the area you are responsible for. As she spoke, Anna handed over a document. Thank you. Xia Yin accepted the document. By the way, there is also an assessment of you and your Caterpie inside. You might find it beneficial to review it. Rest early today. The task begins tomorrow morning. With that, she turned and departed. Chapter 13 Caterpie Trainer, Xia Yin Pokémon. Caterpie Build, Average Speed, Above Average Moves, Above Average Reaction, Average Synergy, Above Average Overall Assessment, Above Average Strength Evaluation, Qualified Evaluation, compared to wild Caterpies. This one is quite exceptional, demonstrating a keen sense of timing and move execution and a commendable level of proficiency, making it one of the few Caterpies with significant combat potential. Note, in less than a week, the trainer Xia Yin and his Caterpie have surged from a modest average rating to an above-average one, indicating a remarkable synergy. Observing the club's analysis report generated by the computer based on his daily battles and training, he noted that the classifications of inferior, average, above average, up to exceptional and elite are based on the average values derived from the extensive database of Silver Company regarding all Caterpies. This signifies that Xia Yin's Caterpie has now reached a commendable standard among the majority of Caterpies in the Pokémon world. As for the strength evaluation, it is based on results provided by all Pokémon. During this period, Xiaoyan has gained a general understanding of how the Alliance categorizes Pokémon strength based on various qualities. Pokémon can be classified into stages such as novice, qualified, exceptional, advanced, and elite, among others. Novice Pokémon typically refer to those who have recently hatched and have yet to undergo training or battle experiences, rendering them relatively ordinary or even weak in the eyes of trainers. Qualified Pokémon, on the other hand, are those whose trainers consider them competent, reaching a level that wild Pokémon typically attain as they mature. The subsequent classifications of exceptional, advanced, and elite serve to further delineate the combat capabilities of Pokémon. Currently, Xiaoyan's Caterpie has achieved the status of a qualified Pokémon, capable of exhibiting the strength characteristic of an adult Pokémon or even stronger under the guidance of its trainer. In a remarkably brief span of less than half a month, the Caterpie has attained a commendable level, affirming both Xiaoyan's capabilities and the diligent efforts of the Caterpie itself. Setting aside the report, Xiaoyan observed the Caterpie whimsically spinning about on the table, attempting to nibble at its own tail, yet failing to catch it. Caterpie, you have now evolved into a Pokémon nurtured by a qualified trainer. Xiaoyan conveyed this outcome to it. The report from the Silver Pokémon Battle Club proved to be quite beneficial, allowing both Pokémon and trainers to witness the progress made, thereby preventing aimless training devoid of visible results. Each advancement in the ratings bestows a sense of accomplishment. With an eager lift of its head, the Caterpie blinked its little eyes, brimming with delight. Tomorrow may herald your inaugural outdoor battle. Are you ready? Xiaoyan gently stroked the Caterpie's hardened shell, feeling the smoothness and firmness that were the fruits of their arduous training. Certainly, the influence of energy cubes and moo moo milk must not be overlooked. The Caterpie nodded emphatically, raising its head and tail as if to flaunt its newfound strength. Throughout this period, Xiaoyan's timely guidance had shaped the Caterpie's character. It now faced any opponent with unwavering confidence, unburdened by feelings of inferiority due to its Caterpie status. Yet, it harbored no blind arrogance, recognizing and accepting that other Pokémon might surpass it in strength. In the face of defeat, it would feel disheartened but not discouraged, seeking means to better itself while confronting its own shortcomings. With a thud, Xiaoyan retrieved a glass bottle filled with a milky, crystalline liquid from the cabinet. Rest early today. After finishing this bottle of moo moo milk, get a good night's sleep. The dense woods tomorrow should not pose too much danger, but one must remain vigilant. He opened the cap, and a fragrant aroma of milk wafted into the air. The Caterpie squinted its eyes, its little nose twitching as it savored the delightful scent of the moo moo milk, looking utterly enchanted. Go ahead and eat, Xiaoyan said, bringing forth a bowl and pouring every last drop of the milk into it. The Caterpie let out a jubilant cry, its soft pink limbs swiftly scuttling over to the bowl, eagerly positioning itself to drink. However, just as it lowered its head to take a hearty sip, it suddenly halted and turned its gaze towards Xiaoyan. It seemed to inquire, "Aren't you going to drink?" Understanding its intent, Xiaoyan chuckled softly and shook his head. "You drink. This was meant for you, to aid in your growth." Yet, this time the Caterpie's resolve was unwavering. It shook its head and retreated from the bowl, its little eyes fixed intently on Xiaoyan. The message was clear. If Xiaoyan did not partake, then neither would it. Regardless of the overwhelming temptation of the moo moo milk, an unprecedented sense of resolve enveloped the atmosphere. Upon witnessing its expression, Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, as a wave of warmth surged within him. Ah, the unicorn bug has grown up too. Unable to resist the earnest gaze of the creature, Xiaoyan poured a portion of moo moo milk into a newly retrieved bowl. Yet, the unicorn bug remained steadfast, shaking its head resolutely, refusing to partake in the milk that was evidently unequal between the two bowls. Very well, Xiaoyan conceded with a smile, dividing the milk equally between the two bowls, ensuring not a drop was misplaced. At this sight, the unicorn bug nodded in satisfaction, eagerly leaning over the bowl to drink heartily. Observing the contented creature, Xiaoyan's expression grew complex. He had initially believed that upon arriving in this world, he was destined to be alone and had prepared himself for solitary endeavors. However, just moments ago, the tenderest part of his heart was gently stirred by this seemingly ordinary act of sharing milk. This act echoed the ancient tale of Kong Rong sharing pears, now manifested in the unicorn bug's sharing of milk. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, he lifted the bowl and savored the milk within. The flavor was exquisite, devoid of any unpleasant aftertaste, and he could distinctly feel a warm sensation settling in his stomach. The reason the moo moo milk, sourced from a large dairy tank, commanded a higher price than ordinary milk was indeed justified. As he set down the bowl, the unicorn bug had already finished its portion, stretching contentedly. When it looked up at Xiaoyan, it suddenly burst into joyous laughter, its tail rhythmically thumping against the table as if amused by some unseen spectacle. "What's the matter?" Xia Yin inquired, sensing its exuberance. He gently wiped his mouth, revealing a thin layer of milk residue, humorously dubbed milk mustache. Upon noticing the milk on his hand, he could not help but chuckle. "Stop laughing and take a look at yourself," he jested, retrieving a mirror and positioning it before the unicorn bug. In the reflection, the creature's face bore a ring of milk stains, appearing even more peculiar and comical than Xia Yin himself. Upon seeing its own visage, the unicorn bug's laughter abruptly ceased, and it froze in astonishment. Instinctively curling its body, it attempted to wipe away the stains with its tail, but in its panic, it found itself unable to do so. Ultimately, it was with Xia Yan's assistance that it managed to clean its face. With a sigh of relief, the unicorn bug felt an immense burden lifted. Subsequently, the two exchanged a glance, both bursting into laughter simultaneously. Perhaps this was a testament to the unspoken bond they shared. On the bed, the steady rhythm of the unicorn bug's breathing resonated in the air, while Xia Yin lay awake, his eyes open. If memory served him correctly, the organization behind Silver Company was likely Team Rocket. Chapter 14, Fiery Sparrow. The following day dawned. Dressed appropriately and equipped with a backpack containing essential items, Summer Yin, accompanied by his cater pie, boarded the bus with a sense of purpose. Golden City, the largest urban center in the Guangdu region, aptly deserves the title of trade hub, boasting a vast expanse. On the opposite side of the city lies the lush forest, and the bus currently serves as the swiftest means of transport available to Summer Yin. While it may result in slight delays, it is undoubtedly more reliable than the number 11 bus route. Breakfast was consumed en route as they traveled to the bus's final destination. Upon disembarking, the landscape was predominantly painted in hues of green, yellow, and cyan. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, mingled with a faint, almost imperceptible scent of decay. The autumn woods were blanketed in fallen leaves, yet a considerable number of evergreen trees persisted, indeed outnumbering the deciduous ones. Treading softly on the cushioned carpet of leaves, they ventured into the forest. This area still lay within the outskirts of Golden City, maintained collaboratively by the city's alliance and gym leaders, and typically devoid of wild Pokémon. In spring, it serves as an excellent locale for outdoor excursions. The cater pie perched on Summer Yan's shoulder curiously surveyed its surroundings. This place differed from their previous training grounds, necessitating vigilance for any potentially hostile Pokémon. Any display of aggression should be met with immediate counteraction, Summer Yin admonished. In the wilderness, one must perpetually harbor a sense of caution, not solely against wild Pokémon, but also against certain trainers. At times, trainers seeking survival in the wild can prove to be more perilous than their Pokémon counterparts. Pokémon possess simple minds, while seemingly innocuous trainers often harbor undisclosed intentions. Caterpie nodded earnestly, its small eyes darting around. In the wild, the safety of the trainer relies heavily on the Pokémon's awareness. Soon, Summer Yin and Caterpie ventured beyond the safe zone, stepping into the heart of the lush forest. The dense foliage cast shifting shadows, with dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Yet beneath this serene facade lurked the potential for imminent danger. A tranquil caterpie quietly gnawed on leaves from a branch. While hidden within the underbrush, a group of oddish swayed their leaves, and a flock of Pidgey flitted through the trees, startling the caterpie into hiding among the foliage. Paralyzed with fear, the scene brimmed with vitality, untouched by the season's influence, comprising entirely non-aggressive wild Pokémon, provided that they did not provoke them. These creatures would merely express curiosity towards Summer Yin and Caterpie without any undue actions. Suddenly, Summer Yin sensed a change. The Caterpie on his shoulder stiffened, its body rigid, as its small eyes fixated intently on a particular spot within the dense woods. Had they arrived? Xia Yin squinted, continuing his silent stride. A piercing call echoed through the air. Suddenly, a robust wild sparrow burst forth from the foliage, its keen gaze sweeping over Xia Yin and the horned bug, ultimately fixating with ferocity on the latter. With its sharp beak and glistening claws, it epitomized the apex predator of these woods. The sparrow's target was the horned bug. The bug curled its body, emitting a low sound. "Spit silk," Xia Yin commanded swiftly. Such a direct assault, in his eyes, was akin to serving a dish. Upon receiving the order, the horned bug displayed no hesitation. It straightened its arched body and released a phosphorescent silk thread that swiftly traversed the forest, striking the sparrow's wing with precision. The sudden shift in weight startled the sparrow, disrupting its speed and flight direction. Once more, Xia Yin calmly instructed, The horned bug opened its mouth again, launching another silk thread toward the sparrow. With 2 successful strikes, the sparrow was rendered incapable of further resistance. Finish it off. Venomous needle, Xiaoyan intoned. Almost simultaneously, sensing the opportune moment, the horned bug's prominent horn glimmered with a violet halo, and several slender, glistening needles shot forth, embedding themselves accurately within the sparrow's body. Originally, the horned bug's venom was not particularly potent, but after several days of energy cube enhancement, it had significantly improved. The sparrow screeched in agony as the needles pierced its flesh, causing it to falter and crash to the ground, its body drenched in a haze of purple. Succumbing to poisoning. One down, Xiaoyan murmured, capturing the sparrow's unfortunate fate with his club's camera before stepping over it to delve deeper into the thicket. Their mission was to cleanse the entire expanse of the dense forest. This sparrow was merely an appetizer. Furthermore, this particular sparrow was not formidable. While it might dominate wild horned bugs, it paled in comparison to Xiaoyan's specimen. Well done, a commendable start, he remarked. Each eliminated sprite would yield a reward. He produced a small piece of energy cube and presented it to the horned bug. This task was light, yet the perils of the wilderness warranted unwavering vigilance. The horned bug needed to maintain ample stamina and readiness at all times. The horned bug accepted the energy cube with a sound of acknowledgement. It understood that the current situation was different from usual. It did not succumb to excessive excitement at the sight of the energy cube, remaining perpetually alert. Each time it took a small bite, it would promptly raise its head again to observe its surroundings. Moreover, the sparrow was likely a social creature. The presence of one in the forest foretold the existence of others. Xiaoyan analyzed the situation with calm precision. The fiery sparrow is known for its rather volatile temperament, and its gregarious nature renders it a creature that outdoor trainers are often reluctant to provoke. Much like a swarm of beedrills, they belong to a category of wild Pokémon that can be quite unreasonable. However, given that the verdant woods undergo periodic cleanups, the population of fiery sparrows in this region is likely to be limited. As he treaded upon the fallen leaves and twigs, the rustling sounds echoed around him. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the horned beetle found itself once again under threat. Several agile figures emerged from the dense canopy, flapping their wings and glaring down at both Xiaoyan and the horned beetle with piercing red eyes. For in total, Xiaoyan cast a quick glance and, confirming that only 4 were present and no additional fiery sparrows were in sight, he felt a slight sense of relief. The number of these creatures was relatively small, and the absence of the larger, menacing sparrows made the situation somewhat more manageable. Moreover, among the 4 fiery sparrows, one stood out with a more robust physique. Casting a fierce glance at Xiaoyan and the horned beetle, after ascertaining that no other foes were present, a look of disdain flickered in its eyes. When had fiery sparrows ever been bullied by a mere horned beetle? The defeat of the previous sparrow had been a source of disgrace for them. With a few gentle flaps of its wings, it descended slowly onto a branch, lowering its head to preen its feathers and sharpen its talons, completely disregarding the horned beetle as a threat. With a sharp call, it issued a command, and the other 3 fiery sparrows, fixated on its crimson eyes, charged toward Xiaoyan and the horned beetle. This marked the horned beetle's inaugural encounter. Chapter 15. The leader of the fiery sparrows. The web of silk was spun. This was a trial for both the horned beetle and its trainer, and Xiaoyan concentrated all his attention on the task at hand. The horned beetle felt the pressure as well. However, as long as Xiaoyan remained in command, its resolve was unwavering. Opening and closing its mouth, a web intricately woven from white silk was swiftly formed. This was a product of numerous training attempts to master the electric net technique. Although it was not yet imbued with electric energy, the modification of the silk shape had notably increased its accuracy and coverage area. In an instant, it ensnared one of the incoming fiery sparrows, the viscous webbing tangling in its feathers, severely restricting its ability to fly, forcing it to descend to the ground, temporarily restraining one. Poison needles, aim for the one on the left. As the remaining 2 fiery sparrows continued their reckless assault, the increasingly fierce winds whipped through the air, causing Xiaoyan's hair to whip about wildly, yet he showed no inclination to retreat. Having committed to this task, he was prepared for a 1 versus many confrontation. Responding swiftly to the command, the horned beetle raised its head, its top horn glowing with a violet aura. 3 poison needles shot forth almost simultaneously, propelled at incredible speed, and combined with the fiery sparrow's own charge, in the blink of an eye, they pierced into one of the sparrow's bodies. The injured sparrow stumbled and plummeted from the sky. Only one remained. Although the stuntfisk had successfully immobilized 2 sparrows with its techniques, The time consumed allowed the last Spearow an opportunity to approach. This particular Spearow was astute. It recognized that the Stunfisk was a formidable opponent, especially under the guidance of its trainer, making it even more challenging to confront. Consequently, it disregarded the Stunfisk entirely and focused its attention on the frail human. The sharp beak glimmered with a white light, preparing to unleash a fundamental flying-type move, Peck. With the might of a Pokémon, should it successfully strike Xia Yin, the damage inflicted would be considerable, and if the blow landed in a critical area, it could potentially prove fatal. Xia Yin maintained a composed expression, fixated on the rapidly approaching Spearow. "Watch out," the Stunfisk exclaimed anxiously. "Stay calm," Xia Yin replied without turning. The linear trajectory of the Spearow's attack was its most formidable aspect. The inertia and gravity during its flight would amplify the destructive power of the strike. Yet, such an approach bore significant drawbacks. It was entirely predictable. In this moment, the advantage gained from long hours of training with the Stunfisk manifested. Xia Yin's body, though still slender, concealed a latent explosive strength. As the Spearow's assault was imminent, Xia Yin anticipated that it aimed for his head and swiftly crouched down. With a whoosh, the Spearow, caught off guard, soared directly over Xia Yin's head, hurtling towards the ground behind him. Ever since he learned that Pokémon could attack humans in this world, Xia Yin had prepared himself for such encounters. Training with the Stunfisk was not solely about fostering rapport and trust. It was also about equipping himself with a modicum of reflexive ability when faced with wild Pokémon aggression. Although humanity in this world possessed greater physical capabilities due to various factors, the distinction was not monumental in the face of Pokémon. Not everyone could endure the daily shocks of 100,000 volts like Professor Oak and remain vibrant. Nor could they withstand attacks like Team Rocket and enjoy a free flight. Such was the disparity of innate talent. Xia Yin could not emulate them, but he was determined to cultivate some defensive skills. "Take it down," he uttered coolly after narrowly evading the Spearow's lethal strike. The Stunfisk's small eyes brimmed with indignation. It was furious that it had nearly failed to protect Xia Yin, and even more so that the Spearow had the audacity to strike directly at its trainer without honor. A low growl filled with rage erupted from it. 3 poisonous needles shot forth from its head, perhaps fueled by anger or its deliberate control. This time the projectiles, while resembling the previous ones, were enveloped in a thick layer of purple mist. With a sharp cry, 3 venomous needles pierced into the body of the blazing Spearow, which had just completed an attack. Its previous strength dissipated and new energy not yet manifested, leaving it no chance to evade. The damage inflicted by these needles was significantly greater this time. Dark violet tendrils rapidly spread from the puncture wounds, the corrosive nature of the poison directly eroding the Spearow's feathers, which quickly succumbed to the noxious spread. Hearing the commotion, Xia Yin glanced in astonishment at the dire state of the blazing Spearow, noting the residual fury etched on the face of the horned bug perched on his shoulder. In its anger, the bug's poison abilities were noticeably enhanced. Xia Yin reflected on the potential yet to be discovered within the horned bug, a thought that illuminated his training objectives and direction. However, it was evidently not the time to focus on this matter. The leader of the blazing Spearows, observing the repeated failures of its subordinates, was preparing to act. First, it would resolve the other 2. Xia Yan's gaze fixed on the leader, ready to respond at any moment, while instructing the horned bug to eliminate the 2 previously restrained Spearows. The horned bug nodded, its state peculiar, as an uncontrollable energy surged within it, though it seemed unaware, a detail noted by the keen-eyed Xia Yin. The successive venomous needles dispatched the incapacitated Spearows on the ground. Xia Yin's attention then turned to the leader of the blazing Spearows. Given that blazing Spearows were fire and flying-type Pokémon, the effectiveness of bug-type moves against them would be halved. Thus he had no intention of having the horned bug use its biting move, despite it being its strongest attack. Moreover, the biting move necessitated close proximity, which would place the horned bug at a disadvantage against the blazing Spearow. Suddenly, a more resounding cry echoed. The leader of the blazing Spearows, witnessing the impending demise of its remaining subordinates, sprang into action. With a gentle flap of its wings, it launched itself into motion, tracing a zigzag pattern through the air, its speed evidently surpassing that of its kin. As a flash of light streaked by, Xia Yin felt a weight settle in his heart. Indeed, to have become the leader of several blazing Spearows, it possessed considerable prowess. In the face of such swiftness, the horned bug's prior attempts to weave webs for restraint seemed futile. The horned bug's small eyes followed the blazing Spearow, anxiety evident on its face, for it understood that it could not hope to strike the Spearow at such velocity. Should the Spearow close the distance, the one in peril would undoubtedly be Xia Yin. a reality the horned bug found unacceptable. Do not panic, Xiaoyan urged. Remember what I taught you. If you cannot guarantee a certain hit on the enemy, it is wiser to relinquish some possibilities, foregoing a chance that may miss in favor of a more assured opportunity. Xiaoyan's calm voice resonated in the ears of the unicorn bug. Regardless of its swiftness, the moment an attack descends, it will inevitably reveal a flaw. What you must do is gather your strength and seize that fleeting opportunity. Chapter 16. The Private Goods of the Fiery Sparrow with Xiaoyan's continuous reminders. The unicorn bug's previously restless heart gradually settled. Its mouth slightly agape, a certain force accumulated within. The opportunity is but a singular moment. Should it fail, Xiaoyan might suffer severe repercussions. Thus, failure is absolutely not an option. Absolutely. The unicorn bug's gaze was resolute, its eyes shimmering with an enigmatic aura of red and purple, as if intertwined with something deeper. The mysterious energy that had previously stirred within it, once beyond its control, now calmed as the unicorn bug steadied itself. It felt a subtle awakening. Both the human and the spirit focused their attention intently on the leader of the fiery sparrows. The initial speed of this sprite was already formidable, and with the flash of electricity, its velocity became even more terrifying, stirring up gusts of wind as it moved. In the blink of an eye, the fiery sparrow, enveloped in radiant white light, approached Xiaoyan, its piercing gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. It was confident that with a single strike, it could eliminate Xiaoyan. The combat potential of the unicorn bug, devoid of its trainer-esque commands, remained uncertain. It's coming, Xiaoyan silently urged. At this moment, vocal reminders would disrupt the unicorn bug's rhythm and preparation. Thus, he chose to place unwavering faith in its abilities and judgment. The training they had undergone together had forged an unbreakable trust between them. Now, Xiaoyan's eyes widened suddenly. The unicorn bug's response did not disappoint. Almost at the instant Xiaoyan recognized the perfect opportunity, the unicorn bug sprang into action. Indeed, the fiery sparrow, utilizing its electric dash, was exceptionally swift, yet whenever it decided to attack, there would be a fleeting moment in its trajectory that was predictable. This was the moment Xiaoyan and the unicorn bug had been awaiting. With a low growl, the unicorn bug opened its mouth wide, unleashing a web of silk that had been long in the making, aimed precisely at the predicted path of the fiery sparrow. However, to their astonishment, this web was interspersed with flickering arcs of yellow electricity, albeit faint, but undeniably present. An electric net. In this critical juncture, the unicorn bug's unparalleled comprehension abilities shone through once again. Of course, Xiaoyan's prior training for the electric net was equally indispensable. Through countless training sessions, the unicorn bug had merely needed to grasp the understanding of electric energy, which was not inherently part of its own attributes. At this moment, amid the transformation from anger to the calm reassurance of Xiaoyan, the caterpie took that crucial step forward. The timing and opportunity seized by the caterpie were impeccable, striking at the pivotal moment of the fire sparrow's final straight-line assault. When the fire sparrow was less than a meter away from Xiaoyan, the electric net successfully ensnared it. Although the current was not particularly strong, electric-type moves inherently posed a significant disadvantage to the flying-type fire sparrow. A piercing cry echoed as the fire sparrow realized that this seemingly trivial distance of 1 meter had become an insurmountable chasm, preventing it from reaching Xiaoyan. The current stimulated the muscles of the fire sparrow, while the webbing entangled its feathers, severely restricting its mobility. Yet, this fire sparrow, being the leader among its kind, was robust enough to struggle against the constraints of the current and web. However, in its current state, it was evidently incapable of evading the caterpie's assault any longer. A thread shot forth, continuously binding the sparrow, amplifying the restrictions on its already burdened body. Poison needle, Xiaoyan uttered, observing the struggling fire sparrow. Without a doubt, the caterpie's poison needle struck true, embedding itself within the fire sparrow's body and inducing a state of poisoning. The fire sparrow thrashed once more, its resistance growing fiercer. Its eyes glaring at Xiaoyan and the caterpie, filled with defiance. What a pity, this fire sparrow is not without merit. If I had prepared a Pokeball, capturing it would not only be feasible, but would fetch a handsome price on the black market, Xiaoyan mused silently. Given his current resources, nurturing a single caterpie was already a challenge, and he would certainly not consider a second Pokémon in the near future. Moreover, while this fire sparrow was commendable, it was not the Pokémon he desired. The caterpie was merely a reluctant choice. However, he soon discovered that although the caterpie was an exceedingly ordinary Pokémon, with exploration and training, it began to reveal its unique qualities and talents. With dedicated cultivation, it would undoubtedly not be weak. further affirming the adage that there are no worthless Pokémon, only inept trainers. This realization granted him broader options. Let us hang it up. If it survives when we return, we'll take it with us, Xia Yin instructed the Caterpie. Nodding in acknowledgement, the Caterpie used its thread to suspend the incapacitated fire sparrow from a relatively high branch. It seems this dense forest is far more troublesome than I anticipated. Xia Yin reflected as he retrieved a small energy cube, pre-portioned, and presented it to the Caterpie. Stay in optimal condition. However, the frequent congregation of wild Pokémon in this dense forest begs the question, is there a specific reason behind it? The territorial instinct of the elves is remarkably strong, signifying that they are unlikely to stray from their domain. However, the competitive dynamics among elves are rather straightforward. Should one elf defeat the original owner of a territory, the vanquished party will retreat and never return. The elves in the densewood forest have been driven out numerous times, yet they remain undeterred. Perhaps a new cohort has emerged. It is certainly a possibility worth considering. For now, let's set this curiosity aside. Unicorn Bug, pay close attention and search diligently. The fierce personality of the fire sparrow suggests that they will have amassed numerous treasures or are safeguarding something valuable. We must not overlook these, Xia Yin urged. With a spirited nod, Unicorn Bug's little head bobbed in agreement, and upon hearing of treasures, its eyes widened with excitement, scanning the surroundings furtively. The densewood forest is not extensive, and it is unlikely that 5 fire sparrows would occupy a vast territory. Before long, Xia Yin, accompanied by Unicorn Bug on their exploratory quest, stumbled upon a nest precariously perched atop a tall tree. Unicorn Bug pointed its tail upwards, as if it had discovered a new world. This must be the place. Go take a look, Xia Yin instructed, resting his hand on the tree trunk. Unicorn Bug climbed up his arm and entered the seemingly rudimentary nest. Inside, a jumble of items lay strewn about. Unicorn Bug scuttled around, inadvertently discarding several objects in its search. However, when it spotted something tucked away in the corner of the nest, its eyes widened with intensity, and saliva began to uncontrollably seep from its mouth. Xia Yin, hearing the sudden cessation of commotion above, surmised something significant had been found and inquired, "Did you discover something?" Soon after, Unicorn Bug emerged at the edge of the nest, clutching a small dark purple orb, roughly the size of a thumb. "Show me," Xia Yin beckoned. Unicorn Bug eagerly descended, placing the object in the palm of Xia Yin's hand, then obediently positioned itself beside him, its round eyes fixated on the item. Cautiously, Xia Yin leaned closer, squinting as he gently inhaled the scent. A pungent, acrid odor assaulted his nostrils. The object was oval, with rounded ends. Its surface smooth and slightly flattened, appearing dark purple, while a viscous purple liquid seemed to flow within. A flash of realization crossed his mind. If he was not mistaken, this should be a venom sac from a serpentine spirit. In this region, the possible serpentine spirits could only be the ABO snake or the ABO monster, both known for their aggressive nature and propensity to attack humans. However, given the strength of these 5 fire sparrows, they would likely be unable to contend with the evolved ABO monster, making it highly probable that this was indeed from an ABO snake. They preserved this venom sac, likely due to the emanating scent that serves to repel the mosquitoes, snakes, and ants of the wild. After all, besides the elves, such commonplace creatures also inhabit the wilderness. Whether it be the Arbok or the Eakins, both are poison-type sprites. Previously, Xia Yin had been engrossed in books concerning bug-type and poison-type sprites, pondering ways to enhance the bug and poison capabilities of his Caterpie. Among his readings on how poison-type sprites augment their own toxic energy, he encountered references to enhancing their toxicity. Poison-type sprites can elevate their venom by consuming the vital organs of other poison-type sprites, specifically the venom sacs where toxins are stored, thereby amplifying their own toxicity and bolstering the potency of their poison-type moves. However, this method of enhancement is not sanctioned by the League, and thus the book merely glossed over it without delving deeper. Xia Yin was aware of this technique, but was uncertain about the precise execution. To be on the safe side, he decided to keep it tucked away, hoping to later discover detailed operational information before attempting to have his Caterpie ingest the venom sac to enhance its toxicity. The Caterpie's innate poison aptitude had already manifested in its earlier display of anger, prompting Xia Yin to deem it worthy of further development. Upon seeing the Caterpie sulk as he stored away the venom sac, he couldn't help but chuckle at its pitiful expression. It had nearly succumbed to the temptation of devouring it, and had it not been for Xia Yin's presence, it likely would have ventured out of its nest with the sac. Observing its demeanor, Xia Yin playfully flicked its tiny head, reassuring it. "What are you sulking about? It will eventually be yours." However, This item is perilous. Consuming it unprepared may not yield favorable outcomes and could indeed pose a threat. Just hold on a little longer. The cater pie could only lower its head in resignation. If there were other delectable delights readily available, I wouldn't stop you, Xia Yin comforted. With a curious hum, the cater pie was picked up as they continued their journey through the dense forest, where Xia Yin was tasked with cleansing the area of potential threats. Aside from a minor inconvenience posed by 5 Spearows, the remainder of the sprites proved relatively manageable. After a brief respite for lunch, they resumed their duties without further interruption. The sun began its descent in the west, casting a warm glow over the still serene woods, which remained undisturbed by the presence of Xia Yin and his cater pie. At the edge of the deepest part of the forest, he mused, that should suffice. It's getting late, and we ought to return. Having completed the clearing of the woods, he felt he had garnered a considerable reward today, especially with the unexpected snake gallbladder. Overall, it had been a fruitful endeavor. Tomorrow, he would accompany the eccentric youth, Jian Air, back into the forest. The energy cubes and food required for his cater pie would likely be secured in due time. He recalled the Spearow hanging from a tree and thought to check if it still lived on their way back. If so, perhaps it could be exchanged for some coin. As he murmured a few words, Xia Yin suddenly noticed that the usually quiet unicorn bug was fixated on something behind him. Perceiving its unusual behavior, Xia Yin raised an eyebrow, questioning what was amiss. The unicorn bug emitted a low sound, its eyes intently fixed on the dim depths of the forest. As the light waned, visibility within the woods diminished further, revealing faint glimmers of red light flickering amid the trees. The unicorn bug called out softly once more. Beyond this point lay not the realm of the dense timber forest, but rather a territory fraught with unknown dangers. Xia Yin understood the implications of the unicorn bug's demeanor, yet he felt compelled to caution it. However, the bug gazed at him with longing. Xia Yin could not help but click his tongue in annoyance. The unicorn bug sensed something enticing within the thick woods, something that tempted it far more than the allure of the previous venom sac. The desire was so profound that it disregarded Xia Yin's warnings, yearning for the unknown treasure hidden within. Judging by the bug's reaction, it was evident that whatever lay ahead was no ordinary find. Yet, the night forest was fraught with peril. Many highly aggressive spirits remained dormant during the day, only to emerge under the cover of darkness. These creatures were often perilous, occupying the upper echelons of the food chain, with beings like Xia Yin and the unicorn bug becoming prime targets. Still, witnessing the eager expression and impatient demeanor of the unicorn bug, Xia Yin realized that if he did not intervene, it would have already dashed into the darkness. Let us give it a try, Xia Yin exhaled, making a resolute decision. The unicorn bug looked at him with a mix of surprise and delight. Xia Yin added sternly, we shall proceed cautiously. If the threats prove too significant or the obstacles too numerous, we will retreat immediately and return at dawn. Despite his words, Xia Yin understood that whatever had elicited such a strong reaction from the unicorn bug was likely equally alluring to other spirits. The competition among spirits for this treasure may have already commenced. It was possible that by the time they returned the next day, the enticing object would have vanished. Some opportunities, once missed, are lost forever, which was precisely why Xia Yin resolved to venture forth. The unicorn bug nodded earnestly, aware of the dangers and not wishing for Xia Yin to face any threats. However, the allure of the hidden treasure within was too strong for it to resist. After consuming an energy cube and resting for 10 minutes to regain its strength, it would be ready to proceed, not losing much time in the process. With that, Xia Yin produced a whole energy cube. The unicorn bug remained silent, obediently consuming the cube to restore its vitality. Before long, 10 minutes had passed. The sun descended rapidly, causing the visibility within the forest to dwindle. The level of danger this time was no less than before. If one could not maintain an unwavering vigilance of 120%, we would retreat, Summer Yin reiterated. Entering this forest, he bore the greatest burden. The unicorn bug flicked its tail across its chest, signaling its resolve. With that, they set forth, stepping out of the familiar embrace of the dense woods. A crisis could arise at any moment. With lips slightly parted and the Adam's apple quivering, he inhaled the musty air into his lungs. Holding his breath as the thin atmosphere gradually expanded within him, he felt the burning in his lungs and the rhythmic pulse echoing in his ears, focusing intently. Accompanied by the unicorn bug, they ventured out of the dense woods into an area designated by the Alliance as the Autumn Leaf Forest. According to the Alliance's classification of danger levels, this forest fell into the moderate risk category, having completely departed from the bounds of Golden City. Entering the central region between two cities, one should not underestimate moderate danger. After all, the dense woods were classified as a no-risk area. Nonetheless, if they encountered an insurmountable situation, a swift retreat should pose no significant issue. Chapter 18. The Fruit of the Bug Crack. With each brittle branch that snapped beneath his foot, Summer Yin felt a surge of tension. Fortunately, after exploring the dense woods during the day, the unicorn bug had adapted to this heightened state of vigilance in the wilderness. Particularly, this adventure was a fervent desire of its own, were it not for its persistence. Summer Yin, with his cautious nature, would likely not have chosen to enter. However, the unicorn bug was mistaken in this regard. Summer Yan's decision was made after careful contemplation. Impervious to the influences of others, even that of the unicorn bug, the reason he chose to enter, despite knowing the risks, was due to his conviction that the object attracting the unicorn bug was extraordinary. If obtained, it might yield immense benefits for the unicorn bug, even if it remained unattainable. He would not regret the attempt. He meticulously memorized the path they took, including every potential hindrance from the underbrush or scattered branches. Any attacking sprites encountered along the way were swiftly dealt with to prevent a blockage of their retreat. If they could not even clear the sprites along the path, there would be little reason to delve deeper. The sun gradually vanished beyond the horizon, and the moon slowly ascended from the east. A gentle moonlight enveloped the forest, draping it in a gossamer veil, adding an air of mystique. The moonbeams filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. Visibility within the forest diminished sharply, relying solely on sound and the unicorn bug's sensing abilities. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the nearby bushes. Yet it did not approach Summer Yan's direction. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a small rattata. Its movements were somewhat frantic as it darted past Xia Yin and swiftly leaped into the underbrush on the opposite side. Rather than relaxing at this sight, Xia Yin's focus intensified, fixating on the direction from which the rattata had emerged. The nocturnal predators appeared rather early this night. The rustling sound from the bushes signaled a swift approach. Shortly thereafter, a slender arbok emerged, its pair of yellow eyes gleaming brightly in the darkness, flicking its tongue in the air. This was the very predator pursuing the rattata. However, the moment it stepped out from the foliage, it sensed the presence of Xia Yin and the horned beetle. The horned beetle quivered slightly at the sight of the arbok, its intimidation trait kicking in. Without affording the arbok any time to react or contemplate, Xia Yin commanded firmly, "Horned beetle, use string shot." Without hesitation, the horned beetle unleashed a thick, white thread aimed directly at the arbok's eyes. The sticky silk stood out starkly in the dim forest, reflecting the remnants of starlight and moonlight. The thread accurately struck the arbok's eyes, causing a momentary panic in its vulnerable gaze. Yet, it quickly regained its composure, its anger as a predator surging. Snakes typically do not rely on their eyes to track their prey. Nevertheless, Xia Yin and the horned beetle, having initiated the attack, were not inclined to grant the arbok much time to respond. A net of electrical energy crackled forth from the horned beetle's mouth, expanding rapidly through the air's tension, ensnaring the arbok before it could evade. Although the current was not particularly strong, it induced a brief spasm and convulsion in the arbok, while the resilience of the silk prevented it from breaking free easily. Seizing the moment, Xia Yin opted for the horned beetle's most effective move, bug bite. Despite the less-than-ideal effectiveness of poison-type and bug-type moves against the arbok, the horned beetle expelled another strand of silk, adhering it to the arbok, and swiftly swung closer like a pendulum. A sharp cry of pain echoed as the diminutive horned beetle latched onto the arbok, its luminescent green mouth biting down fiercely at a critical point. Instantly, scales shattered and muscle fibers ruptured, blood gushing forth. Noticing the arbok's attempts to break free from the silk bindings, the horned beetle quickly reinforced its grip with additional threads. Once assured that the arbok could not escape in the immediate future, it bit down again. The arbok, in its arrogance as a predator, never anticipated that it could be ambushed by a creature it deemed to be at the very bottom of the food chain. The crux of the matter lies in the tenacity of these viscous threads, which, bolstered by the stimulation of electric currents, rendered escape a formidable challenge. In this fleeting moment, it incurred a grievous cost. Observing the battered and incapacitated arboks, Xia Yin stepped over them with urgency. Time was of the essence, and as nightfall approached, the dangers multiplied. He resolved to address the situation upon his return, for he could not afford to lose sight of the larger picture. Akin to discarding a watermelon to salvage a sesame seed, the horned worm, suspended in its silken threads, returned to perch upon Xia Yin's shoulder, offering no commentary. Yet its small eyes glimmered with anticipation as they fixated on the depths of the forest ahead. It sensed proximity to their goal. Fortunately, they had not ventured into the forest's innermost recesses, Had they done so, the hornworm might have been oblivious to their presence. Xia Yin gleaned this information from the hornworm, but his thoughts were preoccupied with another matter. Judging by the reactions of both Rattata and Arbox, it appeared they had sensed something akin to what the hornworm detected. While Rattata was to be expected, being a common-type Pokémon, the fact that Arbox, despite its poison-type attributes, had not shown attraction raised questions. This led to the conclusion that whatever was attracting the hornworm bore a connection to bug types. This realization brought with it a mixture of relief and concern. It suggested that the competition would likely lack Pokémon of other types, thereby alleviating some pressure. However, the presence of numerous bug-type Pokémon in the forest was undeniable, likely drawn towards the same enticing source. Time was fleeting, and the hornworm's growing agitation was palpable. Yet, Xia Yin remained composed, advancing steadily. Along the way, he vanquished a Zubat and a Mankey that obstructed his path, clearing potential hazards that could impede their retreat. After crossing a small stream and navigating through clusters of dense underbrush, they finally approached their destination. Even Xia Yin could detect a faint, alluring fragrance, revealing the potency of the aroma to the Pokémon. Suddenly, a clearing emerged within the dense forest, restoring visibility as moonlight cascaded upon the ground. Within this open space, a plethora of Pokémon gathered, some forming distinct groups, each on guard against the others. Dominating the scene were the hornworms and Beedrills on one side, opposed by the Caterpies and Butterfrees on the other, with smaller factions like Paras nestled in between. Among them loomed a robust Kabutops, claiming a territory of its own. The Pokémon glared at one another. Yet their collective gaze appeared to subtly fixate on the very center of the clearing, concealed within the thick underbrush. Xia Yin caught a glimpse of a small sapling standing at the heart of this area. What truly captivates these insect-type spirits are the two plump, emerald-green fruits adorning the sapling, radiating a faint glow under the moonlight. A few fuzzy balls stand vigil beneath the tree, alert to the nearby insect-type spirits, their antennae twitching vigorously as they expose their sharp fangs. It appears that this area is the domain of these fuzzy creatures, and the alluring fruits are the treasures they guard. Xia Yin squints at the fruits, recalling a description he had encountered in a book about insect-type spirits not long ago. The bug fruit, one of the primary ingredients for top-tier insect-type energy blocks, enhances an insect-type spirit's perception and utilization of insect energy, as well as their understanding and mastery of insect techniques. A flurry of thoughts about the two fruits courses through his mind, and he comprehends why they exert such a profound attraction on the horned bug and the surrounding insect-type spirits. This is nature's generous gift to the spirits. Yet such a boon undoubtedly draws a multitude of insect-type spirits, brimming with peril. Chapter 19. Rampage. The horned bug emits a low whimper, its gaze fixed intently on the two fruits nestled in the tree. Xia Yin gently strokes the creature's back in an effort to soothe it. Given the current situation, charging in would be tantamount to courting death. It is prudent to wait for these wild spirits to engage in battle first. The strength of wild spirits varies, but this locale is not too far from Golden City, frequented by trainers, so the wild spirits here are unlikely to be exceptionally strong. At the very least, the horned bug has not encountered any spirit that instills a fear so profound that it renders it incapable of facing it. Patience is key. They must wait a little longer. The horned bug retracts its gaze in acknowledgement. The allure of the fruits is undeniable, yet it will not allow itself to be consumed by irrationality. In its heart, Xia Yan's safety is paramount. If there truly were no opportunity for them to contend, it would urge Xia Yin to retreat, resisting the temptation. As time drifts by, the glow of the fruits intensifies, resembling two small moons suspended in the tree. The surrounding spirits grow increasingly restless, their low murmurs rising in a chorus, signaling an inability to contain themselves any longer. Xia Yin bites his lip. Having squatted in the bushes for too long, his legs begin to numb, compelling him to stretch his body slightly to maintain circulation, lest he find himself unable to run when the moment arises. Judging by the reactions of these spirits, the fruits must be nearing ripeness. Should they ripen while the spirits are still engaged in battle, it would not bode well for them. A strategy must be devised to incite them into combat beforehand, ensuring that when the fruits are fully ripe, they will have their chance. With this thought in mind, Xia Yin crouches low, cautiously weaving through the underbrush. Although he makes some noise, it is clear that the spirit's focus is no longer on their surroundings. He approaches from behind the horned bug and the Beedrill. Casting a glance at the solitary area occupied by the formidable Kairos, it was evident that it stood as the most powerful among this group of sprites. Hornet, ascend the tree and employ your poison sting on that Kairos, came the subtle voice of Xia Yin, reaching the ears of the hornet. The hornet glanced back in surprise but hesitated not, leaping onto the tree and climbing to the lush canopy, its small eyes trained on the target. With a series of faint sounds, 3 poison stings swiftly pierced through the foliage, aimed directly at the robust Kairos. Yet, the finely crafted needles merely struck the creature's hardened shell, failing to penetrate, instead becoming lodged firmly in place. Nevertheless, the intended effect had been achieved. Suddenly ambushed, the Kairos let out a roar filled with ferocity, its eyes gleaming with menace as its massive, sharp pincers clashed ominously. It fixed its gaze upon a group of hornets and horned beetles nearby. Known for its inherently violent temperament, the Kairos had thus far restrained its wrath due to its focus on the fruits. However, the abrupt assault ignited its volatile nature, and it charged directly at the nearest hornet, its body swelling with swirling currents of energy. The hornets, caught off guard, were quick to react. Although Kairos was undeniably powerful, the hornet squad boasted a total of 4 members. With a furious roar from the lead hornet, they engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Kairos. This was akin to a drop of water splashing into a seething pot of oil, instantly stirring chaos. The surrounding insect-type sprites, already on edge, began to agitate. Even those of gentler disposition. The butterfree, traditionally at odds with the hornets, chose to join the fray alongside the Kairos and hornets. Meanwhile, a few paras discreetly set their sights on the central fruit, only to provoke a vigorous backlash from the surrounding fuzzballs. Having executed its poison sting, the hornet swiftly descended from the tree, joining Cheyenne and concealing themselves within the underbrush, shrouded by leaves and fallen grass. A melee had erupted, with all sprites instinctively joining the fray, their various insect-type attacks swirling in the air. In the midst of the turmoil lay the opportunity. Cheyenne pondered, directing his focus towards the fruit. The next step was to wait for these 2 bug berries to fully ripen, seeking a moment to approach through the chaotic battlefield. According to the texts, the sign of complete ripeness for the bug berries was when their surfaces gleamed like the moon. Currently, they were nearly covered, with only a small portion remaining unshined. In their already vulnerable state, the timing for action becomes exceedingly crucial. As the chaos of battle erupts, numerous fairies are rendered incapable of continuing the fight. On one side, several bee drills have fallen, while a butterfree has succumbed on the opposing side. The robust Kakuna bears numerous wounds, yet these injuries seem only to intensify its ferocity, maintaining its status as the most formidable threat amidst the fray. As for the Caterpie and Weedle, countless have already been defeated. Meanwhile, the clash between the Spinnerack and Paras has reached a fever pitch, with both sides incurring losses. Xia Yin and the Weedle remain poised, biding their time. However, through keen observation of the fruits, Xia Yin has discerned the approximate rate of their ripening and calculated the likely maturation time. His fingers gently trace lines on the ground, silently counting the seconds in his mind. It is nearly time. Xia Yin raises his gaze and addresses the Weedle beside him. Proceed directly, moving steadily across the ground. There is no need for haste. Simply avoid drawing attention. When you approach the fruit tree, refrain from climbing up. Instead, use your silk to pluck the fruit down, and then run in the direction from which we came without looking back. The Weedle nods in understanding. Xia Yin retrieves a prepared bundle of grass and places it upon the Weedle's back, gripping its body firmly. He silently counts once more. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes him. Go. Releasing his grip, the Weedle promptly exits the thicket, advancing steadily towards the fruit tree. In his hand, Xia Yin now holds a wooden stick, his eyes fixed intently on the fruits above. It is evident that the surface of the fruits has been almost entirely enveloped in a radiant sheen, with only a small area remaining untouched. As the Weedle draws near, the luminous layer on the fruits grows increasingly pronounced, and the fragrance emanating from them intensifies, captivating the surrounding insect-type Pokémon. Their movements begin to slow as they shift their focus towards the ripening fruit. It is nearly mature. Gripping the wooden stick, Xia Yin counts in his mind once more. It is ripe. With a quiet exclamation, he suddenly stands. In that moment, as the insect-type Pokémon gaze upon him, the fruits on the tree reach their maturity. The interplay of light and shadow, the interplay of brightness and darkness, culminates in this instant. The radiant sheen on the fruit retracts entirely, and the enticing aroma ceases abruptly. This fleeting transformation momentarily stuns the insect-type Pokémon. Just as they prepare to rush towards the fruit without hesitation, they suddenly hear a resounding thud. Beneath the nearby tree, Xia Yin grips the stick tightly and strikes the trunk forcefully, producing a deep, resonant sound. In the stillness of the moment, this noise stands out starkly. Instinctively, they turn towards the source of the disturbance, catching sight of a figure agilely dashing and leaping through the dense thicket. As they regained their senses and turned their gazes once more towards the tree fruit, they beheld only two gleaming white threads ensnaring the ripened produce. A gentle tug was all it took to pluck them from their perch. The source of these threads was a unicorn beetle, cleverly concealed beneath a tuft of grass. Success! Without a moment's hesitation, the beetle obeyed Xia Yan's command, scurrying towards their rendezvous point with an urgency akin to a nurturing instinct. The two fruits, ensnared by the threads, swiftly departed from sight. In that fleeting moment, the wild insect spirits, caught off guard by this series of unexpected events, were momentarily dazed. But as clarity returned, they beheld the figure merging with the unicorn beetle, dragging the two fruits into the depths of the forest, vanishing in an instant. In a flash, all the insect spirits vying for the fruits erupted into chaos. Chapter 20. The Escape Run. Xia Yan met with the unicorn beetle at their prearranged location, scooping it up along with the two inconspicuous fruits, now entwined in its threads. Like ordinary tree fruits, the rich aroma and shimmering brilliance had vanished entirely. Yet, at this juncture, Xia Yan and the beetle had no mind for such details. In their hearts resided but a singular thought: to flee. They darted through the dense underbrush, having memorized their return route and dispelled any potential threats along the way, all in preparation for this very moment. Ahead lay a bare tree root, followed by a patch of thorny bushes, and then a large tree that required navigation around. Xia Yan's face flushed with exertion. Beads of sweat sprang forth almost instantaneously, saturating his hair, reddening his eyes, and moistening the tip of his nose. He not only had to run swiftly, but also mentally recalled every point of caution and vigilance from their earlier passage. This was a test of both physical endurance and mental acuity. Soon, he found himself gasping for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows. Fortunately, his recent training with the unicorn beetle had been rigorous, and he had pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion each day to set a good example, only resting when absolutely necessary. Coupled with a recent improvement in his diet, his body was no longer frail and vulnerable. Otherwise, even if he had snatched the fruits from the clutches of those insect spirits, he would have been unable to escape. Buzzing. Yet, no matter how hard he ran, the sounds of the wild spirits pursued him relentlessly, the foremost among them being two red-eyed hornets, with their stingers poised and their delicate wings thrumming vigorously. They gradually closed the distance between themselves and Xia Yan along with the unicorn beetle. Xia Yan paid them no mind, focused solely on his escape, leaping and dodging, effortlessly avoiding every obstacle that threatened to impede their flight. Yet, the protagonist found himself in a disheveled state, marred by various branches and thorns. Despite having invested a considerable sum in his attire not long ago, it had become tattered amidst his frantic escape. The horned bug perched upon Xia Yan's shoulder clutched his clothing tightly with its 7 pairs of delicate legs, redirecting its attention towards the pursuing sprite. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Threads and webs were continuously expelled, not with the intent of inflicting significant harm, but rather to impede the advance of the insect-like sprites. The ends of the silk threads were affixed to the trees flanking their escape route, creating a series of barriers. However, when one sprite drew too near, the horned bug unleashed an electric net to restrain it. Each had their role. The horned bug obstructed the pursuers while Xia Yan focused on fleeing, their mutual trust evident in their collaboration. Xia Yan was confident in the horned bug's ability to halt the pursuit, allowing him to concentrate solely on recalling potential environmental obstacles to determine the optimal escape route. The horned bug, in turn, believed in Xia Yan's capacity to lead them to safety, dedicating all its strength to impede their chasers. Despite their efforts, the pursuers remained close but could not close the gap. The horned bug's silk had become a bane for them, yet they had no means to breach it, left merely to dangle at a distance. Neither the bee drill nor the butterfree, the swiftest among their pursuers, could devise a solution. Suddenly, a frenzied figure crashed through the underbrush, overtaking them with reckless abandon. It was Katsu. Finally, it had caught up, its battered form hunched forward, its massive pincers sharp as a scythe, rendering all branches, shrubs, and even the horned bug's silk ineffective against its relentless advance. The arrival of Katsu instilled a profound sense of dread in the horned bug. With a low growl, the majority of its attacks were directed at Katsu, yet whether it was the silk, poison needles, or electric nets, none inflicted significant damage. Instead, the pain seemed to amplify Katsu's fury, an aura of wrath enveloping it as it drew nearer. This was an adversary the horned bug could not hope to defeat. Fueled by rage, Katsu pressed on relentlessly. Xia Yan's speed paled in comparison. The horned bug, in a moment of desperation, called out to Xia Yan amidst the intervals of its attacks. A twinge of regret flickered within. It pondered that had they not ventured into this forest, nor sought the two tree fruits, they would not be entangled in such perilous circumstances. Xian, devoid of breath to speak, merely met the horned bug's gaze with a resolute look. This gaze momentarily halted the horned bug's instinct to sacrifice itself for time. Then, clarity returned. Stay calm, maintain composure. Although Xian had not uttered these words, they echoed in the horned bug's mind, a mantra from their training and battles together, resonating at this critical juncture. Trust in Xian. As long as he does not surrender, there remains a glimmer of hope. The little bug's eyes narrowed with focus as it unleashed its entire repertoire of attacks upon Kairos. Even if the damage inflicted was minimal, and the hindrance it posed was slight, persistence could potentially unveil an opportunity. In that moment, its small eyes became exceptionally intent, locking onto Kairos' form, calculating its trajectory and the minuscule gaps within its seemingly impenetrable armor. Those were the creature's vulnerabilities. The bug's eyes sparkled with realization, and almost instinctively, 3 venomous stingers shot forth. With a sharp hiss, the stingers gracefully arced through the air, deftly evading the hard shell on Kairos' legs, penetrating the narrow crevice between the two shells and striking the soft flesh beneath. With a howl of anguish, Kairos appeared to be severely wounded, its movements suddenly stiffening as it stumbled and crashed heavily to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt due to the inertia. It worked. The bug's eyes gleamed with delight. However, before it could revel in its triumph, its attention was diverted by Kairos, and 2 formidable beedrills swiftly approached, their sharp stingers exuding a chilling menace. Oh no! Just as the bug sensed impending doom, Xian, who had been running relentlessly, finally reached the strategic location he had envisioned, a stream, not too turbulent, but an ideal refuge from pursuit. Grasping the bug tightly on his shoulder and cradling the precious fruits in his arms, he took a deep breath, combined his steps, and leaped into the water. With a splash, the icy autumn water, imbued with the chill of the night, nearly forced the breath from his lungs as the rushing current threatened to invade his ears and nostrils. Holding the bug close, he curled his body, allowing the current to carry them away. The pursuing insect Pokémon, witnessing this scene, were filled with fury. Yet, instinctively wary of the water, they hesitated, especially as Xian vanished beneath the surface. The fruits ceased to emit their alluring fragrance, further thwarting their pursuit. After circling the stream in frustration for several moments, they reluctantly retreated, their anger unquenched and unresolved. Meanwhile, Xian, having plunged into the water, felt the burning in his lungs. Once he was certain he had drifted far enough, he finally broke the surface, dragging his slightly numb body to the riverbank. He collapsed heavily onto the ground, setting the bug aside. Startled by the sudden immersion, the bug regained its senses only after its feet touched solid ground once more. The two of them exchanged smiles, looking at the 2 small fruits nestled within Xian's clothing. Chapter 21. A brief discussion on the evolution of insect spirits. Dragging his weary body, he approached a tree by the stream and kindled a fire. The chilly autumn night was still quite cold. Having just broken a sweat, he was now drenched, and a moment's inattention could lead to a cold, or worse. This posed a significant danger in the wild. Moreover, in the depths of the forest, without a fire, one was susceptible to attacks from wild spirits. Although such flames might not pose a substantial threat to these creatures, spirits, akin to animals, instinctively shy away from fire, barring those that are drawn to flames and light. As the fire blazed, the warmth enveloped him, allowing Xian to exhale softly in relief. He retrieved 2 fruits, painstakingly obtained from a rhinoceros beetle. These fruits were the primary ingredient for various top-tier insect energy cubes, possessing the innate ability to excavate the potential of insect spirits, making them most suitable for fledgling spirits and maximizing their latent abilities. He reminisced about the descriptions of these fruits he had read, a smile gradually forming on his lips. The value of these fruits was considerable. If he were to sell them at the spirit food store where he previously purchased energy cubes, he could likely amass a substantial sum. However, for Xian, their purpose was not monetary gain. He glanced at the rhinoceros beetle beside him, its tiny eyes entirely fixated on the 2 fruits, nearly transfixed by their allure. Its mouth hung slightly open, drool unconsciously dripping. To fully harness the power of these fruits, the optimal method would be to craft them into energy cubes, combining them with the remaining fruits and ingredients, along with a catalyst to undoubtedly unlock their full potential. Xian spoke, half intentionally, half absent-mindedly. Hearing his analysis, the rhinoceros beetle drooped its head in despair. It understood that Xian's words were indeed accurate, and that energy cubes were something it cherished, yet the prospect of waiting was disheartening. Observing its dejected demeanor, Xian chuckled. However, to create energy cubes, As an insect and poison type, the most suitable would indeed be a fusion of both attributes. This would necessitate finding a fruit of equal caliber that complements this combination. Furthermore, given our current financial resources, it seems we cannot afford to employ a breeder adept at creating such top-tier energy cubes. The rhinoceros beetle raised its head, looking at him with a hint of confusion. What did he mean? Xiaoyan pressed his lips together, adding, and most importantly, you may not have the luxury of waiting for the completion of such energy cubes. The rhinoceros beetle had an exceptionally brief growth cycle, having spent nearly 10 days together. Enduring rigorous training, it was crucial to note that the beetle was on the brink of evolution. While Xiaoyan could afford to wait, the beetle could not. The muscles beneath its shell are robust and teeming with vitality, with each limb appearing notably full and saturated. The occasional unconscious scratching against its carapace further indicates that the time for the unicorn beetle's metamorphosis is drawing near. In the literature I have perused regarding insect-type spirits, it has been mentioned that creatures like the unicorn beetle, the green caterpillar, and the stinging tail caterpillar, which undergo complete metamorphosis and present themselves in a pupal state during their mid-development stage, differ from those that do not form a pupa, thus representing incomplete metamorphosis. Their growth cycle can be delayed due to various factors such as training and combat, and the longer this cycle is prolonged, the greater the benefits for these insect spirits, allowing them to fully unlock their potential during this stage. Once they enter the pupation phase, the more energy accumulated from the previous stage, the shorter the duration of the pupation period will be, resulting in a more powerful final evolution. This conclusion was reached by an expert on insect-type spirits after countless experiments documented in a particular book. Hence, Xiaoyan has been tirelessly training the unicorn beetle to extend its growth cycle and thoroughly develop its potential during this phase. Originally, the unicorn beetle would naturally evolve into an iron-shelled pupa within a week, yet it has now been 10 days without any evolution. Based on the unicorn beetle's condition, it may even manage to hold on for another 3 or 4 days. However, this is already its limit. Despite this, the unicorn beetle cannot afford to wait any longer. Therefore, there was no hesitation or contemplation when Xiaoyan acquired these 2 ordinary fruits. He had already resolved how to proceed. He presented them directly to the unicorn beetle. The unicorn beetle gazed at the 2 unremarkable fruits, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? Eat them. Unicorn beetle, Xiaoyan stated calmly and assuredly. There is no notion of wastefulness, nor the pursuit of maximizing benefits. Having chosen the unicorn beetle, Xiaoyan does not entertain thoughts of whether he could possess a superior spirit. It is akin to certain celebrities who, before gaining fame, dated their girlfriends for 9 years. Once fortune smiled upon them, they sought to discard the devoted partners who sacrificed much in silence, claiming that their current status rendered a relationship with such a partner a mere privilege, dismissing any thoughts of marriage as mere folly. If Xiaoyan were to harbor such thoughts, he would be no different from those celebrities. In his eyes, the unicorn beetle is the finest spirit. One may engage in cunning and deceit with others, and struggle for survival against wild spirits. But if one were to prioritize selfish gains and maximization of benefits in their relationship with their own spirit, they would forever remain an inadequate trainer. Who says the unicorn beetle cannot forge its own path? The unicorn beetle sought confirmation once more. The response it received was Xiaoyan's resolute nod. Thus, there is no reason for hesitation. The horned bug let out a jubilant cry, opening its mouth wide and sinking its teeth fiercely into the round, unassuming fruit. Instantly, juice splattered everywhere, releasing a delicate fragrance into the air. Unlike the initially enticing aroma that attracted numerous insect-like sprites, this was simply the pure scent of the fruit. The tree fruit is indeed nature's finest gift to the sprites. Although breeders can enhance its effects through various combinations, this pure method of consumption cannot be deemed wasteful. Soon, with a hearty appetite, the horned bug devoured both precious fruits, leaving only 2 pristine seeds behind. After letting out a satisfied burp, it wore an expression of contentment. Was it delicious? Xiaoyan inquired with a smile. The horned bug nodded vigorously, seemingly savoring the taste. However, just as it nodded, its expression suddenly stiffened. It then curled up slowly, and Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. Was it about to evolve? Yet, the anticipated transformation did not occur. The horned bug merely coiled up and fell into a deep slumber, its body seemingly undergoing some change. No evolution. Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was not quite prepared for the horned bug's evolution. The lack of evolution was a good sign, indicating that the horned bug's growth cycle had not yet reached its peak, allowing more time to explore its potential and abilities. He could only wonder what impact those 2 fruits would have on it. Cradling the horned bug, Xia Yin curled up beneath the tree, the flickering campfire casting a warm glow on his face. The forest at night was perilous, and with the horned bug deep in slumber, leaving now would be exceedingly unwise. Here, at least, he had the fire, and there were no apparent signs of wild sprites in the vicinity. Moments ago, he had followed the stream back into the dense woods, although it was not his cleared area. He assumed the other trainers from the club had done a thorough job of cleaning it up. For now, it was relatively safe. He took out some pre-prepared rations. Although they were damp, a little toasting by the fire would render them edible. As long as he wasn't hungry, that was sufficient. In the current situation, it was destined to be a sleepless night for Xia Yin. A reminder for the promised third update. Please support with monthly votes. Chapter 22. Big. Sturdy. In the morning mist, the sun rose in the east. The horizon glowed with a pale white, signaling the end of night and dispelling the last remnants of the forest's haze. Next to the extinguished campfire, Xia Yin was not in a good state. A night spent vigilant and sleepless left his eyes bloodshot. However, the sunlight slightly alleviated his fatigue. Looking down into his arms, he saw the horned bug with its eyes still tightly closed, accompanied by a complete exoskeleton. Indeed, it had shed its shell. Last night, after the unicorn bug succumbed to slumber, it inadvertently shed its exoskeleton, a phenomenon that is exceedingly rare for such an ethereal creature. Most notably, at this moment, the unicorn bug size had doubled compared to the discarded shells nearby, possibly even more. Beyond the physical transformation, the newly emerged carapace boasted a more vibrant hue, gleaming brilliantly under the sun's warm rays. This significant change was beyond what Xia Yin had anticipated. However, he was certain that, for the unicorn bug, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. While there were indeed some disadvantages, such as a potential decline in its prior training and bodily mastery, these could easily be remedied with further practice. As the unicorn bug stirred, a faint sound escaped its lips, and its eyelids fluttered open, revealing a moment of confusion before clarity returned. With a sudden lift of its head, it gazed at Xia Yin, confirming that he was unscathed and had not suffered an attack from wild spirits, which brought a long sigh of relief. Yet, a sense of puzzlement washed over it. How had it fallen into such a deep sleep the previous night? More curiously, why did Xia Yin seem to have shrunk? Raising itself, the unicorn bug scrutinized him, its surprise growing more pronounced. Could it truly have changed in size? Observing its expression, Xia Yin managed a weary smile and replied, "Don't be mistaken. It's not that I have diminished, but rather, you have grown." Grown? It echoed. And only then did the unicorn bug notice the pile of exoskeletons beside it. Turning its gaze to its own body, it compared itself to Xia Yin's palm. "Oh my, I really have grown. Big. Strong." It gently patted the hardened shell on its back, feeling the robust texture and the smoothness of its surface. This transformation seemed to herald good fortune. The unicorn bug, which was on the brink of evolution, had consumed those two fruit from the tree, enhancing its strength and diminishing any immediate signs of impending evolution. The fruit had significantly unearthed the unicorn bug's latent talents and potential, prolonging the time frame needed to manifest its abilities and extend its growth cycle. Xia Yin was unaware of how Banmu's drill was cultivated, only knowing that the power of Tokawadai played a critical role, though the specifics of this influence eluded him. Nevertheless, the unicorn bug's transformation, viewed both in the short and long term, was undoubtedly beneficial. Xia Yin no longer had to worry about the impending evolution of the unicorn bug impacting his work. Given the current circumstances, the unicorn bug would require at least 15 days or even longer to fully excavate all the hidden potential within its new form, granting him ample preparation time for either capturing new spirits or practicing alongside the iron cocoon after its evolution. Struggling to rise, the unicorn bug propped itself on its knees, wobbling to stand upright. "After sitting for an entire night, my legs have become somewhat numb. It is time to return. If we delay any further, the club may think we have perished. Moreover, my interest in the promotion has grown significantly. The transformation of the unicorn bug has afforded me an opportunity to seek a higher status." The unicorn bug quickly adapted to its changes, climbing onto my shoulder with a hurried gait. What was once an empty shoulder now felt slightly crowded. I also sensed a notable increase in the bug's weight, which was quite palpable. I chuckled and teased, "You've grown plump." With steps alternating in depth, I made my way toward the forest's edge. If I do not hasten back, I might miss Jian Air's invitation today, which could translate to lost earnings. Dragging my weary body, I successfully exited the dense forest. The fiery sparrow I intentionally left behind yesterday was nowhere to be seen. I pondered whether it had fled or been consumed by another predator. With a tinge of regret, I boarded the bus back to the club, donning tattered clothing and carrying the uniquely proportioned unicorn bug, all while attracting curious glances from those around me. The unusual size of wild spirits is not unheard of, though somewhat rare, yet it did not provoke undue attention. However, a transformation from an ordinary size to one that is twice as large is considerably uncommon. Xia Yan. Upon seeing the disheveled Xia Yan, the receptionist, Anna, wore a look of astonishment mixed with a hint of delight. I could not fathom the reason for her joy. Perhaps it stemmed from the thought that it would be a pity for such a diligent individual to meet an untimely end. Indeed, the club members had come to believe Xia Yan was dead. Such occurrences are not frequent, but they are not uncommon either. Trainers and their spirits venture into the wild, facing countless potential hazards, and death is a natural outcome, even if this particular mission appeared relatively safe. Xia Yan managed a strained smile, explaining that he had encountered some issues that had delayed him. I am not too late, am I? Anna sighed with relief, stating it was not too late. In addition, another junior trainee had also returned later than expected, and today was the day for tallying their achievements. That is good, Xia Yan replied, feeling somewhat reassured. Please hand me the camera, and then go change your clothes. The supervisor may want to see you shortly. Xia Yan handed over the club's camera and nodded before making his way to his room. He felt exhausted and hoped to catch a brief nap, even if only for an hour or a few minutes, as he would need to accompany Jian back into the dense forest later. Anna observed his retreating figure and noticed the unicorn bug perched on his shoulder, feeling a mix of surprise and curiosity. Had he acquired a new spirit, or had it merely grown heavier? Such situations were not unheard of. Club trainees, eager to preserve their positions, might choose to recapture a spirit if theirs evolved and they lack the confidence to compete against other trainees. The club is well aware of this situation, as they possess detailed data and information regarding each training sprite. If the strength of the recaptured sprite is acceptable, it would suffice. However, if it does not match, one might face dismissal. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts. He delivered the recording device to the technical department, who would handle the statistics. Subsequently, he arrived at the office of Supervisor Lodo. Supervisor 0451 has returned, he announced. Lodo, impeccably dressed, held a cup of coffee and perused the newspaper, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Understood. Once the technical department compiles the data, have the three of them come to see me. Certainly, Anna replied respectfully, then hesitated a moment before adding, Supervisor, what about 0451's hornworm? There are some changes. It's uncertain whether it is a different sprite or the original one, but its size has more than doubled compared to the previous one, Anna reported truthfully, fulfilling her responsibilities. Oh, Lodo raised an eyebrow, setting aside the newspaper and coffee. Slightly taken aback, what do you think? Images of Xia Yan and the horned worm training diligently together flashed through Anna's mind. Surely, a trainer devoted to their sprite would not casually switch them. Perhaps the original silver sprite's existence in the club was partly to gather data on various sprites, and such anomalous changes require special attention. I understand. Have him take the horned worm to the technical department for testing first, then come back here, Lodo instructed. Understood. Chapter 23. The weakling, why don't you change into a different outfit? Anna asked as she and the somewhat weary Xia Yan, who had just rested for an hour, along with the horned worm, exited the technical department. Xia Yan had no objections to the club testing the horned worm. In fact, he welcomed the idea. He was eager to see how much the horned worm had changed after consuming 2 enhancement fruits. Moreover, it was evident that the club placed great importance on a sprite's talent, potential, and abilities. Showcasing more would facilitate a better chance of remaining here. Despite his continuous training in the practice room, he could not conceal everything. It was merely a matter of time. I only have this one outfit. I wash it at night and wear it during the day. It's just right, he replied. Anna facebombed in exasperation. Then you should really buy yourself a few more outfits this time. You need to consider the club's image. Got it, he replied weakly. An hour of rest was insufficient for a full recovery. Those who had pulled all-nighters knew that sometimes a brief respite was less effective than none at all, leaving one feeling even more fatigued. The supervisor is quite particular about appearances. I wonder if this will leave a bad impression, Anna murmured softly. Leading Xia Yan through the intricate corridors, they arrived at the supervisor's office. This marked Xia Yan's first encounter with the supervisor since joining the club. Observing the supervisor seated in his chair, impeccably dressed with slicked-back hair, the initial impression he conveyed was one of danger. This supervisor instilled a sense of peril far greater than that posed by the roast encountered while foraging for fruit. As Xia Yan scrutinized the supervisor, Lodo, in turn, assessed him. Upon noticing Xia Yan's tattered clothing and disheveled hairstyle, a slight frown creased Lodo's brow. However, when his gaze fell upon the massive unicorn beetle perched upon Xia Yan's shoulder, A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. It was indeed an unusually remarkable specimen of a unicorn beetle. Suppressing his expression, Lodo gestured for Xia Yan to take a seat nearby and accepted the documents handed to him by Anna. A cursory glance at the papers intensified his astonishment. Xia Yan observed that apart from himself, 2 others were already seated in the office, one accompanied by a Pidgey, the other by an Arbok. Neither of the 2 acknowledged Xia Yan's presence, and an undercurrent of hostility emanated from them, indicative of their competitive relationship. The Arbok, in particular, bared its fangs at Xia Yan and the unicorn beetle, displaying its sharp teeth menacingly. How could the beetle endure such provocation? It retaliated with a fierce glare. An Arbok was nothing to fear. Had it forgotten the past encounters? After a day filled with wilderness adventures and the chaos of fruit theft, chased by numerous insect-type Pokémon, including formidable Beedrills and Acabutops, the unicorn beetle had developed a fierce disposition. Surprised that its usual intimidation tactics had failed and that it had been met with a fierce stare in return, the Arbok felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Did that unicorn beetle harbor thoughts of devouring it? The absurd notion felt all too real. Having faced a setback, the Arbok's trainer grew increasingly wary of Xia Yan and his unicorn beetle. Meanwhile, Xia Yan sat expressionless in his chair, head bowed and eyes narrowed. Seizing the opportunity to rest, for another wave of outdoor missions awaited him. The trainer with the Pidgey, though also harboring animosity, exhibited more curiosity towards the unicorn beetle. Such a large specimen. It was even bigger than a Pidgey. After a moment, Supervisor Lodo finished reviewing the documents. His gaze swept across the 3 individuals, lingering momentarily on Xia Yan and the unicorn beetle before he spoke. You performed admirably. The clearing mission was relatively successful. As junior trainees, you will receive a reward of 200 Alliance coins for each Pokémon you cleared. You may collect your deserved compensation from the finance department shortly. The 3 merely nodded, withholding any overt expressions of joy. They understood that the essence of this mission lay not in the reward, but in the advancement of their titles. The distinction between novice and intermediate trainers is substantial, encompassing not only salary disparities, but also the commissions earned during each training session, which constitute the true financial advantage. Lodo paused momentarily, reviewing the documents in his hand once more. He then remarked, I trust you are all aware that this task is pivotal for your professional advancement. However, there is but one available position. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan slowly raised his head. Indeed, this time, 0451 was to be promoted to intermediate trainer. The tone of certainty swiftly announced the conclusion. Why? The trainer utilizing the Arbok stood up, incredulous, pointing at Xia Yan and his large cater pie, exclaiming, Are you serious? This person, dressed like a beggar, and a mere cater pie? I heard he didn't even return last night, and had to flee back in disarray today. Before Xia Yan could respond, Lodo, cradling his chin with both hands, fixed a sharp gaze on the individual, calmly stating, 0413, are you questioning my judgment? Under Lodo's intense scrutiny, 0413 felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine and hurriedly replied, No, I merely believe he is utterly unqualified for an intermediate title, especially with just a cater pie. In the eyes of most trainers, a cater pie was synonymous with weakness. Xia Yan chose silence. Contradicting one's superior in the workplace could be quite unwise, as even minor repercussions could ensue. He was curious to see how Lodo would respond. Lodo calmly nodded before turning his attention to Xia Yan, saying, 0451, demonstrate your capabilities. Xia Yan understood the implication. Cater pie, use bug bite. Without hesitation, for in this world, survival of the fittest was the essence of existence, especially with the shadow of Team Rocket looming behind Silver. He even suspected that Lodo himself was a member of Team Rocket. Upon receiving Xia Yan's command, Cater Pie lunged at the approaching Arbok, its mouth glowing with a green aura. It had long harbored a grudge against it. Earlier, when facing Arbok, Cater Pie had needed to use String Shot, but now, Trainer 0413 reacted swiftly. His face contorted in a snarl, commanding, Arbok, bite it. Hearing the command, Arbok opened its massive jaws, ready to retaliate against the incoming Cater Pie. Yet, a remarkable scene unfolded. Cater Pie leaped directly onto the ascending Arbok. Even though Cater Pie had doubled in size, it was still small compared to Arbok. Nonetheless, it managed to overpower Arbok, pinning it firmly to the ground, its tail's sharp stinger pressing against Arbok's upper jaw, disrupting its biting maneuver. Simultaneously, Cater Pie's mouth clamped down on the yellow-scaled area, the only vulnerable spot on Arbok. With a chilling shriek from Arbok, the yellow scales shattered, and Cater Pie's jaws sank deep into Arbok's flesh. In a single strike, Arbok was rendered incapable of further combat. After completing these tasks, the caterpie perched upon the body of the Arbok, casting a disdainful glance at it before leisurely crawling back onto Xiaoyan's shoulder. Alas, a pitiful creature. The expression of 0413 froze completely as he gazed at the Arbok, now unconscious on the ground, his mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Lodo observed the scene with an unwavering demeanor, then turned his head to Anna, instructing him to leave. Anna responded quietly, her gaze filled with astonishment as she regarded the composed Xiaoyan. After all, it had only been 7 days since he joined the club. Merely a week ago, he and the caterpie were not nearly as formidable. One could even say they were quite weak. To her, it seemed that Xiaoyan and the caterpie had merely stumbled into the club by chance, their abilities undoubtedly the least among the members, despite their diligent efforts. Ultimately, a caterpie is but a caterpie. Yet, unexpectedly, within a mere 7 days, the 0413, who had entered the club over 2 weeks prior, found his Arbok utterly unable to withstand a single blow from the caterpie. Surprise and disbelief ensued. 0451, return to the Human Resources Department to register for your intermediate title. And take your caterpie's data sheet with you, Lodo instructed, disregarding the day's 0413. The other Pokémon, accompanying the Pidgey in its training, also fell silent, clearly aware that they were no match for Xiaoyan and the caterpie. Understood. Xiaoyan rose to approach and took the form. But upon noticing the emblem embroidered on Lodo's white shirt beneath his suit, his pupils involuntarily contracted. There, on the back of the cuff, was a red letter. Fortunately, Xiaoyan lowered his head in time, avoiding any display of discomposure. Lodo withdrew his hand, casting a profound look at him before waving it away. Without lingering, Xiaoyan turned and departed. Chapter 24. A full day with a Team Rocket. Xiaoyan maintained a stern expression as he arrived at the so-called Human Resources Department. Armed with the certification provided by Lodo, he proceeded to obtain his intermediate title. The base salary for an intermediate trainer was double that of a novice, amounting to a remarkable 16,000 Alliance coins, with the rate for each training session also doubled to 800 Alliance coins per hour. Most importantly, the commission for intermediate trainers reached 30% per session. This meant that after each training, Xiaoyan and the caterpie would earn 240 Alliance coins, a threefold increase from the 80 coins received during novice training. Given such a substantial enhancement, it was no wonder that 0413 reacted so dramatically to Xiaoyan's promotion to intermediate trainer. The difference was akin to earning 10,000 coins a month versus earning 40 to 50,000. The disparity was immense. With this intermediate title, Xiaoyan had effectively entered the ranks of the middle class in Jinwang City. If all went smoothly, he would be able to afford to nurture a second Pokémon while continuing to develop the caterpie. Certainly, all of this is predicated on maintaining the original cultivation standards for the unicorn moth, utilizing intermediate energy cubes paired with moo milk and regular milk. Whether one can afford to invest more in the cultivation of the unicorn moth while also nurturing another Pokémon remains a matter for debate. Having received a reward of 200 Alliance coins for this cleaning task from the finance department, which involved the elimination of 16 wild Pokémon posing a threat, it is noteworthy that 5 of those Pidgeys contributed significantly to this effort. I must remember to carry several Pokeballs the next time I venture out. With such thoughts in mind, I returned to my room, devoid of excessive smiles or excitement. The pressure weighing on me intensified upon confirming that Team Rocket was indeed orchestrating the battles at the Silver Pokémon Battle Club. Team Rocket and the Alliance are like oil and water. No matter how much I may disdain the various systems of the Alliance, I must concede that it is the legitimate governing body of this world, and opposing the Alliance is evidently not a wise choice. However, within the Kanto region, Team Rocket's influence is not significantly weaker than that of the Alliance. As far as I know, the current Psychic-type gym leader in Goldenrod City, Nasi, is likely a member of Team Rocket. Seated in my chair, my mind was awash with thoughts. In a city as large as Goldenrod, the most significant metropolis in the Kanto region, Team Rocket has infiltrated even the gym leaders, who are essentially the highest authorities in Goldenrod. This indicates just how much power Team Rocket conceals in the unseen corners of the city. Not only the gym leaders of Goldenrod, but even the largest corporation in Kanto, the Silver Company, is backed by Team Rocket. I have an unsettling feeling that if Team Rocket so desired, they could sever Goldenrod from the Alliance's dominion and establish themselves as the de facto rulers, provided they could withstand the Alliance's fervent counterattack. I slowly shook my head. The territories under Team Rocket's influence are primarily confined to the Kanto and Johto regions, while the Alliance holds sway over 7, if not 8, regions. The sheer number of champions and Elite Four members combined amounts to several dozen, highlighting the vast disparity in power. Nevertheless, Team Rocket continues to thrive and grow stronger, a testament to their formidable capabilities. Additionally, similar organizations exist across various regions, preventing the Alliance from concentrating its efforts solely on one adversary, thus resulting in a peculiar balance. I do not strongly resist working for Team Rocket, provided the remuneration is sufficient. Given my current circumstances, I cannot find a job elsewhere that offers better pay, rendering me unable to make any immediate moves. I must take things one step at a time. I must admit that I am rather content here. There is a place to stay, food to eat, access to various training equipment, and the opportunity to earn a considerable sum of money. Furthermore, I have access to sophisticated instruments that analyze the unicorn moth's condition, allowing me to understand its changes and the direction of future enhancements. Whether I serve the Alliance or Team Rocket, I am quite clear. I will choose whichever side offers the greater benefits. Even though this may seem somewhat indecisive, the reality is that without sufficient resources to nurture a Pokémon, all promises become mere jest. Certainly, the League may currently disregard him, and the Rockets may not necessarily show interest, yet this does not imply that they will always overlook him in the future. As a trainer at the grassroots level, his choices are decidedly limited. It was only at this moment that he recalled the data report regarding the Caterpie that Supervisor Lotto had provided, which he had yet to review. Upon retrieving the report and casting a glance at it, a look of astonishment spread across Xia Yan's face. Could it be that my promotion to an intermediate title is attributed to this report? The so-called quantity of cleanings seems less significant now. Trainer, Xia Yan Pokémon, Caterpie physique, exceptional speed, exceptional moves, exceptional reaction, above average cohesion, above average overall assessment, exceptional strength evaluation, outstanding. Comment, compared to wild Caterpies, this one is exceedingly exceptional and possesses immense potential, with its physical transformation warranting close attention. Note, significant observational value. Recommended to retain. Staring blankly at the straightforward evaluation on this report, particularly the final recommendation marked in red, it took him a moment to regain his composure. He glanced at the Caterpie frolicking on the bed, its physique noticeably larger than that of an ordinary Caterpie. He murmured to himself, so, it truly is the Caterpie's merit. Can 2 berries induce such a profound transformation? Previously, the evaluations of the Caterpie ranged from average to above average, with most ratings in reaction and cohesion, relatively subtle aspects, being above average, which subsequently elevated its overall assessment. Now, while these evaluations remain unchanged, attributes such as physique and speed, those that manifest directly, have received exceptional ratings. This indicates that the Caterpie's potential has more than doubled. Moreover, this is merely a preliminary absorption of the effects of the 2 berries. The full impact has yet to be realized. If training continues, the Caterpie evidently has even greater room for improvement. Ultimately, the strength assessment of the Caterpie has reached outstanding status, albeit with a question mark trailing it. Nonetheless, there is no doubt that the adventure of the previous night marked a transformative moment for the Caterpie. It is no wonder that so many wild Pokémon were driven to madness for those 2 berries. This impulsive decision was indeed worthwhile. Setting aside the report, Xia Yan exhaled deeply. This once again affirmed that every Pokémon possesses its unique characteristics and talents. However, some have had their potential unearthed while others have not. Yet, one must not grow complacent. Both he and the Caterpie have merely embarked on this journey, still facing considerable disparities compared to other Pokémon and trainers. The Caterpie requires continued training, perhaps even more intensive sessions, while he must delve into further studies. This incident serves as evidence that without having read certain books and acquired knowledge about the insect-type Pokémon and their fruits, one cannot make accurate judgments. His advantage lies in his comprehensive understanding of all Pokémon and the strategic combinations of battle techniques. However, relying solely on these strengths is insufficient to become an exceptional trainer. He requires more. 0451. A member will guarantee you for a day. At this moment, the notification bell on the wall resonated with a Na's voice. Xia Yan remarked, the term guarantee is aptly used. He exhaled deeply and stood up, assuming it was Jian Air calling him to revisit the primeval forest. Yet, he was now an intermediate trainer, and his fees had doubled from before. Chapter 25. Attire. Jian Air donned a casual outfit, complete with a backpack, exuding an adventurous spirit. Xia Yan, why are you dressed like that? Jian Air exclaimed in surprise at Xia Yan's appearance. Some incidents occurred yesterday, leaving me no time to change. Xia Yan replied nonchalantly about his attire. And how did your Caterpie grow so much? He pointed at the Caterpie on Jian Air's shoulder, gesturing exaggeratedly. It ate too much. Without dwelling on the Caterpie's transformation, he headed towards the door. Ate too much. Jian Air expressed disbelief, but quickly followed suit. Outside, a luxurious car awaited, its rear door ajar. Before Xia Yan could respond, Jian Air swiftly hopped into the vehicle and waved at him from outside, saying, "What are you waiting for? Get in." Xia Yan pursed his lips, aware of Jian Air's affluent background, yet he had not anticipated such wealth. This car must be worth several million alliance coins. In comparison, Xia Yan's meager earnings seemed trivial. After a moment's hesitation, he climbed aboard. Inside, the caterpie curiously explored the interior, sniffing here and touching there. This was its first ride in a vehicle other than a bus or the number 11. "Uncle Fu, let's make a stop at the shop first," Jian Air instructed. "Of course, young master," replied an elderly gentleman with graying hair, dressed in a butler's attire, who sat in the front passenger seat, smiling as he turned to acknowledge him. The car began to glide forward smoothly. "Are we not heading to the primeval forest?" Xia Yan inquired. Jian Air scanned his attire with mild disdain, stating, "Dressed like that, my classmates will look down on you. We must first get you a proper outfit." The vehicle maintained a steady pace, yet it was anything but slow. Soon, they arrived at an opulent store. Situated in the heart of Golden City, the shop was impressively large, its decor far beyond the simple term of opulence. Sato Apparel. Read the grand sign, elegantly yet unpretentiously displayed above the entrance. Xia Yan stood silently at the door. "We don't have much time. Stop dawdling and come inside." Jian Air strode confidently into the establishment and addressed Yen. Indeed, to possess a membership at the Silver Pokémon Battle Club, one must not be an ordinary individual. The mere existence of this establishment speaks volumes about Jian Air's family's financial prowess. Having spent a few days in Golden City, Xia Yan had garnered some understanding of the local circumstances. Sato Fashion, a prominent clothing company in Golden City, boasted assets amounting to billions, if not tens of billions, of alliance currency. As he entered, Jian Air clapped his hands, skillfully beckoning the shop assistants. Come. Everyone lend a hand to help my brother change into a new outfit. Time is of the essence, and I have but one request. Make him look dashing." Upon hearing his command, the staff sprang into action. Xia Yan stood there, manipulated like a marionette, unable to utter a single word. This was his first experience of such treatment, both in this life and the last. Given Jian Air's insistence on time constraints, the attendants worked with remarkable speed. When they departed, Jian Air wore a satisfied expression, while Xia Yan had undergone an astonishing transformation. He donned a sleek black bodysuit, complemented by a slightly fashionable gold necklace, topped off with a tailored black blazer adorned with various accessories. His trousers were fitted yet allowed for mobility, and he wore a pair of exquisite dress shoes. Additionally, a decorative ring was forcibly placed on his left index finger, and he held a small black top hat in his hand. With his naturally short black hair and, after alleviating some malnutrition, his sharply defined facial features, he no longer resembled the struggling lower-class resident of Golden City from not long ago. The unknown perched on Xia Yan's shoulder observed the transformation with evident astonishment, as if it could hardly believe the metamorphosis that had occurred with this change of attire. The staff, evidently seasoned, had executed Jian Air's requests with precision, culminating in a singular outcome. He looked undeniably handsome. Upon returning to the vehicle, Jian Air crossed his arms and scrutinized Xia Yan, unable to suppress his admiration. "One cannot deny the power of attire. This change has completely altered your presence. Coupled with your aloof demeanor, you could easily be mistaken for a heartthrob." Xia Yan shot him a disapproving glance. "What good is looking this splendid? Aside from attracting unnecessary attention and unwarranted stares, it serves no purpose." "So, you are the young master of the Sato family, Sato Jian Air," Xia Yan remarked. The Sato family, it seems, is not an inconspicuous presence among the members of the Silver Elf Battle Club. Kenji waved his hand dismissively. "Initially wishing to interact with you as an ordinary person, but circumstances had rendered that impossible. The cards had been laid bare." "Xia Yan, this line sounds somewhat familiar." "No matter, you need not concern yourself. Let things unfold as they will. My aspiration is to become an exceptional Pokémon trainer. Most matters at home are managed by my father and elder brother. In the eyes of others, what do they call me? Yes, a wastrel. Often referred to as a good-for-nothing." Kenji displayed an air of indifference, to which Xia Yan profoundly resonated. If their roles were reversed, he would gladly assume the mantle of a wastrel, relishing a life of complacency. After all, isn't it preferable to live a life of ease rather than toil incessantly at the bottom of society? Some are born with a silver spoon, while he, in the lower echelons, must strive and even struggle for survival. Contemplating this, his fists involuntarily clenched. A flash of red lettering embroidered on the uniform of Supervisor Lotto crossed his mind. The Rocket Team is merely a facsimile of the League. The only distinction being that the League conceals the competitive conditions, while the Rocket Team lays them bare. Regardless of whether it is the Rocket Team or the League, as long as they can provide him with resources, it matters not. He desires to survive, to grow stronger, to completely shed the identity of the underprivileged. To him, both the League and the Rocket Team represent two ladders, offering him the means to grasp something and ascend gradually. The vehicle fell into an unusually tranquil silence. In the passenger seat, Uncle Fu, as mentioned by Kenji, observed Xia Yin through the rearview mirror, silently scrutinizing him. Soon, the car arrived at the outskirts of Golden City, reaching the entrance of the verdant woods. The arrival of Kenji and Xia Yin stirred little commotion. Each student was accompanied by a companion akin to Xia Yin, permitted by the school to enter the verdant woods to ensure the safety of every pupil. Under the guidance of their teacher, the students surged forth into the forest like untamed horses, eager to commence their adventure. There would be another update shortly, albeit a little delayed. Chapter 26. Shall we engage in battle? Xia Yin had visited the verdant woods just the day prior, thus he was relatively acquainted with the environment. Moreover, the woods had recently been cleared, ensuring minimal danger. Xia Yin followed closely behind Kenji and his Bulbasaur, merely trailing along with little enthusiasm, treating it as a mere financial obligation. However, for Kenji and Bulbasaur, this was a first encounter, and they eagerly surveyed their surroundings, curiosity piqued by every wild Pokémon. Even the Caterpie. This, perhaps, is the rare pleasure of the affluent. Time passed swiftly. The anticipated dangers did not materialize, as the sun dipped in the west. According to the school's regulations, Air and Xia Yin reluctantly returned to the gathering place. Following the teacher's summary, everyone returned home, seeking their respective mothers. Rejecting Jian Air's suggestion to escort him back to the club, Xia Yin alighted in the city center. The energy cubes of the unicorn bug were nearly depleted. He needed to purchase more while also searching for methods to enhance its toxic energy. He still possessed a venom sac from an Arbok, which could potentially benefit the unicorn bug. Strolling along the bustling streets, the Golden City at night appeared even more enchanting, with vibrant neon lights revealing the true essence of this metropolis. Nowadays, Xia Yan's attire elicited little special attention. Only a few young girls would momentarily linger their gazes upon him. He ventured into a sizable bookstore dedicated to Pokémon knowledge, hoping to find the books he sought. As the previous store had been rather small, bug, poison, dragon, water, fire cultivation, coordination, and battle, numerous books were meticulously categorized on the shelves. Upon entering, he was greeted by a faint scent of ink. The bookstore was not particularly crowded, in stark contrast to other shops that flourished in the evening. This bookstore adopted a more tranquil and serene atmosphere at night. A few bespectacled individuals sat on the floor, engrossed in their books, their expressions shifting from furrowed brows to moments of enlightenment. Not everyone aspired to be a trainer. Many harbored curiosity about Pokémon, but aimed to study them, aspiring to become researchers and explore their mysteries from a different angle. Pokémon had existed in this world for countless years, even tracing back to ancient times. While humanity had only taken the first tentative steps in studying them, there remained vast uncharted territories and research to undertake regarding Pokémon. These researchers, large and small, undoubtedly provided invaluable knowledge to every trainer, enabling them to traverse fewer detours. Upon witnessing this, Xia Yin felt a sudden spark of inspiration. He smiled wryly, realizing he had confined himself with subjective notions. Pokémon encompassed more than mere battles. In fact, research on Pokémon held equal significance in the eyes of the Alliance. A sense of awakening washed over him. He believed that if he were to publish some of the knowledge about Pokémon he had acquired in his past life, it could potentially create quite a stir and yield considerable profit. However, to determine what to publish, he needed to further understand the existing knowledge in this world. For now, purchasing books seemed prudent. He could take his time with the publication of articles. Arriving at the shelf dedicated to poison-type Pokémon knowledge, he swiftly scanned the titles. Nothing. After casually glancing through several books, I still could not find any specific descriptions regarding the toxic Pokémon that consume other toxic Pokémon to enhance their own venom. After all, such knowledge is not acknowledged by the Alliance, making the likelihood of its documentation and publication rather low. Somewhat disheartened, I approached the shelf dedicated to Pokémon breeding. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps reached my ears. Another person had arrived at the same shelf, scanning the titles above as if in search of something. Despite the bookstore being relatively quiet, there were still a few patrons present, though I paid them little mind. I pulled out a book focused on the crafting of energy cubes and the combination of materials, becoming engrossed in its content. "Ah, my friend, your Caterpie is rather unique." A voice interjected, The Caterpie rested quietly on my shoulder, aware of the need for silence in the bookstore, and thus remained voiceless throughout. However, someone had noticed it. Upon hearing the voice, I lifted my gaze from the book towards the source. Before me stood a man clad in a blue outfit adorned with red trim, his striking red hair framing his angular features, fixated on my Caterpie with a hint of curiosity. Seeing this individual caused a slight furrow in my brow, as he appeared somewhat familiar, though I could not immediately place him. My apologies. I was merely curious, nothing more, he said. Seemingly aware of my gaze and scratching his head sheepishly, a hearty laugh escaping his lips. This is a bookstore, I reminded him. Realizing the attention he had drawn from several onlookers, he quickly apologized, his demeanor shifting to one of embarrassment. I must admit, it is the first time I have encountered such a uniquely shaped Caterpie, so I couldn't help myself. I merely nodded in response, choosing silence as I closed the book and returned it to the shelf. Reflecting on my previous behavior, I felt it might have been impolite. Gently stroking my Caterpie, I replied, "It simply has a rather exquisite diet." "That diet must be quite exceptional," the man remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Indeed, it was merely well fed. I had not lied, though the food was of a rather peculiar nature. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself. Let's get acquainted. My name is Otto." The man suddenly extended his hand towards me, his smile radiating warmth. Upon hearing the name Otto, I was momentarily taken aback. When I regained my composure, I noticed his hand still extended. I understood then why I found him familiar, yet could not recall his identity. Otto, the Dragon Master Otto, a trainer of Dragon-type Pokémon, destined to become the Dragon Champion of the Kanto region and the Champion of the Johto region, the face of both regions. In reality, he looked quite different from his comic portrayal. Most notably, he lacked his signature cape and his Dragonite. But what could possibly bring Otto here? Such a coincidence seemed improbable. With a gentle extension of his hand, he grasped the hand of Du, which had been suspended in midair for quite some time, and calmly inquired, "Xia Yan, are you also a trainer? To cultivate a Caterpie to such an impressive level, you must indeed be an extraordinary trainer." Du had always been somewhat captivated by Xia Yan's Caterpie. Upon hearing praise directed at Xia Yan, the Caterpie expressed greater joy than if it were being complimented itself, proudly lifting its head and emitting a soft chirp. Such an endearing little creature. Du smiled and reached out to pet it. However, he was met with the Caterpie's defensive horn. His hand hovered awkwardly in the air, and his smile faltered slightly. "It is rather shy. It is my starter Pokémon. And naturally, I have invested the utmost resources and efforts into its training," Xia Yan reassured the Caterpie. "Oh," Du paused, surprised. It was indeed rare to have a Caterpie as a starter Pokémon. The fact that Xia Yan had cultivated it to such an impressive standard was quite remarkable. Observing Xia Yan's attire, Du instinctively assumed he was a registered trainer of the Alliance. In the Alliance, trainers are provided with starter Pokémon, though the selection range is contingent upon the contributions made to the Alliance. Those who have contributed the most are entitled to choose from the most prestigious trio of starters: Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. Conversely, those with lesser contributions may select from slightly inferior Pokémon. Yet, he had never encountered anyone who chose a Caterpie as their starter. "It is indeed exceptional," Xia Yan stated, refraining from disclosing that he was not an Alliance trainer. "I did not mean to imply any disrespect towards Caterpie," Du clarified. Thinking Xia Yan had misunderstood him, Xia Yan shook his head. Preconceived notions are difficult to alter. Such an outstanding Caterpie. "So, Xia Yan, shall we engage in a battle?" Du suddenly proposed with enthusiasm. "Xia Yan?" He looked at him in astonishment. "Are you Ji? So quick to challenge?" He had forgotten that the current Ji was likely still drinking milk, while the person before him was still far from being a champion. "No, I shall not battle," Xia Yan replied directly. Du. He was no fool, nor was he Ji. He knew he could not win, and had no intention of subjecting himself to humiliation. Even though Du was not yet the champion of the future, nor even one of the Elite Four, he was merely a novice who had been exposed to Pokémon for less than half a month. Although the Caterpie had seen considerable improvement due to favorable circumstances, its latent potential had yet to be fully realized in terms of strength, and there was no need to confront a trainer specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon. Undoubtedly, Dragon-type Pokémon possess the strongest innate talents among all Pokémon, with the majority of their base stats ranking at the pinnacle of ordinary Pokémon. This is evidenced by the number of Dragon-type demigods across various regions. In the Kanto region, we have the majestic Dragonite. From the Hoenn region, the formidable Salamence. Sinnoh brings us the fierce Garchomp. The Unova region boasts the three-headed Hydreigon. Kalos presents the exquisite Noivern, and we cannot forget the yet-to-be-determined Alola and Galar regions, each contributing their unique Draconic Pokémon and ghostly Dragapult. It is noteworthy that, aside from the semi-deities like the formidable Tyranitar from Johto and the other semi-legendary Metagross from Hoenn, a striking 7 out of 8 regional semi-legendary Pokémon are of the dragon type. The adage to possess dragons is to hold the future is not mere rhetoric. As a prodigious member of the Dragon Master lineage from Kanto, the esteemed trainer DY, also known as the Dragon Tamer, specializes in dragon-type Pokémon, though some may affectionately refer to him as Bird. However, his stubborn resolve to engage in battle with a Caterpie serves little purpose beyond undermining the Caterpie's confidence. Having faced failure before, the Caterpie does not require another familiar defeat to remind it of its limitations. Why do you not adhere to conventional strategies? DY found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Shouldn't one readily accept a challenge and embark on a grand battle? Is that not the fervent desire of every trainer? I do not possess that luxury of time. Today, due to certain matters, my training with Caterpie remains unfinished, and I must complete my tasks before returning to training. Xiaoyan explained after a moment's contemplation. DY's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. He had assumed that Xiaoyan's refusal stemmed from a disinterest in battling. Yet he discovered instead a diligent trainer dedicated to completing a significant training regimen daily. Hardworking individuals often garner the admiration of others, especially when they share the same ethos. Shall we train together? DY proposed enthusiastically. Xiaoyan quipped, so, you are actually the wise one disguised as the dragon tamer DY, are you? He was aware of DY's cheerful disposition, recalling how, during their gaming sessions, DY was the most generous, often showering gifts upon the protagonist and earning the endearing title of Fortune Boy, especially now, before he ascended to the ranks of Champion or Elite Four. There existed no societal barriers between them. Yet, Xiaoyan did not anticipate such fervor. He felt he could not decline this overture. After all, it would be prudent to cultivate a friendship with someone destined for greatness within the league. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Very well. He resumed perusing the books on the shelf. What book are you searching for? Perhaps I can assist you, DY inquired, noticing Xiaoyan's keen interest in literature. I'm looking for resources on the training of poison-type Pokémon. I wish to discover methods to enhance their toxicity through unique approaches, Xiaoyan replied somewhat ambiguously. The notion of enhancing toxicity through the consumption of other poison-type Pokémon's venom sacs was not explicitly articulated, as it is not a method widely accepted by the League. Dewey understood, or perhaps he did not, and that was inconsequential. Are you referring to that rather extreme method? Dewey hesitantly inquired. Xiaoyan was taken aback. You know? Dewey pressed his lips together, his expression somewhat intricate. The League does not endorse trainers employing such extreme methods. However, a friend of mine had previously mentioned these practices to me. In fact, it is a method with a long history, primitive yet effective, albeit rather cruel. The League does not explicitly reject it. Rather, it refrains from promoting it, leaving such knowledge to a select few. The League neither embraces nor advocates it, allowing this method to gradually fade into the annals of history. No wonder he had never encountered literature on the subject. It was due to the scarcity of those aware of it, not because of any deliberate concealment by the League. Dewey's friend? A few figures flickered through Xiaoyan's mind. The ghost-type elite, Juzi? Her ace, Gungue, is a Pokémon of both ghost and poison types. Or perhaps it was the current gym leader of the Shallow Red City, Aju, the strongest known trainer specializing in poison types in the entire Kanto region. Are you familiar with the practice of nurturing through venom? Dewey continued. In the days when civilization was not highly advanced, some individuals were fervent in cultivating poison-type Pokémon through this method. Yet, with the advent of the League, such rather brutal practices gradually fell into disuse, preserved only by a few ancient families who still adhere to this tradition. You do not reject it? Xiaoyan retorted. There is some resistance, Dewey candidly admitted. But one cannot deny that existence implies reason. This practice, sustained through a long lineage, may indeed boast a history spanning millennia. It represents humanity's primal exploration of Pokémon. Furthermore, the essence of survival of the fittest is inherent to the existence of Pokémon. Trainers may be reluctant to accept it, but they cannot disregard it. Although outsiders may be unaware, many families employ methods for nurturing their offspring strikingly similar to this. As he spoke, Dewey's expression grew profoundly solemn and complex, as if he had touched upon a fragile point deep within his heart. Perhaps it was the way the Yulon clan cultivates its descendants, Xiaoyan mused. With a sigh, Dewey expelled the strange emotions, his face once again adorned with a smile. The knowledge you seek will not be found in these books. Follow me. Xiaoyan, with a gaze full of curiosity, followed Dewey to the bookshelf dedicated to interesting reads. His eyes scanned the shelves, and he quickly extracted a modestly sized book, presenting it to Xiaoyan. Take a look at this one. My friend mentioned it was quite well written. Changes of Venomous Pokémon. A Curious Discussion. Xia Yin read the title aloud as he accepted the book. I cannot ascertain whether it contains what you desire, but my friend greatly appreciates it, asserting that it captures the essence of poison-type Pokémon. Perhaps it will prove beneficial to you, Dewey remarked. The seemingly glamorous alliance is, in fact, nurturing elite trainers through a process akin to raising a poisonous insect, involving layers of selection and elimination, albeit less overtly than organizations like Team Rocket. Having not been raised among the Dragon Clan, Dewey possesses a deeper understanding of the matters obscured by the alliance. Thank you. Xia Yin expressed his gratitude. Dewey, too, was a man of stories, and he sensed this. All right, shall we proceed to training? Let me witness your method of training the Caterpie. Dewey's enthusiasm reignited. Sure. Xia Yin acquiesced. Chapter 28. Is this a Caterpie? Wait. As they passed by a clothing store, Xia Yin abruptly halted. Dewey cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Just moments ago, they had agreed to head to the public training grounds at the Golden City Pokémon Center for their evening practice. Initially, Xia Yin had intended to go directly to the Silver Pokémon Battle Club, a place with which he was quite familiar. However, upon reflecting on the potential shadow of Team Rocket lurking behind the club, he realized that Dewey was neither a detective nor a champion at this moment. He would not be preoccupied with Team Rocket affairs for now. Yet, should that thought resurface in the future, associating it with the innocent Xia Yin would not bode well. Additionally, Xia Yin wished to visit the Pokémon Center to conduct a comprehensive examination and treatment for Caterpie, ensuring that the rigorous training had not left any hidden issues, and to ascertain whether the two berries had adversely affected it. Since Caterpie had been with him, it had yet to receive the most thorough treatment available at the center. Thus, he agreed to Dewey's suggestion. Wait for me, he said, turning to enter the clothing store with Caterpie in tow. Shortly after, he emerged, holding what resembled a piece of black fabric. What is this? Dewey asked, momentarily taken aback. Without a word, Xia Yin grasped both sides of the fabric and gave it a gentle shake, revealing a black cloak. Under Dewey's astonished gaze, he draped the cloak over his shoulders. Instantly, Dewey, who already possessed a dignified appearance, looked even more like a hero or a knight with the addition of the cloak. Pleased with his creation, Xia Yin nodded in satisfaction, ensuring that no misunderstandings would arise. Misunderstanding? Dewey mused, feeling the texture of the cloak behind him. Though it wasn't of the finest quality, he found himself inexplicably fond of this attire. It resonated with a certain longing he had felt within himself, though he had never quite grasped what was missing, until now. It was the cloak. A dragon trainer adorned with a cloak is undeniably striking. From Xia Yan's perspective, Dewey should naturally be someone who relished wearing a cloak. It's merely a token of gratitude for the information you've shared with me, Xia Yin remarked. One cannot simply tell him that, without this cloak, he might subconsciously perceive the person before him as a sage cloaked in a skin of a fairy. A reciprocal gesture? Duz nodded, accepting this gift, which further deepened his sense of identification with Xia Yin. Let us proceed. Being in the very heart of Golden City, the journey to the Pokémon Center was rather brief. Soon, the two arrived at the Pokémon Center. This was Xia Yin's first visit to such a place, imbued with the essence of the League. The hall, though not opulent, was strikingly simple and efficient, bustling with trainers cradling their Pokémon or clutching Pokeballs, alongside professional nurses and chancy wheeling medical carts. Behind the counter stood Nurse Joy, the only one among the rest, who were merely ordinary nurses. The Pokémon Center epitomized the League's high medical standards and served as a benefit and safeguard for registered trainers. Only those trainers registered with the League could avail themselves of complimentary basic medical services. Others, like Xia Yin, who were not registered, had to bear the cost themselves. Nevertheless, the center remained perpetually busy, as it provided the most comprehensive and reassuring medical care for Pokémon. Duz guided Xia Yin through the lively hall to the training and battlegrounds located at the rear of the center. This area was also freely accessible to registered trainers. Upon presenting his trainer's credentials, Duz led Xia Yin to a training area in a corner without any objection. Although the training equipment and facilities were not as extensive as those in a club, the vibrant training environment offered a unique experience. Duz nodded toward Xia Yin, who understood. Since it was merely training, they could each engage in their own activities. Duz opened a Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a Pokémon resembling a bipedal western dragon with a fiery tail appeared on the field. Upon seeing this Pokémon, Xia Yin's eyes brightened instantly. Charizard, affectionately known as Old Char, the final evolution of the fire-type starter, Charmander, from the Kanto region, it possessed both fire and flying types, with a lineage of dragon-type blood, capable of learning various dragon-type moves. It was evident that Duz's Charizard had been trained exceptionally well, with robust limbs, a vibrant flame, and a confident gaze, hallmarks of an outstanding Pokémon. Duz, stroking Charizard, proudly inquired, "What do you think?" "My Charizard is quite exceptional. I assent it. It was my very first partner." Cheyenne nodded affirmatively, while others only recognized Duz as the Dragon-type champion, with his ace being a Dragonite. Few were aware that his initial Pokémon, Charizard, was also a remarkably strong and capable creature, contributing significantly to his journey towards becoming a champion. Simultaneously, Cheyenne silently rejoiced that he had declined Duz's challenge to battle. Charizard against a Caterpie? What was he thinking? Upon seeing Charizard, Cheyenne was suddenly reminded that as the future Dragon-type master, and perhaps even the Dragon-type champion, DUI's Pokémon included a Fire and Flying-type Charizard, a Rock and Flying-type Aerodactyl, and a Water and Flying-type Gyarados. Notably, none of these Pokémon possessed the Dragon-type in their attributes, despite the word dragon being present in their names. It would perhaps be more fitting to refer to DUI as the Flying-type master, aptly named Dodo Bird. "Let's begin training, Caterpie," Cheyenne said to the Caterpie perched on his shoulder. "Mew." Caterpie responded eagerly, its gaze towards Charizard filled with envy. "So majestic. But don't worry, once you evolve into Beedrill, you'll be even more impressive," Cheyenne said, playfully flicking its small head. Caterpie, slightly embarrassed, shrank back before promptly jumping down to prepare for training. As per usual, they commenced with a warm-up run. Cheyenne removed his newly purchased suit jacket and top hat, stretching his body slightly before gearing up for training alongside Caterpie. Following the incident with the stolen berries, he was even more convinced of the necessity to enhance his own training. Mew. With that, the duo began to jog around the training field, which measured 400 meters in circumference, aiming for 20 laps before commencing formal training. DUI watched in astonishment as Cheyenne ran alongside Caterpie, his surprise deepening at the sheer volume of their training. It wasn't until Cheyenne was drenched in sweat that the warm-up concluded. Despite Caterpie panting, it showed no signs of fatigue, seemingly possessing some reserve of energy. Immersed in their training, Cheyenne and Caterpie paid little heed to the outside world. DUI, harboring a sense of curiosity, refrained from commenting. Instead addressing Caterpie, "Your physique has undergone significant changes after consuming those 2 berries. Our current training aims to ascertain your physical limits. Once we identify your upper threshold, we can delve deeper." Mew. After the warm-up, Caterpie distinctly felt the transformation within its body, as if it were brimming with boundless energy. "Let's keep running until you can no longer continue," Cheyenne said, catching his breath. "Mew? What about you?" Caterpie blinked at him. "As for me, I've reached my limit," Cheyenne replied, to which Caterpie responded with a puzzled expression. Thus, it continued to run on its own. "I plan to research the development of poison-type attributes. Once we establish your endurance limits, we will move on to skill training, ensuring each skill aligns with your current physical changes. Your foundation is solid, so I trust it won't take much time. Off you go," he urged, giving Caterpie a gentle push. With Cheyenne's words, Caterpie ceased to dwell on the matter, recognizing that, in comparison to its current stamina, Cheyenne was indeed lagging behind. It darted ahead, while DUI, observing Cheyenne and Caterpie's training, found his astonishment growing ever more profound. "As I observed the remarkably swift creature racing around the arena, resembling an indefatigable Caterpie, a thought flickered through my mind. Could this truly be a Caterpie? Surely, it cannot be anything but a Pikachu clad in the guise of a Caterpie." Chapter 29. The mission. Even Xia Yin was taken aback. The transformation of the Caterpie was astounding. Once frail, it could now complete numerous laps. Gazing at the Caterpie before him, panting heavily, he was filled with astonishment, followed by profound joy. Excellent. Next comes the restorative training of the techniques previously mastered, commencing with the most fundamental target practice. Can you recall the sensation when you escaped, striking through the gaps in the armor of a Beedrill? Xia Yin prompted. The Caterpie, breathing heavily, offered no complaints. This was simply their usual training regimen. However, DUI, standing nearby, felt a deep admiration for their training intensity. No wonder this Caterpie excels. Indeed, he is a remarkable trainer. We cannot fall behind either. Charizard. Roar. Charizard flapped its wings, the flames of its tail flaring even more vibrantly, displaying an exuberant energy. The atmosphere of training is infectious, influenced by the Caterpie and Xia Yin. DUI and Charizard too exhibited an unprecedented enthusiasm and diligence. Time flew by during their training. Once the session concluded, DUI and Xia Yin sat on chairs in the Pokémon Center, awaiting the restoration and treatment of their Pokémon. DUI, you're not from Goldenrod City, are you? What brings you to Goldenrod City? Xia Yin suddenly inquired. How did you know I'm not from Goldenrod City? You just don't seem like it. At this, DUI chuckled. Well, I'm indeed not from Goldenrod City. I came here to challenge the psychic-type gym. I've heard that the new gym leader, Nasi, though quite young, possesses formidable strength. Challenging Nasi? Xia Yin exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. But Nasi is not an easy person to get along with. She is not only a powerful psychic Pokémon trainer, but also a potent psychic herself, capable of further unleashing the might of psychic Pokémon. It is said that Nasi has a peculiar hobby of transforming people into dolls for her collection. Yet, given DUI's status and his affiliation with the Dragon Clan, even if Nasi were to act recklessly, the Rocket Team would not permit her to antagonize the Dragon Clan, would they? You must prepare well. Nasi is indeed very powerful. I am aware. Through a serendipitous encounter at a bookstore and their training sessions, the bond between the two deepened significantly. Xia Yin admired DUI's abilities and the significance of the Dragon Clan behind him, while DUI respected Xia Yin's dedication and focus, choosing Caterpie as his initial Pokémon and unwaveringly striving to train it. In their casual conversation, the Pokémon Center notified them that their Pokémon had completed their treatment, and they each retrieved their respective Pokémon. However, DUI's was complimentary, while Xia Yin had to bear the cost himself. This indeed comes as a surprise. Xia Yin is not a registered trainer with the Alliance. However, he refrained from probing further, as it was a personal matter that might simply indicate his current disinterest in becoming an Alliance trainer. After all, judging by his attire, Xia Yin does not appear to be lacking in wealth. If only he knew that the expensive garments he wore were not purchased by him. One could only wonder what thoughts might cross his mind. It is time for me to return. At the entrance of the Pokémon Center, all right. I shall stay here for the night. I intend to linger in Golden City for a while. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. Du remarked with a smile. Understood. After exchanging contact information, Xia Yin departed with his Caterpie. Observing his receding figure, Du's expression suddenly turned complex, imbued with a certain significance. The day was drawing to a close, and the energy cubes he had intended to purchase would have to wait until tomorrow. Thankfully, he had sufficient energy cubes on hand to feed Caterpie for a meal. Having spent a considerable sum on a taxi, he returned to the club. Unusually, the club, which was typically ablaze with light at night, was dark, with a sign on the door indicating a closure. Closed? Xia Yin pushed the glass door, which yielded without resistance. Not closed. With a hint of confusion, he stepped inside. The sound of his polished shoes striking the tiled floor echoed crisply in the vast, desolate hall of the club. As he passed by the counter where Anna was usually stationed, the sudden sound of a chair swiveling caught his attention. Instantly, Xia Yin and Caterpie turned around swiftly, alertly fixating on the source of the noise. In the dim light, he could faintly discern a figure seated in a chair, their gaze emerging from the shadows. The manager? Squinting at the indistinct outline, Xia Yin tentatively inquired, "Is that you?" A voice responded, "It is I." The figure slowly rose, stepping out of the obscurity. Bathed in the faint moonlight, his features became faintly discernible. It was none other than the club's manager, Lotto, who was suspected to be affiliated with Team Rocket, yet also held a position of authority within the club. "Did you see during the day?" the manager asked suddenly. At these words, Xia Yin felt a tightening in his chest, memories of the red embroidery on the manager's cuffs flashing through his mind. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, he retorted, "See? See what? Surely, you wouldn't shut down the entire club just for me?" Although Team Rocket operated discreetly in Golden City, anyone with a modicum of power could not fail to perceive the intricate web of connections they had woven throughout the city, their presence subtly lurking in every corner. Knowing his affiliation with Team Rocket should not necessitate such drastic measures, right? Hearing Xia Yin feign ignorance, Lotto merely chuckled softly. "Are you in need of money?" "In need of money? It is far more than a mere lack of funds." With an imperceptible nod, he acknowledged the truth. There was no pretense, nor was there a need for one. His purpose for entering this club was solely to earn money, a sentiment likely shared by over 90% of the trainees within. I surmised the same. As he entered, his cold demeanor exuded an air of intimidation. He fixated on Xia Yin for a few seconds, particularly lingering on the unique insect perched on his shoulder, before retreating back into the shadows of his chair. Once a trainee ascends to the rank of intermediate, they may receive special assignments from me, and every task carries its own remuneration. Xia Yin was taken aback. An intermediate trainee could acquire special assignments from Luo? Were these tasks affiliated with the Rocket Team or the club? Wait a moment. Did this imply that this ostensibly superficial club was, to some extent, functioning as a screening ground for Rocket Team members? Suppressing his burgeoning curiosity, he spoke in a low voice. "Substantial. That depends on what you mean by substantial." Luo presented a document, stating that there was a task available with a reward of 30,000 alliance coins. Will you accept it? 30,000. Xia Yin felt a jolt within. Even though he was currently an intermediate trainee with a decent base salary and commission, the gap to 50,000 alliance coins was still considerable, requiring at least several months of effort to earn that sum, if all went smoothly. Even now, while the unique insect had begun to unveil more potential, its evolution timeline remained uncertain. If he could accrue more alliance coins within this month and utilize greater resources to transform the insect's potential into tangible strength, maximizing its abilities before evolution, it would greatly benefit its future development. He took the document and briefly scanned it, his gaze momentarily distracted. I will accept it. Are you not going to inquire about the level of danger? Luo teased. Xia Yin tucked the document away. When money was involved, all matters could be negotiated. I admire your attitude, Luo said with a smile, clapping his hands. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Xia Yin declared. Go ahead, Luo waved his hand nonchalantly. By the way, Supervisor Luo, may I ask why the club closed so early today? Xia Yin inquired, unable to restrain himself as he lifted his foot to leave. There was a power outage, Luo replied. Xia Yin remarked, a power outage is rather unsettling. But how could such a large city as Jinhuang experience a blackout? Chapter 30. The slums. The following day, dawn broke through the night sky, the morning sun casting its gaze upon the earth. Xia Yin arrived at a street in the far west of Jinhuang City, dotted with dilapidated buildings. He brought the unique insect with him, and, standing before the rows of towering yet long-abandoned residential blocks, it was evident that no one had inhabited this place for quite some time. As the largest city in the Guandu region, Jinhuang appears to thrive splendidly on the surface. However, beneath its facade lies a plethora of impoverished areas that remain hidden from public view. For instance, the former Xia Yin, akin to the most rudimentary creatures in Jinhuang, found that his existence, be it life or death, was of little consequence to anyone. The area he now traverses is emblematic of the neighborhoods where the city's underprivileged reside, often referred to as slums. Cloaked in garments provided by Jian Air, his eyes, concealed beneath a long-brimmed hat, scanned the surrounding desolation, prompting him to furrow his brow in dismay. To find what he sought in this forlorn place would indeed prove to be a daunting task. In hand was the task dossier handed to him by Supervisor Luotu the previous day, detailing the characteristics of a certain spirit, along with its level of danger and the precautions necessary for engagement. His mission was to eliminate this spirit. This undertaking was not merely about driving it away. It was a true extermination. A sense of haunting familiarity washed over him. Xia Yin muttered to himself, as he had often navigated this very area in his past life, rendering him somewhat acquainted with its complexities. He understood well the intricacies of the environment, recognizing that locating a concealed spirit would be no simple feat. Furthermore, he could keenly sense the many eyes lurking in the shadows, observing him with hostility and greed. His current attire felt discordant against the backdrop of this setting. Indeed, it was prudent to first seek out someone to inquire about the situation. Opening the dossier, he discovered only a description of the target spirit, along with a vague idea of its hiding place, lacking any precise coordinates. The sound of his footsteps echoed dully as he treaded upon the fractured stone slabs, the debris muffling his steps as he approached a dilapidated building. His sudden movement startled those who had been silently observing him from within, prompting a frantic attempt to flee. Yet, Xia Yin called out to intercept him. With a swift motion, a lustrous white filament was expelled from the mouth of a horned worm, ensnaring the fleeing individual at the ankle. The man's face contorted in panic as he struggled to break free, yet his efforts were in vain, drawing him inexorably closer to Xia Yin. Given the current strength of the horned worm's silk, it was impossible for an ordinary human to escape its grasp. Xia Yan's expression remained impassive as he regarded the man's alarmed countenance, meeting his frantic gaze. Upon recognizing the individual, Xia Yin momentarily hesitated before promptly regaining his composure, stating calmly, Sen Fu. Upon hearing his name, the man was momentarily taken aback. Xia Yin had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance from his past, while merely seeking to pose a question. Yet, the transformation he had undergone was so profound that Sen Fu failed to recognize him, even if he sensed a familiarity. He could not associate it with the former Xia Yin. Esteemed sir, he stammered. San Fu realized there was no escape, obediently uttering a cry. One of the survival principles for those at the bottom of society is to concede when faced with an obviously weaker opponent. Xia Yin retrieved a 20 alliance coin note from his pocket. Answer my question, and it is yours. Upon seeing the money, San Fu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do not underestimate 20 alliance coins. For him, it could mean a week's worth of sustenance, or even longer. He nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Have any unusual creatures or events emerged in this area recently? Sanfu blinked, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he jolted back to reality and hurriedly replied, recently. The scarred man from the south corner has suddenly died. But before he could finish, Xia Yin interrupted him. The scarred man had been the one who attempted to seize his horned bug. After being incapacitated by the bug's poisonous stinger, he had been opportunistically murdered. Such occurrences are common in the slums and hardly constitute significant events. Sanfu murmured softly before seemingly recalling something. In the abandoned junkyard to the west, peculiar vehicles have been arriving to dump refuse lately. There have also been strange creatures spotted there. Some claim they are spirits. Possibly something called stinky mud. Xia Yin interrupted once more, his gaze unwavering and insistent, emphasizing, I am referring to extraordinary events, those that should not occur or appear. The death of the scarred man and the emergence of stinky mud in the junkyard are merely routine incidents. They bear no relevance to my mission. Feeling the weight of Xia Yan's stare, Sanfu trembled slightly, beads of perspiration forming on his dusty forehead, leaving trails down his skin as his mind raced. Xia Yan, unhurried, crossed his arms and waited silently. After a moment, Sanfu tentatively spoke. What about the incident with the Seth in the west corner, who managed to tame a small rattata? Wouldn't that be considered an unusual event? Before Xia Yan could respond, Sanfu seemed to realize that such a matter might not be deemed significant in Xia Yan's eyes, and quickly added, a Seth does not possess a Pokeball. At these words, Xia Yan narrowed his eyes. He dropped the money in his hand and turned away decisively. That must be it, he concluded, directing his attention to the west corner of the slums. Suddenly, the horned bug, which had remained relatively quiet atop Xia Yan's shoulder, perked up, raising its head to gaze at a dilapidated residential building not far off. Do you sense something? Xia Yan inquired. The horned bug, somewhat perplexed, responded with uncertainty, feeling an inexplicable sensation. That must be the place, Xia Yan asserted with growing conviction. With purpose, he approached the silent building and stepped inside. Who goes there? A voice suddenly echoed from a corner on the first floor as they drew near. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a frail-looking rattata that appeared rather weak. Strangely, both the individual, Arthur, and the rattata bore expressions of stupor, their eyes vacant, resembling marionettes controlled by an unseen force. Observing their state, Xia Yan felt no surprise, as his suspicions had reached a staggering 99% certainty. His gaze swept the surroundings, revealing no other presence. Who are you? Arthur inquired, his voice stilted and awkward, while the rattata beside him displayed an aggressive demeanor. Gur, it responded. Suddenly, the rattata seemed to be pricked by an unseen needle and charged forward with great fervor. Deal with him, Xia Yan instructed calmly. Understanding the command, the horned bug sprang into action, its maw aglow with a cerulean luminescence as it bit into the rattata, delivering a single blow that rendered the frail creature incapacitated. Meanwhile, Arthur, seizing a wooden object from somewhere, swung it towards Xia Yan's head. However, before he could close the distance, the horned bug swiftly turned, expelling threads to ensnare Arthur's feet. With a sudden trip, Arthur fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The horned bug swiftly reinforced the bindings, effectively subduing him. Yet, Arthur writhed like a madman, continuously struggling and roaring, resembling a frenzied beast rather than a human. Let us proceed. The main subject is right here, Xia Yan remarked, casting a glance at the fallen Arthur as he addressed the horned bug. The creature climbed back onto his shoulder, and they ascended the staircase towards the dilapidated building above. However, as soon as they set foot on the stairs, a low rumble resonated. The staircase trembled slightly, and a cacophony of footsteps echoed from above, accompanied by a chorus of squeaking sounds. Soon, a multitude of small rattatas filled his line of sight. A vast horde of them was careening down the stairs, targeting the unwelcome intruders, the horned bug and Xia Yan. Chapter 31. Surrender Resistance? An overwhelming swarm of rattatas surged forth. Even with their preparations, Xia Yan and the horned bug were taken aback. It seemed this mission was proving to be more challenging than anticipated, Xia Yan mused. However, astonishment aside, there was no time for panic. Horned bug, electric net, Xia Yan commanded. Gur. The horned bug opened its mouth, releasing a wide web adorned with flickering yellow arcs of electricity. Upon contact, several rattatas were ensnared by the net, the accompanying current eliciting a chorus of cries from them. Poison needles. Xia Yan retreated down the staircase, as the horned insect on his shoulder incessantly released its venomous stingers. There was no need for precision. The widespread barrage resulted in numerous horned insects collapsing. However, despite this, the sheer quantity of the approaching rattatas was overwhelming. forcing Xia Yin to retreat to the staircase's entrance. Casting a glance at the modest doorframe, an idea sparked in his mind. Horned insect, seal this door with silk threads, he commanded. Upon hearing this, the horned insect's eyes gleamed, instantly grasping his intent. Seizing the moment while the Rattatas were momentarily hindered by their own collisions and the fallen comrades, the horned insect unleashed its silk, effectively sealing the entire doorframe. Only a few small openings remained, just large enough for sight to pass through, adeptly obstructing the Rattatas' advance. Next, the horned insect's task was simple, to continuously dart through these openings, employing its venomous stingers against the relentless Rattatas. Although the numbers were daunting, Xia Yin discerned that these Rattatas were not particularly formidable. They bore little distinction from those previously encountered alongside Arthur at the entrance. They were weak, frenzied, and lacked discipline. With the right approach, they could be dealt with quite easily. In fact, it presented a splendid training opportunity. As such a multitude of living sprites to target for practice was rare. Having successfully stymied their advance, Xia Yin felt no urgency. He even perceived a valuable training opportunity amidst the chaos. A thought flickered through his mind. If this were a game, such a multitude of Rattatas, despite their low levels, would yield a modest amount of experience for the horned insect, whose level was not significantly higher. After this encounter, the horned insect would likely evolve. He chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the mundane thought. The horned insect remained earnest, continuously firing venomous stingers through the silk-sealed doorframe, striking the Rattatas at the rear. If any Rattata attempted to breach the silk barrier, it would momentarily cease its assault to reinforce the seal, and if necessary, unleash an electric net to ensure the Rattatas were contained. Thus, through a strategy akin to cornering enemies to accumulate experience, Xia Yin and the horned insect gradually eliminated the throngs of Rattatas. Concurrently, Xia Yin observed a peculiar phenomenon. The once frenzied Rattatas, upon being struck by a stinger, should not have so swiftly lost their combat capabilities. Yet, those hit by the venom seemed to awaken from their madness, regaining instinct and reason. After casting a wary glance at the horned insect, they turned tail and fled, disappearing in an instant. This accelerated the clearing process considerably. Soon, behind the silk-sealed doorframe, only a small portion of Rattatas remained, while the majority had fled. The Rattatas that had obstructed Xia Yin and the horned insect were finally eradicated. The resilient spider silk, nearly impervious to the small Rattatas, was effortlessly parted by the flick of the unicorn bug's tail. Ascending the staircase once more, it made its way upwards. A soft sound escaped the unicorn bug, a gentle call. Xia Yin retrieved the last energy cube from his possession, regardless of whether today's mission would culminate in success. It was imperative to return and procure new energy cubes, as these items were immensely beneficial to Pokémon and should ideally remain in supply. What could possibly be the cause of these small Rattatas? It was evident they were under the influence of some entity, and our mission this time was to confront it. The unicorn bug appeared utterly astonished. What sort of being could exert control over such a multitude of Rattatas? It was merely that you had yet to witness it, which is why you were taken aback. However, recalling the task dossier provided by Lodo, it was clear that this mission's target was indeed exceptional. You shall understand when you encounter it. As they ascended further, uncertainty loomed regarding the level at which the target might be concealed. Yet the unicorn bug possessed an instinctive awareness. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at the pinnacle of the dilapidated residential building, where a nearly completely sealed small space awaited them. Void of windows and light, the environment was dark and stifling. Such places were often where residents stored their odds and ends. Yet, upon Xia Yin and the unicorn bug's arrival, they discovered it to be remarkably tidy, devoid of even the slightest speck of dust. The unicorn bug emitted a soft call, its small eyes fixated on a corner. Noticing its reaction, Xia Yin followed its gaze. In the almost total darkness of the cramped corner sat a gaunt, frail figure. Utilizing the faint light from the stars, he discerned its body. A blend of yellow and brown, adorned with ears of a lighter hue, and a nose that was neither long nor short, swaying back and forth. Upon observing its appearance, Xia Yin could ascertain that this was indeed their mission target, a psychic-type Pokémon, the Hypno, Sulipu. The arrival of Xia Yin and the unicorn bug seemed to have gone unnoticed by the Hypno, who sat quietly atop a box. As they drew closer, Xia Yin was taken aback to find that the Hypno held a book in its hands, one that was not particularly profound and could even be deemed quite simplistic. A children's book filled with tales that only a child would find enchanting. Yet, the Hypno appeared utterly engrossed, as evidenced by the slight curl of its lips and the continuous motion of its ears. Surprisingly, Xia Yin chose not to intrude. Instead, pulling over a box and sitting a short distance from the Hypno, The unicorn bug blinked its curious eyes. It was the first time it had encountered a Pokémon that enjoyed reading. The key question lingered. How could a Pokémon comprehend the text within a book? An unusual silence gradually enveloped the space. Suddenly, a decisive sound pierced the stillness. With a lingering sense of incompleteness, the hypnotic taper gently closed the book, carefully placing it upon the box before him, aligning the edges of the book with meticulous precision to those of the box, smoothing the slightly creased corners of the pages. He turned to gaze at Shi-Yin and the unicorn bug, lingering momentarily on the latter before his attention settled on Shi-Yin. Suddenly, a faint blue glow illuminated his eyes. The unicorn bug, startled, darted in front of Shi-Yin. Yet, before it could assume an aggressive stance, Shi-Yin gently patted its back, signaling it to remain calm. For in his ears, a rather juvenile voice had unexpectedly echoed, "Hello, telepathy?" Shi-Yin looked at the hypnotic taper with a hint of confusion. The radiance in its eyes and the voice resonating in his mind confirmed this communication. Indeed, the voice responded once more. It seemed that merely forming a thought in his mind would allow the hypnotic taper to hear him. "So, the little Rada downstairs are under your control, correct?" Shi-Yin expressed a slight surprise, though it remained restrained. "Yes," the hypnotic taper nodded with calm assurance. Casting another glance at the unicorn bug, it stated in a remarkably tranquil manner, "You were sent by them, right? Thank you for allowing me to finish the last story. I am ready now. You may proceed." The voice was somewhat hesitant, yet its overall meaning was comprehensible. The blue glow in the hypnotic taper's eyes dimmed as it opened its arms, adopting a posture of serene acceptance. Has it relinquished its resistance? Chapter 32. Loss of control. Target Pokémon. Hypnotic taper type. Psychic body. Inferior speed. Superior moves. Special grade reaction. Special grade synergy. None overall evaluation. Special grade strength assessment. Pass. Outstanding. Description. Possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. Physically frail, yet with an exceptionally strong mental capacity, vastly surpassing its kind. It wields the ability to manipulate the will of relatively weak-willed humans and Pokémon. Note: a failed product from a certain experiment, exhibiting extreme mental instability and unique abilities. Immediate elimination is advised. This was the description of the hypnotic taper that Shi-Yin had obtained from the task document given by Lu Tu. His mission was to locate this hypnotic taper and eliminate it, thereby preventing any unnecessary complications. The reward was a generous 30,000 alliance coins, an enticing proposition. The unicorn bug, embodying both bug and poison types, would suffer double damage from psychic type moves. Conversely, the psychic type hypnotic taper would also incur double damage from the unicorn bug's bug type moves. It could be said that these two Pokémon were mutually countering each other. Nevertheless, Shi-Yin and the unicorn bug retained considerable confidence in their own willpower. And given that the strength assessment of this hypnotic taper was merely a pass, it was weaker than the outstanding unicorn bug, leaving a feasible chance of completing the mission. What surprised Xia was that this hypnotic taper, noted for its extreme mental instability, suddenly opened its arms, presenting an appearance of willing resignation to death. Rather than directly prompting the unicorn bug to take action, Xia found himself intrigued. "Why not flee? I am aware of your capabilities." Although exerting control over so many small Rattatas must have drained a considerable amount of your mental energy, escaping should not pose much difficulty, Xia remarked. The hypnotic taper concluded its telepathic connection, able to express only its thoughts aloud, yet Xia believed it could comprehend his words. Indeed, after hearing Xiayan's statement, a blue glow flickered within the taper's eyes. A voice resonated in his mind. Someone, superpowers, blockade, city. At this revelation, Xia was momentarily taken aback. And as he processed the information, his eyes widened in astonishment. The taper indicated that someone had sealed off the city, a situation that likely extended beyond just it, implying that it perhaps did not possess the stature to warrant such attention. Undoubtedly, the only entity capable of executing this in the entirety of Golden City would be the gym leader, Nasi, having barely escaped the laboratory, even without the use of teleportation. Xia believed that if it chose to, the taper could have left Golden City at any time. Why, then, would it hide in such a remote yet traceable slum? Where would it flee to? The hypnotic taper inquired. Where to? This taper had likely spent its entire existence confined within a secluded laboratory, subjected daily to various experiments, with no experience of the world beyond its confines. Where could it possibly escape to? Xia fell silent. For the taper before him, the world outside the laboratory was likely entirely unfamiliar. His gaze inadvertently swept over the meticulously arranged children's storybooks on the box before the taper. "Do you enjoy reading?" Xia shifted the subject. The taper turned its head, extending its three-fingered hand to gently caress the well-worn book, reminiscing, in the past, I had only books. I also enjoy reading. A creature that relished literature and learning was indeed a rarity. Xia Yin retrieved a book from his own possession. Since arriving in this world, he had dedicated himself to understanding it better, immersing himself in literature daily to learn about the creatures inhabiting it. This, in fact, bore some resemblance to the hypnotic taper before him. Whenever time permitted, he would read, thus always carrying a book with him. Upon seeing the book, the taper's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, restrained by the fact that it was in Xia Yan's hands, it remained still, its ears twitching rapidly as if struggling to contain some emotion. Do you like it? If you do, I can give it to you, Xia Yan offered. Really? The hypnotic taper seemed somewhat flustered. Xia Yan promptly placed the book into its hands. The taper gingerly stroked the book's cover, savoring its smooth texture and inhaling the faint scent of oil, becoming somewhat entranced. Yet soon after, its expression shifted to one of melancholy. He shook his head and returned the book to Xia Yan. Thank you. You are the first person who can wait for me to finish the story, and also the first one willing to lend me a book. You are a good person. Receiving the good person card, his partner being a spirit, was something Xia Yan had not anticipated. However, I had no opportunity to read it. Such a precious item should not be squandered. The blue halo surrounding it, ignited by psychic energy, began to flicker with instability. What if I told you that I could grant you life? Xia Yan's gaze was fixed intently on the hypnotic taper. One undeniable truth emerged. Xia Yan's heart was stirred. The hypnotic taper was taken aback. Become my spirit, and I can immerse you in the joy of books every day, allowing you to thrive. Xia Yan declared. You want me to become your spirit? A buzzing sound enveloped the air as layers of light flickered from the hypnotic taper, its overflowing psychic power spiraling out of control. You want me to become your spirit? The taper's voice exploded in Xia Yan's mind, a sudden outburst of chaos. The documents had described the taper's mental state as extremely unstable, and it was evident at that moment. Under such mental pressure, Xia Yan felt as though his head might burst from within. This was after the hypnotic taper had already expended considerable psychic energy controlling over 100 small rattatas. Had it been at full strength, Xia Yan couldn't guarantee his survival. The horn bug sensed the threat Xia Yan faced. It opened its mouth, releasing a strand of silk aimed at the hypnotic taper, while a purple halo illuminated its sharp horn, launching 3 poison needles. Stop! The hypnotic taper roared. The strands of silk and the poison needles from the horn bug were intercepted by the psychic energy, suspended in midair. However, the horn bug was not surprised. It had experience battling psychic-type spirits. Prior to this mission, Xia Yan had instructed it on how to respond. The horn bug opened its small mouth, a vibrant green light glowing at its center, disrupting the sluggish psychic energy that impeded its advance, cleaving a path through the barrier. With a thud, the horned bug lunged forward, toppling the weakened hypnotic taper to the ground, its bug-type energy coiling in preparation, aimed at the taper's vulnerable neck. Horn bug. The effective assault and lunge from the horned bug interrupted the hypnotic taper's pressure on Xia Yan, allowing him to call out in time and prevent further action. The horned bug did not change its trajectory. Its mouth remained locked onto the taper's neck. Xia Yan approached the hypnotic taper, crouched down, and gazed into its bloodshot eyes, gently stroking the horned bug's back as he said, I apologize. He had come with the intention of subduing this hypnotic taper. After all, psychic-type spirits are relatively rare, and they tend to possess an intelligence comparable to that of humans, making them difficult to capture. A few days prior, he had begun contemplating the acquisition of a second spirit. Previously, resource limitations had hindered this endeavor, and with his current horned bug on the verge of evolution, he needed to reserve some resources for it. However, with the growth cycle of the horned bug now prolonged, he had ascended to the rank of intermediate trainer, allowing him to earn more money to procure resources, alongside receiving considerable rewards from intermediate trainer tasks. With a stable income from resources, it was only natural to prepare for the second spirit. Regrettably, the hypnotaper had become somewhat uncontrollable due to a certain experiment. Such a spirit is one that trainers must absolutely avoid. In the event of a battle, if a spirit disobeys, losing the match could be bearable. But in a life-or-death struggle, disobedience could prove fatal. After expressing his apologies to the hypnotaper, Xia Yan nodded to the horned bug. The now somewhat deranged hypnotaper revealed a glimmer of relief and gratitude amidst its madness. For it, Xia Yan had bestowed the final respect it craved, which was the greatest reward it could receive. Caution echoed in its mind as the last rational voice of the hypnotaper resonated. Chapter 33. The Black Market. What to be cautious about. What did it mean by caution? The final message conveyed by the hypno-taper left Xia Yan bewildered. With a heavy heart, he departed from the abandoned building. It was evident that the hypno-taper, once eager to learn, had been transformed into this state due to certain experiments. It was likely that its initial ability to patiently await demise stemmed from a flicker of comfort gleaned from books, coupled with a sense of liberation. What a pity. The horn bug also appeared somewhat despondent. Nevertheless, Xia Yan quickly regained his composure and once again sought out the previous informant, Sanfu. Sanfu regarded Xia Yan with a degree of reverence and had yet to connect him with the Xia Yan he had known before. From now on, you will assist me in gathering intelligence of all kinds in Golden City, regardless of the methods employed. I will compensate you for your efforts. This is an advance payment. With that, Xia Yan produced 200 unit alliance coins. An advance payment. Sanfu's eyes widened. Such a sum for a mere deposit was substantial for him, and if utilized wisely, it could even attract a band of desperate rogues striving to survive in the impoverished district. It is worth noting that when Xia Yan had initially acquired a mere 33 coins from a notable figure in the slums, Scarface, it had been a modest amount. The living standards of the lower-class residents of Golden City and the average citizens were worlds apart. What seemed like pocket change to others was a fortune in their eyes. All right, Sanfu eagerly accepted the coins. This is merely an advance. I will provide you with corresponding compensation based on the value of your intelligence. Every week henceforth, I shall await your presence at the entrance of the Eastern District, hoping you will provide me with valuable intelligence. Should you fail to do so, I shall seek alternatives. After patting his shoulder, Xia Yan turned to depart. Through this experience, he had grasped the significance of information. Acquiring pertinent intelligence could save a considerable amount of time. Had he not received hints from Sanfu regarding the anomalies of Asef and Xiao Lada, the search for the hypnotic taper would have proven to be an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. For him, time was of the essence. Every single moment was precious and must not be squandered. In Jinhuang City, he required a straightforward network of information. Individuals like Sanfu, who mingled within the lower echelons of Jinhuang City, though seemingly inconspicuous, were indeed suitable candidates. Their knowledge may be limited, yet their scope for gathering information was extensive, capable of reaching the overlooked corners of the city. As long as one piece of information proved useful to Xia Yan, such an exchange would be exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, he harbored no concerns that Sanfu might abscond with the funds. If he were inclined to flee, he would have done so long ago. He did not believe that Sanfu would squander a visible opportunity for sustained profit laid before him. It was merely a dispensable arrangement, if it yielded results. That would be splendid, yet if not, he would only incur a loss of 200 alliance coins. Wait, Sanfu called out to him. Although uncertain of its utility, I overheard others mentioning that last night in the eastern district of Jinhuang City, there appeared to be some unusually dressed individuals behaving quite strangely. Xia Yan's heart stirred. The eastern district of Jinhuang City? He nodded subtly. I understand. Should this information prove valuable, I will compensate you accordingly. With that, he departed, swiftly returning to the club with the unicorn bug. He sought to promptly hand over the task, receive his payment, and then provide the unicorn bug with energy cubes and various sprite resources. The unsuccessful acquisition of a second sprite was of little consequence. He could still devote his entire focus to nurturing the unicorn bug. In the office of the supervisor, he knocked and entered. The space was as opulent and immaculate as ever, with the supervisor impeccably dressed. Have you completed the task so swiftly? Upon seeing the report and photographic evidence presented by Xia Yan, Lodo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Fortune favored me. I happened to encounter it, Xia Yan replied. Oh. Lodo glanced at Xia Yan, who stood respectfully, with a smile that held a hint of intrigue. Very well, here is your remuneration. With a pure yellow feather. He lightly dipped it in ink and elegantly inscribed his name upon the report. Is there still someone who uses a quill? Xia Yan mused internally. How impressively sophisticated. A nameless Alliance Bank card slid across the table. This is an anonymous Alliance Bank card, containing your payment for this task. In the future, your rewards for completed tasks and your salary will also be deposited onto this card. You may use it with confidence, Lodo explained with a smile. Xia Yan nodded and picked up the bank card. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly paused and asked, Director Luotu, might you know of any places in Jinhuang City where one could purchase more specialized literature on spirits? He particularly emphasized the word specialized, confident that Director Luotu would understand. Indeed, upon hearing his inquiry, Luotu displayed a look of comprehension, playing with a feather in his hand. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, You may want to check out 115, Kaisa Street. Thank you. Xia Yan expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. He hailed a cab and promptly arrived at the aforementioned 115, Kaisa Street. Located on the outskirts of Jinhuang City, Kaisa Street was an area of relative economic modesty. With only a few unremarkable shops scattered about, the establishment at 115 was a dilapidated little store, and upon entering, Xia Yin spotted an elderly man reclining in a rocking chair behind the counter. Noticing his entrance, the old man slightly opened his murky eyes, his gaze lingering on Xia Yin for a moment before he slowly inquired, "What do you need?" "To make a purchase," Xia Yin replied calmly. The old man blinked, then pointed towards the counter, stating, 100 alliance coins. Without hesitation, Xia Yin placed a 100-coin bill on the counter. "Come in," the old man said, understanding the transaction. He gestured towards an old wooden door behind him. Just before Xia Yin entered, the elderly man suddenly tossed him a package, saying, "Newcomer, change into this before you go in, it will benefit you." Upon opening the package, Xia Yin found a large, thick black cloak and a pale mask. He hesitated for a moment, then understood. "Thank you." He donned the impenetrable cloak, masked his face, and concealed his unique insect beneath its folds before stepping inside. The interior revealed a narrow, dimly lit corridor, illuminated only by a few faint yellow lights that barely illuminated the path ahead. After what felt like an eternity of walking, he finally emerged into a brilliantly lit expanse, reminiscent of daylight. Before him lay a variety of shops selling an array of items directly or indirectly related to spirits. Some even brazenly dealt in spirits themselves, a practice strictly prohibited by the Alliance regarding direct transactions between spirits. Moreover, the streets between the diverse shops were populated by numerous individuals clad in similar attire, hidden beneath expansive black cloaks and wearing pale masks. Some boldly displayed their spirits, showcasing their strength. Each individual maintained a respectful distance from one another, exuding an air of vigilance. A small fraction of the crowd, however, chose not to wear the black cloaks, revealing their true faces. Undoubtedly, these were individuals of fierce temperament, unrestrained and unafraid in their actions, with some even appearing on the Alliance's wanted list. For those individuals, the rest have chosen to keep their distance. This location, a market concealed somewhere in the vibrant city of Qinhuang, is the largest black market in the area. It is a gathering place for numerous individuals with dubious identities, engaging in transactions that may or may not be sanctioned by the Alliance. Undoubtedly, anything pertaining to elves and trainers can essentially be acquired here. Qinhuang is the most prominent city in the Kanto region, and its black market is naturally the largest in the entire area, teeming with a diverse mix of characters, necessitating caution in all endeavors. It is also crucial to note that the Rocket Team is responsible for maintaining order within this black market. Chapter 34. Master Suzuki with a reward of 30,000 Alliance coins earned from completing a task, as well as compensation for clearing the Fanfeng Forest, and a day's worth of assistance from Jian Air, Xia Yin found himself in a somewhat affluent position. Together with a bit of previous savings, he now possessed approximately 35,000 Alliance coins, sufficient to procure some superior elf food and equipment. After a brief exploration of the black market to gain a general understanding of its conditions, he felt somewhat informed. Xia Yan's arrival stirred no ripples in the black market. He was merely an exceedingly ordinary figure within its confines. The market itself is quite expansive, divided into several sections. The southern area features a Pokémon trading zone, where various types of Pokémon are sold, both rare and common. Xia Yan even encountered one of the starter Pokémon, Squirtle, confined in a cage at the entrance to draw in customers. However, this particular Squirtle appeared to be in a poor state, its gaze vacant and expression dull. The western section comprises stores selling Pokémon items, including common items such as healing potions and antidotes, as well as various precious and diverse evolution stones, the prices of which are exorbitant. The northern section was one of Xia Yan's primary objectives, offering an array of Pokémon food, including energy cubes, snacks, and various beverages. Conversely, the eastern section seemed relatively quiet, as it dealt in knowledge pertaining to Pokémon training, skill acquisition, mastery, and practical application. Here, one could find anything the Alliance offers, and even items that are not permitted by the Alliance. After surveying the market, Xia Yan made his way to the northern section. He casually entered a modestly decorated Pokémon food store, its size not particularly large. Lifting a charming, translucent green beaded curtain, he stepped inside. The shelves within displayed a variety of Pokémon food, with energy cubes taking up a significant portion. "Good day. How may I assist you?" A somewhat unseemly middle-aged man with a pair of small mustaches approached him promptly, exuding eagerness. Xia Yan's gaze traversed the mask's eye holes, sweeping across the entire shop. He inquired lightly, "Do you have the intermediate energy cubes of Ingsue?" This was the very type of energy cube originally consumed by the unicorn bug, and overall, It yielded commendable effects. Hence, it had become Xia Yan's minimum requirement for the bug's sustenance. Yes, yes, the bespectacled man responded eagerly, swiftly retrieving a box of crystalline energy cubes from the shelf. These were precisely the ones the unicorn bug had previously consumed. Xia Yan squinted as he picked one up, observing the faint impurities that were subtly visible under the light, and casually asked, "What is the price?" The man's eyes darted, and with a grin, he replied, "The market price is 50 each." Xia Yan chuckled softly, placing the energy cube down and turning to leave. Did he take him for a fool? In the black market, one could indeed procure many items unavailable elsewhere, often at slightly reduced prices, as there were no taxes to pay to the alliance. However, to naively think thus would likely result in paying an intelligence tax to these shops. One must remain vigilant when purchasing here. They should not be treated as simpletons by these establishments, for the quality of the items acquired could be significantly inferior, or worse, entirely counterfeit. This particular Infiltration energy cube displayed visible impurities to the naked eye, indicating its rather mediocre quality. In the realm of energy cubes, even minute impurities could greatly affect the overall efficacy. Noticing Xia Yan's intent to depart, the bespectacled man grew anxious and hastily exclaimed, 45. 45 each. Xia Yan paused, disdain flickering in his eyes. The quality has deteriorated considerably. I'll offer 35 each. You. The man's eyes widened in astonishment. He had encountered haggling before, but never had he faced such bold bargaining. Xia Yan turned back, stating, "The Infiltration energy cube is merely a secondary energy source I require. I was merely gauging your sincerity." What a pity. At this, the man's eyes glimmered with a sudden idea. "Are you looking for high-grade energy cubes?" "Indeed," Xia Yan affirmed directly, adding, "Do you have high-grade energy cubes for insect and poison types?" "Absolutely," the man declared, thumping his frail chest with a resounding clap. He then cautiously retrieved 2 metal-sealed boxes from the cabinet. Upon opening them, a rich, delicate fragrance immediately enveloped the entire shop. The unicorn bug, hidden beneath Xia Yan's cloak, stirred restlessly at the scent. The energy cubes within the boxes were crystalline, plump, and wholly uniform, showing no signs of impurities whatsoever. Each cube was nearly identical, clearly crafted with meticulous precision, indicating that the artisan responsible for these energy cubes possessed exceptional skill. These 2 high-grade energy cubes are the handiwork of Master Suzuki, a renowned breeder from Jinhua City. They are of the finest quality and highly sought after throughout the city. "You are fortunate," the man boasted. Xia Yan interrupted, "What is the price?" Such words from a black market trader were utterly untrustworthy. Just because he claimed they were crafted by a master did not guarantee their authenticity. The quality of the energy cubes is commendable, significantly surpassing that of the intermediate energy cubes in purity. However, to claim that they represent the pinnacle of high-grade energy cubes would be an exaggeration. Over the recent period, Xia Yan has diligently studied various texts, which have not been in vain. The price is set at 150 alliance coins each. The bearded seller, momentarily suppressing his smile, endeavored to appear earnest. "That is too expensive," Xia Yan countered with a shake of his head. "How could that be considered expensive?" The seller's mustache seemed almost to bristle with indignation as he glared. This particular batch is a flawless amalgamation of insect and poison energy. With prolonged consumption, it can notably enhance a Pokémon's mastery over these energy types. It is rumored that many Pokémon have learned new techniques after consuming it. Furthermore, this batch, while leaning more towards the poison attribute, boasts even more pronounced effects. If consumed regularly, it can significantly amplify the toxicity of poison-type Pokémon. Crafted from exceptionally rare fruits and various materials, this price is utterly reasonable. This time, he argued his case with conviction. In the market, the typical price for ordinary high-grade energy cubes hovers around 120 coins. While the quality of yours is commendable, it is still overpriced. Xia Yan, however, remained unwavering. This is produced by Master Suzuki, a registered high-grade breeder with the Alliance, and the vice president of the Breeder Guild in Golden City, renowned for his expertise in the refinement and amalgamation of fruit energies. Should he craft energy cubes, they would bear unique crystalline patterns on the surface and a distinctive spiral emblem within. Your offerings are merely mechanically refined high-grade energy cubes, each crafted from formulas unique to individual breeders. Moreover, each breeder's methodology varies, resulting in subtle differences in the energy cubes produced. Master Suzuki is a notably emblematic figure and a celebrity among breeders in Golden City. I have acquired numerous texts authored by him, which delve into his unique techniques and methodologies, outlining their advantages and disadvantages. Thus, I am well aware of their worth. Observing the seller's stunned expression, Xia Yan teased, Shall I continue to provide more examples? The seller opened his mouth, awkwardly smiling, taken aback by encountering someone so knowledgeable. Unmoved, Xia Yin calmly declared, "The balanced high-grade energy cubes of insect and poison types are 130 coins each. I would like to purchase 150 of them. The medium energy cubes of Ing Chui are 35 coins each. I will take 100. The transition of energy cubes should ideally be gradual. Sudden changes could unsettle the Pokémon. I will take what I can get. If not, I shall seek another supplier." Xia Yin, disinterested in further discourse, stated his ideal price directly. Engaging in business with them required a firm stance. Weakness could easily lead to being taken advantage of repeatedly. 10 minutes later, Xia Yin left the shop, satisfied, while the bearded seller remained seated in a daze. It had been a long time since he had felt so outmaneuvered. Although he had profited, an unsettling sense of dissatisfaction lingered in his mind. Following closely, one wonders who possesses such profound knowledge of the energy cubes. A whispered remark escapes his lips, though it is unclear to whom it is directed, and no one responds to him. Chapter 35. Urban Warfare. Merely acquiring the energy cubes cost a staggering 23,000 alliance coins. This underscores the exorbitant expenses associated with nurturing Pokémon, particularly when one seeks to cultivate them with the utmost quality. This expenditure does not even represent the pinnacle of excellence. Compared to those who invest lavishly in their Pokémon, Xia Yan's spending is but a mere drizzle. The unknown consumed 2 special fruits, shedding its skin in the process, resulting in both an increase in size and a voracious appetite. For it and Xia Yan, this development is advantageous. A greater appetite signifies an enhanced capacity for energy absorption, thereby expediting its assimilation of bug and poison-type energies. However, for Xia Yan's finances, this is less than favorable. Thankfully, he refrained from attempting to capture a second Pokémon, for he would lack the resources to nurture another. He silently sighed. With his current capabilities, focusing all his efforts on cultivating a single Pokémon is paramount. While an additional Pokémon would provide a margin for error, it would undoubtedly siphon off resources essential for nurturing the unknown. Presently, the unknown's talents are not inferior to those of other Pokémon, and fully dedicating himself to its cultivation will surely yield commensurate rewards. There are 2 more matters to attend to, but prior to that, he departed from the northern district of the Black Market and entered the relatively quiet streets of the eastern district. He traversed multiple shops specializing in Pokémon literature, acquiring numerous books and materials that are otherwise unavailable in the mainstream market. Upon exiting the final bookstore, Xia Yin abruptly turned into a narrow alley in the eastern district. Shortly after his entrance, an individual cloaked in shadow followed suit. "Paris, where are you?" Zhuashang, who had trailed Xia Yin into the alley, found himself at a fork in the path, uncertain of which direction to take, and could only consult his Pokémon. The Paris, attuned to the humidity of the air and the spores it dispersed, pointed towards the left alley of the 3-way junction. Zhuashang hesitated briefly. Xia Yin's sudden maneuver caused him to ponder whether he had been detected. Nonetheless, after a moment's deliberation, he hastened to follow. The spores from Paras are minuscule, making them difficult to detect. This tactic has proven effective time and again, serving as his means of survival in the black market of Jinhuang City. He would work for the shops, reclaiming the sold goods, and any surplus would belong to him. Individuals like him form a specialized group within the black market, targeting unsuspecting customers. His Paras would sow spores among these patrons. If the spores were discovered, he would abandon the endeavor. If not, it indicated that his target was not particularly formidable. As he continued onward, the alleyway transformed into a dead end. Zhuashang noticed a small spore in the corner at the end of the alley, straining to sprout after making contact with the ground. Alarm surged within him. "Oh no!" he exclaimed, "Paras." As he began to speak, 3 venomous needles, radiating a purple hue, shot forth from an inconspicuous crevice in the alley behind him, piercing through his cloak and embedding themselves in Zhu's body. "Pala!" a startled Paras exclaimed. Turning, he beheld a larger-than-average caterpie slowly emerging from the gap, its small eyes glinting with a chilling intent. Zhu fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Yet from the other end, a voice echoed once more. The caterpie, armed with more venomous needles, took aim at his head. It was Xiaoyan, stepping out from around the corner, shrouded in shadows, manipulating a minuscule spore in his hand. The curtain of greenery had indeed appeared rather anomalous. Wait, misunderstanding. Just as Xiaoyan's words fell, Zhua, who lay on the ground, sprang up in sheer terror. Why is this not following the expected course? Shouldn't he have come to collect the spoils, only to be ambushed by the supposedly lifeless Zhua? Xiaoyan, with his eyes gleaming brightly in the shadows, paid no heed to Zhu's protests and called out again, "Caterpie, go!" The caterpie understood, launching 3 venomous needles once more. This time aimed squarely at Zwa's head. Xian's intention was clear. Given that Zwa had stealthily pursued him and left spores on him, he undoubtedly harbored ill intentions. There was no need to show mercy to such an individual. Had the caterpie not detected the spores on Zwa, the outcome would be easily surmised. Rather than waiting for others to strike, it was wiser to take the initiative. Damn it! Zwa glared, feeling the sharp sting in his back. Those were the venomous needles. Simultaneously, he was stunned. He had always donned protective gear to thwart surprise attacks from Pokémon, having successfully eliminated numerous inexperienced trainers with this tactic. Yet, this mere caterpie's venomous needles seemed intent on piercing through his defenses. The needle tip had indeed penetrated his protective layer, breaking through his skin. The toxin began to spread. Paras, sleep powder. The prone Paras leapt into action, intercepting the venomous needles while its 2 mushrooms quivered gently, releasing a copious amount of crystalline green powder that scattered throughout the narrow alley. However, the Paras, struck by the needle, let out a pained cry and collapsed heavily to the ground. The caterpie's venomous needles were not to be underestimated, especially against a bug and grass type like Paras, which was severely weakened by such poison and bug type attacks, receiving double the damage. Seeing Paras fall, the caterpie remained undeterred, launching another venomous needle from its horn at a particularly acute angle towards Zwa's head. There was no need to engage with Paras. Eliminating the trainer would bring matters to a swift conclusion. This time, Zwa found himself utterly defenseless. With wide eyes, Zwa gazed ahead, 3-minute punctures adorning his forehead, from which dark red blood trickled slowly, while purple threads spread out from the wounds, enveloping his entire brow. Thud! He collapsed once more, but this time, it was truly the end. Upon witnessing the demise of his trainer, Pallas staggered to his feet, his expression one of bewilderment. Zwa had merely regarded Pallas as a tool, and naturally, Pallas harbored no genuine feelings for him. He was simply at a loss over the death of his trainer. It was only after the effects of the paralysis powder had completely dissipated that Xia Yan approached Zwa lifeless form. He discovered a modest sum of money, along with several empty Pokeballs and Pallas's Pokeball. After recalling Pallas, he took out his caterpie, adjusted his hood, and swiftly vanished into the alley. He paid little heed to the earlier events. In a place as chaotic as the black market, displaying wealth could attract unwanted attention. Thus, many chose not to conceal their identities as a show of strength, while some would leave their Pokémon out, similarly demonstrating their prowess. However, Xiaoyan's caterpie was somewhat recognizable, posing a risk of exposing his identity if left visible. Emerging from the alley, after purchasing energy cubes and books, only one matter remained. He made his way toward the southern district of the black market. This area was known for Pokémon trading, a stark contrast to the quieter book district in the eastern part of the market. The bustling crowds surged through the streets, and various cages outside shops displayed an array of Pokémon, primarily rare species designed to entice customers, even including many from distant regions. For instance, the Hoenn region's water-type starter, Mudkip, and the Sinnoh region's Glamour could be found here. Indeed, in the black market of Jinhuang City, the largest city in the Kanto region, one could procure Pokémon from any area, provided one had sufficient funds. Even Pokémon from regions not yet fully governed by the League were available for purchase, as long as the price was right. As he navigated through the throng, Xiaoyan couldn't help but marvel at the adage, money makes the world go round. However, he also noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Numerous cages outside various shops contained several electric-type Pokémon. Even the stalls of ground vendors displayed a fair number of electric types. Although these were relatively common Pokémon, when had Jinhuang City become so inundated with electric types? Chapter 36. Poisoning is key. Arriving at a specialty shop for poison-type Pokémon, Xiaoyan was not there to make a purchase. With the limited funds remaining to him, acquiring an exceptional poison-type Pokémon was simply unattainable, especially considering the considerable resources required for training Pokémon thereafter. Upon observing a creature resembling an arrow poison frog, ensconced within a cage at the entrance, I noted its deep blue hue, yellow eyes, and orange expandable pouches adorning its cheeks. Its teeth were broad and flat, and white stripes encircled its chest. As it stood there in a stupor, whether it was the result of training or simply its inherent disposition remained uncertain. This creature, known as the poison-fighting type Bad Frog, hails from the Sinnoh region, indicating that the establishment behind this display possesses considerable influence. I lingered my gaze upon it for a moment. The Bad Frog is indeed a remarkable creature, and its evolved form, the poison skeletal frog, is exceptionally formidable. The fusion of poison and fighting types grants it a significant advantage in attributes, while its ability to learn various dark-type moves broadens its offensive capabilities. With proper training, it could serve as an excellent defender and ambusher. Alas, it was beyond my means to acquire. As I silently recalled information regarding the poisoned skeletal frog and the bad frog, I stepped into the shop. The atmosphere within the Pokémon store was far less vibrant. With the attendant seated lazily in a chair, casting a brief glance at me, seemingly disinterested in rising, and bluntly inquiring, "What Pokémon do you seek?" Surveying the various cages that adorned the shop, I responded, "I wish to purchase several poison sacks from poison-type Pokémon." The attendant appeared momentarily taken aback. While he had encountered numerous customers seeking to buy Pokémon, it was rare for someone to come to a poison-type Pokémon shop specifically for poison sacks. However, hunters often faced mishaps while capturing wild Pokémon, leading to unfortunate fatalities. In a bid to maximize their profits, they typically collect the body parts of these Pokémon to sell to those in need. Among these, the poison sacks of poison-type Pokémon are particularly valuable, with the potency of the toxin being paramount. "You seem quite knowledgeable about these matters," remarked the attendant as he retrieved an iron box, presenting an array of glass vials within, each containing poison sacks derived from various Pokémon. Each vial bore a label with a brief description, indicating the species of the Pokémon and their respective power levels, with the price being categorized accordingly. Undoubtedly, purchasing poison sacks directly would be significantly cheaper than acquiring the poison-type Pokémon themselves. "Everything is here. Feel free to take a look," he gestured nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to such minor transactions. I, too, felt no qualms as I began examining the glass vials one by one. The strength of the toxins was readily discernible. By observing the degree to which the poison diffused within the vial, one could gauge its potency, which was reflected in the depth of the vial's color. Xia Yin selected 3 specimens, each adorned with labels that read, Beedrill, Senior, Ariados, Senior, and Alakazam, Elite. The strength of Pokémon is classified by the Alliance into various stages: beginner, qualified, excellent, senior, and elite. Xia Yan's Caterpie barely qualified as excellent. While both senior and elite specimens vastly surpassed it in prowess, their venom sacs undoubtedly far more potent. These were essential materials Xia Yin intended to enhance Caterpie's toxicity. Although the book by Dujia did not explicitly state methods, it subtly hinted at various ways in which poison-type Pokémon could consume one another to amplify their venom, providing him with significant insights. Glancing at the glass vials Xia Yin had chosen, the shop attendant smiled, displaying discernment. He continued, "The venom sac of the senior Beedrill and Ariados is priced at 5,000 each, while the elite Alakazam sac is priced at 10,000, totaling 100,000 Alliance coins." 100,000? How exorbitant, Xia Yin thought, though he had mentally prepared himself to some extent. He still felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing the price. However, upon reflection, it seemed only reasonable. If they were living specimens, the senior Beedrill, Ariados, and elite Alakazam would each command a price far exceeding 100,000 Alliance coins. This was already the most desirable item acquired at the lowest possible cost. Judging by the attendant's demeanor, it was evident that there was no room for negotiation. Any Pokémon they offered would not come cheaply, and 100,000 was merely a small transaction. Let us proceed with the payment. After settling the bill and stowing away the 3 glass vials, Xia Yin departed the shop, leaving the black market of Golden City behind. Overall, this venture into the black market had been relatively smooth. He had procured high-level energy cubes, the necessary books, and commendable Pokémon venom sacs. Although he had resolved an encounter with a black market thug who had been tailing him and subsequently obtained a Paras, the outcome was still favorable. He refrained from utilizing the Paras immediately, first to avoid revealing his identity, and second because he believed the creature held some utility. Its ability to silently release spores had almost evaded Caterpie's notice, which would prove advantageous in the wild. However, this outing had taken a toll on his finances. After painstakingly earning 150,000 Alliance coins, he had expended 33,000, leading him back to a state of financial restraint. Nonetheless, he expected not to worry about the food required for Caterpie in the near future. Upon returning to the club by taxi, he exchanged greetings with Anna at the front desk. "Anna, I have some matters to attend to today. If anyone inquires about me, please inform them that I will be unavailable for training," Xia Yin stated politely. "Of course," Anna replied, casting him a curious glance. It was rare for a training and profit enthusiast like him to take a break. However, she did not dwell on it for long. At present, Xia Yin had already ascended to the rank of intermediate trainer, and his earnings were no longer comparable to those of a novice. Perhaps there was indeed something of great importance at hand. Accompanied by the unicorn bug, he returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the floor. They were presented with 4 glass vials, 3 of these had been procured from the black market that very day, while the 4th was a venom sac from an arboreal snake obtained from the nest of a fiery sparrow in the last outing to the dense forest. Although the arboreal snake is classified as non-venomous, the mere fact that it possesses fangs capable of releasing venom does not infer the absence of toxins within its body. After all, as a poison-type creature, the arboreal snake is capable of employing numerous toxic moves. One must wonder where those toxins originate. Nevertheless, when compared to the other 4 venom sacs, the toxicity of this arboreal snake's sac is undoubtedly the weakest. This should nearly fulfill the requirements. Are you ready? Unicorn bug? Xia Yin inquired, his expression grave as he gazed at it. The unicorn bug swallowed nervously, uncertain whether it was due to hunger or Xia Yin's seriousness, and nodded vigorously. Xia Yin then retrieved a book, specifically the one introduced to him by Du during their previous encounter, titled The Fascinating Transformations of Poisonous Creatures. While the book does not delve into specific operational details, those unfamiliar with the method would merely regard it as an engaging read about poison-type creatures. However, for those with a modicum of understanding, subtle hints lay hidden within the text. The crux of the matter was, indeed, poisoning. The unicorn bug listened attentively. Though it could not comprehend the contents of the book, it instinctively understood that Xia Yin's intentions were for its benefit. After reaffirming the knowledge acquired from the book, Xia Yin produced a high-grade energy cube that he had just purchased. Before commencing the process, it was essential to maintain optimal condition. The unicorn bug's eyes sparkled. It had longed for this high-grade energy cube. The aroma wafting from it was irresistible. As it consumed the cube piece by piece, it savored the taste, still yearning for more after finishing. Now, it is time to consume the arboreal snake's venom sac. Chapter 37. Instincts of Life Without Hesitation. The unicorn bug obeyed Xia Yin's command. It carefully extracted the venom sac from the vial with its tail and swiftly swallowed it whole. The texture and flavor were entirely different from that of the energy cube, yet equally delectable to the unicorn bug. Xia Yin's gaze remained fixed on the unicorn bug. Upon observing no adverse reactions, he felt a surge of confidence and continued, "Now, consume the venom sac of the big needle bee." The unicorn bug nodded and opened the glass vial. Unlike the arboreal snake's venom sac, once the vial containing the big needle bee's sac was opened, a faint purple mist wafted out, quickly filling the room with a foul odor reminiscent of decaying fish. Xia Yin frowned and took a couple of steps back. The toxicity of this venom sac was far more potent than he had anticipated. The unicorn worm did not hesitate. It resembled a dog encountering a delectable piece of stinky tofu, devouring it with fervor. In no time, the unicorn worm began to undergo a transformation. A delicate, purple mist began to rise from its body, emanating from every segment of its exoskeleton, from its mouth, and from the sharp horns atop its head and tail. Xia Yin squinted, sensing the effect. It was indeed working, yet perhaps still insufficient. The unicorn worm, feeling the shifts within its own body, raised its head in a moment of bewilderment, gazing at Xia Yin. It experienced an indescribable sensation, as if every cell in its being were lamenting, while its tiny heart raced with an intensity that felt as though it might leap from its mouth. If one were to describe it, it might be akin to a person simultaneously consuming 5 or 6 cans of Red Bull, followed by 3 or 4 cups of coffee, and then downing several doses of bitter tea. Exhilaration. Every muscle and cell in its body seemed to tremble with excitement. Observing the unicorn worm's metamorphosis, Xia Yin contemplated, then resolutely declared, "Consume the poison sac of the elite ABO monster." The elite ABO monster's strength surpassed that of the unicorn worm by at least 2 tiers. And this poison sac contained the most potent toxin. Despite its confusion, the unicorn worm did not falter in its actions. Xia Yin, perhaps seeking to reassure the unicorn worm or himself, elaborated, "It is common knowledge that poison-type creatures cannot be poisoned, yet this principle is not absolute. If the poison is exceedingly strong, or if there is a significant disparity in strength, poisoning can still occur. It is akin to how creatures of the same type can resist the abilities of psychic-type beings. However, to suggest that a newly hatched dark-type creature could immunize itself against the abilities of a champion-level psychic type would be utterly absurd, even without resorting to champion-level creatures. It is likely that only a slightly stronger opponent would suffice to have an effect, albeit with varying degrees of potency. Likewise, the premise of poison-type creatures being immune to toxins is contingent upon the threshold of toxicity they can withstand. Surpassing that limit will result in poisoning. Ordinary poison sacs are merely decent supplements and sustenance for poison-type creatures, yet enhancing toxicity is impossible. Thus, The crux of nurturing the worm lies in inducing it to be poisoned. Xia Yan conveyed the pivotal information he had gleaned from his readings. This was also the reason he sought to procure numerous poisoned sacs in the black market. The unicorn worm must first be poisoned. As Xia Yan articulated his reasoning, the unicorn worm had already consumed the most toxic poison sac from the ABO monster. In an instant, the thin layer of poison mist surrounding it thickened several-fold, altering the pitch of the unicorn worm's voice. Delicate strands of light purple patterns began to unfurl across the glossy horn atop its head, while its yellow exoskeleton gradually became imbued with concentric rings of purple hue, presenting an unmistakable appearance of having been poisoned. Initially, the acquisition of such a considerable quantity was merely a precaution. However, it now appears that the purchase was far from excessive. The last one has been consumed as well. Xia Yan's hand tightly clutched the special antidote in his pocket, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the unicorn bug. Should its condition falter, he would promptly administer the antidote. Even at the cost of wasting these venom sacs, he could not allow any misfortune to befall the unicorn bug. The creature had lost its earlier exuberance. As a poison-type sprite, it was experiencing the discomfort of poisoning for the first time. Nevertheless, it gritted its teeth and swallowed the final venom sac. Xia Yan would not harm it. The considerable expense incurred in procuring these venom sacs was well understood, and waste was absolutely unacceptable. Upon consuming the last venom sac, the appearance of the unicorn bug underwent a complete transformation. Its originally earthy yellow shell had now turned a deep purple, with even its prominent horn not spared. When a poison-type sprite succumbs to poisoning, it stimulates its internal toxins to combat the affliction, akin to the concept of using poison to counteract poison. If the poisoning results from external factors, it presents a significant challenge, necessitating the use of an antidote. However, when the poisoning stems from the consumption of venom sacs, the situation differs. Venom sacs, being a supplement for poison-type sprites, are imbued with abundant toxic energy capable of nourishing and replenishing their internal toxins, thereby stimulating their toxicity and generating what could be termed as antibodies. These antibodies effectively enhance their toxicity. Xia Yan spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his heart raced with anxiety. The immunity of poison-type sprites to poisoning resembles a defensive strategy that employs their own toxins against external threats. When external toxins are overwhelmingly potent, and their own toxins insufficient to mount a defense, they succumb to poisoning. The current state of the unicorn bug indicated that the external toxins were excessively potent, while its internal toxins were too weak to counteract them, resulting in poisoning. Nevertheless, the venom sacs, while inducing toxicity, also provided a substantial amount of toxic energy, nourishing and replenishing its own toxins. Under the pressure of external toxins, the instinctual evolution of living beings would enhance their toxicity in response. This phenomenon is an innate aspect of biological evolution in nature, a method of cultivating poison-type sprites passed down since ancient times. Hold on, unicorn bug. If you endure this, you shall undergo a transformation. Xia Yan maintained a facade of composure to bolster the unicorn bug's confidence, though inwardly, he felt even more anxious than the creature itself. His hand clutching the antidote was already slick with perspiration. The unicorn bug emitted a pained sound, yet deep down, it was reassured and at ease. A sentiment born from its trust in Xia Yan. The pain it experienced was merely a trial to endure, and it would soon pass. However, this endurance stretched on for a full 3 hours. The once swirling violet mist enveloping the unicorn bug had entirely dissipated, or rather, it seemed to have adhered to the creature's form. Now, the unicorn bug appeared as if coated in a layer of purple paint, glistening with an oily sheen. Its eyes tightly shut. Xia Yan's hand, still gripping the antidote, had grown stiff, yet he dared not relax even for a moment. The information contained within that book has been meticulously contemplated and deduced. It is indeed feasible, and its feasibility is not insignificant, which is why the unicorn bug promptly commenced its consumption. Preparations were made for this, as the advanced energy cubes could provide the unicorn bug with ample energy supply, ensuring it would not be wholly eroded by toxins. The cost of the detoxifying agent is exorbitant, a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. However, given the current situation, the unicorn bug appears to have stabilized completely, rendering it unnecessary. Suddenly, a crisp, delicate sound emanated from the unicorn bug. Xia Yan's spirits lifted. Following that, an increasing chorus of sounds arose, as fine cracks began to appear densely on the unicorn bug's body. The most significant fissure extended from its head to its tail. Beneath the gaping crack, a lustrous, earthy yellow emerged once more into Xia Yan's view. A gentle cry followed as the unicorn bug stirred its bound limbs, perplexed, and slowly emerged from its once purple-hued shell. It had molted again. Chapter 38. The unicorn bug remains unfazed. The unicorn bug? Observing it emerge unscathed and having shed its shell once more, Xia Yan exhaled deeply, the weight on his heart lifted. The initial use of this toxin-stimulating method was fraught with peril, yet fortunately, the unicorn bug had persevered. The unicorn bug, curious, glanced at the scattered shell fragments. Bewildered by the situation, why had it molted again? Simultaneously, it could not comprehend why Xia Yan was so anxious. Was it not a near certainty? It was not perturbed at all. The unicorn bug, feeling somewhat confused, approached. However, the pain was genuine. The sensation of the toxin permeating its exoskeleton and muscles was enough to send shivers down its spine at mere recollection. Yet, the unicorn bug brimmed with confidence. Not solely from within, but also from Xia Yan. How do you feel, unicorn bug? Xia Yan gently tugged at the back of his now thoroughly soaked shirt, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Externally, the unicorn bug seemed unchanged, as if it had merely undergone a typical molting process. However, upon closer inspection, Xia Yan discerned that the unicorn bug's originally glossy black eyes had transformed into a deep purple. It was nearly imperceptible at first glance, and even Xia Yan, well acquainted with the creature, took a moment to notice the subtle shift. The unicorn bug lightly scratched its head with its tail, unable to articulate its own condition. It seemed unaltered, yet there was an underlying sense of significant transformation. Recognizing this expression, Xia Yan stood up and said, "Let us go and test it out." The unicorn bug swiftly climbed onto his shoulder, and together they departed the room, heading towards the training hall. Xia Yan casually picked up a target designed for throwing and, adhering to the training regimen for the accuracy of his scyther's technique, hurled it with considerable force. The scyther instantly grasped the cue, narrowing its eyes as the sharp horn atop its head radiated a rich violet aura. The mere manifestation of its poison sting move indicated that Xia Yan's recent toxic enhancement had indeed borne fruit. Thud, thud, thud. The three poison stingers struck the airborne target with unerring precision. The scyther, as if to motivate itself, curled its tail in delight. Remarkably, this molting process did not result in the drastic physical changes witnessed previously, where the execution of moves became distorted and necessitated refamiliarization and retraining. In contrast to the scyther's satisfaction, Xia Yan's gaze remained fixed on the flying target. Crack! The target plummeted to the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Accompanied by wisps of light purple smoke and subtle corrosive sounds, the specially crafted target began to dissolve into a pool of unidentifiable black viscous liquid, bubbling with tiny effervescences. What? The scyther's eyes widened in astonishment as it pointed its tail at the puddle below and then at itself. This is your masterpiece. It seems your toxicity has indeed seen considerable enhancement. Not only has the destructive power of your poison sting escalated significantly, but your own resistance to toxic moves has also improved remarkably. This is the outcome Xia Yan had hoped for. It was almost tantamount to a minor venomous substance. Previously, the scyther's poison sting could not incapacitate a human, but now, should one be struck by its stinger without prompt administration of an antidote, a moment's delay or hesitation could prove fatal. A resounding success. The three purchased poison sacs were not wasted. The scyther curiously touched the sharp horn on its head, a mixture of shock, pride, and realization reflecting in its small eyes. However, to ensure there were no lingering aftereffects, a visit to the Pokémon Center was deemed necessary. Xia Yan mused. While the increase in toxicity was indeed a cause for celebration, given the antiquated method employed, and considering the scyther had previously succumbed to poisoning, a thorough examination at the Pokémon Center was the most prudent course of action. The scyther obediently acknowledged. Xia Yan offered it an energy cube. You don't feel any anomalies, do you? The scyther shook its head. Subsequently, Xia Yan led the scyther out of the club and hailed a couple of taxis. To the Pokémon Center, please. Sure thing, hold on tight. The taxi driver exhibited remarkable driving skills, albeit with a propensity for conversation. Young man, you're a trainer too, aren't you? Is that just a scyther? My little one is always clamoring to become a trainer as well. Don't you think being a trainer is not as easy as it seems? The driver, steering with one hand, attempted to engage Xia Yan in dialogue. Out of politeness, Xia Yan offered a gentle acknowledgement, producing a sound from his nose. Indeed, when I convey this to my son, he remains obstinate. He is unaware of the substantial costs associated with becoming a Pokémon trainer, including the annual fees paid to the Alliance for Pokémon Cultivation, alongside the necessity of maintaining a robust bank statement to ensure the financial capability for nurturing Pokémon, as well as contributing to the Alliance in a meaningful way. As a mere taxi driver, where would I procure such funds? Upon hearing Xia Yan's remarks, The driver suddenly opened up, as if a floodgate had been released. He could choose not to register as a trainer with the Alliance, but Xia Yin rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the bustling, golden streets. Numerous establishments that should be thriving appeared to be shuttered at this moment. How could one not aspire to be an Alliance trainer? The driver retorted, exhibiting a firm stance on the matter. While the Alliance's requirements may be stringent, one cannot deny that it is precisely due to the Alliance's existence that we enjoy such a stable life. The ferocious wild Pokémon have not encroached upon my existence. Indeed, came a faint reply, though no clear stance was presented. The Alliance undeniably plays a crucial role, presenting both positive and negative facets. Yet most individuals only perceive its advantageous side. However, for Xia Yin, these considerations bore no significance or conflict. Whether the Alliance is commendable or not is of little consequence to him. He adheres to a straightforward criterion. Entities that provide resources and opportunities are deemed beneficial, while those that do not are regarded unfavorably. It is a purely utilitarian perspective. He disregards the superficialities of this world, feeling solitary with only his Caterpie as a companion. Thus, whether it be the Alliance, Team Rocket, or any other organization, their essence remains the same. Soon enough, amidst the driver's lengthy discourse, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. "Thank you," he said, settling the fare and exiting the car, exhibiting little else in terms of emotion. His Caterpie, however, released a long sigh of relief. This driver certainly enjoys talking. Upon re-entering the Pokémon Center, Xia Yin withdrew Caterpie into its Pokeball and entrusted it to Nurse Joy. He then retreated to a secluded corner, extracting a book and immersing himself in its pages. The title read, "On the Characteristics and Hypotheses of Pokémon Grasping Techniques Outside Their Innate Attributes." The book discussed how Pokémon comprehend and learn techniques not inherently tied to their attributes. For instance, Xia Yin's Caterpie, a bug and poison type, had recently acquired the electric-type move, Thunderwave. The book proposed that a significant factor in a non-electric type Pokémon accidentally learning electric-type moves is the abundance of free electrons and electric-type energy in the surrounding environment, possibly stemming from natural free electron fluctuations or other external influences. Similarly, a non-steel-type Pokémon would have an increased likelihood of mastering steel-type moves if exposed to a resource-rich mining area. Xia Yin possessed an extensive reservoir of Pokémon knowledge, even advanced insights, yet these understandings bore no practical application in his training and nurturing of Pokémon. He understood that at this stage, the Caterpie could only learn 4 moves, but that did not imply that the future Beedrill would be limited to just 4 moves. This was a preparation for what lay ahead. The myriad of knowledge about Pokémon was also filling the gaps in his understanding, significantly connected to his previous profession. Xia Yin? Suddenly, while Xia Yin was engrossed in his reading, a familiar voice resonated. Chapter 39, Power Outage. Lifting his gaze, he saw the ever-smiling Dado, who had just accustomed himself to the cloak, radiating a hint of surprise. Dado? Xia Yin was somewhat taken aback. Although he was aware that Dado had been residing in the Pokémon Center of Jinhuang City for a while, he had not anticipated this unexpected encounter. Dado, too, was surprised. He had just returned from outside and spotted Xia Yin quietly reading in the corner. At that moment, Xia Yan's attire was hard to overlook in Dado's eyes. He stood out as exceptionally handsome among the crowd. Naturally, he settled beside him, perusing his own book. After a brief nod, he closed his book and stored it away. Not only did he seek to glean experiences regarding Pokémon training, but he also intended to amalgamate information from various texts with his advanced Pokémon knowledge to publish papers on Pokémon that were unknown in this world. Moreover, gathering data was simply part of his professional habit. Is the Caterpie okay? Is it injured? Dado inquired further. No, it has merely experienced a slight enhancement. I came to the Pokémon Center for a checkup. Oh, Dado squinted, lowering his voice as he leaned in closer. Is it that? Xia Yin nodded once more. Dado's crimson eyes dimmed, his expression becoming somewhat intricate. So that was it. Xia Yin glanced at him and clarified. The process was not as you imagine. I obtained the materials through other channels. He was aware that Dado might have misunderstood his intention to cultivate the Caterpie as poison-type attributes, leading to a deliberate hunt for poison-type Pokémon. While he did not entirely oppose such actions, he found them too time-consuming, and the potency of the toxins might not meet the Caterpie's requirements. Upon hearing Xia Yan's words, Dado breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely worried that Xia Yan might recklessly slaughter innocent Pokémon. Dado did not shy away from the battles between Pokémon, as he had caused the demise of numerous Pokémon himself. He merely opposed senseless slaughter. A smile returned to his face, indicating that the Caterpie's improvement was likely more significant than a mere minor enhancement. Not wishing to delve further into that topic, Xia Yin shifted the conversation. Aren't you planning to challenge the Jinhuang gym? How did that go? Then, he observed a hint of helplessness manifest on Dato's face. He awkwardly tugged at the cloak draped over his shoulders, clearing his throat. Well, suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, the lights in the entire Pokémon Center extinguished, and all the equipment ceased operation. In an instant, the Pokémon Center, which was already bustling with numerous people, descended into chaos. With a furrowed brow, Wataru suddenly stood up and strode purposefully towards Miss Joy. Xia Yan, unable to suppress his own frown, followed closely behind him. The cater pie was still undergoing examination. Miss Joy, what seems to be the problem? Wataru inquired, as he and Miss Joy were presumably acquainted. In a hushed tone, while calming the slightly flustered trainers waiting in the lobby, Miss Joy replied, Mr. Wataru, it appears there has been a power outage. A power outage? Xia Yan, trailing behind Wataru, was taken aback by Miss Joy's statement. How could such a crucial medical facility, revered by the League, experience a blackout? Is there no backup power? He questioned. Indeed, for such a vital institution as the Pokémon Center, even in the event of a power failure, there should be sufficient backup reserves to last a day or two until the electrical issues are resolved, Miss Joy said, glancing at Xia Yan with a hint of skepticism. Yet, she responded with a touch of resignation. The backup power was depleted 2 days ago. Xia Yan and Wataru exchanged a glance, both reflecting confusion in their eyes. Miss Joy continued to explain, the Pokémon Center experienced a blackout 2 days ago. We had already utilized the backup power until electricity was restored. I had thought the issue was resolved, but to my dismay, another outage has occurred today. It seems there was hardly any charge left in the reserve batteries. Thus, it was confirmed, the Pokémon Center was completely without power. A power outage would mean that some Pokémon in dire need of urgent medical attention might not receive the care they required in time, potentially leading to their demise. Suddenly, Xia Yin recalled that just a few days ago, upon returning to the club, a place that had never experienced a blackout, he too found it shuttered due to a power outage. Furthermore, during his journey, he had observed numerous locations that appeared to be affected by the same issue. So, this phenomenon isn't merely a localized failure in the power lines, but perhaps originates from the source? Wataru's voice turned grave as he pondered the severity of the situation. You are aware of something? Xia Yan asked, directing his gaze towards him. Wataru, with a dry throat, responded, this is a rather lengthy tale. It seems my arrival in Goldenrod City is not solely for the purpose of challenging Nagi. Xia Yan silently pressed his lips together, contemplating this revelation. Miss Joy, is my cater pie ready? Now recognizing Xia Yan, Miss Joy recalled his uniquely special cater pie. It has completed the most basic examination and is ready for your notification, she said. Presenting a Pokeball. Through the red glass, the cater pie could be seen calmly residing within, appearing to be in good spirits and health. Xia Yan sighed in relief. The power outage had not affected his cater pie, and judging by Miss Joy's demeanor, it seemed there were no issues found during the examination. Perfect. Xia Yan, why don't you accompany me to investigate? Wataru suggested suddenly, noting that Xia Yan had retrieved the Pokeball. Investigate? I suspect the issue may lie with the power station to the east, Wataru remarked, his expression growing serious. Previously, a power outage in Jinhuang City prompted an urgent investigation, which revealed certain issues with the electrical lines. However, the frequency of these outages led to suspicions that the primary problem may lie with the power station. Xia Yan, with his head lowered and eyes sparkling briefly, murmured softly before raising his head and nodding in agreement. All right. Duyi smiled and said, let us go. The two of them navigated through the increasingly bustling and anxious crowd and swiftly exited the Pokémon Center, hailing a taxi that took them directly to the easternmost part of Jinhuang City. As the largest and most prosperous city in the Kanto region, Jinhuang City consumes an alarming amount of electricity. Fortunately, the power supply in Jinhuang City is well managed. In the eastern outskirts, amidst the forests away from the urban sprawl, lies the renowned Jinhuang Power Station. The decision to place the station outside the city was made to mitigate the inevitable radiation associated with power generation and to prevent potential large-scale disasters. Given the station's size, any failure to control an incident could result in catastrophic devastation, potentially obliterating half of Jinhuang City. Throughout their journey, Xiun and Duyi remained silent until they reached the easternmost edge of Jinhuang City, where the suburbs gave way to the forests inhabited by wild Pokémon. Without hesitation, they plunged into the woods. Xiun released his cater pie, while Duyi summoned a Dratini. Dratini, resembling a serpentine Pokémon, was adorned with pale blue scales, a bright white underbelly, and striking purple eyes, with a slight white protrusion on its forehead and white fins on either side of its head, accentuated by a large circular white nose. This was Xiaoyun's first encounter with a quasi-legendary Pokémon from the Kanto region. The moment Dratini appeared, it exuded a vibrant aura, affectionately coiling around Duyi. I just recently caught this little one. Initially, I had planned for it to battle your Caterpie. Duyi gently stroked Dratini's smooth scales as he introduced it. Xiaoyun gazed intently at Dratini, unable to deny that its status as a quasi-legendary Pokémon made it particularly alluring. Duyi, at this moment, seemed to embody the potential of a future Dragon-type champion. Suppressing the strange thoughts that arose within him, Xiaoyun focused intently on Duyi, his expression turning serious. Duyi, your visit to Jinhuang City must involve more than just challenging the Jinhuang Gym and facing Naza, right? Chapter 40. The Reserve Forces. Duyi paused mid-stride, slightly awkward as he rubbed the tip of his nose. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to reveal the truth, as there was little to conceal. He produced a silver badge embossed with the League emblem from his pocket. Indeed, challenging Naza is part of my plan, but I also have another role, an alliance investigator? Upon seeing the badge, Xiaoyun furrowed his brow, articulating the identity it represented. To be precise, I am a reserve alliance investigator. Wataru tucked the badge away and elaborated. He was born in the city of J-Ban within the Kanto region, growing up like an ordinary person, unaware of his heritage as a member of the Dragon Clan. It was only later that the Dragon Clan sought out his father and subsequently found him. Concerned for his future and recognizing the talents he had exhibited since childhood, his father took him back to the Dragon Clan's lair in the Johto region. There, he captured a mini-dragon, further showcasing his abilities, which prompted the Dragon Clan to recommend him to the Alliance as a rookie investigator. Thus, he became the current recruit. Fearing a misunderstanding from Shad, he added, I did not intend to conceal anything. I understand, Shad interjected, cutting off his explanation. Wataru, that is indeed the most prudent course of action. If one were to boast about being an Alliance investigator, claiming to be extraordinary, that person would be rather unhinged, especially considering he is merely a recruit. Therefore, what brings you to Goldenrod City? Do you have a mission? Shad's gaze lowered. The primary issue in Goldenrod City was Team Rocket, a matter that was hardly a secret within the Alliance. After all, despite their covert operations, it was unrealistic to evade the Alliance's scrutiny. The complexity of Team Rocket's network in Goldenrod City and the entire Johto region made it challenging to eradicate them entirely. A measured approach of appropriate pressure and deterrence was the correct strategy. Thus, Wataru's arrival in Goldenrod City likely did not pertain to Team Rocket. Although Shad could not be classified as a member of Team Rocket, he had certainly observed many of their shadows behind the Silver Pokémon Battle Club, which represented his primary, if not sole, source of income. Being investigated or dismantled would not bode well for him. Wataru's response was somewhat ambiguous. Are we discussing philosophy here? Wataru chuckled awkwardly, clarifying that it was not a secret. Rather, the Alliance had deliberately suppressed the information due to its unsavory nature, as its revelation might lead to undesirable repercussions. Upon hearing this, Shad's interest was piqued. Wataru scanned the dense forest around them, listened to the occasional rustle of wild Pokémon, and then spoke in a hushed tone. Are you aware of the Elite Four? Of course, Shad replied. The Alliance established a champion and 4 elite members in each region, representing the pinnacle of strength and serving as a form of deterrent. Both the champion and the Elite Four wield considerable power in their respective regions, serving as the true upper echelon and, to some extent, influencing the direction and development of the regional alliance. Did you know that the Elite Four also has recruits? The Elite Four has recruits? Shad expressed surprise. This was something he had not anticipated, yet it was understandable that he was unaware of such specific details of the Alliance's structure. Yes, he nodded slightly. Then his expression turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. Not long ago, a member of the Elite Four's reserve cadre stole an item of immense significance to the League and defected. Defection from the League? Such a spectacle exists? It is no wonder the League would hush such news. Once revealed, it could inflict a tremendous blow to the League's reputation. There are 2 possible scenarios for such a betrayal. Either he was never truly a member of the League, or he departed for a purpose that the League deemed unacceptable. Regardless of the circumstances, it is far from a favorable situation. On a smaller scale, it reflects the League's failure in discerning character. On a larger scale, if even the reserves of the Elite Four harbor traitors, one cannot dismiss the possibility that there are similar individuals among the Elite itself. This is something the League must absolutely eradicate. So, you have come to Golden City to investigate him? Xiaoyan queried, his expression somewhat peculiar. It is not that he looked down upon D, But the current D, compared to the Elite Four, was quite a distance apart, even from their reserves. Understanding Xia Yan's expression, D replied helplessly. He quickly concealed his identity and vanished without a trace after leaving. Even the League cannot find a single clue. I merely felt he might be in Golden City, so I came. To be precise, this is not an official League mission. It is a personal endeavor of mine. Of course, challenging the Golden City gym is also a significant reason. With this clarification, Xia Yan understood. D was akin to a blind cat searching for a live mouse, relying on luck. But what does this have to do with the recent power outage? Xia Yan pressed. I do not know. You do not know? Observing D's expression of uncertainty, Xia Yan felt somewhat at a loss. I merely believe that if he truly is hiding in Golden City, perhaps this incident is of his making. I conducted a bit of investigation regarding the power outage. The only certainty is that the previous line issue was man-made. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan felt somewhat reassured. Whether it be the Elite Four or their reserves, they were not adversaries that he and D could confront. Should he be at the power station, venturing there now would be tantamount to courting death. However, since it was all merely D's conjecture, the danger seemed relatively diminished. The League is vast, encompassing numerous regions and cities. It is unlikely that their opponent would remain meekly hidden within the Kanto region. To consider the situation from another perspective, if Xia Yan were that reserve member of the Elite Four, he would likely be in regions where the League's control is less stringent. Places like Alola or Regal would serve as excellent hideouts. To roam beneath the League's nose in Kanto would be akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom. Yet, caution is still necessary, should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances. I believe it would be prudent to notify the League at the first opportunity. Xia Yan added. Indeed, I will exercise discretion, D replied. As the two individuals ventured deeper into the wilderness, having traversed the relatively secure area initially, they were about to enter a zone where wild spirits were more active. While this may not pose a direct threat to them, a degree of caution was nonetheless warranted. Horned bug, remain vigilant, Xia Yan instructed. The horned bug blinked its dark, beady eyes, already attentive to its surroundings upon entering the forest without needing further reminders. I, horned bug, shall exercise utmost caution. In a similar vein was Du's mini dragon. Though appearing delicate, it executed its tasks with remarkable efficiency, a testament to Du's adept training. They had not walked far when, almost simultaneously, the horned bug and mini dragon emitted warning cries. Xia Yan and Du followed their gaze. With a fluttering sound of wings, two large bats emerged from a tree hollow, their red eyes glaring as if disturbed by the arrival of Xia Yan and Du with their mouths agape. They unleashed invisible sound waves and patterns, creating ripples that caused Xia Yan and Du's heads to throb with discomfort from the high-frequency sounds. Hornbug, mini dragon. The two exclaimed in unison, their Pokémon instinctively knowing what to do in this situation. The horned bug released a web, crackling with arcs of electricity, which swiftly enveloped the two large bats. At the same time, a yellow halo illuminated mini dragon's head, followed by a mass of yellow, thread-like electric currents that surged towards the bats. Strangely, as the two electric attacks drew near, they began to intertwine. The lightning arcs of the web brightened, while the yellow currents extended and enveloped, effectively doubling the coverage of the electric net. This unexpected spectacle astonished both Xia Yan and Du, who exchanged a glance filled with surprise, followed by a shared, knowing smile, an unexpected delight. The large bats, sensing their aversion to electric-type moves drawing near, abruptly ceased their ultrasonic waves and flapped their wings to evade. However, they could not have anticipated that two previously unrelated moves would merge in midair, amplifying their effects and extending the electric net's range far beyond what the bats had anticipated. With a sizzling sound, the electrified web clung to their bodies and wings. Two large-mouthed bats were simultaneously stimulated by electric currents and ensnared by webs. Their wings flapped helplessly in the air several times before they barely managed to stabilize their form. However, the flickering yellow currents danced upon their wings, indicating paralysis. Die, you take the lead, and I shall provide support, Xia Yan commanded in a low voice. Seizing the opportunity presented by their adversaries' impaired movements and delineating their respective roles, the large-mouthed bats belonged to both the poison and flying types. While the bug and poison moves of the horned caterpillar were somewhat countered by their attributes, making a direct assault rather unwise. Had it been only Xia Yan, he would have had no choice but to opt for a precarious and reckless offensive. But now, he was not alone. There was also Dai and his mini-dragon. At this moment, it was evidently more prudent to entrust the offensive to the mini-dragon. All right. In an instant, Dai made his own assessment of the situation. But before he could voice it, Xia Yan spoke first. Ah, Ka? One of the large-mouthed bats reacted first. enduring the electric stimulation as it flapped its wings and surged towards the horned caterpillar at a dizzying speed. Dark mist enveloped its gaping mouth, cloaking its sharp fangs. Dark-type move, bite. They were not foolish. It was clear that the horned caterpillar appeared slightly weaker, making it more logical to eliminate it first before addressing the other bat. In the face of the approaching largemouth bat, the horned caterpillar remained calm, its small, violet eyes brimming with confidence. Run and spin your silk. Following Xia Yan's command, the horned caterpillar swiftly advanced with its 7 pairs of legs while simultaneously ejecting silk, targeting the wings of the largemouth bat. The combination of the silk's interference and the horned caterpillar's extensive training allowed it to successfully evade the bat's attack. Meanwhile, the silk spun from its mouth remained unbroken, and with its legs firmly gripping the ground, the resilient thread tightened instantaneously, adhering to the largemouth bat's wing. Utilizing the bat's momentum, it prepared to forcibly alter its flight path, akin to flying a kite. The largemouth bat, feeling the pull, inwardly scoffed, thinking, "A mere horned caterpillar believes it can restrain me with strength?" After a couple of flaps, it intended to demonstrate the power of a largemouth bat. Yet, reality quickly dealt it a harsh blow. The taut silk was pulling it off its intended trajectory. The horned caterpillar was indeed suppressing the bat's power. A sweeping arc was drawn, centered around the horned caterpillar. On the other side, witnessing the horned caterpillar's movements, Dai instantly grasped Xia Yan's strategy and promptly instructed the mini-dragon. Dragon Rage. The mini-dragon raised its diminutive head sharply, opening its mouth to conjure a light blue energy sphere, which it then unleashed in a powerful, draconic blue-black shockwave against its foe. One of the signature moves of the dragon type, Dragon Rage. The blue-black shockwave engulfed the oncoming largemouth bat, and the surging flames instantly consumed it, severing the silken threads entangling it in the process. The largemouth bat traced an arc before landing on the ground nearby, rendered incapable of further combat. However, in the next moment, a gust of wind rushed toward them, as another largemouth bat, its eyes ablaze with fury, reacted swiftly upon witnessing its companion's plight. With wings enveloped in anger, it charged toward the mini-dragon. The bat's wings glimmered with a pale, starry light. At that moment, the mini-dragon had just unleashed its dragon rage. Its previous strength had waned, and newfound vigor had yet to manifest, leaving it momentarily vulnerable and unable to evade the impending attack. Just then, a web crackling with yellow lightning emerged from the side, perfectly predicting the trajectory of the largemouth bat and intercepting it mid-flight as it approached the mini-dragon. It was the horned caterpillar. Being a support Pokémon, it dutifully executed all its responsibilities, and dealing damage was naturally its paramount obligation. As it contributed the electric web, the horned caterpillar also launched 3 venomous needles, which embedded themselves directly into the bat's wings. The bat let out a pained cry, astonished as it glanced at its wings, where 3 tiny puncture wounds began to ooze dark, nearly black blood tinged with a foul odor. Though well acquainted with poison needles, the largemouth bat, being a poison-type Pokémon, had never feared them. Yet, the toxicity of these particular needles far exceeded its previous encounters, and were it not for its own resistance to poison, it would have been certain that it had succumbed to it. What in the world are these needles? The intense pain rendered it incapable of flapping its wings again, thus immobilizing it. As it regained its senses, it felt a searing heat approaching. Looking up, it was engulfed by a blue-black shockwave, resembling flames. Before it could react, it was instantaneously consumed. The mini-dragon seized the moment to unleash another dragon rage, defeating this largemouth bat as well. Both bats lay incapacitated on the ground, and the entire encounter unfolded in less than a minute. Watching the 2 defeated largemouth bats, Du's eyes sparkled with excitement. These bats were not weak. If either the mini-dragon or the horned caterpillar had faced even a single one alone, victory would not have been so easily attained. The horned caterpillar's control was sufficient, yet the damage dealt by its moves struggled to inflict absolute harm on the largemouth bat, which was resistant to its type. The mini-dragon possessed ample destructive power, but the agility of the flying bats rendered its attacks worryingly inaccurate. Although given enough time, they could eventually wear down the bats. The sensation of the preceding battle felt entirely different. The horned caterpillar's control and the mini-dragon's output had both manifested precisely when needed. For Du and the mini-dragon, the experience was simply exhilarating. They had never fought with such ease, able to unleash their power without restraint or hesitation. Xia Yan and his remarkable synergy were vividly demonstrated during this brief skirmish. Du Yang lifted his hand with a smile playing on his lips, prompting Xia Yan to pause momentarily before breaking into an understanding grin. The gentle clap of their palms echoed in the air. Chapter 42. The Silent Power Station. This marked the duo's inaugural collaboration, yet their mutual comprehension of combat enabled them to achieve a flawless coordination, achieving a chemical reaction far exceeding the sum of its parts. Xia Yin observed Du's Dratini, delving into an analysis of its capabilities and strengths. One aspect that had never been disclosed was Xia Yan's previous identity and profession. In his former life, he was an exceptional data analyst, specializing in the analysis of product data within the sports industry. Due to the demands of his profession, he was required to peruse numerous texts daily and familiarize himself with the physical data of athletes, providing the most precise product data and evaluating their merits and shortcomings. This occupational necessity led him to instinctively collect and analyze data upon encountering athletes, synthesizing their training and competition experiences to derive the most rational requirements for training and competition-oriented products. Thus, reading, gathering information, and conducting analysis became one of his ingrained habits. As he immersed himself in learning and understanding during this period, coupled with the data reports provided by the Silver Pokémon Battle Club, he developed a foundational concept and data framework. The club stored a vast array of Pokémon data, which Xia Yin, initially a novice trainer, had no opportunity to access. However, upon his promotion to an intermediate trainer, he finally gained the authority to engage with certain data. By integrating existing information with analytical speculation, Xia Yin constructed a rudimentary data profile template in his mind. Though his knowledge of Dratini was limited, he was still able to draw insights by correlating data from various aspects. For instance, the brightness of Dratini's scales, the lightness of its cry, the length of its tail, and the firmness of its muscles were all factors worthy of consideration. Trainer, Do Pokémon, Dratini type, Dragon ability, unknown strength assessment, outstanding known moves, Thunder Wave, Dragon Rage at present. Such conclusions are all that can be drawn. With access to similar detection tools as those employed by the Silver Pokémon Battle Club and an ample sample of data, it is plausible that more valuable insights could be garnered. Arriving at such conclusions is not particularly challenging. Perhaps a slightly more professional breeder could achieve similar results, as they merely represent broad estimations and projections. In contrast, due to the existing data from the Silver Pokémon Battle Club, knowledge regarding the horned bug Pokémon is relatively comprehensive. Trainer, Xia Yin Pokémon, Caterpie type, bug poison ability, runaway body, top-tier speed, exceptional moves, exceptional reaction, above average bond, exceptional overall evaluation, exceptional strength assessment, outstanding known moves, string shot, poison sting, bug bite, electroweb. Of course, these assessments may not be entirely accurate. Perhaps within the final computer terminal of the Silver Company, there exists precise data down to the decimal point regarding various attributes. However, for a trainer, merely possessing this knowledge is sufficient for the time being, whether in battles or training. If the opportunity arises, Xia Yin will undoubtedly seek to acquire more information. Much like the Pokémon Pokédex developed by Professor Oak in the original work, which served such a purpose to a great extent. Dato's Dragonair stands out among all Dragonairs as a remarkably exceptional specimen, and under his training, it will continue to flourish. In comparison, my Caterpie, while closer to the pinnacle of its kind, still pales in contrast to the extraordinary standards set by Dato's Pokémon. Xia Yin mentally compared his Caterpie to Dato's Dragonair, concluding that although theoretically, Caterpie does not fall short of Dragonair, the potential growth disparity between the two Pokémon is significant. One wonders how Sakaki has nurtured his Beedrill, recklessly consuming top-tier resources and the power of Tokiwa. It remains uncertain, thus preventing a definitive conclusion. Yet, he soon recalled that Dato also seems to possess the Tokiwa power, though he has yet to showcase it. Observing Dato, who strides ahead, cape billowing, Xia Yin deeply recognized the disparity in strength between them. Dragonair appears to be merely one of Dato's weaker Pokémon, while Caterpie represents the entirety of Xia Yin's efforts. Lost in thought, Xia Yin suddenly chuckled. What comparison is there to make with Dato? They are not even on the same plane of existence. If he is a trainer slowly climbing from the bottom, Dato has been positioned at the pinnacle from the very start, making their comparison rather futile. What are you laughing at? Dato suddenly turned, noticing Xia Yan's self-deprecating smile, and couldn't help but inquire. Nothing, just felt that our earlier collaboration was quite pleasant, Xia Yan casually replied. Yet Dato wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiment. I feel the same way. I believe we are simply born collaborators. Despite not having engaged in a battle, we exhibit such synergy. Perhaps this is the essence of battling awareness, Xia Yan shrugged. Dato, however, fell into contemplation. Although the earlier skirmish was trivial, it provided him with considerable inspiration. As they continued to delve deeper, experiencing several more minor encounters with wild Pokémon, they finally beheld the power station nestled deep within the woods, supplying electricity to the entire Golden City. The heavy, grayish-white walls concealed everything within. As they approached, it became evident that the traces of wild sprites in the vicinity had significantly diminished. Something felt amiss. Xia Yan furrowed his brow and remarked, "What's wrong?" He raised his hand, noticing that the fine hairs on his arm seemed to be standing on end. Although the area surrounding the power station was known for its magnetic field, and stray electrons were certainly abundant, it was clear that the station must have protective measures in place. The mere proximity eliciting such a reaction suggested that something was indeed awry within the power station. Du bit his lip, realizing the implications of Xia Yan's observation. It seemed the issues could genuinely stem from the power station. "Let us go check it out," he urged. Having come this far, it would be a waste not to investigate. The two moved cautiously closer. As they neared the power station's walls, a somewhat mechanical yet cheerful sound reached their ears. A gray, mechanical-looking entity floated by, featuring a singular eye in its center and two horseshoe-shaped magnets on either side, with a large screw atop its head and two smaller screws on its front. "A Magnemite," Xia Yan exclaimed, recognizing the electric and steel-type Pokémon. However, the Magnemite appeared oblivious to their presence, its gaze vacant as it drifted from one side of the wall to the other, aimlessly wandering. Xia Yan and Du exchanged glances. The state of this Magnemite was concerning, yet as it posed no immediate threat, they chose to disregard it for the moment. Entering through an inconspicuous side door, they found themselves unimpeded. Inside, the lighting was ample, almost indistinguishable from daylight. The only issue was the unsettling silence. In a place that should have been filled with the cacophony of machinery in operation, the stillness was eerily profound. "Be careful," Du couldn't help but caution. "Understood," Xia Yan replied, his focus sharpening. He was more vigilant now than he had been in the forest. Thankfully, a map on the wall of the power station guided them through its complex layout. After navigating for a while, Du suddenly halted, his brow furrowed with concern. "Xia Yan, while the silence is unsettling, why hasn't there been any response from the entirety of Jinhuang City regarding this critical incident at the power station?" Xia Yan shot him an incredulous look. "Brother, your reaction is rather slow. From the moment we decided to come to the power station, such considerations should have been at the forefront of your mind." Upon observing Xia Yan's expression, Du realized that a misunderstanding had occurred and promptly clarified. "I am not implying that the response from the Alliance in Jinhuang City is inappropriate. Rather, I am curious about the methods employed to completely sever all communications from the power station." With this, Xia Yan grasped his intent. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "To your knowledge, there should be trainers stationed at the power station, correct?" "Indeed," Du affirmed, "given the significance of the power station, it is only logical that trainers would be present. Moreover," he added, "even in the absence of trainers, there are numerous electric-type Pokémon within the facility." Xia Yan nodded, slowly reflecting and analyzing the situation. "Under normal circumstances, as we approach, there should be Pokémon dispatched to obstruct us. The Magnemite we encountered earlier likely serves this purpose. However, its behavior was peculiar." Both recalled the odd actions of the Magnemite. Since it had not posed any threat to them, they had initially dismissed it, but now, upon further reflection, a sudden realization struck them simultaneously. "Hypnosis," they exclaimed in unison, recognizing that a widespread and silent hypnosis could account for the complete isolation of the power station's Pokémon and staff from the outside world. Simultaneously, this could create internal circuit issues, misleading the Alliance personnel into believing that the problems originated from the city's overall circuitry rather than the power station itself, effectively buying time. What, then, does the adversary seek to obtain from the power station? Xia Yan pondered deeply. Du contemplated this but could not derive any conclusions, shaking his head. "There are too few factors to make an accurate guess. I believe that restoring the power station's operations should be our foremost priority. The power outage has significant repercussions for a city like Jinhuang, which heavily relies on technological functions. Medical equipment will fail, traffic will be disrupted, and various tech companies will suffer losses. A mere hour of downtime could result in substantial economic damage, as well as casualties among personnel and Pokémon." Xia Yan concurred that restoring the power station was indeed paramount and chose not to delve deeper into speculation. After a few steps, however, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, prompting him to ask, "By the way, Du, regarding the rebellious Elite Four candidate you mentioned earlier, if it were a high-level psychic-type Pokémon executing a widespread hypnotic effect, it could be feasible. Yet, if only a few psychic-type Pokémon were involved, that seems somewhat presumptuous." Xia Yin had not overlooked the uniquely capable Hypno from the slums. Its abilities were indeed exceptional, yet still insufficient to achieve such a comprehensive effect. As the footsteps continued unceasingly, he waved his hand affirmatively, stating, "It is not him. His name is Tom Yachiki. Perhaps you've seen him in the news, or perhaps not. He is not particularly renowned, but I can assure you, he is not a trainer specializing in psychic-type Pokémon. In fact, he does not possess a single psychic-type Pokémon among his team." As he spoke, he produced a somewhat unclear photograph, revealing a figure clad in a crisp, tailored suit. Slender in build, with hair neatly styled, albeit slightly long, though the features remained indistinct, save for a hint of a stern mouth. "I do not recognize him." Since it was not he, the only other individual Summer Yin could think of was the gym leader of Goldenrod City, Naza, an adept psychic and a high-ranking member of Team Rocket. If it were indeed Naza, accomplishing this feat would be well within her capabilities. Team Rocket? Ugh. Just as the two approached the central control area of the power station, both the Beedrill and the Dratini suddenly exclaimed. It became evident that the two Pokémon possessed a greater focus than their trainers. However, as Summer Yin and Du turned the corner, their attention was inevitably drawn to what had captivated their Pokémon. In an instant, they were taken aback. Indeed, it was a physical manifestation of surprise, accompanied by a slight psychological disturbance. Before them hovered a throng of Magnemite, densely clustered and tightly packed, effectively blocking the passageway they intended to traverse, leaving no room for passage. The reason for their astonishment lay in the nature of the Magnemite, as their magnetic levitation created an undeniable force. The hair on both Summer Yin and Du stood on end uncontrollably. Surprisingly, the Magnemite did not initiate an attack. In fact, they seemed oblivious to the presence of Summer Yin and Du yet. This situation had become quite troublesome. What to do? Upon reviewing the map earlier, they had realized this was the sole route to the control room, but with such a multitude of Magnemite obstructing their path, even Du felt a tinge of unease. Counting them, there were at least 100, if not more. A collective electric-type attack would surely leave them incapacitated. What now? Du found himself momentarily speechless. Summer Yin pondered deeply. Charging recklessly through was certainly not an option. Not only was it uncertain whether they could handle so many Magnemite, but the destruction caused could impede their progress further. Moreover, as electric and steel-type Pokémon, Magnemite had a considerable advantage over Beedrill, even more so than Zubat. Steel-type Pokémon are immune to poison-type moves, and the effectiveness of bug-type attacks would be halved. Seeing that Xia Yin was at a loss for solutions, Du gritted his teeth, removed a Pokeball from his waist, and solemnly declared, "Since it has come to this, we have no choice but to take a more forceful approach." The Pokeball contained a Charizard, a fire and flying-type Pokémon. Fire-type moves are effective against steel types, and if executed with the right angle, there was a chance to break through the wall formed by the small magnetic creatures. However, should the attack fail, the collective electric-type moves from so many Magnemite would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the flying-type Charizard. Wait, Xia Yin interjected, halting Du, who was about to summon the Charizard. He narrowed his brows, scrutinizing the group of Magnemite. "What's the matter?" Du asked, taken aback. "Do you not notice the state of these Magnemite? It resembles the one we encountered outside, does it not?" Although it indeed bore resemblance, they were not currently hostile. Yet it was imperative to disperse them. Du clenched the Pokeball tightly, his heart racing. "Perhaps if we can awaken them and provide a target, it might suffice," Xia Yin suggested, narrowing his eyes. Can your Dratini unleash Thunderbolt or Thunder?" Xia Yin inquired suddenly. Dratini shook its head, and Du admitted, "Not yet. It hasn't learned that. Then we shall adapt. I will count to 3, and you will have Dratini release electromagnetic waves towards the other end of the corridor. There are enough free electrons here to make it effective," Xia Yin planned. "You intend to utilize the fact that Magnemite's fundamental sustenance is electricity. The absence of exposed power sources on my side indicates that they were deliberately arranged to be hypnotized, not attracted by electricity. As long as we can divert a portion of the Magnemite, it should be sufficient for us to pass through." Xia Yin continued, "If all else fails, we can resort to brute force, but there is no hurry." "All right." Du agreed with Xia Yin's suggestion and glanced at Dratini, who instantly understood. "Prepare yourself, Beedrill. Be's easy." Beedrill nodded resolutely. Then, both Xia Yin and Du's expressions turned serious. 3, 2, 1. Electroweb. Xia Yin commanded. Dratini, electromagnetic waves. The third installment for today is presented. Requesting votes. Chapter 44. An absence of emotions, easy. The wispy electromagnetic waves coalesced above Dratini's head. Indeed, as Xia Yin had stated, there were ample free electrons in the vicinity, making Dratini's electromagnetic waves even more impressive than during their previous encounter with the two Zubat. The waves were deliberately slowed down and directed towards the opposite end of the corridor. Simultaneously, Beedrill followed Xia Yan's instructions and unleashed an electroweb towards the wall of Magnemite. Like Dratini's waves, the current within Beedrill's web was also notably more potent. The focus now rested on whether Beedrill's electroweb could awaken the Magnemite, and if Dratini's electromagnetic waves could capture their attention. Under the slightly tense gaze of Xia Yan and Du, the electric net successfully adhered to the small Magnemites, who showed no intention of evasion. A jolt, akin to an electric shock, made several Magnemites quiver gently. Subsequently, their dazed expressions gave way to a sparkle in their eyes. The Magnemites had been awakened. It is worth noting that a standard attack might not have roused them. In fact, it could have provoked their ferocity. However, it was the electric-type move that did the trick. Once they regained their senses, the Magnemites immediately felt an insatiable hunger. Blinking their eyes, they spotted a fluffy mass in the distance that resembled cotton candy, their absolute favorite. With a cheerful chorus of cries, one by one, the small magnetic creatures broke free from their original positions, drifting towards the electromagnetic waves emitted by the mini-dragon, creating a magnetic connection in the corridor. Success! A glimmer of joy appeared in Du's eyes. Let us go, Xia Yan urged, and he was the first to dart out, pressing against the wall. Du followed closely behind. Although a few Magnemites remained unawakened, the wall they formed had created a significant gap, ample enough for both of them to pass through. Once away from the Magnemites, Xia Yan and Du did not pause, swiftly turning the corner. Who knows how the unfilled Magnemites might react if they grew frantic from hunger. After another corner, they would reach the control room. Du glanced at the map on the wall and stated, "There is another rather pressing issue." Xia Yan bit his lip, his expression somewhat peculiar. "What?" Du responded, "Even if we reach the control room, will you be able to operate those panels?" Du was momentarily taken aback, before quickly realizing. Indeed, even if they reached the control room, not only would they be unable to operate the panels, but they would likely struggle to comprehend them at all. Observing their surroundings, they noted that they were already this far. It would take considerable time for the people of Golden City to arrive. So they decided to check it out first. We indeed have no other choice. We've come this far. However, the closer they approached the control room, the more serious their expressions became. They detected a metallic scent of blood in the air. Soon after, several corpses resembling those of power station staff appeared before them. Du conducted a cursory examination of their wounds and cause of death. In a somber tone, he remarked, "This was not the work of a human. It must have been caused by some Pokémon." Suddenly, Xia Yan pondered, perhaps the person controlling the power station has not yet left. It is not outside the realm of possibility. Just then, while both were deep in thought, a fierce shout echoed from deep within the corridor, and the overhead lights began to flicker ominously. Before them appeared a creature adorned in a striking blend of yellow and black, its robust limbs exuding strength. A dark, lightning-shaped emblem, formed by a tuft of black fur, graced its chest, while two ethereal, yellow-tinged arcs flickered atop its head, accompanied by the thunderous cadence of its footsteps. It charged toward Cheyenne and Du, its eyes gleaming a menacing crimson. An electric-type Pokémon, Electabuzz, crackling with energy, a brilliant orb of golden electricity coalesced in its hand. Akin to a brawny man gripping a discus, with a swift bend and a powerful throw, it unleashed its electric assault. Without hesitation, Cheyenne and Du sprang into action. Dugong, Electroweb, Dratini, Twister. The two Pokémon instantly comprehended their trainer's commands. Dugong opened its mouth, swiftly releasing an Electroweb that ensnared the incoming electric strike, while Dratini whipped its tail, conjuring a miniature tornado that not only enveloped the electric attack, but also sent it spiraling away. However, in that fleeting moment of defense, Electabuzz transformed into a streak of shimmering light, closing the distance between them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, its speed was unparalleled, perhaps the swiftest Cheyenne had ever witnessed among all Pokémon. Electabuzz targeted the seemingly weaker Dugong. This blow was inescapable. With a resounding thud, the force of the collision sent Dugong flying. Ugh! Dugong let out a pained cry. Yet, Du remained composed, undeterred by Dugong's plight. Seizing the moment as Electabuzz momentarily paused, he commanded, "Dratini, tighten your grip." In an instant, Dratini, resembling a serpent, slithered to Electabuzz's side, coiling its slender, smooth form around it. As its scales constricted, Electabuzz felt the air within its chest rapidly depleting. Arc! With a thunderous roar, its muscles bulged, and the two antennae atop its head erupted with blinding lightning, unleashing a torrent of electricity that engulfed both itself and the ensnared Dratini. Xiaoyan, Du called out, noting Dratini's distress, his expression serious yet unflustered. I understand, Xiaoyan replied, narrowing his eyes as he quickly instructed Dugong, close in, poison sting. After landing, the battered Dugong swiftly returned, scuttling back to Xiaoyan's side, its myriad legs propelling it toward Electabuzz and Dratini with utmost urgency. Currently, Dratini and Electabuzz were locked in a fierce struggle, and Dugong could not assure that its poison sting would not inadvertently harm Dratini. Moreover, after 2 encounters with Electabuzz, Xiaoyan deduced that its ability was not the common static trait, but rather the hidden ability, Vital Spirit. This revelation clarified why it had not succumbed to confusion like the Magnemite. Thus, the presence of the horned bug poses no danger. The horned bug lifted its head, focusing intently on the exposed body of the electric beast. It arched its body, leaping with agility, fixating on the bolt of black fur that adorned the chest of the electric beast. Instead of launching 3 venomous needles this time, it released only one, aimed directly at the beast's chest. With a swift thrust, the needle penetrated through the gap, binding the mini-dragon, piercing the skin and embedding itself deep within the chest of the electric beast. A chilling cry erupted from the electric beast as its eyes widened in shock, the fur on its chest rapidly corroding to reveal the flesh beneath. A deep purple stain spread like a spider's web, and from that solitary puncture, a viscous black liquid began to ooze forth. It was poisoned. Dazed, Du observed this scene during the earlier battle with the big-mouthed bat. He could not discern the potency of the horned bug's venom, but now he bore witness to its might. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Such toxicity." Xiaoyan nodded in affirmation, urging for another strike. Immediately, the horned bug unleashed another venomous needle, striking the electric beast's ankle. Once resilient, the electric beast succumbed to the corrosive grip of the toxin, losing its balance and collapsing to the ground, while the mini-dragon disengaged from its body. With a thud, the electric beast lay convulsing on the ground, its form rapidly overtaken by the invasive purple hue, the signs of poisoning becoming increasingly apparent. What a formidable toxin, Du marveled. He had witnessed the struggle between the mini-dragon and the electric beast, where the former could only barely restrain its opponent. To think that such a robust creature could be felled by 2 venomous needles, and judging by the electric beast's condition and the swift spread of the toxin, without prompt treatment within half an hour, it was likely to perish from the poison. What a terrifying toxin! The mini-dragon, filled with a tinge of trepidation, approached the horned bug, gently nudging it with its tail in a gesture of goodwill. To an onlooker, it might appear as though the horned bug, cloaked in the guise of the mini-dragon, was extending a friendly overture to the mini-dragon, which was enshrouded in the horned bug's shell. With a slight air of pride, the horned bug raised its head, its prominent horn gleaming brilliantly. I, the horned bug, harbor no emotions. This morning had been a bit hectic, leading to a delayed update. Yet today would still witness 3 installments. Chapter 45. The Precision Mechanism. Xiaoyan, feeling behind his waist, grasped an empty Pokeball in his hand. Under Du's slightly astonished gaze, he tossed it toward the electric beast. This electric beast possessed commendable strength and a solid foundation, potentially saving considerable training time. Additionally, its resistance as a singular electric-type Pokémon was quite decent. Although the electric beast might not boast an ideal base value, it could compensate for the horned bug's vulnerabilities against flying-type Pokémon. Most importantly, it seemed that within the current realm of Pokémon, it was unknown that the electric beast could evolve once more, as the requirements for such a transformation were notably stringent, yet an evolutionary form did indeed exist. The evolved Electabuzz possesses relatively balanced attributes, with notable strengths in physical attack and speed, making it a potentially exceptional Pokémon with proper training. However, when the Pokeball struck the Electabuzz, it failed to open and merely bounced off. Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. Dewey's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. It seemed that this Electabuzz indeed had a trainer. This circumstance surrounding the Electabuzz could only be explained in this manner. Ahead lay the control room, and a glance inside would reveal the truth. Xiaoyan, speaking, retrieved an antidote and, after a brief moment of hesitation, applied it to the Electabuzz. Given that it had a trainer, the remarkable physical condition of the Electabuzz was now understandable. This creature was likely an elite Pokémon. But unlike my Dratini and your Hornet, it was probably on the verge of becoming a senior Pokémon. Observing Xiaoyan administering the antidote, Dewey's gaze softened further, as his insights held greater weight among those present. Indeed, Xiaoyan calmly nodded, passing by the Electabuzz and leading his Hornet towards the control room. Noticing his slightly haughty demeanor, Dewey smirked and followed suit. The control room door was closed but not locked, and with a gentle push, it opened successfully. However, as soon as the door swung open. Both their expressions darkened. A heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses, prompting them to instinctively cover their noses. Inside the control room lay numerous bodies of power station staff, along with several Pokémon, scattered about in a pool of blood that had begun to congeal, sticking to their shoes upon contact. How ruthless! Dewey's expression froze as he managed to utter those words after a long pause. Shayun pursed his lips, taking in the entire scene of the control room, and spoke solemnly. It is indeed brutal. These individuals did not resist at all in their final moments. It was no wonder that the Electabuzz outside had gone berserk upon seeing them. Perhaps among the bodies lay its trainer. Such hostility towards outsiders like Shayun and Dewey was palpable. Dewey crouched to inspect the area, his brow furrowed in concern. Realizing there were no survivors, who could be responsible for such cruel actions? The control room was structured with half glass and half wall. Behind the walls lay the corridor they had just traversed, while the glass side revealed the core turbine of the power station. Leaning over, they could see rows of thunder shock balls and mischievous thunder balls neatly arranged around the turbine, with currents of electricity continuously radiating from them, feeding into the turbine. However, their condition appeared quite lethargic, exuding an air of exhaustion. The turbine was responsible for decomposing the current into alternating current, distributing it throughout the city of Jinwang. Simultaneously, they noticed several empty specialized rooms beneath the turbine, their doors ajar. This area should have housed a significant number of electric-type Pokémon. It is precisely due to the existence of these electric-type sprites, complemented by some relatively conventional power generation methods, that the vast city of Golden City can be supplied with electricity. The turbine hasn't stopped, remarked, yet it is progressing too slowly, Xiaoyan observed, watching the slowly rotating turbine, which continued to provide power to Golden City. However, such a power supply rate is utterly inadequate to meet the enormous energy consumption of the entire city. Moreover, there is a conspicuous trend of decreasing rotational speed. Perhaps the group of Magnemite we encountered outside are the sprites that were originally meant to inhabit the vacant rooms, Du speculated. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Now, both of them were at a loss. They had arrived at the power station, entered the control room, identified the source of the problem, yet remained uncertain about what actions to take. They had already notified Golden City, but the fastest they could arrive would take at least half an hour. During that half hour, the extent of damage to Golden City remained unknown. Suddenly, a cry from a corner, where a solitary unknown had seemingly appeared unnoticed, captured Du and Xiaoyan's attention. The unknown was dragging out an oddly shaped device, visibly aged and twice its size, from a mechanical crevice in the control room. Unknown, how did you come across this? Xiaoyan inquired, taking the heavy apparatus into his hands. The intricate machinery and complex structure left him bewildered. The ability to integrate such a sophisticated and precise piece of metal into a device no larger than a basketball indicated that it was certainly not an ordinary component. The craftsmanship and technology involved were undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an average individual. To say that this device's precision exceeds that of the most advanced computer would not be an exaggeration, especially given its diminutive size. The unknown's tail pointed towards a lifeless body lying in a corner, dressed distinctly from the others in the control room, possibly the former head of the control room. His hand was weakly indicating the very crevice from which the unknown had emerged. Well done, Xiaoyan said, producing an energy cube and handing it to the unknown. Its observational skills were indeed commendable. The unknown accepted the energy cube and flicked its tail towards a nearby Dratini. Unknown, observe meticulously, it declared. The Dratini, realizing it was hungry after such a lengthy battle, emitted a soft cry upon seeing the energy cube. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Du coughed. We came out in haste. The Dratini immediately drooped its head in disappointment. The unknown approached it, gently patting its side with its tail in a comforting manner, while splitting its energy cube in half. Although it was an energy cube suitable for bug-type and poison-type sprites, the fundamental energy contained within was the same. It offered half to the Dratini. Occasionally indulging in a change of flavor would not be detrimental. The Dratini's eyes sparkled with delight, letting out an excited cry as it accepted the generous offering from the unknown without hesitation. The cheek gently brushed against the unicorn bug, and then they joyfully began to feast together. Such is the carefree nature of the sprites. Wataru managed a faint smile without intervening. Turning his gaze, he noticed that Cheyenne was holding a component in his hands, his eyes fixed through the glass upon a nearby turbine. Cheyenne, have you discovered something? Cheyenne raised the component and pointed to a somewhat conspicuous gap in the center of the turbine. Don't you think that if this component were placed there, it would fit perfectly? Wataru followed the direction of his finger and compared it with the intricate mechanical part he held. Indeed, it appeared to be a match. It seems that the intruders at the power station were not acting without purpose. Their objective was likely that component originally housed within the turbine, Cheyenne stated. Although the part recently found by the unicorn bug was intricate, it was evidently quite antiquated. Thus, it was likely that the device which should have been present on the turbine had already been removed by the intruders. Wataru found Cheyenne's conjecture quite plausible, yet he remained puzzled about the purpose behind their desire for that device. I don't know. With such scant information, we cannot deduce their intentions. Let's return this component for now. Leave it to me, Wataru said as he produced a Pokeball. All right. Shortly thereafter, Wataru, clutching the device, leapt through the glass window. After jumping out, he summoned Charizard. Later that night, with the 4th chapter, the Perpetual Motion Machine, Wataru rode Charizard to the gap in the turbine, compared it with the conversion device in his hand, took a deep breath, and carefully placed it inside. Uncertain of its efficacy, they realized this was all they could do for the time being. With a crisp click, the conversion device fit seamlessly into the turbine, without any awkwardness. Observing this, Wataru visibly relaxed. Regardless of its functionality, at least the installation was flawless. Could the situation possibly worsen than it already was? A heavy thud resonated as the turbine's rotation speed began to increase under the watchful eyes of Cheyenne and Wataru. The electric currents swirling around the turbine grew more abundant, causing the thunderbolt and mischievous thunderbolts below to suddenly come to life. The electricity emanating from them was drawn into the turbine, and the output gauge in the control room began to rise steadily. The flow of electricity exported to Golden City increased. However, a remarkable phenomenon occurred with the power-generating turbine. After the 2 types of sprites infused the turbine with energy, a small portion of it flowed back towards the thunderbolt and mischievous thunderbolts, providing them sustenance. So that was it. It is no wonder that these sprites have become so listless. This seemingly modest conversion device plays a pivotal role at the power station. It not only absorbs the currents generated by electric-type sprites, but also allocates a portion of this energy as sustenance for them, utilizing the sprite's unique ability to generate electricity. This truly resembles a perpetual motion machine. It is unsurprising that in the present world of sprites, energy generation has largely shifted away from traditional power sources. Sprite-generated energy is more environmentally friendly, remarkably stable, and sufficient in output. One must concede that the individual who designed this conversion apparatus is nothing short of a genius. As Dew returned to the control room aboard his Charizard, his astonishment rivaled that of Cheyenne. The crux of the power station lay within that very device. Yet this must merely be an outdated relic, replaced by something potentially more formidable, Dew remarked. Cheyenne fixed his gaze upon the intricate apparatus and responded, indeed. Dew nodded in agreement, his eyes drifting to several vacant specialized chambers. Noticing his focus, Cheyenne commented, the sprites that have departed should be entrusted to the Alliance. The casualties here are far too severe. A thorough investigation is imperative. Such a crucial facility as the power station should not have fallen so easily to an assault. It was indeed the Alliance's oversight that led to inadequate defenses for the power station. We should take our leave. The remaining matters are beyond our control. With that, the 2 companions gathered their respective sprites and made their way towards the exit of the power station. Their relief at the restoration of the facility was overshadowed by the somber reflections on the plight of the staff within. However, one certainty prevailed. They both set their sights resolutely on Team Rocket. The ability to seize an entire power station so quietly, remaining undetected for an extended period, and to suppress information is not a feat achievable by mere individuals or organizations. While their entry into the control room had been fraught with difficulties, their departure proved significantly smoother. Upon reaching the exterior of the power station, they encountered a group of Alliance trainers arriving from Golden City, each mounted on their respective flying sprites. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 30s, riding a Pidgeot, clad in a sharp work uniform. He bore distinct crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. Pidgeot, the swiftest among them, landed first, followed closely by the other trainers on their flying sprites. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Dew's face brightened with a smile. Mr. Azel. Cheyenne discreetly shifted his position to stand behind Dew, his gaze sweeping over Azel before settling on the impressive Pidgeot. With its sleek brown feathers, tucked expansive wings, sharp talons, and piercing gaze rivaling that of a hawk. The dual-colored crest atop its head was one of Pidgeot's distinguishing features, indicative of its exceptional training, age, and prowess. Cheyenne speculated that this Pidgeot was at least an elite-level sprite, if not even stronger. His incessant perusal of various books provided him with knowledge and insights beyond the realm of the Pokémon games. Species, Pidgeot type, normal. Flying ability, unknown strength assessment, suspected elite level. Moveset, Unknown, he quietly constructed a foundational information card regarding the Pidgeot before him in his mind. Such actions would gradually become his habit, for knowing oneself and one's adversary is essential to adeptly navigate any future occurrences. Upon receiving your message, I hastened to gather a team, though I was previously preoccupied with another pressing matter of equal gravity, which diverted my attention from the power station. Thankfully, thanks to your efforts, I have been informed that power is being restored in Golden City, Azel admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Datu suddenly understood. It made sense that the League would overlook a place as crucial as the power station. Their focus had been drawn elsewhere, thus clarifying everything. Modesty aside, he remarked, as Azel's gaze shifted past Datu to rest upon Cheyenne. At that moment, Datu realized and promptly pulled Cheyenne forward, smiling as he introduced, Mr. Azel, this is Cheyenne, a dear friend of mine. Without him, I would not have been able to accomplish this alone. Oh, Azel's eyes brightened with curiosity. He was well aware of Datu's identity and prowess. Someone so esteemed by Datu must possess considerable merit. Cheyenne, this gentleman is the vice president of the Golden City Alliance Trainer Association, Datu whispered to Cheyenne. The vice president of the Golden City Alliance Trainer Association? That places him among the top echelons of Golden City's authority. No wonder this Pidgeot exudes such an extraordinary presence. Mr. Azel, Cheyenne greeted politely. Regardless of the circumstances, he recognized the significance of Azel's position and strength. Cheyenne, my young friend, I am acquainted with several renowned trainers in Golden City. You, like Datu, hail from Azel. He pondered, but could not recall a trainer of such distinction among the city's youth. Cheyenne shook his head and candidly replied, no. I simply have not registered as a trainer. Wait, Datu was the first to react. Incredulity etched across his face as he confirmed. You mean you haven't been able to register, not that you haven't attempted? Indeed, Cheyenne responded calmly, offering no further elaboration. He had come to terms with it that very day, and certainly could do so now. Seeing Datu's intense reaction, Azel furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the requirements for trainer registration, which boiled down to insufficient funds, qualifications, or contributions. Yet, if the incident at the power station unfolded as Datu described, their combined efforts would surely warrant registration. However, Azel observed the composed Cheyenne, seemingly indifferent about becoming a registered trainer. Let us proceed. Come with me, and I shall assist you in your registration. With those words, Du summoned his Charizard and leapt onto its back. He held a profound respect for Xia Yan's strength and abilities, believing that perhaps Xia Yan had simply not registered yet. To his surprise, however, he discovered that Xia Yan had indeed attempted to register but was turned away. This was not merely an affront to Xia Yan, but a slight against Du himself. Xia Yan nodded apologetically towards Azel before mounting the Charizard. For him, whether or not he became a registered trainer was inconsequential. It would not alter the decisions he had already made. The only distinction lay in the prospect of enjoying complimentary services at the Pokémon Center in the future. There is nothing quite as delightful as receiving something for free. If anything could surpass that joy, it would be receiving it twice. Here is the third update for today. I have noticed some of my friends feel the pace is slow. After all, this is an extensive narrative. However, if the pace is slow, I shall simply provide more updates. I consider myself a person who warms up slowly. I prefer to narrate stories gradually, unfolding them piece by piece. I will strive to increase the frequency of updates. Chapter 47, Multiple Doubts Golden City Trainer Association. Du emerged with a satisfied expression, accompanying Xia Yan. Indeed, thanks to the contributions of the power station and his own influence, Xia Yan smoothly became a registered trainer of the League, receiving the badge and certificate of registration. Xia Yan gazed thoughtfully at the badge in his hand, lost in contemplation. This badge signified his status as a novice trainer. In the future, participation in officially sanctioned leagues or contributing to the League could elevate his standing further, along with the associated benefits. Observing Xia Yan's demeanor, Du felt compelled to elaborate. Following the earlier registration process, Xia Yan had learned about the League's hierarchical structure for registered trainers, which ranged from non-registered trainers to novice trainers, ordinary trainers, emerging trainers, seasoned trainers, and elite trainers. Now, Xia Yan had attained the esteemed status of a novice trainer. These titles do not entirely reflect one's strength, but can, to some extent, mirror one's capabilities. Of course, the most significant difference lies in the privileges afforded to each rank. For instance, novice trainers possess limited access to complimentary services at the Pokémon Center, whereas seasoned and elite trainers enjoy a greater degree of authority over the League trainers in their respective cities, allowing them to undertake certain tasks within the League's purview. Additionally, there is a tangible distinction in the basic salary allocated to different tiers of trainers. Novice trainers receive no basic salary, which is somewhat akin to the roles of junior and intermediate trainers at the Silver Pokémon Battle Club. Noticing Xia Yan still lost in thought, Du gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not worry. I believe with your talents and abilities, you will soon rise to become an emerging trainer like me. Xia Yan replied, Is this a form of humble bragging? With a hint of irritation, he shot him a glance and pondered for a moment before exclaiming, With this, the Pokémon Center will surely provide free treatment and accommodation, right? Daitsu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Xia Yan was concerned about such matters, but he replied affirmatively, Indeed. Xia Yan emitted a soft nasal sound, acknowledging it vaguely as he continued to fiddle with the badge in his hand. What are you still thinking about? Daitsu inquired. Xia Yan pressed his lips together, slowly lifting his gaze as he replied, Nothing. Hearing this, Daitsu furrowed his brow. He knew Xia Yan must have been contemplating something. But since he chose not to share, it likely remained a mere conjecture. I shall take my leave now. With that, Xia Yan tucked away the badge and strode towards the exit, accompanied by his cater pie. Watching his retreating figure, Daitsu found himself deep in thought. As Xia Yan sat in the taxi, he gazed at the bustling and orderly Huangjin city, his mind racing with numerous thoughts, amongst which he highlighted several key points. First, the hypnotic taper in the slums was undoubtedly a product of Team Rocket's experiments. It had reminded him, albeit cryptically, to be cautious. And now he seemed to grasp that the caution referred to a particular electric-type Pokémon, or perhaps a group of them. Second, the fact that the electric-type Pokémon and staff at the power station were killed without resistance aligned perfectly with the capabilities exhibited by the taper. However, a single taper alone could not orchestrate such a scale of destruction, and there appeared to be a temporal discrepancy as well, indicating a deeper connection. Third, the most critical conversion device at the power station had been taken, and while Xia Yan was unclear about the perpetrator's motives, he could tentatively pinpoint Team Rocket as the likely culprit, which resonated with the information provided by Sanfu regarding the appearance of numerous oddly dressed individuals in the East. Fourth, the sudden influx of electric-type Pokémon in the black market suggested an increase in electric types around Huangjin City, which raised the question of whether this was linked to the incident at the power station. Lastly, the mention of the Elite Four reserve who had defected from the Alliance, while seemingly unrelated to the entire affair, lingered in his mind as an unsettling thought. At that moment, Xia Yan felt as though a thick fog had enveloped his vision, obscuring what he might have seen, leaving him with an impression of clarity that was ultimately elusive. After some contemplation, he arrived at the conclusion, I am merely a lowly trainer. Why should I concern myself with such matters? If the sky were to fall, there would be tall figures to uphold it. I should focus on my own responsibilities. A self-deprecating smile crossed his face. Indeed, he was still struggling to survive, with training his cater pie being the only endeavor he could presently undertake. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the club. Xia Yan, you're back, exclaimed Anna at the front desk, her face lighting up with a broad smile as her eyes swept over the cater pie perched on his shoulder. Once again, circumstances have shifted. Anna, kindly cancel all my training sessions for the next few days. Xia Yan nodded in acknowledgement. All of them. Anna expressed her surprise. We need to conduct intensive training for the cater pie, so it's not suitable for practice at the moment. After a slight pause, she added, as for Jin Air, let him come over. After all, his presence will not hinder his training, and it could provide an opportunity to earn some extra money. Why not take advantage of it? Understood, Anna replied, watching Xia Yan gradually disappear down the corridor. The playful sparkle in her eyes slowly faded, her smile morphing into a more indifferent expression. Having brought the cater pie to the training room, previous sessions had merely assessed its toxicity. Concerns about potential after-effects had taken them to the Pokémon Center. Werdawu had summoned them to the power station to resolve some issues. It was not a waste of time, as Xia Yan had observed the cater pie's enhanced abilities through combat, gaining a better understanding of the changes brought about by its toxins. Cater pie, you have mastered all the techniques you can learn at this stage, but that does not mean your potential has been exhausted. Xia Yan settled down with the cater pie. He outlined the primary objectives and tasks for this training session, sharing his insights to facilitate a more fruitful training experience. The cater pie obediently nodded, skillfully accepting a bottle of milk from Xia Yan's hands. The sharp spike on its tail delicately sliced the glass bottle cap in two. After completing this, the cater pie let out a sound of impatience. Observing its eager expression, Xia Yan chuckled helplessly and produced a straw from his pocket, inserting it into the bottle. Satisfied, the cater pie bit down on the straw and began to drink contentedly. All right, drink while you listen to me, Xia Yan said, pulling out a notebook filled with a series of training plans for the cater pie. With the enhancement of your toxins, your mastery of poison sting must advance further. as this will become your trump card. The Caterpie's repertoire of moves was limited and not particularly powerful. It could only select the best options among its peers. Fortunately, its venom had become formidable compared to other Pokémon of the same tier. Next, I will further develop your string shot technique and teach you a brand new method of utilizing it. As he spoke, he placed the notebook on the ground and began sketching some simple diagrams. The Caterpie's eyes widened in disbelief at the chaotic lines on the paper. Really? Xia Yan felt a rare blush creep onto his face. Drawing was not his forte. After all, who in his previous life used a pen for illustrations? It was all done on computers. Nevertheless, he believed he had conveyed his ideas clearly. In summary, it recalls a tactic observed in a past anime featuring Ji and Pikachu, the counter shield. However, the unleashed lightning has transformed into delicate threads. Yet the effect should remain largely similar. This is the only move he can conceive for the rare bug-type Pokémon, Scyther, which possesses few techniques. Today marks yet another day of foundational training. Onward. Chapter 48. Friendly mission. The tranquil days of training have swiftly passed, and a week has gone by in the blink of an eye. After the initial closed training phase, on the third day, Shiyuan and his Scyther resumed their engagements. After all, life must go on. For the time being, there are no concerns about Scyther's energy cubes, but eventually, he will need to nurture a second Pokémon. So earning a bit more is always beneficial. During this period, Jinner has been the most frequent visitor. His presence does not hinder the training of Shiyuan and Scyther. Yet, Jinner has not left empty-handed. He has been training alongside his Bulbasaur, gradually evolving into a semblance of a proper trainer. Although he has consistently been on the losing end during battles with Shiyuan, his command of tactics and the performance of Bulbasaur have become increasingly competent, occasionally surprising Scyther. Concurrently, Scyther's progress has been visibly remarkable. It has undergone two molts, one enhancing its physique and the other augmenting its toxicity. Yet it has not had the opportunity to fully consolidate these changes into its strength. This training session has afforded it a valuable chance for reflection, allowing it to comprehend its transformations and gradually convert this understanding into tangible power. Now, merely by observing its exterior, one can discern the robust muscles concealed beneath its shell, and its petite, deep purple eyes radiate a profound sense of confidence. This training has fostered growth both physically and mentally. Its strength has undeniably advanced. Although it is still assessed to be at the excellent level, it previously barely reached this tier. Now, it firmly stands at this level, aspiring toward greater heights. During this time, Shiyuan has also taken the opportunity to deepen his knowledge about Pokémon, particularly focusing on breeding techniques. Relying solely on purchasing energy cubes is not a sustainable strategy. Currently managing just one Scyther is manageable, and even capturing a second Pokémon should be feasible. However, he cannot remain confined to just one or two Pokémon indefinitely. As the number of Pokémon increases, the provision of nourishment will become a significant issue. If he could master the creation of energy cubes, it would conserve resources that could be allocated to the training of other Pokémon, and perhaps even yield some profit. Nevertheless, this is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Patience is essential, and success is not guaranteed, yet attempting it is certainly worthwhile. Regardless, he has acquired considerable knowledge in the realm of Pokémon breeding. In the office of the club's supervisor, Lodo has summoned Shiyuan once more. Observing the supervisor seated behind the desk, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, with hair slicked back to a gleaming shine, it appeared that this individual had maintained such a polished appearance throughout. He delicately wielded a golden quill, lightly brushing it against a document before presenting it to Xia Yan. Here is a task for you. Take a look, and if all is satisfactory, it shall be entrusted to you, Lodo remarked with a nonchalant demeanor, his gaze momentarily lingering on the unique beetle perched on Xia Yan's shoulder. Xia Yan accepted the document and perused its contents briefly, his brow furrowing in contemplation. What is it? He inquired, closing the pages and rolling them into his palm. No, I shall undertake the task. Lodo nodded in approval. Do it well. There will be plenty of tasks ahead, provided you remain in the club. Understood, Xia Yan replied lightly, turning to exit the office. Once outside, the beetle gently brushed against his cheek, sensing Xia Yan's hesitation. What is the matter? It seems this task is rather amicable, the beetle seemed to inquire. Xia Yan tightened his grip on the rolled document, feeling the tension of the paper beneath his fingertips. Isn't a friendly task the best? The beetle continued, puzzled. Complete it with ease, return to hand it over, earn some coin, and then buy more delightful treats. How splendid. Xia Yan, however, did not share in the beetle's enthusiasm. Instead, he delved into the specifics of the assignment. This task required him to venture to a forest outside Golden City to capture a vine monster, with a reward of 50,000 alliance coins. The remuneration was elevated due to the creature's inherent value. The vine monster, a pure grass-type spirit, was not abundant and was less favored due to its singular attribute and unremarkable appearance, leading to a lower market price. Moreover, the grass-type vine monster was notably vulnerable to both bug and poison types, making him a suitable candidate for this endeavor. At a glance, everything seemed in order. Yet, one must not forget that this task was commissioned by Team Rocket. When had Team Rocket ever been so benevolent? An uncomplicated task with generous rewards would entice anyone. However, upon closer examination, everything appeared entirely reasonable, a logical target spirit, a fair compensation, and a fitting assignment. Yet, for one who is overly suspicious, such excessive reasonableness often breeds doubt. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Perhaps Team Rocket recognizes the potential in me and my beetle, seeking to cultivate it through this method? Xia Yin mused with a hint of self-deprecation. It seemed there were no other plausible explanations. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him as a figure flashed through his mind. A grand and confident smile, the attire of a champion of justice, and that distinctive cloak. It was Due. Could this be connected to Due? His dark eyes flickered with intrigue. This possibility was not without merit. After a while, he finally caught his breath. It doesn't matter. What truly matters is securing the money. Returning to his room, he organized his gear and the food for the horned worm. After changing into a lighter outfit, he embarked once more on his journey away from Golden City. The horned worm's evolution should take about a week or perhaps a bit longer. Seizing the remaining time to elevate the horned worm's potential is crucial. Furthermore, once the horned worm evolves into a steel cocoon, a substantial amount of resources will be required for accumulation. Thus, earning that money is imperative. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he felt like a mere traveler. Shedding burdens, he sought the solace of his homeland. Xia Yin constantly carried the weight of his heart, for in this world, he might still be just a transient figure. Leaving Golden City once again, he ventured alone into the realm of wild spirits. This mission only provided a general area, lacking precise locations, and unlike the impoverished districts where useful information might surface, he was prepared for an extended survival in the wilderness. He traversed the initial safe zone without incident, entering a forest categorized as moderately dangerous. Here, human presence was scarce. The dense grass, over a meter high, beckoned Xia Yin to crouch low and delve into it. There remained a considerable distance to his target location, and the map indicated that this grassland spanned a vast area. Although circumventing it would ensure safety, it would undoubtedly consume more time. Thus, he chose to plunge directly into the thicket. The thick foliage obscured his vision, increasing the risk, yet Xia Yin proceeded regardless. The horned worm's advancement in strength and their cooperative efforts during numerous escapades instilled confidence in Xia Yin. However, this inevitably meant encountering wild spirits. As was the case now, the rustling sounds in the grass grew increasingly pronounced. Without the horned worm's warning, he sensed that a spirit had caught wind of their delectable presence and was swiftly approaching. Xia Yin halted, bracing himself for the anticipated attack. Suddenly, as the rustling ceased, a robust rattata sprang forth from the grass to his left. Its sharp fangs glinting in the sunlight, aimed menacingly at Xia Yin's neck, its cunning eyes glimmering with greed for its prey. Clearly, the rattata had deemed Xia Yin, this delicate human, as the prime quarry. In the face of the impending assault, there was no reason for panic. It was not only Xia Yin who awaited its emergence, but also the poised horned worm. A glance at the rattata's fur sheen, the wear on its teeth, and the length of its tail revealed the creature's strength. With an in-depth understanding of spirits and continuous learning about nurturing them, Xia Yin had developed a rudimentary ability to assess, a fundamental skill for every nurturer. Otherwise, how could one craft suitable energy blocks for their spirits? Sprite, rattata type, normal ability, unknown strength assessment, adequate moveset, unknown with unkempt fur, severely worn yet slowly growing teeth, and underdeveloped muscle groups. This rattata's prowess is quite limited. The disparity in strength is evident, and with a strategy of waiting for the opportune moment, the outcome of this battle is all but predetermined. Thunderweb. At the instant the command was uttered, a colossal web crackling with electricity erupted from the mouth of the horned bug, ensnaring Rattata without surprise. The electric current caused Rattata's fur to stand on end. Bang! In the midst of its charge, Rattata fell abruptly to the ground, struggling to rise but ensnared tightly by the viscous web. The once agile movements became sluggish under the stimulation of the electric shocks. Poison needle. Thud, thud, thud. 3 poison needles pierced Rattata's body, and the potent toxins swiftly spread, overwhelming the creature's already diminished state. This was a clear demonstration of superiority, both in raw strength and tactical execution, leading to an inevitable outcome. The more Rattata struggled, the faster the toxin spread within it. Noticing its loss of resistance, Cheyenne pressed forward, traversing the dense underbrush. The preceding scene appeared to encapsulate Cheyenne and the hornbug's encounters with wild sprites along their journey. Although little time had passed, the hornbug's progress was nothing short of remarkable. If one were to reflect back to the time of seizing berries, it would seem that aside from that one Heracross, the hornbug would have no qualms facing any of the others, even its final evolution, Beedrill. This underscores the significance of a trainer's role in a sprite's growth. After all, for wild sprites, training is a foreign concept. Their sole purpose is survival, and thriving at that. Except for those exceptionally gifted or inherently strong-willed wild sprites. Most tend to plateau at the outstanding or veteran levels, with few ever attaining the elite level. Of course, unforeseen circumstances cannot be entirely discounted. After several skirmishes, Cheyenne and the hornbug successfully navigated through the dense thicket. Its presence seemed to serve as a natural demarcation. The forest that lay beyond grew increasingly enigmatic and perilous, with a complex mlang of scents pervading the air, hinting at the mysteries within. The thick canopy obscured the sunlight, chilling the air within the forest. Visible animal trails and the faint impressions of various sprites' footprints indicated a vibrant activity level among the sprites here, far surpassing that of the forests surrounding Jinhao City. The distant sound of flowing water reached Cheyenne's ears. After comparing with the map, he confirmed his location. The direction of the water flow aligns with my intentions, and approaching it increases the likelihood of encountering grass-type sprites that revel in the aquatic environment. Xia Yan swiftly deduced this and advanced along the current. Naturally, water is the essence of all life, and the surroundings are not solely inhabited by grass-type sprites, but also by numerous beings that cannot detach themselves from the water. Indeed, as Xia Yan and his caterpie neared the source, they encountered a sprite. With its short, pale yellow fur and diminutive stature, it possessed an endearing, somewhat comical appearance. Featuring a pink snout akin to that of a pig and a long, agile tail tipped with a brown hue, reminiscent of a primate. Its tail swayed anxiously, and its little legs flailed in a panic, tears seemingly glistening at the corners of its eyes as it dashed into the water with a cry. Oddly enough, this was a Mankey, a fighting-type sprite. Xia Yan's initial impression of such creatures was that they are gregarious and exceedingly quick to anger, once provoked. They forget their fears and launch into reckless attacks. His secondary impression of Mankey, as well as its evolution, Primeape, stemmed from their ability to learn one of the dragon-type sprite's ultimate moves, Dragon Tail. Along with the fighting type's Cross Chop, an amalgamation of close-quarters combat infused with the ferocity of dragon techniques, epitomizing the aesthetic of violence. Yet, this particular Mankey appeared frightened. Forced into the very water it seemed to dread. However, in the next moment, Xia Yan comprehended the source of its fear. A buzzing sound approached swiftly, and upon glimpsing its origin, he couldn't help but freeze, subtly shifting his stance to better conceal himself amidst the foliage while pressing down on Caterpie's inquisitive head. Before him emerged a swarm of Beedrill, brandishing their golden stingers with an intimidating fervor, as if driven by deep-seated animosity. Their target was none other than the Mankey. Faced with such a multitude of Beedrill, even a single Mankey would struggle to withstand the onslaught, let alone a group. Was the creature not terrified? Did it seek its own demise? Xia Yan swallowed hard, gaining a newfound appreciation for the perils lurking within this forest. He remained motionless, biding his time. Fortunately, the Beedrill were not particularly patient sprites. Sensing the Mankey's presence vanish, they indignantly retreated. Their sharp stingers and formidable appearance spoke volumes of their prowess. As he observed dozens of Beedrill depart along the same path, Xia Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. Caterpie mirrored his actions, also letting out a sigh of relief. Thus, in the wilderness, one must not succumb to arrogance simply because of a modicum of strength. The harsh realities of life can deliver a sobering lesson at the most opportune moments. Once assured that the Beedrill would not return, he cautiously emerged from his hiding place. Suddenly, as Cheyenne and the unicorn bug emerged from the thicket, a monkey-like creature burst forth from the water, gasping for breath. Its eyes glimmering with a mix of relief and mockery. Haga, Haga. The creature seemed to belatedly realize its inability to swim. Upon spotting Cheyenne and the unicorn bug on the shore, it immediately began to call out for assistance. Cheyenne cast a glance at the monkey-like creature, which was gradually being swept away by the river, but chose to ignore it, intent on leaving this perilous area, uncertain if the Beedrill would reappear. Haga, Haga. The creature, noticing Cheyenne's indifference, grew anxious, its eyes darting around before it began to rummage through its seemingly sparse fur, producing a soft object that glimmered in the sunlight. The unicorn bug sensed something and could not help but look at the monkey-like creature. Upon seeing what it held, its eyes brightened instantly. Noticing the unicorn bug's reaction, Xiaoyan turned his gaze towards the creature. Was that the honey from the bee drill? Upon confirming the object in the creature's grasp, Xiaoyan felt astonished and understood why the monkey-like creature had been pursued by the bee drill. This audacious being had dared to raid their nest. The creature continued to call out, vigorously waving the honey as if willing to exchange it for its life. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyan instructed the unicorn bug, rescue it, spin your silk. Chapter 50, A Touch of Generosity, 4th Update. Once they had departed from the area Xiaoyan deemed exceedingly hazardous, they observed the drenched, monkey-like creature lying on the ground. Panting heavily, Haga, it called weakly, its chest heaving as its eyes darted about. Xiaoyan and the unicorn bug silently regarded it, not uttering a word. Suddenly, the monkey-like creature sprang up with agility, swiftly darting deeper into the woods. It had escaped. Once it reached the forest, it would be in its territory. However, it had barely begun its flight when a glimmering thread ensnared its foot tightly. Bang! The sudden pull caused it to tumble to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. Xiaoyan, arms crossed and a smile playing on his lips, approached it slowly, extending his hand. Honey. He had long discerned the creature's cunning intentions to lure the unicorn bug into rescuing it, only to feign exhaustion upon reaching the shore. Planning to escape when Xiaoyan and the unicorn bug let their guard down, thus evading the cost of the honey. Crafty indeed. Haga. The monkey-like creature struggled to turn its head, preparing to put on a cute display, only to be met by the unicorn bug's sharp stinger. Did it think to deceive the unicorn bug? Was I, the unicorn bug, so easily fooled? This could not be tolerated. Hog. The unicorn bug exclaimed, full of menace. Very well, we shall take it ourselves. Xiaoyan spoke lightly, casting a meaningful glance at the unicorn bug. In an instant, the unicorn bug comprehended the unspoken message. Before it could take action, the monkey monster raised its hand, clutching a glimmering, honeycomb-like mass, which was none other than the honey of the large needle bee. Driven by an instinctual desire for survival, the unicorn bug's eyes sparkled at the sight of the honey, and it found itself drooling uncontrollably. However, Xiaoyan intervened, shaking his head and saying, hold on. Hojia. The monkey monster was agitated. Wasn't this what we agreed upon? Yes, it was. But your earlier attempt to flee has diminished my trust in you to the lowest level. Moreover, the unicorn bug saved you by releasing silk once. Now, having restrained you again, it has exerted double the effort. How can you expect to compensate it with a single reward? Xiaoyan articulated slowly. Hojia. The monkey monster was taken aback, blinking in surprise at this unexpected calculation. Whoa. The unicorn bug fervently nodded its small head in agreement with Xiaoyan's reasoning. 2 releases of silk. How exhausting. It was also evident that the piece of honey the monkey monster presented was distinctly different from the previous one, indicating that it had certainly acquired a considerable amount. Therefore, as I said, we shall handle this ourselves. Whoa. Hojia. The monkey monster resigned, lifting both hands this time, presenting 2 large pieces of large needle bee honey. Seeing the monkey monster's unexpected compliance, the unicorn bug turned to Xiaoyan, questioning. What should we do? Even the unicorn bug discerned that the honey in the monkey monster's possession was undoubtedly more than just these 2 pieces, as the swarm of large needle bees would not have charged out so aggressively otherwise. It was curious as to where the monkey monster had concealed such a bounty of honey. Xiaoyan looked up, remarking, the weather is quite pleasant today. Let us find it. Ho-ho-jia. The monkey monster finally realized that it had just escaped the jaws of a tiger only to fall into the den of wolves. Without hesitation, the unicorn bug unleashed a flurry of silk threads, binding the monkey monster tightly, transforming it into a parcel. Under the desperate, furious, and heartbroken gaze of the monkey monster, the unicorn bug extracted all the honey it had concealed. Surprisingly, despite the monkey monster's short fur, it had managed to stash away such a substantial amount of honey. In total, there were 5 pieces the size of a palm and 1 small piece the size of a thumb. This quantity was quite considerable. Xiaoyan produced a glass bottle, softened the honey, and filled 2 entire bottles, leaving the remaining small piece for the monkey monster. After all, it was only fair to show a little kindness. He could not allow the monkey monster's efforts to be in vain. This large needle bee honey was a valuable resource, rich in trace elements, serving as a nourishing delicacy for the sprites, and particularly beneficial for the unicorn bug. The honey produced by the large needle bee serves multiple purposes. A portion is essential sustenance for their existence, another portion nourishes the queen bee, and yet another is utilized for rearing their offspring. thereby ensuring the continuation of their lineage. This is particularly relevant when nurturing the unicorn beetle, as this honey is of equal value to energy cubes, if not superior, due to its greater compatibility, yielding even better results. It is a fortuitous surprise. The unicorn beetle exerted considerable effort to rescue you, spinning this abundant silk. Thus, the honey is a fitting reward, and we have not taken it all, which demonstrates our mercy. Summer Yin conveyed this to the monkey creature, signaling for the unicorn beetle to release the thread. The transaction was complete, with the monkey creature refraining from any aggressive actions. Summer Yin, being no indiscriminate killer, found no necessity in such treachery. Therefore, he chose to release the monkey creature. Of course, should the monkey creature harbor grievances and seek revenge, Summer Yin would not hesitate to teach it a lesson. The monkey creature, Hojia, stumbled to its feet, gazing at the remaining morsel of honey, now no larger than a thumb, feeling utterly despondent. Observing Summer Yin and the unicorn beetle depart, it wisely refrained from seeking retribution. Acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths, which rendered escape from the unicorn beetle's silk impossible. Only after Summer Yin and the unicorn beetle had completely vanished did it cunningly open its mouth, extracting a lump of softened honey from within. Fortunately, it had retained this hidden stash, otherwise, it would have suffered a total loss. It endured the situation. Yet, at times, certain grievances prove intolerable. The more one suppresses their feelings, the more agitated they become. Taking a step back can lead to feelings of greater loss. Hojia! A sharp cry echoed far and wide. Shortly after, a more robust creature, exhaling heavily through its nostrils, appeared before the monkey creature. This creature was its evolved form, the explosive monkey. Upon seeing the explosive monkey, the monkey creature immediately donned a sycophantic grin, presenting the small piece of large needle bee honey. The explosive monkey glared at it, but ultimately accepted the honey, devouring it in a few bites. Pucha? In response to the explosive monkey's inquiry, the monkey creature, looking forlorn, hopped about, recounting the events that had transpired, even shedding a few genuine tears of grievance. It was indeed a situation worthy of sympathy. Observing this, the explosive monkey roared in anger, roughly patting the monkey creature on the head before leaping onto a branch in pursuit of Summer Yin and the unicorn beetle. Encouraged by its leader's support, the monkey creature followed with newfound confidence, eager to exact revenge. You dare to bully me? This time, I shall bind them. The monkey creature's excitement grew, quickening its pace. However, one must ponder. Since Summer Yin chose to spare the monkey creature, would he not be adequately prepared for its retaliation? Or, to put it differently, would he so easily allow the monkey creature to find him once more? The decision not to deal with the monkey creature stems from a desire to avoid unnecessary slaughter. However, should the creatures venture forth on their own accord, the consequences would be theirs to bear. Chapter 51. A grave trouble approaches as night descends. The atmosphere is markedly different from the previous evening spent in the forest, where only Xia Yin and the horned bug were present. With the horned bug now enveloped in slumber, Xia Yin resolved to remain vigilant, resisting the pull of sleep and keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. This time, he had made secondary preparations. He released the paras he had previously confiscated from the black market, utilizing its commendable spore abilities to establish a protective perimeter of spores around their makeshift dwelling. The paras would detect any creature that approached. Simultaneously, Xia Yin had made provisions for spending the night in the forest, employing basic insect repellent powders and measures to mask his scent from the sprites. Leaning against a small hillside, although he could not find a cave, the location served as a rather satisfactory campsite. The paras displayed no resistance to its new circumstances. Its prior trainer had maintained a lukewarm relationship with it, treating the creature merely as a means of profit. Thus the change in ownership was inconsequential. It simply adhered to commands. A crackling campfire was ignited, and Xia Yin shared a simple evening meal with the horned bug and the paras. In the wilderness, conserving energy was paramount, so he opted for light foundational training for the day. The horned bug nodded in agreement. Daily training had gradually become a habit, and it felt a sense of discomfort when not engaged in practice. Thus, upon hearing Xia Yan's plan, the horned bug commenced its basic training independently. This foundational training required no assistance from Xia Yan, who, in turn, preserved his own stamina and energy by refraining from participating. Instead, he silently observed the flickering flames of the campfire, lost in contemplation. His thoughts were tumultuous, filled with a myriad of concerns. Although the issues at the power station had been resolved, the lingering uncertainties remained unanswered, as if an invisible fog were slowly enveloping Golden City, obscuring clarity. Many matters appeared interconnected, yet disjointed. He pondered the persona he should adopt and the manner in which he should present advanced knowledge about the sprites, unveiling overly progressive insights, such as the existence of mega evolution, could not only fail to yield profit but also invite scorn, branding him as a fanciful dreamer. Thus, selecting an appropriate topic, accompanied by plausible explanations and conjectures, became crucial. If executed adeptly, this advanced knowledge of sprites could potentially lead to substantial wealth. Yet, should the approach be too conspicuous, it might attract not fortune, but peril. With various thoughts and ideas swirling in his mind, Xia Yin embraced the horned bug, now finished with its training, and settled down to rest. He dared not succumb to a deep slumber. Though the presence of Pius offered some assurance, unforeseen events could not be entirely ruled out. The morning mist lingered as the sun ascended in the east. Fortunately, the previous night had passed without any unusual incidents. Only a few wayward wild spirits had inadvertently wandered into their camp, only to be swiftly expelled by the unicorn beetle. They meticulously concealed all traces of their existence, gathering the unicorn beetle and stowing away the paras, continuing their journey towards the designated location. After a long day of arduous travel, he was now nearing the area where the vine monster was known to roam. I hope to find this vine monster and capture it today, Xia Yin murmured. If he had ample funds at this moment, he might consider departing from the bustling yet intricately connected city of Golden City. Beneath its seemingly tranquil surface, a tempest appeared to be brewing. The reward for this mission was substantial, and should he succeed, he might indeed make such a choice. The unicorn beetle had evolved from its former self. He felt confident that even if he left Golden City, he would secure a commendable position elsewhere. Most importantly, he had successfully become a registered trainer with the Alliance, granting him access to free Pokémon centers upon his departure. As they ventured deeper, the unicorn beetle called out, indicating that they had arrived at the target's activity zone. Xia Yin nodded, recalling various pieces of information regarding the vine monster, including its habits and temperament. Typically, vine monsters could be found at the fringes of grasslands near mountains or oceans, occasionally spotted in vast forests or jungles, favoring damp environments. Looking up, he observed that the river flowed from the mountain, likely a manifestation of underground water seeping forth. Wherever there were mountains and water, dense thickets would surely abound, making it an ideal habitat for the vine monster. After a brief analysis, Xia Yin reached a conclusion and moved closer to the mountain. Before long, he arrived unobstructed at the foot of the mountain, where a patch of sparse grassland came into view. Yet, Xia Yin felt little joy. If he were to summarize the journey towards the mountain, the word would be strange. Indeed, it was peculiar. Despite the presence of such an idyllic Pokémon habitat, he had encountered not a single wild spirit along the way, nor had he experienced any attacks from them. This was highly abnormal. Throughout his journey from Golden City to this point, he had faced numerous wild spirit assaults, at least 10 times. Logically, the deeper one ventured, the greater the likelihood of encountering stronger wild spirits. Yet here he was, after walking for nearly 2 hours, without a single sudden attack. Not even the shadow of a spirit was in sight. Unicorn beetle, do you sense anything? Xia Yin inquired. In the wild, a Pokémon's intuition often proved more reliable than that of a trainer. Moo? The unicorn bug emitted a soft sound, indicating that it felt nothing unusual. Everything seemed perfectly normal. However, this did not alleviate Xia Yan's anxiety. Rather, it deepened his solemn expression. After pondering for quite some time, he could not discern the cause of his unease, yet he could not afford to abandon his pursuit. He suppressed his growing apprehension and continued to draw closer. Suddenly, as Xia Yan was with the unicorn bug, a fierce gale swept towards them. Xia Yan's countenance shifted dramatically as he hurriedly crouched down, striving to avoid being swept away by the tempest. The surrounding thickets, which had concealed their presence, were all flattened. In the next moment, a sprite, resembling a fox with a coat of pure gold and sporting 2 short whiskers, approached them, wielding a silver spoon in its right hand. Its eyes glinted with ferocity, and it was enveloped in a pale blue aura of psychic energy. Buzz! The unicorn bug exclaimed, swiftly unleashing an electric net. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, this formidable net was halted mid-air by the psychic force before it could reach its adversary. Xia Yan's gaze fixated on this sudden apparition, his heart pounding with trepidation. Yangjila, a pure psychic-type sprite. Yangjila is a natural psychic wielder, endowed with an exceptionally developed intellect, rivaling or even surpassing that of most humans. While its base stats are not particularly high, totaling only 400 points, they predominantly reside in special attack, special defense, and speed, marking it as a formidable special attacker. Coupled with its extensive repertoire of psychic moves and the display of power it had just exhibited, it was undoubtedly a sprite of considerable strength. In an instant, Xia Yan assessed Young Jila's capabilities in his mind. Sprite, Young Jila, type, psychic, ability, unknown, strength evaluation, suspected senior level or stronger, moves, unknown. From merely a fleeting glance, Xia Yan concluded that the unicorn bug was certainly no match for it. Moreover, judging by Young Jila's current demeanor and state of mind, it appeared to be exceedingly furious, even enraged by their proximity. Such a volatile state was exceedingly rare for a Young Jila. Typically, these sprites maintained an absolute calm, even in anger, never exhibiting the uncontrolled psychic fury displayed now. Coincidentally, Xia Yan had encountered a similar loss of control not long ago with a hypnotic taper in the slums. Yet, this was not the time for such reflections. A far more pressing matter loomed before them. They were in grave peril. Chapter 52. A Gamble to Escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yan turned and fled, his legs propelling him into a frantic sprint. The disparity in strength between the Unicorn and the formidable Gyarados is insurmountable, at least by an entire tier. Even though the bug-type moves of Unicorn could inflict multiplied damage upon the psychic-type Gyarados, the psychic attacks of Gyarados possess a double advantage over the poison-type attributes of Unicorn. Lacking an edge in type and being at a disadvantage in prowess, defeat is inevitable. As Yan and Unicorn began to flee, Gyarados not only refused to relent, but became increasingly ferocious. A roar erupted from its mouth. Should Xia Yan comprehend its language, he might discern a crucial message embedded within its cry. Human. Its enraged, bloodshot eyes were filled with fury as it swung the spoon in its grasp, summoning a surge of psychic energy that coalesced before it into several sharp crescent blades, aimed ruthlessly at the fleeing Xia Yan and Unicorn. In the blink of an eye, the distance of approximately 30 meters was obliterated. However, it seemed that these psychic blades were not entirely under control, as the energy that should have been solid began to dissipate. Nevertheless, even in such a state, a strike upon Xia Yan would undoubtedly spell his demise. Damn! Psychic blades! The normally composed Xia Yan couldn't help but curse upon sensing the impending danger from behind him. In this dire predicament, his sole reliance rested upon Unicorn. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, Unicorn, use electric web. I don't need to attack, just intercept the assault. Upon hearing Xia Yan's command, Unicorn did not hesitate. It turned to face the impending psychic blades and unleashed an electrified web. Faced with such a powerful opponent as Gyarados, Unicorn dared not hold back and exerted its full strength. The electric web collided directly with the psychic blades, the currents disrupting the psychic energy, and the web's hindrance successfully diverted the not-so-solid blades from their intended path. Realizing that its attack had failed and that Xia Yan was growing further away, Gyarados was consumed by rage. It pursued relentlessly, determined not to relent until Xia Yan was vanquished. Once more, it summoned several psychic blades, sweeping towards Xia Yan with overwhelming force. Boom! Unicorn's timely intervention, combined with a hasty roll from Xia Yan, narrowly allowed him to evade Gyarados' latest onslaught. Damn it! This won't do. Dodging once is one thing, but evading every attack is impossible. I will inevitably perish. Xia Yan's expression grew grave as he scrambled to his feet and continued his frantic escape. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could devise no means of evading Gyarados' relentless pursuit. Once a psychic-type Pokémon resolved to confront him, he was left with no chance of escape. The only small consolation was that this Gyarados appeared to have lost its combat rationale in its fury, resorting solely to brute force. The river. Into the river. Xia Yan's gaze drifted to the distant river. For reasons unknown, it seemed that every wild river had become his optimal escape route. Regardless of how old or worn the method might be, as long as it proved effective, that was all that mattered. With a plan forming in his mind, he felt a sense of grounding. If he could evade just a few more times, an opportunity would surely arise. Xia Yan mused inwardly. However, at times, misfortune struck with such ferocity that even a sip of cold water could lead to calamity. Just as hope appeared on the horizon, reality delivered a harsh lesson. Two agile figures emerged in his line of sight. The monkey monster and the fiery monkey, hot on his trail, following the river's course. Hoja! The monkey monster exclaimed, its eyes gleaming as it pointed at Xia Yan, incessantly chattering to the fiery monkey beside it. The fiery monkey, known for its volatile temperament, was incensed to discover that the honeycomb of the giant hornet, which was meant for it, had been snatched away by this human and a unicorn bug. How could it tolerate such an affront? Bang! Bang! With fists the size of sandbags, it slammed its chest, bellowing a challenge before charging at Xia Yan. Damn it! Xia Yan couldn't help but curse again. With danger looming both ahead and behind, the peril escalated once more. Yet, this could also be a turning point. Striving to maintain his composure, he contemplated swiftly. Gamble it, he decided, abruptly halting his steps. The unicorn bug looked at him in confusion. Before him, the fiery monkey, with a powerful punch infused with fierce crimson energy, surged forward to strike. Given Xia Yan's physique, enduring such a blow would likely shatter his bones, if not claim his life. Simultaneously, the airborne Yungara behind him coalesced its psychic blade, launching an attack of its own. It was in this critical moment that he shouted, "Counter shield." Squinting his eyes, Xia Yan suddenly opened them wide, executing a swift roll to the side, narrowly evading the onslaught. The unicorn bug spun, expelling a multitude of silk threads, creating a swirling vortex at its center. This entangled the fiery monkey's fist, diverting the trajectory of Yungara's psychic blade. After a week of relentless attempts and training, the unicorn bug had finally mastered the special tactic of the counter shield, successfully employing it in real combat. Thanks to this obstruction, Yungara's psychic blade grazed the fiery monkey. Using his own body as bait for the two Pokémon, Xia Yan attracted their collision. Had he faltered in dodging, he might have been reduced to mere pulp by their combined assaults. But now he had succeeded. Of course, the victory came at a cost. A deep gash marred his arm, nearly exposing the bone beneath, as blood poured forth, quickly soaking his garments. Ugh! The unicorn bug swiftly darted to his side. Observing the wound on his arm with anxiety, tears nearly spilling from its eyes, filled with self-reproach. If only it were stronger, if only its power were sufficient. If only everything would be fine. Summer Yin gritted his teeth against the pain in his arm, forcing a faint smile as he patted the unicorn bug on the back of its head. He tore off a piece of his clothing and, using his teeth in one hand, bound it around his arm. Turning his gaze to the other side, he noticed that he was not the only one injured. The fiery monkey had also been struck by the rampaging Gyarados, sustaining wounds that prompted a surge of pain and blood, causing it to lose its rationality. Its eyes blazing red as it glared at the Gyarados hovering in midair. The enraged fiery monkey paid no heed to any type advantages and charged at Gyarados with a furious roar. The unicorn bug caught sight of the monkey monster lurking in the grass not far away, baring its teeth in an unprecedented display of ferocity. The monkey monster, startled, immediately raised its hands. This was not the outcome it desired. It merely intended to playfully bind it back. Summer restrained the unicorn bug, which was poised to charge forward. He could not blame it. If it weren't for the fiery monkey it had brought along, he might not have managed to escape to the river. And even if he did, evading Gyarados' pursuit would not have been guaranteed. One could only say that their earlier encounter with the monkey monster had set the stage for what was to come. Yet, in retrospect, the outcome seemed better than anticipated. A wounded arm was far preferable to death. Gazing at the fiery monkey, he recalled its fur, the speed and strength it had previously displayed, and its fearless stance against Gyarados. A rough assessment began to form. Pokémon, fiery monkey type, fighting ability, suspected explosive pressure point strength evaluation, senior level known moves. Unknown Chapter 53, Gyarados' persistence. The fiery monkey was utterly at a disadvantage against Gyarados, and even if both Pokémon were of comparable strength, it should not stand a chance. However, it was crucial to note that this Gyarados appeared to have completely lost its sanity, and the enraged fiery monkey had similarly succumbed to madness. Yet, the fiery monkey thrived in chaotic combat. The outcome of such unrestrained fighting was truly unpredictable. Having successfully diverted the attention of both Pokémon, Summer finally found the time to contemplate other matters. The most pressing question was, where was the vine monster? Had it been driven away by this Gyarados? Or had it simply never been present? Summer could not help but think in the worst possible terms. It felt too coincidental. It seemed as though this Gyarados had been waiting for him here, or perhaps it was orchestrated for him to confront this very Gyarados. The power of this Gyarados was beyond what Summer and the unicorn bug could contend with. Moreover, the state of this Gyarados was deeply troubling. It bore an unsettling resemblance to the hypnotic tapir from the slums, echoing the initial feeling he had experienced. The psychic-type sprites are typically characterized by their calm demeanor and profound wisdom. They do not initiate attacks on humans without provocation, even when their power surpasses that of their opponents. Most psychic sprites prefer to adopt a more amicable approach, which is a source of pride for them as psychic beings. Whether one considers this a form of arrogance or a disregard for others, the reality is that those lacking sufficient mental strength are often disregarded by them. If dragon-type sprites are deemed the second most haughty among all sprites, then psychic-type sprites undoubtedly hold the title of the most arrogant, at the very least equating to the pride of the dragons. However, he could not fathom the reasoning behind the assignment of this task to him. Was it perhaps an attempt to eliminate him? Yet, With Team Rocket's capabilities, it would be exceedingly simple to make someone vanish silently from Golden City without such convoluted schemes. Or could it truly be mere coincidence? Was it that the Vine Monster was originally meant to inhabit this area, but had been driven away due to the peculiar state of the brave Ujira? Xia Yin found himself perplexed. As he pondered, the little horned bug cautiously nudged him and pointed towards the distant Ujira and the fiery monkey. Upon seeing the two sprites, both battered and bruised, Xia Yin felt no surprise. Ujira could emerge victorious, but certainly not in its current condition. What truly troubled him was the noticeable change in Ujira's state. Suspended in the air by its psychic powers, Ujira bore injuries that were not severe, thus not greatly diminishing its combat efficacy. However, crimson blood began to flow from Ujira's nose, and soon, blood trickled from its eyes and ears as well. Was it a result of excessive exertion? Or perhaps a consequence of overextending its psychic abilities? Strangely, the frantic look in its eyes gradually transformed into clarity. Yet, the expression it wore was not one of pain, hostility, or hatred, but rather a profound concern. Concern? Below, the fiery monkey, covered in wounds and with blood-soaked fur, struggled to catch its breath while attempting to regain composure. Ultimately, it remained a struggle. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, it called out to Ujira, "Pucha, are we still fighting?" However, Ujira paid no heed, drifting anxiously towards the direction it had previously come from. As it flew, blood continuously poured from its nose, mouth, and ears, splattering the ground beneath. Witnessing Ujira's frantic departure, the fiery monkey lost all desire to continue the battle. It found the situation unfulfilling. Hovering in the air made it difficult to engage Ujira, rendering the so-called battle a one-sided affair where it was merely on the receiving end of blows, with only rare opportunities to strike back. Perhaps it was for the best to cease fighting. The fiery monkey staggered to its feet, gestured to its companion, and cast a wary glance at the vigilant horned bug, abandoning any thoughts of reclaiming the beedrill's honey. With a grimace, supported by the monkey-like creature, he slowly departed. As the monkey-like creature left, it cast a glance back at Xia Yin and the unicorn bug, surprisingly offering an apologetic look. Soon, they disappeared from sight along with the fire monkey. The unicorn bug uttered. Was it over? Xia Yin had initially harbored concerns that Yangjila, having taken the fire monkey, might redirect its attention towards them. However, with the fire monkey and the monkey-like creature gone, he felt a sense of relief. He gazed in the direction of Yangjila's departure. The image of Yangjila's restored clarity and the blood it had shed along the way echoing in his mind. Yangjila's condition had been peculiar from the outset. Now that it had regained its senses, it seemed even more troubling. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and stood up. He decided to follow, taking the unicorn bug along. If Yangjila had indeed regained its rationality, he was eager to uncover the true cause of this encounter and to ascertain Yangjila's actual condition. Observing its state as it departed, it appeared unable to fight with the same fervor as before. Given the increased safety, a distant observation should pose no danger. Resolute, he began to pursue. Following the trail of blood left by Yangjila, it was not difficult to catch up. Along the way, he noticed that the bloodstains on the ground grew larger and more vivid. Was all this blood flowing from Yangjila? He couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. With such blood loss, could it survive? Soon, his pace began to slow. The unicorn bug, perched on his shoulder, emitted a gentle sound, its gaze complex. Initially, it had harbored animosity towards Yangjila for injuring Xia Yin. Yet now, Xia Yin wore an equally intricate expression, tinged with an uncontrollable shock. In the midst of the chaotic underbrush, the once proud and aggressive Yangjila, who had flaunted its extraordinary abilities, now lay in a pitiful state. Blood oozing profusely from its mouth and nose, staining the earth. Nevertheless, Yangjila did not cease its struggle. It crawled forward relentlessly. The proud psychic creature embedding its hands deep into the ground, inching its way onward. Raising its head, its eyes fixated determinately on a distant point. Its bloodied gaze was filled with resolve and a hidden longing. It seemed unwilling to accept defeat, as if something of profound significance awaited it afar. Even at the cost of its life, it yearned to draw closer, or perhaps to return. The unicorn bug sensed a profound sadness emanating from Yangjila, an overwhelming sorrow. Why was it so heartbroken? What had it endured? What was it so steadfastly clinging to? In an instant, the hatred it had felt began to fade inexplicably, slipping away beyond control. Xia Yan's heart was tumultuous. He recalled the hypnotic taper, which cherished books and meticulously arranged everything with precision. In the face of death, there lies liberation. He now firmly believed that these two spirits had emerged from the same origin. Presently, this Yungara must be nearing its end. Suddenly, Xia Yin stepped forward with purpose, supporting Youngara, but his excessive force aggravated the wound on his arm, causing beads of sweat to cascade from his forehead and back. The already damp fabric became soaked anew. The perspiration irritated the injury, causing blood to flow freely once more. Yet, he did not relinquish his grip. Feeling the strength emanating from Xia Yin, the weakened Youngara turned its head in surprise to see him, struggling to break free. Humans, they are the ones who study them. Stay still. You wish to leave? There is something of great significance to you there, isn't there? Do not move. I shall take you back. Xia Yan's hand tightened around Youngara's arm, preventing its escape, for he understood that if it were to break free, Youngara might never rise again. After an internal struggle, Youngara's animosity towards humans ultimately succumbed to its yearning to return, and it nodded in acquiescence to Xia Yan's support. The horned worm leaped to the ground, turned back, and released a thread that wrapped around Youngara's waist, guiding it forward. At last, a hidden cave came into view. As they approached, Youngara's anxiety became increasingly palpable. However, it had lost too much blood to even lift its limbs. Sensing its urgency, Xia Yin and the horned worm gritted their teeth and instinctively quickened their pace. When they parted the underbrush concealing the cave, they were rendered motionless by what lay within. The third update. Here it is. Chapter 54. The Good Person Within the Soft. Dry mound of grass. A Pokémon egg lay quietly, emitting a faint glow in the dim cave. Sensing Youngara's proximity, the egg trembled slightly. Its voice was faint, barely audible in this secluded cavern. Xia Yin and the horned worm halted in their tracks, but Youngara, upon seeing the egg, could not bear to wait any longer and urged them to bring it closer. Hearing the sound, Xia Yin snapped back to reality, casting a complex glance at Youngara before guiding it to the Pokémon egg. It became apparent that this Youngara was a mother, instinctively preoccupied with its offspring in its final moments. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Xia Yin felt a bitter taste in his throat and a pang in his heart. This Youngara was akin to the previous hypnotic taper, both products of experimentation, mentally unstable and deeply resentful of humans. In light of its previous aggression, Xia Yin and the horned worm found a sense of understanding. What would it be like for a sprite to be captured by humans, subjected to relentless and inhumane experiments? How could it possibly not harbor a deep-seated animosity towards humankind? Yet, it never anticipated that this particular Youngara would become a mother, a circumstance that could restore its rationality amidst a tempest of rage, solely through the instinct of motherhood. Youngara was placed beside an egg of its kind, its delicate hands resting gently upon the shell, eyes shimmering with a maternal glow and profound reluctance. Unable to witness the birth of its offspring, its sole wish was for the child to thrive in health and happiness, free from the torment of experiments, to grow and explore the world on its behalf. The tender voice of Youngara echoed softly around the egg, as if articulating its yearning and hopes. Child, do not be picky. Eat well to grow strong. Sleep early. Avoid the night. Make friends. The number matters not, but seek true companions. Study diligently. Understand this world. Do not be arrogant. Learn to read. Strive not for excellence, but to be a sprite with principles. And oh, how I wish to accompany you as you grow. Mother loves you. The unicorn bug could comprehend Youngara's final murmurs, its eyes glistening with moisture. Was this the essence of maternal love? It had never experienced such affection, though Xia Yin could not grasp the words. He understood the essence of Youngara's sentiments, and his heart felt heavy. Then, he observed Youngara muster a smile, channeling its powers into the egg. Was it using its abilities to nurture the egg more effectively? There is indeed a legacy among sprites. This is indisputable. Many inherited moves originate from their parents, and the state of newborn sprites, be it their physical condition, innate talent, or potential, is intrinsically linked to their progenitors. It seemed Youngara had been performing this ritual for some time, perhaps since the very emergence of the egg. Moreover, Youngara likely understood that its days were numbered, as it routinely returned to care for the egg, even abandoning a battle with a fiery monkey to fulfill this maternal duty. It is unfathomable that a creature nearly bereft of sanity could regain lucidity for the sake of its child. This speaks to the profound depths of maternal love. Now, Youngara was nearing its end. It bestowed its final surge of energy upon the egg, hastening its own life's extinguishment like a candle flickering in the wind. With its mouth slightly ajar, Youngara's gaze fell upon Xia Yin, who stood nearby with a complex expression. Before he could fully process the moment, the unicorn bug approached, biting Xia Yin's tail and pulling him toward Youngara. Under the gentle pull of the horned bug, Xia Yin found himself before the weakened and exhausted Youngara. After a moment's hesitation, he squatted down, observing its frail condition. Ultimately, This Youngura was also a product of Team Rocket's failed experiments. However, it seemed unlikely that such a failure would lead to an immediate demise, even with the burden of a child exacerbating its plight. Youngura called out softly once more. And this time, Xia Yin understood. Perhaps he deciphered its meaning from the depths of its eyes. He raised his hand, and under Youngura's gaze, he gently placed it upon the surface of the Pokémon egg. After a brief contemplation, he solemnly declared, "All right." Upon hearing his words, gratitude sparkled in Youngura's eyes as it cast one last glance at the egg, an expression laden with unspoken emotions. Gradually, the light in its eyes dimmed, and its hand slipped from the egg. Sensing the waning breath of Youngura, the egg trembled once more. Xia Yin hesitated briefly before cradling the egg in his arms. Only upon feeling its warmth did the egg finally cease its trembling, falling into a tranquil silence. He tightened his grip on the egg and sighed softly, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. The horned bug crawled onto Xia Yan's shoulder, leaning close to the egg and gently nuzzling its cheek against it. The trio, Xia Yan, the horned bug, and the Pokémon egg, sat quietly on the ground of the cave for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, Xia Yin broke the silence, taking a deep breath and asking, "What did Youngura say in the end?" The horned bug replied, "It said you are a good person." Xia Yin responded, "Is this how the Hypno Moth operates? Why does Youngura also hand out good person cards? Is there no restriction on who receives them?" He possessed a profound and accurate self-awareness. He was neither a good person nor a bad one, but certainly not a paragon of virtue. The horned bug chirped again, "Be careful, ZZZ." Why does it keep saying that? Xia Yin furrowed his brow. Did you all conspire to say the same things? Is that all you can utter, good person and ZZZ? These two phrases, without a doubt, intertwined the fate of Youngura with that of the Hypno Moth from earlier. It seemed that the mysteries were more numerous than he had anticipated. He temporarily placed the egg on the ground and, alongside the horned bug, began to dig a small grave for Youngura, though it had harmed itself. Both Xia Yin and the horned bug had forgiven it. Let it rest peacefully in this place. Perhaps one day, they would return with its child to honor it, a truly great mother. Cradling the egg once more, he surveyed the modest cave before departing with the horned bug. Upon stepping outside, he discovered signs of wild Pokémon activity, albeit sparse, but undeniably present. With Youngura's passing, the wild Pokémon had returned to this area. After all, with Youngura's previously volatile temperament, no wild Pokémon could endure its presence. However, since the wild spirits have returned, it suggests that his target, the Vine Monster, may also make an appearance. If the Vine Monster indeed reemerges, one must ponder whether this encounter with Youngura was a mere coincidence, an accident, or a premeditated act. Chapter 55. The Feather of Pure Gold. 2 days later, at the Silver Spirit Battle Club, a somewhat disheveled Sheiyuan, burdened with a backpack and wearing tattered garments tied around his arm, had a caterpie perched upon his shoulder. "I'm back," he announced. Upon seeing him, Anna at the front desk could hardly conceal her astonishment, but she quickly composed herself and smiled. "You're back? Why do you look so disheveled?" "It's more troublesome than I anticipated," Sheiyuan replied flatly, unwilling to elaborate further. He then inquired, "Is the supervisor here?" "The supervisor? It seems he has stepped out." "Are you injured? You should head to the infirmary for treatment. Infections are not to be taken lightly," Anna said with a hint of concern, noticing the blood-soaked fabric on his arm. "I understand. Thank you," Sheiyuan replied with a stoic nod. He took a few steps before pausing abruptly. "By the way, Anna, if the supervisor returns, could you please let me know?" "Of course. Thank you." With that, he strode away. Anna watched his retreating figure, deep in thought. Sheiyuan made a brief visit to the infirmary, fetching some necessary medications and bandages before returning to his room. He urgently tended to the wound on his arm. Fortunately, his experience in handling emergencies in the wild proved beneficial, and he had brought along some supplies for basic wound care and infection prevention. Despite the pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness, after further treatment, he believed the issue would be manageable. However, he would need to refrain from strenuous activities and lifting heavy objects for a time. Fortunately, the medical standards in the Pokémon world were commendable. The efficacy of medications for both Pokémon and humans was remarkably high. Aside from a few incurable diseases, the probability of dying from illness was relatively low, perhaps even less than the number of fatalities inflicted by Pokémon. Once his injuries were addressed, he opened his backpack and carefully retrieved the Pokémon egg. "From today onward, we shall rely on each other," Shun spoke to the egg, as well as to the caterpie beside it, whose curious eyes were fixed upon it. Caterpie let out a soft cry, suddenly feeling a sense of responsibility as an elder. Sheiyuan smiled and patted the back of Caterpie's head. "You still have some time before you hatch, but you must start earning money to support it in the future." Caterpie, with a serious expression, arched its back and lifted its tail and head, displaying its muscles and capabilities. I can do it. Together, we shall strive. Exhausted, Xie Yuan, along with Cater Pie and the precious egg, collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. In the wilderness, even with the presence of a Porygon guarding the night, one would hardly dare to succumb to a deep slumber. Although the club is replete with surveillance and detection devices, fortunately, the rooms are devoid of such apparatus, allowing for a sound sleep. As for whether this mission might be a trap set by Team Rocket, and whether his stay here is truly secure, such concerns are perhaps overreaching. Given Team Rocket's formidable resources, what difference would it make if he resided here or at the Pokémon Center? Moreover, he does not believe that his insignificant status could provoke a considerable reaction from Team Rocket. At most, a few individuals might simply regard him with disdain. At the Golden City Trainer Guild, I feel the immediate priority is not merely to locate the missing conversion device, but to ascertain the true motive behind its theft. Without this understanding, we cannot glean any useful clues. Vice President Azel spoke, his fingers playfully flicking the pipe. What you propose does not diverge from our overarching objective. Ultimately, it is about retrieving the device and determining the intentions of the perpetrators. According to the latest report from the power station's director, if the device is not recovered, the old one can sustain operations for no more than a month. Another vice president, Nalofi, interjected. During the absence of the guild president, the two vice presidents are responsible for all affairs within Golden City. The distinction lies in Nalofi managing internal matters while Azel oversees external relations. The modest conference table was sparsely populated. The chair reserved for the president remained unoccupied, as did the seat representing the gym leader of Golden City. This burgeoning city consumes an astronomical amount of electricity daily, a demand that continues to escalate. The need to replace the original device arises from its inability to adequately supply the city's growing requirements. Although Du had meticulously recounted their observations and experiences, the clues remained scant, rendering it impossible to ascertain any actionable information. Azel's gaze swept over Du, who leaned against the wall. Du, what are your thoughts? Nalofi also turned towards him. Upon hearing this, Du straightened his posture and replied candidly. I maintain the perspective I expressed previously. It is likely that Team Rocket orchestrated the silent takeover of the power station. Over a week had passed since the crucial conversion device went missing, and although reluctant to admit it, they had made little progress in their investigation. If Team Rocket were indeed responsible, their current silence was unsettling. They continued to operate with their usual level of activity, without any overt actions or changes. They had convened no less than 5 times for such discussions, yet the outcome remained unchanged, no leads. What does the headquarters say? Can they provide a brand new conversion device? Azel inhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of smoke into the air. The meeting room gradually became enveloped in a thin veil of haze. No, that is not feasible. Du shook his head. The device was exceedingly intricate, with a high degree of difficulty in its construction. The previous expert from the Alliance had devoted an entire year to its completion, and even with the acquired experience, it was estimated that at least 3 months would be required this time. Throughout this period, he maintained constant communication with headquarters. After all, his responsibilities lay in the affairs of the investigators, not solely in the matters of Golden City. His presence here was merely to see if he could offer assistance. It was prudent to keep a close watch on Team Rocket. If they were indeed involved, they would surely take action, as they would not want to witness Golden City descend into chaos. It seems they truly have no viable options, said Nerofi. The item is lost, without any leads. To locate a basketball-sized transformation device hidden within such a vast city as Golden City is rather ambitious. We must also monitor the black market, as it might yield some clues, Azel added. The outcome remained unchanged, and Du felt a sense of helplessness as he stood in the corner. The Alliance was aware of Team Rocket's existence, yet the Alliance operated in the open while Team Rocket lurked in the shadows, with no personnel infiltrating their ranks. It was a passive predicament. However, Du was contemplating another matter. After his repeated requests, he finally received a piece of information from a high-ranking official within the investigators that seemed uncertain in its utility. It appeared unrelated to the current meeting, so he refrained from mentioning it. This information pertained to the defector of the Alliance, the prospective 4 Kings, Tom Yuchi, who had stolen an item from the Alliance's vault, referred to within the Alliance system as the Pure Golden Feather. Chapter 56, Maple Falls River O? Did we capture the Venusaur? That was quicker than I anticipated, Lotto remarked as he took the Pokeball handed to him by Cheyenne, glancing at the Venusaur inside, which seemed quiet yet somewhat uneasy. He cast a discerning eye over the wound on Cheyenne's arm, gaining some insight. Cheyenne stood before Lotto with an impassive expression. Ultimately, He concluded that encountering the Gyarados had been merely coincidental, as he had indeed managed to locate the Venusaur and exerted some effort to capture it. However, he resolved to be more judicious in deciding whether to accept or decline tasks assigned by his supervisor, as fear lingered in his mind. Indeed, I will arrange for the funds to be transferred to your account. Lotto nodded in satisfaction, casually placing the Pokeball on the table. Noticing that Xiaoyan had not yet departed, he inquired in mild surprise, "Is there anything else?" Xiaoyan shook his head and, with a hint of significance, remarked, "Supervisor, your shoes are quite nice." With that, he turned and left. Shoes, Lotto mused, glancing down at his feet. He wore elegant black leather shoes, meticulously laced. However, upon observing some rather conspicuous mud at the edge of his shoes, he could not help but furrow his brow. The mud was rather peculiar, a black hue that melded seamlessly with the leather of his shoes, rendering it nearly invisible upon casual observation, and it emitted a faint, unpleasant odor. With a sense of urgency and a touch of distaste, he withdrew a tissue to wipe away the clinging grime from the edges of his footwear. Only when the shoes regained their pristine appearance did he exhale a long sigh of relief. Almost immediately, a thought seemed to cross his mind as he gazed in the direction where Xiaoyan had departed, his eyes flickering with an uncertain glimmer. Upon exiting the supervisor's office and collecting the 50,000 alliance coins he had rightfully earned, a burden lifted slightly from Xia's heart. Holding money in his hands instilled him with a greater sense of confidence. As he stepped outside, he caught the attention of Anna, who was carefully tending to her nails behind the counter at the club. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Going out?" "Yes," Xiaoyan replied, pausing at the entrance while observing the gentle patter of rain, which had pooled into small, shallow puddles on the ground, causing ripples to dance upon impact. "It's raining, and getting your wound wet isn't advisable," Anna cautioned. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan noticed several dark umbrellas leaning against the wall by the door and nodded silently in acknowledgement. He picked one up, unfolded it, and stepped out into the rain, gradually disappearing into the curtain of droplets. Anna did not pay him much mind, instead focusing on her fingers as she meticulously shaped her irregular nails on the abrasive surface of the nail clipper. With a gentle breath, she blew away the tiny shavings, muttering to herself, "I really am not accustomed to these overly feminine pursuits. But it will be done soon enough." In the Golden West district, Xiaoyan alighted from the vehicle, arriving at the least favored impoverished area of the city. Due to the task at hand, he had missed the scheduled meeting with the informant from the slums, yet he felt no apprehension. His presence alone would yield either useful or, more likely, less valuable information. Indeed, shortly after his conspicuous arrival in the impoverished district, the informant, Sanfu, soon approached him, jogging through the misty rain to reach his side. "Sir, I feared you would not come," Sanfu panted, a sense of relief evident in his demeanor. Since receiving some funds from Xiaoyan, his life in the slums had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer did he have to worry daily about securing food. Although the money Xia provided was not substantial, it represented a considerable fortune for him. In fact, with newfound prosperity, he had managed to gather a few others facing similar hardships in the district, rallying them to collect information to exchange for even more money. Observing the visibly more spirited Sanfu, Xiaoyan retrieved 200 coin bills from his pocket, contemplating for a moment before producing 2 additional notes. "Your prior information proved somewhat useful. This is your reward." Upon seeing the 400 alliance coins, Sanfu's eyes widened in astonishment, and he hurriedly tucked the money into his clothing, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "As long as it is of use to you, sir, that is what matters. Now, tell me about what has transpired during this time." Xiaoyan prompted coolly. "Yes, indeed," Sanfu replied eagerly. Sanfu nodded repeatedly, producing a crumpled piece of paper from somewhere, adorned with chaotic symbols resembling cryptic runes. Alas, he could not write. But the events of the past week had been overwhelming, both large and small. Unsure which of these scrawled notes held significance, he resorted to this method only he could decipher. Observing the disorderly symbols on the paper, Xiaoyan could not help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. "Let me begin with what I deem most important," he said. "Over a week ago, a younger brother of mine spotted several members of the Trainer Guild, accompanied by numerous flying-type Pokémon, soaring eastward. This likely pertains to the incident at the power station." Xiaoyan remained silent, listening intently without interjecting. He had not harbored high hopes for the intelligence Sanfu was gathering. Whether it proved useful or not mattered little. What was crucial was that it might enable him to infer certain truths about Jinhuang City from the myriad of incidents, particularly regarding the relationship between the Alliance and Team Rocket, thereby allowing him to navigate potential troubles more adeptly. As Sanfu recounted the details, he carefully observed the shifts in Xiaoyan's expressions, Noticing his lack of reaction, a twinge of disappointment crept into his heart, yet he continued to relay the information meticulously. Half an hour later, he concluded, the river waters at Fingluoquan have overflowed the banks. At this final remark, Sanfu's expression turned slightly awkward. He had indeed recorded every trivial detail, even the rise of the river. Perceiving a change in Xia Yan's demeanor, he feared he might incite anger and quickly added, some have claimed to see lightning over at Fingluoquan, while Jinhuang City experienced rain, albeit with relatively few flashes. As he spoke, his voice unconsciously lowered. Internally, he resolved that anyone offering such utterly worthless information in the future would find themselves in his disfavor. To his surprise, Xia Yan responded with an approving not bad. Seemingly unperturbed, Sanfu exhaled a long-held breath of relief. That's satisfactory. Next week, I expect you here again. It's not for you to determine the importance of these matters. That judgment is mine. Just report what you know, and this time, you did well. Xia Yan reiterated his commendation. Despite the fact that many pieces of information were devoid of substance and value, one could never tell when they might prove useful. At times, seemingly inconsequential details could weave together into a coherent narrative. Where is Fingluoquan? Xia Yan inquired. In that direction, Sanfu promptly pointed towards the western edge of the slums. If you walk about 3 or 4 kilometers past the garbage dump, you will arrive. Maintain this diligence, and if I am pleased, opportunities to possess Pokémon may very well await you. With this parting remark, Xia Yan stepped once more into the Veil of Rain. Pokémon. Hearing this term, Sanfu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. For him, the prospect of acquiring a sprite would indeed signify a remarkable turnaround, a dream cherished by every inhabitant of the impoverished district. The mere thought of having the opportunity to obtain a sprite filled him with an invigorating zeal. As the third watch approached, he couldn't help but remind readers of the myriad of foreshadowing he had intricately woven throughout his narrative, curious to see how many had taken note of it. Accompanied by a mischievous smile, in the 57th chapter, he pondered, could you be on the verge of a swift evolution? The incessant drizzle pattered against the black umbrella, echoing the sound of raindrops as they fell. Fingluoquan was an inconspicuous little river on the outskirts of Golden City, far removed from the central areas and thus largely ignored. Yet, it was this very river that provided a vital source of sustenance for many residents of the impoverished district. However, the sporadic activities of wild sprites had also led to the untimely demise of several lower-class inhabitants, devoured by ferocious creatures. The impoverished district was already a place forsaken by Golden City, where the deaths of a few would scarcely garner any concern. Xia Yan was originally a resident of the impoverished district, but after the passing of his parents, the vulnerable child could only expect to be bullied. Thus, shortly after he could remember, he left the district to wander alone through the streets of Golden City. Sanfu was someone he had encountered a few times while rummaging through dumpsters, gradually becoming acquainted. However, it was evident that Sanfu did not recall him. Perhaps this was the very reason why everyone in the impoverished district sought sprites. In this world, becoming a trainer, even as the most mediocre of ones, had the potential to alter one's destiny. Xia Yan mused quietly. Suddenly, the unassuming caterpie perched on his shoulder sprang up, covering its nose with its tail. They were approaching the garbage dump near the West District, which housed nearly half of Golden City's refuse. Even the rain could not mask the pervasive stench that permeated the air. Xia Yan was not particularly bothered. He was no stranger to unpleasant odors and had slept amidst refuse before. It seemed that the presence of several Grimer had intensified the foul aroma. Nevertheless, the emergence of Grimer was undoubtedly good news for the city, as these creatures primarily resided in the sewers, subsisting on human waste, their preferred sustenance. In fact, if there were no trash available, Grimer would resort to consuming building materials. They played an indispensable role in urban waste decomposition, despite their unappealing odor. It was said that in the distant Alola region, Grimer had undergone mutations due to their excessive consumption of refuse, resulting in vibrant colors and alterations to many of their inherent traits. Every individual and every sprite played their part in this world. No one was entirely irreplaceable. Yet no one was entirely insignificant either. Even the small players had their own ways of surviving, Xia Yan remarked softly, as if stating a fact while hinting at something deeper. The little creature, known as the unicorn bug, gently nuzzled against Xia Yan's cheek. Indeed, being a small character now does not imply a perpetual state of insignificance. Xia Yan graciously accepted the unicorn bug's consolation. Suddenly, the unicorn bug straightened up, its tail pointing towards a nearby heap of refuse emanating a foul odor. From within this dark purple mass, resembling viscous sludge, a creature slowly rose. its vacant gaze fixated on Xia Yin and the unicorn bug as they passed by. Was it a stinky mud creature or merely a foul-smelling one? At first glance, distinguishing between the two was quite challenging, as they appeared almost identical save for their size and the shape of their mouths. The unicorn bug stood tall, baring its teeth at the stinky mud creature, its entire form arching in defense. Xia Yin, taken aback by the unicorn bug's reaction, gently stroked its back, reassuring it that there was no need for alarm, as stinky mud creatures typically did not initiate an attack. As he spoke, he soothed the unicorn bug, which gradually began to relax. What was amiss? The unicorn bug's demeanor seemed somewhat off. It was not typically like this. Today felt different. Perhaps due to the presence of this stinky mud creature. The unicorn bug hesitated and shook its head in uncertainty. It was unclear what was troubling it. Perhaps it was merely an instinctive reaction. Are you on the verge of evolving? Xia Yin inquired, somewhat surprised. The unicorn bug puffed out its chest in response. What was wrong with evolution? Wasn't it a positive development? After witnessing the impressive form of Beedrill, it had long yearned for evolution. However, since Xia Yin had meticulously guided its growth, preparing it thoroughly before evolution, it had not felt the need to rush. All right, as we approach Maple Fall River, you will have your opportunity to battle. For now, rest, Xia Yin said, his playful demeanor fading. The unicorn bug nodded, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Ever since Xia Yin had been injured due to a clash between Youngara and Monferno, the unicorn bug had been burdened with guilt. It had silently set a goal for itself, resolutely determined to train harder. Were it not for Xia Yin's guidance, it might have overexerted itself. It could not bear to witness Xia Yin getting hurt again, a secret it had never voiced. Xia Yin chuckled, patting it, as the unicorn bug's trainer. How could he fail to notice its transformation? This injury had motivated the unicorn bug to become more diligent and hardworking, and in Xia Yin's eyes, the pain had been worthwhile, yielding a Pokémon egg in the process. Have some energy cubes. It won't be easy later, he said, producing an energy cube for the unicorn bug. His journey to Maple Fall River was not entirely spontaneous. Ever since doubts had arisen during the last task involving the vine monster, he had been contemplating a backup plan. If he were to leave the club, how would he earn a living? The first thought that crossed his mind was to capture wild Pokémon, to become a Pokémon hunter, seizing valuable creatures to sell in the black market. Whether for future endeavors or to secure resources for the soon-to-be-born second spirit, Casey, this is undoubtedly a wise choice. Thus, when he heard Sanfu mention that the waters of Maple Falling River had begun to flood, he set his sights here. The rationale is quite simple. Following a flood, wild water-type spirits tend to become more active, and rain often causes many water spirits to surface, making them easier to capture. Although the caterpie does not possess any significant advantage over water spirits, conversely, water spirits do not have a natural counter to the caterpie either. Moreover, the intrinsic value of water spirits far surpasses that of mere caterpies, horned bugs, or rattatas, save for a certain fish, of course. Most importantly, it is raining today. The wild spirits in the forest have taken refuge, making Maple Falling River the most suitable location. Soon enough, after traversing the muddy path, Xia Yin and the caterpie arrived at the edge of the Maple Falling River. It was evident that the riverbank had been completely submerged, with even the adjacent grassy areas not spared. The murky waters of the river continued to swell ominously. Amidst the turbulent waters, one could faintly discern some shadows, floating near the surface, reveling in the fresh air and frolicking joyously. Occasionally, a few golden tails would breach the surface, sending up splashes of water. While the rainy weather rendered the forest's wild spirits silent, it marked the peak of merriment for the water spirits within the river. Moo? The caterpie exclaimed eagerly. What should we do? Patience, let us wait a moment longer for the rain to pour. First, let us find a suitable target to test the waters, Xia Yin said, his gaze fixed intently on the lake's surface, searching for an ideal target. Moo moo. The caterpie indicated its readiness, poised to commence at any moment. Suddenly, Xia Yin narrowed his eyes. He had found it. He commanded the caterpie, that shadow, spit out a thread and electrify it with a current. Chapter 58. Not as tempting as a fishing rod. With a swift motion, a gleaming thread shot forth, aimed directly at the shadow in the water. A bright arc of electricity dancing along its length. This maneuver represented a combination of the string shot and the electric net techniques. A unique application developed during Xia Yin's prior training sessions with the caterpie alongside the shield counter. As the thread plunged into the lake, the surrounding electricity quickly dissipated into the water. This method of engaging water spirits has a rather vivid term from Xia Yin's previous life, electric fishing. Electric type moves inherently counter water spirits, and coupled with the formidable stickiness of the thread, the shadow struck by the caterpie's shot could not help but quiver momentarily, its body stiffening briefly. Pull. The caterpie comprehended, anchoring its limbs firmly to the ground, exerting all its strength to tug forcefully. With a splashing sound, the surface of the water was broken, and a spirit emerged, tracing a graceful arc in the air before fluttering onto the shore, ultimately landing in a small puddle not far from Cheyenne and the horned bug. This spirit resembled a fish, predominantly white in color, with red at the joints of its limbs, alluring pink lips, fins along its sides, a wavy tail, and sharp horns atop its head. A horned goldfish. Cheyenne identified this spirit. Horned goldfish are relatively common among water-type spirits, often spotted in outdoor lakes or rivers with decent water quality. These spirits possess a gentle disposition and do not initiate attacks unless provoked. Their diet primarily consists of aquatic plants and plankton found in their habitat. However, if angered, their formidable horns can unleash fierce retaliation against their aggressors. In this instance, the horned goldfish, which had been blissfully enjoying the rain and the swift current, was abruptly ensnared by a descending thread and forcibly pulled from the river. To make matters worse, the thread was charged with electricity, undoubtedly the most detestable sensation for a water-type spirit like the horned goldfish. Thus, upon spotting its assailant, the horned bug, the goldfish's eyes flared with fury, and with a powerful flick of its tail, it leaped from the water. The horned goldfish's tail was remarkably strong, allowing it to swim at a speed of 5 segments and even ascend waterfalls, providing ample momentum to launch its attack. A broad white line streaked through the air, its horns radiating a milky white halo. Horn attack. The horned goldfish's preferred method of expressing its anger. Upon witnessing the speed of the horned goldfish, Cheyenne and the horned bug couldn't help but change their expressions, abandoning their initial strategy. Dodge. Run. Cheyenne commanded urgently. The horned bug promptly closed its slightly parted mouth and swiftly moved its 7 pairs of legs, skillfully utilizing its escape traits to evade the horned goldfish's assault. The horned bug's hidden ability, escape, was something Cheyenne, as its trainer, was well aware of, having intentionally trained the bug's speed for such encounters. During battles, if the horned bug charged towards an enemy, the escape ability might not come into play. However, when fleeing or dodging an oncoming attack, the ability could be cleverly employed. Cheyenne was not surprised by the horned bug's performance. It was the horned goldfish's speed that prompted him to abandon his original plan. Looking up at the sky, the gentle patter of rain continued, and suddenly he realized, was it the ability to move effortlessly that granted this horned goldfish such swiftness? His mind began to form a preliminary assessment of the horned goldfish's capabilities. Sprite. Horned goldfish attribute. Water type ability. Graceful maneuver strength assessment. Satisfactory level moves mastered. Horn attack upon gaining insight into the opponent's circumstances. The subsequent response became considerably more manageable. Evade the electric net. As the horned goldfish flopped upon landing on the damp ground, eager to unleash its fury with renewed aggression, Xia Yin decisively commanded his dugong to initiate the offensive. A net of electricity, ample enough to envelop the entire horned goldfish, was expelled as dugong moved. The viscous web, accompanied by an electric current, undoubtedly created significant trouble for the horned goldfish. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was preoccupied, dugong unleashed several poisonous needles that penetrated the horned goldfish's body, inflicting considerable harm and inducing a state of poisoning. After enhancement, dugong's toxin proved formidable. The horned goldfish struggled valiantly, but merely accelerated the spread of the poison. Soon after, its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed, incapacitated in battle. Xia Yin timely tossed a pokeball, effortlessly capturing the now unconscious horned goldfish. He picked up the pokeball brought back by dugong and gently squeezed it, securing a tidy profit. Although the horned goldfish is not particularly favored in combat, its market value remains surprisingly high. The reason is simple: it is aesthetically pleasing. Many affluent individuals delight in adorning their offices and homes with large aquariums housing several gentle and visually appealing horned goldfish, which not only enhances beauty but also elevates status, showcasing their wealth. In Jinhuang City, one cannot claim to be wealthy without a few horned goldfish swimming in their home. Much like the club where Xia Yin is a member, which features a grand aquarium filled with numerous water-type Pokémon, including horned goldfish. However, this aquarium was a recent addition. It was not present when he first joined the club. Nevertheless, the market value of the horned goldfish remains significant. A smooth start is undeniably a positive beginning. The electric whip formed by the combination of dugong's threads and the electric net is no less enticing than a fishing rod. Is it not? Of course, this method proves most practical on rainy days when water-type Pokémon become more active and are inclined to frequent the water's surface. Otherwise, a fishing rod remains the more reliable option. Moreover, dugong does not always succeed in its endeavors. Water carries a refractive quality, and the position of Pokémon beneath the surface often lies deeper than their shadows suggest, making misjudgments quite easy. The initial success was fortuitous, a fortunate misfire, but the subsequent catch rate was not as favorable. Additionally, there were numerous instances of reeling in Magikarp, which, despite evolving into formidable Gyarados, hold little value before their transformation. Thus, Xiaoyan harbors little affection for such Pokémon. The primary reason lies in the inherent low value of the Kingler Pokémon, which cannot even be exchanged for a single Pokéball, rendering it unworthy of pursuit. Thus, through numerous attempts, both triumphant and unsuccessful, as well as enduring a significant amount of failures, Xiaoyan's collection of Pokémon inevitably increased. Upon realizing the responsibility of gathering resources for the unhatched Pokémon eggs, the Caterpie exerted tremendous effort, until, unexpectedly, it caught a Pokémon that was beyond its anticipation. Chapter 59. The Approaching Storm. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Pokémon. Kingler type. Water ability. Unknown strength assessment. Exceptional moves learned. Unknown observing the Kingler, which the Caterpie had struggled greatly to pull from the water, blowing bubbles. Xiaoyan pursed his lips. It wasn't the mere appearance of the Kingler that surprised him, as a common water-type Pokémon in the Kanto region. Its presence in this aquatic locale was entirely reasonable. What astonished him, however, was the creature's strength. From its size, the magnitude of its claws, the sharpness and wear of its pincers, the depth of its shell's coloration, and the fullness of the muscles beneath its exoskeleton, it was easy to discern the formidable prowess of this Kingler. It is noteworthy that while Fengluo River is located outside the impoverished districts of Jinhuang City, it is not far from the city itself. Thus, the likelihood of encountering an exceptional level Pokémon here is relatively low. The sole explanation might lie in the fact that Fengluo River connects various water bodies surrounding Jinhuang City, and the recent rain could have brought this exceptional Kingler to this locale. Moreover, there was a scar on the back of its shell, which, although healed, suggested the severity of the injury it had once endured. Kingler is a Pokémon capable of molting, theoretically allowing it to shed scars during its molts. So, was this a recent injury? The scar bore a striking resemblance to one inflicted by lightning. Perhaps fortune was finally on his side. After all, an exceptional Kingler commands a considerable price. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. One must seize opportunities when they arise. In order to avoid becoming a mere Bulbasaur egg, Xiaoyan had no choice but to compel the Caterpie to capture it. Of course, securing this Kingler was no simple task. Bloop, bloop, bloop. The Kingler stood on the ground, blowing bubbles, gazing at the Caterpie with a somewhat dazed expression, seemingly pondering how it had found itself on the shore. It made its move, presenting Xiaoyan with a perfect opportunity. Electric net. The Caterpie responded promptly, now adept at weaving webs and increasingly skilled in harnessing its electric-type energy. The benefits of battle are recognized to facilitate rapid growth among Pokémon. The electric net, crackling with energy, surged toward the colossal crab. With a sharp snap, the once dull gaze of the giant crab transformed into a piercing glare. As the net struck, its pincers shot forth, ensnaring the web. A smirk flickered in its eyes, but that expression quickly froze. The current coursed through its pincers, spreading throughout its body. Witnessing the crab's reaction, Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. This giant crab was quite the actor. However, its cleverness backfired. It believed it could easily overpower the electric web of the unicorn bug, only to find itself momentarily paralyzed by the electric shock. With its primary weapon, the pincers, trapped by the web, the unicorn bug's web was no ordinary thread. After consuming 2 fruit from the tree and undergoing its first molt, the bug's insect-type moves had significantly strengthened, enhancing both the resilience and stickiness of its silk. Consequently, the giant crab soon faced the bitter consequences. It discovered that its formidable pincers, which were typically unstoppable, were unable to break free from the web's grasp. What could have been a troublesome battle became relatively straightforward due to the crab's own hubris. This exemplifies the disparity between wild Pokémon and those trained by trainers during combat. Wild Pokémon often fall victim to their own misjudgments or misconceptions, fighting based on their own assumptions. Toxic needles. Swiftly, 3 poisonous darts shot forth. Yet, in a flurry of panic, the giant crab spun around, presenting its back to the unicorn bug's toxic projectiles. Thud. Instead of the crisp sound of needles deflecting, a dull thump resonated, as the unicorn bug's corrosive needles embedded themselves firmly into the crab's back, precisely targeting a scar. The proud exoskeleton of the giant crab failed to thwart the invasion of the toxic needles. Kuka. The crab cried out in pain, its eyes wide with disbelief. Was this the unicorn bug's toxic needle? Observing this scene, Xia Yin narrowed his eyes. It seemed this was not a characteristic of a hardened shell. It was highly probable that the crab possessed the ability Strong Claws, with a rare chance of having the hidden ability Sheer Force. If it were indeed the latter, the value of this giant crab would increase significantly. The hardened shell ability would enhance the strength of a Pokémon's exoskeleton, making it more durable and less susceptible to critical hits, categorizing it as a defensive trait among the common abilities of the giant crab. Conversely, Strong Claws is an offensive trait that sharpens and strengthens the crab's pincers, making it less likely to have its attack attributes diminished by an opponent's move. As for Sheer Force, it is a relatively rare hidden ability that negates additional effects of moves, but, correspondingly, can amplify the power of its attacks to a certain extent. Among the Pokémon endowed with the characteristic of Forceful, the most prevalent are the Forceful Nidoking and Nidoqueen. When paired with the Pokémon item Life Orb, this trait enhances the power of every move executed by the Pokémon possessing it, making it an exceptionally advantageous ability. Although the Forceful Kingler may not hold the same value as the Forceful Nidoking, it certainly surpasses the ordinary Kingler in worth. Having endured a poison sting from a Beedrill, the Kingler seized a fleeting opportunity to employ its relatively smaller claw to shred through Beedrill's webbing. Almost immediately, One Eye squinted in pain. The Kingler raised its pincers and unleashed a torrent of bubbles. The bubbles surged forth with remarkable speed and an extensive attack radius. Xia Yan's expression shifted sharply as he shouted, "Don't take it head-on. Dodge." Pop, pop, pop. The bubbles, dense with vapor, erupted around Beedrill's form, cascading sprays of moisture that were impossible to evade. Beedrill could only rely on its agile physique to evade the brunt of the bubble onslaught. Yet it was inevitably subjected to the damaging effects of the bubbles. Truly forceful, whatever one contemplates manifests, Xia Yin mused inwardly. Nevertheless, the value of the Forceful Kingler is considerably higher. Electric Web. After the bubbles subsided, Xia Yin commanded once more. Beedrill, in perfect synchrony, swiftly wove an electrified web. This time, the Kingler appeared to have learned its lesson, promptly sidestepping the impending net. However, after barely a few steps, it stumbled, akin to a frail shrimp, almost toppling to the ground. Observably, the toxic needles from Beedrill, initially disregarded by the Kingler, were now insidiously spreading their venomous patterns across its shell. The poison from Beedrill had penetrated the Kingler's defenses, beginning to manifest its toxic effects. Yet, the Kingler managed to evade Beedrill's electric web and, just before collapsing, unleashed another barrage of bubbles. The Kingler exhibited commendable resilience, but once it underestimated Beedrill's initial electric net and succumbed to the poison sting. The outcome of the battle had already been sealed. Countershield. Previously, due to hasty circumstances, this move could not be executed. However, now that the opportunity presented itself, Beedrill devised its own strategy against the relentless bubbles. As Xia Yin observed the spiraling threads of silk deftly intercepting the dense bubbles midair, a bold idea struck him. In the anime, the clever Raichu could generate a counter shield through electric discharge. Could Beedrill not also infuse its fluttering threads with electricity? Such an effect would surely be formidable. Yet, this was not the time for such contemplations. Swiftly subduing the Forceful Kingler was of utmost importance. Unbeknownst to Xia Yin, while he was focused on the Kingler, the once tranquil surface of the Fengluo River suddenly swelled with tumultuous currents. A storm was brewing. Ha! The author has seen your speculations. You are all so adorable. Who would have thought it would turn out to be an unremarkable Kingler in the end? I had you all fooled. With a mischievous grin, it has been decided. I must seize the opportunity to catch a Gyarados at least once. Chapter 60, A Request for Assistance from Jian Air. The final bite from the bug type move decisively ended the struggle of the Kingler. I threw out a Pokeball to capture it. Although the process encountered some unforeseen complications due to the Kingler's unexpectedly forceful abilities, the outcome remained unchanged. I tightened my grip on the Pokeball. This Kingler should be my greatest acquisition of the day, indeed. Had it been a Kingler with forceful abilities, Xia Yin might have contemplated capturing and training it, but now that it has evolved into a Kingler, he has abandoned that thought. As the Caterpie gradually matures, he is no longer the individual who felt compelled to seize every Pokémon opportunity that came his way. He now possesses greater autonomy in his choices. Should all go according to plan, once the offspring of his Gyarados hatches, a Psychic-type Pokémon will become his second companion. In simple terms, his expectations have risen. The potential of a Pokémon that has already undergone evolution, like Kingler, is considerably diminished. Thus, he would not consider training it. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Yin has slowly acquired more autonomy in his decisions. Suddenly, the caterpie's voice interrupted his contemplation. Huh. Following its gaze, he could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. Before him, the surface of the Maple River surged with waves, crashing and roaring in layers. The undulating lake water relentlessly pounded the shore, threatening to soak the soles of Xia Yan's shoes. What is happening? The sudden change caught Xia Yan off guard, prompting him to instinctively step back, distancing himself from the rising water. The rain intensified, drenching the river's surface, further fueling the river's tumultuous fury and causing considerable disruption to the surroundings. Reluctantly, Xia Yan, with the assistance of the caterpie, made his way to a sturdy tree relatively close to the edge. The transformation of the Maple River was certainly not without cause. The relentless waves bore an uncanny resemblance to oceanic tides. The caterpie let out an excited cry. Following its pointed direction, through the hazy curtain of rain, he spotted two figures standing on the river's surface, locked in confrontation. The tumultuous lake's fluctuations stemmed from this clash of Pokémon. In such a misty spectacle, it was indeed plausible to mistake the two Pokémon for human figures. At first glance, with their hands and feet, they resembled two peculiar individuals. Suddenly, a curious thought flashed through Xia Yan's mind, followed by a jolt of realization as many of his lingering doubts began to take shape. Sanfu had mentioned seeing strange, eerie figures east of Golden City. Perhaps they were not human at all. If the clarity of vision was insufficient at that moment, and one did not observe carefully, it was not inconceivable to mistake certain humanoid-like creatures for humans, thought Xia Yan. If the trio, Sanfu and others, mistook hypnotic beasts and Youngura for humans due to visibility issues, then the assailants of the power station need not necessarily be a group of humans or Nasi. It was entirely plausible that a multitude of creatures akin to hypnotic beasts and Youngura could effectively control all the beings within the power station. Continuing this line of speculation, one might deduce that possessing 7 or 8 such creatures would suffice. A handful of hypnotic beasts and Youngura, with their extraordinary abilities, could silently dominate the power station, thereby excluding Nasi from consideration. If the power station was indeed under the successful control of the hypnotic beasts and Youngura, there would be no reason for them to fixate on the so-called buzzing of an electric-type creature or a group thereof. Thus, what might this buzzing refer to? Was it the current they experienced during experimentation? Such a reminder seemed unnecessary. The fact that it lingered in their minds suggested it had left a significant psychological mark, possibly stemming from the coercion of certain creatures at the time. With a furrowed brow, Xia Yan considered the tenuous threads of information he had managed to weave together, only to find that they unraveled into a seemingly less coherent narrative. The amount of information remained insufficient, leaving him with only limited conjectures. It was the ongoing battle between the two creatures on the water that provided him a flicker of insight. Otherwise, he would not have allowed himself to be distracted at this moment. The cry of the horned bug reminded him once more. I understand. Xia Yan regained his composure, patting the horned bug on the back to reassure it. As he turned his gaze back to the river, the two creatures, after numerous collisions and shifts in position, finally came into clear view. One was a mocking Maxiang swimmer, quick swim frog, while the other appeared to be a somewhat unwell golduck. The tumultuous surface of Fingluoquan's river was a result of the clash between these two wild creatures. Was it a territorial dispute? Xia Yan surmised, receiving a nod of agreement from the horned bug. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. With its small eyes gleaming with envy and aspiration, the horned bug gazed intently at the two creatures, yearning for growth in that direction. Surrounding the Maxiang swimmer, numerous Maxiang tadpoles and Maxiang frogs were vocalizing, seemingly rallying support for their leader. Conversely, the golduck was solitary in its plight, its brow furrowed in distress. A conspicuous wound marred its chest, though it seemed unlikely that the Maxiang swimmer had inflicted it, as a water and fighting-type creature would not typically cause such a burn-like injury. Thus, with a bit of imaginative reconstruction, the general sequence of events began to take shape in his mind. This body of water was originally the territory of a Gyarados. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the creature sustained injuries, presenting an opportunity for a Goldeen to attempt a territorial takeover. Judging by the displayed prowess of both Pokémon, it is evident that they have surpassed the excellence level, making them far beyond the capabilities of a caterpie. This is indisputable. Should one wait for a chance to capitalize on the situation? After 2 seconds of contemplation, Xia Yan decisively chose to forego this prospect. The struggle for territory among wild Pokémon is a common occurrence, but when faced with two equally matched opponents, typically, only a victor and a vanquished emerge, without the dire consequence of death. After all, when life and death are at stake, emotions can cloud judgment, potentially allowing other Pokémon to seize the opportunity. Moreover, aside from the Gyarados and the Goldeen, There were numerous other goldines and tadpoles in the vicinity, making it exceedingly difficult to contend for anything in the water. Furthermore, the Gyarados did not seem inclined to fight to the bitter end. Its gaze suggested it was already seeking an escape route. Thus, Xiaoyan resolutely opted to abandon the endeavor. There was no need for such a risk. His objectives for the day were nearly fulfilled. It was possible that he might inadvertently reap the rewards later. Yet this could also lead to further hardship. The incident with the Charizard and the Infernape still left him nursing wounds. After observing the two Pokémon for a while, confirming that a resolution would not be reached in the short term, Xiaoyan turned and departed with his caterpie. The waters of Maple Fall River were on the brink of overflowing. Upon returning to the club after a taxi ride, it was nearly evening. Just as he alighted from the vehicle, a robust figure approached him, seemingly in a hurry, and collided with Xiaoyan's shoulder without uttering a word before hastily moving on. Xiaoyan furrowed his brow, watching the retreating figure, his nostrils flaring slightly. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He could have sworn he detected a faint scent of blood emanating from the burly man. It was subtle, likely due to their proximity, yet he dismissed it as irrelevant to him. As he set aside his suspicions and headed towards the club, another individual approached him. This time, it was someone he recognized, Jin Air. His face was etched with urgency and anxiety, and upon seeing Xiaoyan, he rushed over, grasping his hand and gasping for breath. Xiaoyan, please help me. My brother is missing. Your brother? Chapter 61. For the sake of friendship, yes. My brother. Jin Air's expression was frantic, his eyes wide with distress, suggesting a close bond between the two brothers from the Sato family, with no hint of rivalry for inheritance. Take a breath. You're speaking too quickly, Xiaoyan advised as he steadied Jin Air by the shoulders and guided him to a seat in the club's lobby. Anna, could you please bring us 2 glasses of water? He called out to Anna, who was at the front desk. Of course, she replied, retrieving 2 glasses of water and bringing them to Xiaoyan and Jin Air. As she entered, Xiaoyan's nostrils flared, overwhelmed by an exquisite fragrance of high-end perfume that wafted into his senses, rich and delightful, yet not at all overpowering. He cast a surprised glance at Anai. Could it be that the average salary at the club was sufficiently high for a front desk attendant to afford such an expensive perfume, and to apply it so liberally? Thank you, Xiaoyan expressed as he accepted the cup. No need for formality, Anai chirped in response, returning to the counter to rest her chin on her hand, quietly observing Xiaoyan and Jin Air. Her peripheral vision scanned the comings and goings of patrons, her willow-like brows gradually furrowing, a glimmer of light dancing in her eyes. Jin Air gulped down the contents of his cup, wiping his lips, seemingly relieved to finally catch his breath. Noticing that Jin Air was now able to converse, Xiaoyan adopted a serious tone. Your elder brother is missing? What exactly is the situation? Please elaborate. Jin Air pressed his lips together. Recalling the details, you know my family is in the garment business. My father, being advanced in years, decided to pass the reins to the next generation. As I was still studying, it naturally fell upon my brother to shoulder the responsibilities. Xiaoyan nodded, unsurprised by this scenario. If there was a significant age gap between Jin Air and his brother, there was little contention to be had. After all, wasn't it the case that the young heir of the Duan company from the Fengyuan region, Zivki Dahu, had taken over the firm at a tender age and even became the champion of the Fengyuan alliance? Although he later relinquished the title to Macaulay due to company affairs. This illustrates the precocity and intelligence of individuals in the world of elves. Jin Air continued. Recently, my brother heard about a remarkable batch of materials from the Chengdu region, rumored to be products derived from elves. He went there personally to procure them. Elves had seamlessly integrated into this world, and the realm of fashion was no exception. Xiaoyan recalled that the exorbitant cost of his own attire stemmed from the use of feathers shed by the dark crow elf from the Chengdu region. Garments crafted from materials discarded by elves were immensely favored by the affluent, often fetching outrageous prices. Chengdu region? Xiaoyan took a small sip from his cup. If it pertains to that area, I fear I may be of little assistance. Jin Air quickly shook his head. It is not about the Chengdu region. My brother successfully returned with the goods, almost reaching Jinhuang City. However, just outside the city, he suddenly lost contact, and both the cargo and he vanished without a trace. When did this occur? Xiaoyan inquired. I am not entirely sure, but my father mentioned it happened either last night or the evening before. Xiaoyan nodded, recalling that he had just returned the previous evening, collapsing onto his bed as soon as he arrived at the club. Did you report this to the authorities? He asked again. The Sato family is considered a wealthy clan in the entirety of Jinhuang City, with a flourishing clothing business. The disappearance of the first heir of the Sato family should undoubtedly garner significant attention from the city. Despite the report being filed, a day has passed without any developments. and I find myself increasingly worried about my brother's safety. The old man advised me to refrain from meddling. However, he is my brother, and how could I possibly ignore this? After much contemplation among my acquaintances, it is you, Xiaoyan, who has truly earned my respect. Thus I sought your assistance. It seems you hold me in high regard. Even Miss Junsha from Jinhuang City has found herself at a loss. Xiaoyan silently reflected on how little he could offer, though he did not voice it. After all, Jianer has indeed provided him with considerable convenience, arranging private access during his visits, which do not interfere with his training, and even gifting him an expensive outfit. It is only reasonable to extend assistance where possible, especially to maintain relationships with a few select major clients. I am aware that your club engages in task-oriented operations, so I have just posted a mission. A reward of 100,000 Alliance coins will be given for any useful and accurate information regarding my brother, and should he be found, the reward will escalate to 500,000 Alliance coins. Along with the friendship of the Sato family. The casual manner in which Jin mentioned the sums felt somewhat disconcerting. Perhaps, the friendship of the Sato family is what he truly values most. Very well, I accept this mission. Not for any other reason but the enduring friendship we have cultivated over these years. 500,000. 100,000. No. Ahem. Our long-standing camaraderie, Xiaoyan stated, adopting a serious demeanor. Regardless of whether Jian's brother can be found, he appreciated the extravagance of this gesture. Xiaoyan, you are the only one I can trust, Jianer said, looking somewhat haggard. As he spoke, a document pouch was placed on the ground, containing basic information. All I know is that my brother went missing near the muddy area alongside the southern highway of Jinhuang City. That is all I can provide. Take care of yourself. I am heading out, Xiaoyan said, patting Jian on the shoulder. Ignoring the fact that he had just returned and hadn't rested, he turned and ventured once more into the persistent rain. Watching Xiaoyan depart, Jian's eyes brimmed with hope. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a pair of cold eyes lingered behind. As Xiaoyan entered the rain, his pace gradually slowed. The gentle patter of the rain helped restore his rationality and composure. Money is indeed a valuable asset. He is in dire need of it, but this decision felt somewhat impulsive. The optimal outcome would be to successfully locate Jian's brother, earning 500,000 Alliance coins and the friendship of the Sato family. With the money, he could consider leaving Jinhuang City, escaping the intricate entanglements of the Alliance and the Rocket League's influence in this complex city. The peculiar coincidence of that mission with Yongji has left an indelible thorn in his heart, one that cannot be extricated or soothed. However, that represents the most favorable outcome. The greatest likelihood is that he will find nothing at all and return in disgrace, having squandered a considerable amount of time. Even if he were to uncover some trace regarding Jianer's brother, would he, as a mere novice trainer, possess the capability to confront the forces or individuals bold enough to abduct Sato, the next leader, right under the watchful eyes of the Golden City Alliance? Nevertheless, Jianer is a wealthy benefactor, and one cannot outright refuse him. After pondering this, he ultimately resolved to assess the situation before making further decisions. Based on the circumstances at the scene and the residual clues, he should be able to roughly ascertain whether this mission could be accomplished. Just as he reached a decision, the caterpie perched on his shoulder suddenly cried out. What is it? He observed the caterpie wearing an awkward expression, seemingly at a loss for how to articulate its feelings. Are you hungry? Summer Yin surmised its thoughts from its demeanor. The caterpie gently nuzzled against Summer Yan's cheek. Its earthy yellow, smooth carapace appeared robust and rounded, seemingly brimming with unimaginable energy. Feeling the caterpie's affection, Summer Yin found himself momentarily stunned. The saturation of your muscles suggests it is time for you to evolve, caterpie. After a day of battling with the water-type Pokémon at Maple River, the caterpie had reached a critical juncture. Due to a few delays, he would be providing another update shortly. Chapter 62. The unending entanglement of electric types. The sleek and sharp horn reflected a cold glimmer, and the robust, rounded shell appeared to harbor immense strength. The strong, developed limbs and the resolute, confident gaze were the fruits of Summer Yan's diligent training of the caterpie over this period. Having endured battles against the fiery monkey and the brave Yungara, and having witnessed the formidable capabilities of Goda and Mosquito Swimmer, the caterpie had now shed its former naivety through relentless training and combat. The confidence surging within its small, deep purple eyes served as the best testament to its growth. With the aid of intermediate energy cubes, advanced energy cubes, top-tier berries, and venom sac enhancements, the caterpie underwent numerous transformations, filling its diminutive body with unfathomable energy and potential. Now, The caterpie stood at the very threshold of evolution once more. It seemed that the moment of transformation was imminent. Today's capturing plan had provided it with the final push it needed to reach that critical point. Summer Yin could assert with certainty that the caterpie was on the verge of evolving, ready to step into the realm of metamorphosis. Evolution. For every Pokémon, this represents a qualitative leap, a significant enhancement of strength. The caterpie had long yearned for this transformation. It nuzzled affectionately against Summer Yin, uncertain if evolution was indeed upon it, yet it felt remarkable, truly exceptional, as if it possessed an inexhaustible well of strength within. Xia Yan's expression was intricate. The caterpie was his initial Pokémon. Although their acquaintance had yet to span a month, Xia Yan had invested immeasurable hopes and affections into this creature. Now, as the caterpie approached the brink of evolution, he felt a surge of emotions akin to a parent eagerly anticipating their child's entrance into a pivotal examination, filled with aspirations and the hope that the offspring might soar to great heights. Evolution is undoubtedly a positive development, beneficial for both of us. Yet I implore you to maintain your composure. This final moment is paramount. One must not succumb to impatience or anxiety. Allow nature to take its course. That is the most opportune moment. Xia Yan gently caressed the caterpie's plump shell, feeling the powerful vibrations coursing through its body, and remarked wistfully, "Woo-woo." The caterpie nodded earnestly, bestowing upon Xia Yan its unconditional trust. The sudden news of the caterpie's impending evolution interrupted Xia Yan's fixation on monetary concerns. He adjusted his mindset and tidied his attire before heading to the location provided by Jian Air. Xia Yan believed he had nurtured the caterpie to the best of his ability. Thus, he swiftly accepted the forthcoming evolution. He hailed a taxi and directed it towards the southernmost highway of Golden City, the route leading to the desolate Leaf City. Upon disembarking, he walked a short distance until he reached the site of Jian Air's brother's misfortune, a muddy area alongside the broad highway. The Golden City Alliance Police Department had likely conducted some information gathering at the scene before clearing away residual traces. Nonetheless, remnants still lingered, including some debris. From the evidence present, it appeared that Jian Air's brother had been riding in a truck, which inexplicably veered off the rails and into this muddy terrain. The deep tire tracks on the ground spoke volumes. Xia Yan trod upon the exceptionally muddy earth, transformed by rain, causing dark clumps of soil to splatter. Before he could switch on his flashlight, a sudden beam of light illuminated him. "Who?" A low voice emerged from the concealed woods, followed swiftly by a bright yellow, wispy current of electricity racing towards him. Xia Yan's expression shifted. "Caterpie." "Woo-woo." A charged web was expelled from beneath his umbrella, colliding with the electromagnetic wave. The two attacks met mid-air, erupting in a shower of electricity before dissipating into the surroundings. Xia Yan? Just as he prepared to counterattack and discern the identity of his assailant, a voice from the woods called his name. The familiar tone resonated. "Do?" A figure emerged slowly from the trees, clad in a raincoat with a hood, accompanied by a Dratini, none other than our aspiring investigator. Yulong Du appeared utterly astonished. "What brings you here? This is the scene of an accident. Why have you not left?" The two posed their questions almost in unison, both taken aback by the surprise reflected on each other's faces. Upon entering, Wataru spoke with irritation, questioning why he had not yet departed and what purpose he had for lingering. "Are the investigators so idle?" he inquired. "How long do you plan to stay in Golden City?" "Oh, you're just a trainee investigator. Disregard what I said," Xia Yan teased, having not seen Wataru for some time. He had assumed Wataru had already left the city. Investigators ought to be busy, burdened with numerous tasks, right? The previous incident at the power station remains unresolved, and the headquarters has entrusted the matter entirely to me for resolution. Furthermore, I am now a full-fledged investigator, not merely in training. Wataru proudly displayed his official investigator credentials. Exuding a sense of pride, Wataru typically presented a cool demeanor towards others, but he shed this facade in the company of friends, such as Xia Yan. If Wataru appeared to others as the embodiment of the Dragon Clan's expectations, then now he was revealing his true self, the carefree trainer in Tokyo City, nurturing a small fire dragon and witnessing its gradual growth. Thus, Wataru the dragon and Wataru the trainer were indeed two distinct individuals. "Being an investigator is that easy?" Xia Yan murmured under his breath. "What?" Wataru asked. "Nothing," Xia Yan replied, unconcerned. Wataru continued. "You have yet to explain your presence here. The missing person is the primary heir of the Sato family, isn't he?" "The young master of the Sato clan," Xia Yan responded. "Indeed, Sato Kenta," Wataru acknowledged, mentioning Kenta's brother's name. "His younger brother, Sato Kenji, is my friend. He entrusted me with the task of finding his brother, which is why I am here." Xia Yan shrugged. Wataru understood. And you? To appear here at such a late hour and to ambush, ordinary individuals would find it troubling, wouldn't they? Xia Yin retorted. Wataru's expression grew serious as he stated, this is a crime scene. Any individual appearing here at night is suspect. Moreover, I merely utilized my mini-dragon's electromagnetic waves. Even if it struck, it would not inflict harm. At most, it would cause temporary paralysis. Xia Yin recalled a film he had seen in a previous life, which revealed that 81 of murderers returned to the scene of their crimes to revel in the satisfaction of their deeds. Could it be that Wataru was here for that reason? Are investigators so professional? Then, Wataru continued, I was not present at the scene initially. But Miss Junsha and her team have already gathered information, finding little of use. However, I discovered something in the woods earlier. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Xia Yin mused inwardly. He then observed Wataru produce a soft, curved strand of golden hair, shimmering with a faint glow. Xia Yin furrowed his brow. Is this hair? No. I believe it to be the hair of a sprite, and it is highly likely to belong to an electric-type sprite. Another electric-type sprite? Xia Yin responded, somewhat astonished. It appears that many recent events are inextricably linked to electric-type Pokémon. The power station, the hypno, and the incessant buzzing mentioned by Yanjila. The conspicuous abundance of electric-type Pokémon in the black market, and the electric-type fur we have discovered all suggest a connection. Hence, I have ample reason to suspect that the assailants who attacked Kentasato may indeed be the same individuals responsible for the power station incident. Xia Yin added, moreover, there is a piece of information you are unaware of. The batch of goods that Kentasato received contains wool from the mareep of a farm located in the Johto region. Grateful for the insightful contribution from the esteemed Green Caterpie, it seems I am compelled to produce a fourth draft today. Please bear with me. Chapter 63. A Crucial Discovery Mareep? A species of sheep Pokémon native to the Johto region, it is also classified as an electric type. These Pokémon possess a gentle disposition, making them exceptionally suitable for domestication, and they yield various valuable products. For instance, Mareep's milk is a nutritious dairy option. Though it may not rival the milk from the large dairy farms, it nonetheless represents a commendable food source. Furthermore, Mareep's will surpasses its milk in value, as it can be woven into garments that provide warmth and, to some extent, reduce damage from electric-type moves. This is due to the wool's capacity to store significant static electricity, thereby diminishing the potency of electric-type attacks. It is a favored material among trainers who raise electric-type Pokémon. The Sato family's clothing store is known for utilizing Pokémon materials in their garments. And Mareep wool indeed serves as an excellent raw material. Do you have a target? Xia Yin inquired as he crouched down, his fingers brushing against the soil, casually pinching a bit and rubbing it between his hands. Gradually, the tension in his brow eased, revealing a mix of astonishment, bewilderment, fear, disbelief, and a hint of epiphany in his eyes. A target? Not at the moment. However, according to Miss Junsha and her associates, the Sato family seems to have encountered some conflicts with another substantial clothing enterprise in Kinwang City recently. Suddenly, a tremendous flash of lightning cleaved the dark sky, splitting the low-hanging clouds and illuminating the night. The brilliant bolt of lightning was so abrupt, it was akin to a sudden cacophony in a silent city, casting light upon Wataru and Xia Yan's faces. Wataru, in turn, noticed the shock etched upon Xia Yan's countenance. Having known Xia Yan for some time, Wataru regarded him as the epitome of composure, whether confronting the Magnemites at the power station, facing the onslaught of Electrode, or realizing the absence of crucial components in the power turbine. Xia Yan consistently exhibited wisdom under pressure. Yet, what could possibly provoke such an expression of astonishment from the usually collected Xia Yan? A thunderous roar erupted as a sudden bolt of lightning struck, reverberating throughout the entire city of Jinhua. The appearance of this lightning was startling, arriving without any prior warning. The rain had been pouring relentlessly for an entire night and day, yet there had been no sign of thunder or lightning. Why did it manifest so abruptly at this moment? Xia Yan, what's the matter? Du raised his hand and slapped Xia Yan's arm. A sharp pain made Xia Yan gasp as blood seeped from a wound on his arm that had not yet fully scabbed over, staining his clothing and jacket crimson. You're injured. Upon observing Xia Yan's reaction and the wound on his arm, Du's expression darkened, and he inquired in a grave tone. Ugh, nearby. The horn bug on Xia Yan's shoulder bared its teeth, displeased with Du's reckless action. Xia Yan's injury was deep and had already been aggravated by prior contact. Witnessing the blood flow anew made the horned bug both angry and anxious. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were hurt, Du quickly apologized. Xia Yan's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. We need to hurry back to Jinhua. With that, he returned to the road, hoping to hail a taxi. However, given the heavy rain and their location away from the city center, finding a cab would not be easy. Du jogged to catch up with Xia Yin. Panting as he asked, "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" Xia Yin turned with a serious expression and fixed his gaze on him. "Du, let me ask you, what did that traitor from the Alliance, the reserve for Heavenly Kings, steal from them? Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?" Du struggled to keep pace with Xia Yin's train of thought, but seeing his serious demeanor, he pondered for a moment before responding. "It's called the pure gold feather, but I can't disclose its specific effects." Pure gold feather, pure gold feather. Xia Yin repeatedly murmured the name of the item. "What is wrong with you?" Du reached to touch Xia Yan's forehead, noting the unusual warmth. "It's just a missing persons case. What does it have to do with that Tom Yuchi? Are you running a fever?" Suddenly, Xia Yan's body jolted as if struck by electricity, and a torrent of fragmented information surged through his mind, coalescing into a coherent chain of thought. All previous clues and speculations seemed to align at this moment. Is the pure gold feather related to electric-type Pokémon? To put it another way, is it connected to the legendary Pokémon, Zapdos? Xia Yin did not respond verbally but gripped Du's shoulders tightly, his fingers digging into the fabric of his clothing. Zapdos. This legendary Pokémon from the Kanto region, known as one of the mythical bird Pokémon, commands thunder and lightning, representing one of the highest powers within the Pokémon world. Undoubtedly, it stands as a symbol of supreme strength in this realm. With a profound understanding of past lives and a keen knowledge of Pokémon games, Shai recognized that Zapdos is a creature that frequently appears in both the anime and the games. "How do you know?" Dui looked up, his face a mask of astonishment as several bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. Could this damned thunder be the result of Zapdos' presence? Tom Yuchiki is truly in Golden City. He cast a shocked glance at Xiaoyi, whose brow was furrowed in thought. He must have realized something significant. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly brought up Tom Yuchiki at this moment. "Charizard!" Xiaoyi suddenly exclaimed. "What?" "Summon Charizard. We need to return to Golden City swiftly." Xiaoyi spoke in a grave tone. In cities like Golden City, which are affiliated with the League, flying is generally prohibited. Otherwise, the skies would be chaotic with trainers summoning their flying Pokémon. Dui hesitated for a moment before producing Charizard's Pokeball. However, exceptional circumstances often call for unconventional methods. Roaring, Charizard burst forth, immediately unfurling its wings and letting out an excited cry, seemingly unfazed by the rain. The flames on its tail remained undeterred by the downpour. "Are you all right? You seem feverish," Dui asked hesitantly. "I'm fine," Shai replied, his expression serious. "The egg of my Gyarados is still in the incubator at the club. Given the rain, carrying the egg with me is unwise. Earlier, I was out capturing Pokémon with my Beedrill, and having the egg with me could lead to unavoidable mishaps. The club has a specialized incubator, which is far safer. After all, I cannot carry the egg everywhere. An incident akin to Gyarados would undoubtedly hinder my movements, making it impossible to dodge or evade effectively. The last time I managed to evade a threat, it saved my life. Most importantly, the club provides the incubator free of charge. Yet, I never anticipated that the root of these issues would stem from the Sierra Pokémon Battle Club. Could it truly be him? But why hasn't he taken action against me? Was the Gyarados incident merely a coincidence?" Xiaoyi's mind was awash with questions. "What on earth is going on?" "I'm still in the dark," Dui admitted, somewhat bewildered, yet trusting Xiaoyi enough to summon Charizard. They both climbed onto Charizard's back. "Let's head back. I will explain everything on the way." Dui hesitated but eventually nodded, patting Charizard's wing. It immediately took to the skies. Could this incident be connected to Tom Yuchiki and Zapdos? Dui couldn't help but ask, sensing that Xiaoyi's reaction held the key to unraveling the truth behind this entire series of events. Indeed, Chapter 64. The prelude. The flight speed of the Charizard was astonishing. With just a gentle flap of its wings, it surged forward. The two individuals perched upon its back found themselves in a rather cramped position, as the biting cold wind and the howling rain lashed against their faces. Experiencing high-speed flight on a rainy day with a flying Pokémon was far from an enjoyable affair. The Caterpie crawled over to the injured right arm of Shayun, continuously emitting silk threads that wrapped around the wound, gradually enveloping it. The injury was considerable, and the scabs that had formed were now entirely torn apart. If exposed to the rain any longer, it would likely lead to infection. Even in this world, tetanus was not a trivial ailment. The Caterpie wore a look of deep concern. It wished fervently that it had been the one injured instead of Shayun. Each time it beheld the wounds upon Shayun's arm, it was a profound trial for its heart and a reaffirmation of its own aspirations. Shayun Due also noticed the Caterpie's actions and felt a pang of guilt. "It's all right," he said, his expression unchanging despite the piercing cold of the rain on his face. Now, regarding the matter at hand, he continued, lowering his head to shield his mouth from the wind, taking a deep breath before speaking. I work at the Silver Pokémon Battle Club. Did you know that? Just found out, Dewey replied, having not delved into Xianyun's background, for friends rarely entangled themselves in such complexities. There's a supervisor at our club named Lodo, Xianyun added. Lodo? Dewey's expression remained one of puzzlement. Tom, looky. If you switch the first and third characters, you get it, Xianyun explained. Lodo? Lodo? That seems like a coincidence. Doesn't he it? Just two characters reversed as a disguise? Dewey wiped the rain from his face. Flying in the rain, whether light or heavy, was a novel experience for him. Xianyun refrained from elaborating on the name further, acknowledging the peculiar coincidence. The photo you showed me, dressed impeccably in a suit. Every detail meticulously attended to. My supervisor Lodo shares the same manner of attire. Upon hearing this, Dewey's brow gradually furrowed. If a name bearing resemblance was mere chance, then the similarity in attire was a different matter altogether, especially considering that an individual's mannerisms and habits are notoriously difficult to alter. But is it really just about the attire? Dewey inquired. Xianyun continued, that has 2 points. There's a third. This morning, when I visited Lodo's office, I noticed that his usually pristine shoes bore some unsightly black mud resembling that of the place we just left. Furthermore, he was absent from the club yesterday, which aligns with the probable timing of the incident. When Xianyun articulated the third point, it became evident that these connections spoke volumes. The fourth point, the pure golden feather you mentioned. I have witnessed Lodo using a feather of pure gold as a pen to sign documents on multiple occasions. This revelation caused Dew to widen his eyes in astonishment. Even he found himself at a loss for retorts. There are countless pieces of evidence to substantiate this claim. Initially, Xianyun paid little attention to these matters, as it was difficult to connect Lodo and Tom Ritchie, seemingly individuals from disparate worlds. However, due to the Yongjila incident, Xianyun became acutely aware of Lodo's role as a supervisor. The mission pertaining to the Yongjila incident was orchestrated by Lodo, and whether it was intentional or accidental remains unclear to him. Consequently, the increasingly suspicious Xianyun could not help but direct greater scrutiny and observation towards this Lodo supervisor. This keen attention enabled him to notice the mud caked on Lodo's shoes, a detail so minute that even the fastidious Lodo had overlooked it. This illustrates the extent of his diligence. Yet, it was precisely this detail that allowed him to connect the dots between the muddy accident scene and Dew's mention of the pure golden feather. If Lodo's intention was to summon the Zapdos using this feather, then the subsequent deductions regarding the earlier events begin to make sense. For instance, in the power station incident, what was the motive behind the theft of the conversion device? It was to harness that device to activate the pure golden feather and summon the Zapdos. Furthermore, considering the significant size and importance of the power station, who could silently take control of it? Both Xianyun and Dew speculated that it was the Rocket Team. Lodo had previously revealed the emblem of the Rocket Team in his presence. Moreover, what was responsible for controlling the power station? The Hypno and the Yongjila, both products of the laboratory, undoubtedly played crucial roles in this scheme. If Lodo had indeed joined the Rocket Team, his potential as a member of the Elite Four would grant him the authority and capability to access such resources. Let us not forget that the task involving Hypno was also assigned by Lodo to Xianyun. The warnings from Hypno and Yongjila to be cautious of the ZZZ sound likely do not pertain to any other electric-type Pokémon, but rather to exercise caution regarding the Zapdos itself. Yet, Xianyun refrained from sharing these thoughts with Dew. The 4 points already provided ample evidence to address numerous questions, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Additionally, the overabundance of electric-type Pokémon in the black market of Jinhuang City may very well be attributed to this pure golden feather. Perhaps Lodo has previously attempted to summon the Zapdos using the feather, but due to certain failures, he shifted his focus to the power station, or more specifically, to the conversion device. Consequently, this has attracted a multitude of electric-type Pokémon towards Jinhuang City. They yearn for the legendary Thunderbird, one of the 3 mythical birds, which governs the thunder over the Kanto region and beyond. They sensed the presence of the Thunderbird in the ether. With this connection, many truths began to surface. Xianyun wore a solemn expression, his mind racing as he meticulously pieced together the details of their recent encounter, weaving together the events that transpired. Lodo, the Overseer, was none other than the traitor of the Alliance, the aspiring member of the Elite Four. His objective was to summon the Thunderbird. Reflecting on yesterday's return, Xianyun recalled Lodo's absence, which likely meant he was occupied with transporting the wool of the merino sheep belonging to the first heir of the Ito family, Kenta Ito. The wool from merino sheep possesses the ability to store electricity. The sudden manifestation of lightning could very well signify that Lodo had commenced his plans. Could you be a bit quicker? His only concern now was the precious Pokémon egg, no matter how meticulously he thought. Without the conditions of mud and the golden feathers, he could not definitively link Lodo to Tamiyaki. The connection of names had just occurred to him, and the only piece of information he had previously was a photograph. Yet, with so many white-collar workers in Jinwang City and numerous individuals dressed similarly, it was indeed a challenge to draw connections. Xia Yan, if it truly is Tamiyaki, we may not stand a chance against him. I have already informed Mr. Azel and the others, Wataru stated. I have something of great importance at the club that I must retrieve. Xia Yan replied solemnly. Besides, Tamiyaki's focus should be entirely on the golden feathers right now. This tempest of lightning likely indicates he is hiding somewhere, awaiting the imminent summoning of the Thunderbird. Does it not? Even if Lodo is at the club, he must go. He was aware of his own shortcomings, yet having pledged to Yuki-Ra, he felt compelled to follow through, just as he had promised to the unknown to ascend to greater heights. It was certainly not merely because of the Pokémon egg's high value. Absolutely not. His gaze was firmly fixed on the distant outlines of the club below. The matter of Lodo being Tamiyaki was beyond his concern, as he had already conveyed all he could to Wataru. All he desired was to reclaim the Pokémon egg and distance himself from the tumultuous affairs of Jinwang City. Otherwise, was he to venture forth against the aspiring Elite Four with scarcely a month of experience as a trainer? Surely, that would invite disaster. Chapter 65, The Gun? The speed of the Charizard was remarkable. Following this incident, Xia Yan had resolved to swiftly acquire a flying-type Pokémon. Otherwise, it would prove too inconvenient. Compared to traveling by vehicle, a flying-type Pokémon would undoubtedly offer greater convenience. He landed not far from the club, gazing at the brightly illuminated Elf Spirit Battle Club. Xia Yan contemplated briefly and said, "Please wait for me here. I will return to fetch something. Shall I accompany you?" Du hesitated to suggest. With Du by his side, any potential troubles would indeed be mitigated. Very well. Upon hearing Xia Yan's response, Du retracted his Charizard and gently placed his hand on his waist. A clicking sound caught Xia Yan's attention, prompting him to turn and observe the object that had appeared in Du's hand, unable to suppress a look of astonishment. A gun? Did this investigator carry a firearm? This was the first time Xia Yan had encountered such a cold weapon in the world of Pokémon. Better safe than sorry, Du remarked calmly, pressing the barrel of the gun, his index finger lightly resting on the trigger, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Although a gun posed little threat to Pokémon, it could still be deadly to humans. In an unexpected scenario, it could serve an unforeseen purpose. Clearly, Du was not merely a simpleton focused solely on Pokémon battles. Should a more convenient method present itself, he would not hesitate to forego the battle. Xia Yan lowered his gaze. Ultimately, in a life-and-death confrontation, it was the trainer who subdued the opposing Pokémon that held the key to resolving the conflict, thus becoming the primary objective. The notion of distinguishing winners and losers in Pokémon battles? That was merely a charming scene depicted in anime. Together, Du and Xia Yan stealthily entered the club. Though the door was ajar, the interior was devoid of any personnel, exuding an eerie silence as if everyone had vanished into thin air. Xia Yan did not see Na or Lodo waiting for him at the counter as before, which relieved him somewhat. He swiftly returned to his room, carefully retrieved the Pokémon egg from the incubator, and gently placed it in his backpack. A Pokémon egg? Du expressed mild surprise. He had encountered numerous Pokémon, yet eggs were relatively rare, typically found only in breeding houses or designated nurturing facilities. Their dragon clan also possessed specialized Pokémon egg hatching grounds, but truly precious Pokémon naturally hatched within the dragoness lair. Indeed, Xia Yan nodded. With the Pokémon egg in hand, he felt a notable sense of relief. Should any unusual developments arise, he could withdraw as circumstances dictated. At that moment, Golden City resembled the eye of a gathering storm. Here, the overt power of the Alliance and the covert influence of Team Rocket had maintained a delicate balance for many years. Yet the arrival of Tom Yuchi had thoroughly muddied the waters. Having had some exposure to the Alliance and Team Rocket, Xia Yan was acutely aware of the magnitude of the impending tempest. His strength should have kept him from becoming embroiled, yet he found himself perilously close to the eye of the storm. The only solace lay in the fact that, without further constraints, he now had the potential to extricate himself from the turmoil. The task of the Vine Monster has been successfully completed, and a sum of 50,000 Alliance coins has been credited to his account. Meanwhile, the water-type spirit captured today in Maple Falls could fetch a handsome profit in any city's black market. He no longer needs to linger in Golden City or remain in the club for trivial amounts of money. We must leave. If Tom Ryuchi is indeed here, We could be in trouble, Due whispered, lowering his voice. It seems even the future champion, Yulong Du, has moments of fear. Good, for Xia Yan's trepidation surpassed his own. Let us go, he commanded, leading Du back along the path they came. The club was unusually quiet, more so than ever before. The sounds of training or battles that once echoed in the corridors were conspicuously absent, creating an eerie stillness. As they approached the club's main entrance, both Du and Xia Yan subconsciously quickened their pace. The sound of their polished shoes echoed off the tiled floor, starkly contrasting the silence. With each step closer to the door, their hearts raced in their throats. At last, upon exiting the corridor, the grand entrance loomed before them. However, just as they were about to exhale in relief, a figure emerged slowly from outside the club, blocking their path. Dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, his head bowed. They could see the impeccably groomed hair. One hand rested in his trouser pocket, while the other held a half-burned cigarette. Wisps of smoke curling up from his cheek and quickly dissipating into the air. Suddenly, Xia Yan and Du halted, their expressions darkening. Lodo, or rather, the Elite Four candidate. Tom Ryuchi. He raised his head slowly, revealing a chiseled face that exuded elegance, his elongated black eyes glinting with mockery as they scanned Xia Yan and Du. Upon noticing the cater pie perched on Xia Yan's shoulder, a hint of disdain crept into his smile. 0451, where are you headed? Lodo's slightly husky voice reverberated through the spacious club hall. At his words, Xia Yan felt a tightening in his chest. Shouldn't Tom Ryuchi be preparing to summon Zapdos by now? Why was he wasting time on what he deemed insignificant? Xia Yan, look at his chest. Du's urgent whisper reached Xia Yan's ears. Following his gaze, Xia Yan noticed a golden feather protruding from Lodo's suit pocket, shimmering brilliantly under the club's bright lights. The golden feather. It was the very pin Lodo used for his signatures. Suddenly, Du raised the gun in his hand, aiming it at Lodo. His expression grave as he commanded, raise your hands. Lodo beheld the firearm in Du's hand, momentarily taken aback, but soon his grin widened into an unabashed display of mirth. A gun? Ha ha ha. He laughed boisterously. Bang. The muzzle exhaled flames as a silver bullet swiftly erupted from the barrel, the recoil causing Du's arm to tremble. Without hesitation, Du aimed at Lodo and fired. Boom. Yet, in the midst of Lodo's laughter, the bullet came to a gradual halt before him, enveloped in a thin veil of supernatural power. From behind Lodo, a sprite gracefully emerged, a humanoid figure adorned in golden hues, with wisps of white fur at its neck, pointed ears, and a prominent nose. In its hand, it held a string, the other end tethered to a circular ring used for hypnosis. This was the evolved form of the hypnotic beast, the Dreamweaver. Its cunning, elongated eyes glimmered with a blue radiance as it gently swayed the object in its grasp. It was indeed its supernatural ability that thwarted Du's gunfire. Upon witnessing this Dreamweaver, Xia Yan furrowed his brow. Recalling the hypnotic beast from the slums and the mother of the sprite egg he possessed, Yongjila. However, this Dreamweaver appeared to possess distinct differences. Realizing the futility of his firearm, Du decisively discarded it, conjuring 3 Pokeballs that he promptly hurled. As the crimson light emanated from the spheres, 3 sprites materialized before him, a Dratini, a Charizard, and a Gyarados. Xia Yan's cater pie, perched upon his shoulder, leaped down, its stature dwarfed by Du's trio of sprites. Yet, in terms of loyalty and resolve to protect its trainer, the cater pie was undoubtedly their equal. After gazing intently at the Dreamweaver for a considerable time, Xia Yan suddenly exclaimed, Wait, Du, something's amiss. Chapter 66, Opportunity. Roar. As Gyarados made its entrance, it unleashed a ferocious roar directed at the Dreamweaver, momentarily altering its sly expression. Intimidate ability. Gyarados, resembling a dragon, bore an intimidating demeanor, perpetually on the brink of fury, adorned with 3 upward curving horns atop its head. Its body cloaked in azure scales, and a broad dorsal fin shaped like the character for Macro. Yet again, here was a dragon devoid of draconic traits. Species, Gyarados type, water flying ability, intimidate strength assessment, suspected senior level moves. Unknown. While Gyarados is not an exceedingly common sprite, its appearance often causes quite a stir, leading to numerous literary descriptions. With a mere glance, Xia Yan could glean insights about Du's Gyarados through the sheen and thickness of its scales, the coloration of its dorsal fin, and the length of its horns. Senior level, coupled with the Charizard on the other side. This duo likely represented the pinnacle of Du's current lineup. The title of Flying-type Monarch was indeed well-deserved. However, with merely 2 seasoned Pokémon, alongside the exceptional Mini Dragon and Cater Pie, is it not a folly to contend against a preparatory Elite Four member? Yet therein lies the crux of the matter. Xia Yin cast a glance towards the Dream Eater beside Lodo. Due to the Dream Eater's duties, Xia Yin had delved into a more profound understanding of such Pokémon, including its evolutionary forms. Lodo's Dream Eater was undeniably formidable. Faced with the menacing Gyarados and the defiant Charizard, it exhibited not a trace of trepidation. However, upon scrutinizing this Dream Eater, Xia Yin arrived at a conclusion that even he found hard to believe. Pokémon, Dream Eater type, psychic ability, unknown strength assessment, suspected elite class moveset, unknown elite class. This was 2 full tiers above Caterpie and undoubtedly stronger than the previously encountered Gyarados. Yet, this conclusion seemed at odds with his understanding of Lodo's identity. Could a Pokémon of the preparatory elite merely be of elite class? Surely, that could not be the case. All these thoughts traversed his mind in mere seconds, and Xia Yin felt a growing heat upon his forehead, as though something was igniting within his mind. This was a classic case of mental overexertion. However, it was clearly not the time to halt his contemplation. Lodo, upon witnessing Xia Yin and Du's attempt to resist him, could not suppress a chuckle. Soon, a blue halo flickered in his eyes, resonating with the Dream Eater. The telepathy of the Dream Eater. Possessing a psychic-type Pokémon that commanded telepathy meant that the trainer's intentions could be conveyed to the Pokémon with merely a thought during battle. Here it comes. Xia Yin whispered urgently. Indeed, Du's expression was equally grave. Facing a preparatory Elite Four, the tension within far surpassed the thrill of challenging a formidable opponent. They were nearing the arrival of Mr. Azel and the others. This was not merely a contest. It was a life-and-death struggle. Crack. The ornament in the Dream Eater's grasp began to sway gently, invisible patterns emanating from it in concentric circles. Hypnosis. Do not fixate on the object in its hand. Xia Yin cautioned with a serious expression, simultaneously commanding Caterpie to run. Do not stop if I do not tell you to. If there was one aspect of Caterpie that gave Xia Yin the utmost confidence, it was its stamina. On the other side, Du swiftly directed his trio of Pokémon into battle. Coordinating 3 Pokémon simultaneously was not merely a test of their mutual synergy, but also a testament to the trainer's prowess. In most instances, a single trainer should command no more than 2 Pokémon in battle. Otherwise, the trainer's abilities may falter in synchrony with the Pokémon and the evolving dynamics of combat, leading to missed opportunities. However, this does not pose a significant challenge for Dewey. The mini-dragon emanates a wispy electromagnetic wave from its head, while the imposing eyes of the Gyarados, akin to lanterns, snap open, fixating intently on the Dream Eater. Due to the constraints of the battlefield, the Charizard is unable to take flight, yet this does not hinder its combat prowess. Striding boldly toward the Dream Eater, its claws become enveloped in a dense, black mist as the Ghost-type move, Shadow Claw, lunges at the Dream Eater, demonstrating Dewey's profound understanding of type advantages. However, the Dream Eater's hypnosis is not merely directed at the few Pokémon present. Xia Yin immediately feels a heaviness in his head, his cognitive abilities plummeting, even with absolute confidence in his willpower. He cannot withstand the mental pressure exerted by the Pokémon's might. Acting swiftly, Xia Yin grits his teeth, clenches his left fist, and strikes fiercely at the wound on his right arm. The injury, previously staunched by a bandage fashioned from the string shot of a Caterpie, sends a jolt of excruciating pain through his consciousness, rendering his complexion pale, with beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Dewey, he calls out, noticing Dewey's expression faltering. Without hesitation, his left fist collides with Dewey's face. Bang! Wake up! Dewey is jolted back to awareness, salvaged from the brink of hypnosis, for fortunately, the effects of the hypnosis had not fully taken hold. Otherwise, a mere punch would not suffice to rouse him. Simultaneously, the Pokémon engage in a fierce confrontation with the Dream Eater of Lodo. Charizard charges forward, brandishing its Shadow Claw as it confronts the Dream Eater, forcefully shattering the barrier crafted by psychic powers, closing in on its target. Yet, just as Charizard is about to strike, its body comes to an abrupt halt. A substantial psychic force envelopes it, and with a swift motion from the Dream Eater, Charizard is hurled to the ground, crashing down and scattering shards of tile across the battlefield. The Dream Eater raises its hand, halting the electromagnetic waves emitted by the mini-dragon, which dissipate into the air. Gyarados' menacing glare is disregarded by the Dream Eater. A decrease in defense is inconsequential as long as it avoids being struck. Subsequently, the Dream Eater launches a special beam at the downed Charizard, temporarily restraining its Shadow Claw move. However, while it focuses on Dewey's 3 Pokémon, the unassuming Caterpie stealthily appears at the Dream Eater's side, opening its mouth to viciously tear away a fragment of the psychic barrier. launching a venomous needle at an exceedingly obscure angle towards it. Sizzle! The Dreamweaver was taken aback, astonished that the diminutive unicorn beetle could breach its formidable psychic defenses. Fortunately, it reacted swiftly, halting mere centimeters from its leg as the venomous stinger approached. Realizing its offensive had failed, the unicorn beetle evaded further confrontation. Utilizing its innate ability to escape, swiftly vanishing from the Dreamweaver's line of sight and avoiding the impending assault. Their brief encounter allowed both to gauge each other's strengths and weaknesses. Observing the situation, Xia Yan and Du were undeniably at a disadvantage. Yet, both experienced an inexplicable sensation. Du, sporting a swollen bruise on his left cheek, cast a peculiar glance at Xia Yan. Preparing for the Four Kings? So weak? Has his Pokémon been dispatched elsewhere? Perhaps to summon Zapdos? It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, without a doubt, this presented an opportunity for both Xia Yan and Du. Chapter 67, Tamiyuki? Once more, Du commanded, I will provide support. You direct Gyarados and Charizard for the main assault. Xia Yan instructed Du clearly. The unicorn beetle's strength was insufficient to defeat the Dreamweaver head-on. However, Gyarados, armed with the Dark-type move Bite, and Charizard, wielding the Ghost-type move Shadow Claw, were indeed the most effective means to confront the psychic Dreamweaver. The earlier probing results further confirmed the Dreamweaver's elite level of prowess. Victory was not out of reach. Alright, Du responded, once again commanding his 3 Pokémon to initiate a new wave of attacks. With a thunderous roar, the Charizards sprang from the ground. Their Shadow Claw ensnared by the Dreamweaver's immobilizing technique, and were forcefully hurled to the ground, suffering considerable damage. Yet, upon regaining their stance, they exhibited not a hint of weakness, but rather an intensified ferocity, their fiery tails blazing with renewed vigor. The Blaze ability activated. In a burst of speed, they charged once more towards the Dreamweaver, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that abruptly interrupted the creature's yoga pose, preventing it from further enhancing its psychic abilities. Almost immediately, Gyarados, with its massive form undulating as if in water, surged forth to confront the Dreamweaver. Its gaping maw shimmered with a dark aura, poised to devour the Dreamweaver whole. Boom. In the next instant, the Dreamweaver's expression turned grave. Fury ignited within its elongated eyes. With a swift motion of its hand, a tangible psychic shockwave abruptly formed, sending the flame-spewing Charizard hurtling back, the impact leaving it severely wounded. Subsequently, the Dreamweaver sought to employ the same tactic against Gyarados. Suddenly, a shimmering thread of lightning appeared abruptly, piercing through the breach in the psychic barrier that the Gyarados had created with its crunch move. It ensnared the ornament held by the Dream Eater. Although the lightning-infused silk attack was swiftly severed by the psychic force, it inevitably delayed the Dream Eater's movements. Dusk's timing was as impeccable as that of Xia Yan, the only guardian remaining by their side. The mini-dragon unleashed a fierce torrent of blue-black flames from its mouth. The Dragon Rage, a furious blaze, shattered the Dream Eater's psychic defenses, bringing the Gyarados closer to it. Suddenly, the Gyarados' gaze flickered, and the dark energy within its jaws surged with greater intensity. The heightened dark energy manifested in a devastating crunch. Boom! Simultaneously, the horned bug, concealed by the massive form of the Gyarados, launched several toxic needles. Faced with relentless harassment and constraint, the Dream Eater found itself at a disadvantage against these seemingly inferior Pokémon. The vicious bite inflicted severe damage, compounded by the type disadvantage. Gritting its teeth against the pain, the Dream Eater summoned its psychic prowess once more, sending both the nearby Gyarados and the hidden horned bug flying. However, it could not escape unscathed, bearing several deep wounds. The pain further ignited the Dream Eater's spirit, unleashing its psychic abilities beyond its physical limits. Boom! The ferocious psychic waves surged like crashing tides, forcing the remaining 4 Pokémon present to adopt defensive and evasive postures. With a sweeping motion of the ornament in its grasp, the Dream Eater employed a binding technique to immobilize the Gyarados' crunch attack. A fierce roar erupted as pure black orbs of psychic energy materialized around the Dream Eater, violently dispersing in all directions, wreaking havoc upon the club's hull. Even the aquarium, home to numerous water-type Pokémon, was shattered, sending torrents of water cascading across the floor, leaving many water-type Pokémon floundering helplessly on the ground. The Dream Eater. Lotto was also violently repelled by the Dream Eater's psychic force, staring at it in disbelief. Indeed, this Dream Eater, like the previous Hypno and Gyarados, was a product of Team Rocket's experiments. And now, due to the Gyarados' attack, it had uncontrollably unleashed its psychic power. An opportunity. Witnessing this scene, Both Xia Yin and Dusk felt a surge of delight in their hearts. Although the out-of-control Dream Eater appeared to possess greater destructive power, its loss of rationality clearly made it easier to handle. Whoosh! The first to strike was the horn bug. Under Xia Yin's command, it unleashed an electric net, targeting not the Dream Eater's attention-grabbing body, but rather its ankle. The mini-dragon followed closely, its golden, filamentous electromagnetic waves directed towards the Dream Eater. Its target was not the Dream Eater's body, but rather the swirling waters that enveloped its feet at that moment. The Dream Eater attempted to levitate using its psychic abilities, yet was hindered by the electric net and electromagnetic waves, causing a momentary stiffness in its body. The fiery dragon, engulfed in flames, rose once more. The flames at the tip of its tail blazed several times more vigorously than before, and as it clenched its jaws, power surged forth, with flames spilling from the gaps between its teeth. Noticing that the attacks from the horn bug and mini-dragon were affecting the Dream Eater's movements, the fiery dragon unleashed a sweeping torrent of flames. At that very instant, the Gyarados, like a dancing dragon, roared into the fray, its whirlwind intertwining with the flames of the fire dragon. In an instant, the already fierce flames surged dramatically, engulfing the Dream Eater in a colossal fire tornado. Though it continued to unleash its psychic energy, with black orbs of psychic power shooting forth from the fiery vortex, it could not stave off the searing heat that consumed it. As the flames dissipated, the charred Dream Eater fell to the ground, blackened and bloodied, with dark blood oozing from the puncture wounds left by the assault, and burn marks visible all over its body. However, what proved truly fatal were the streams of blood that flowed from its eyes, nose, and ears. It had met the same fate as the Gyarados. This battle seemed to bear little relevance to Shiyuan and the horn bug, for the disparity in strength was immense. A mere psychic pulse from the Dream Eater could incapacitate the horn bug. Thus, Shiyuan had to tread cautiously. Nevertheless, the horn bug managed to exert a degree of restraint. The fire dragon and Gyarados had expended considerable energy and sustained significant damage to confront this Dream Eater. Regardless, victory was achieved. Merely to subdue this one Pokémon had compelled the two to nearly exhaust themselves. Yet, this was evidently not the caliber one would expect from a prospective Elite Four member. Under Shiyuan's command, the horn bug had already positioned itself atop the fallen Lotho, its tail's stinger poised threateningly at his neck, its small eyes reflecting nothing but indifference. Shiyuan exchanged glances with due approaching Lotho. Shiyuan crouched down, locking eyes with him. Tomyuki? Suddenly, a tremendous clap of thunder erupted in the club, resonating throughout the venue, as brilliant lightning illuminated the sky and the thunderous roar shook the entire city. Chapter 68. When the thunder continues. From a distance, one could observe the skies over the city of Jinhuang cloaked in ominous, dark clouds, brimming with electric energy. In that moment, it felt as though the heavens were tilting and the earth quaking. The echoes of thunder reverberated through the club, heralding that a momentous event was brewing. Accumulating and lying in wait. Due to the havoc wreaked by the Dream Invoker, the club's hall lay in utter disarray, its lights nearly obliterated, illuminated only by the sporadic flashes of lightning outside. The unicorn bug stood solemnly atop Lotto, its tail's stinger pressed against his neck, piercing his skin. The gushing waters and the Dream Invoker's extraordinary abilities had sent Lotto crashing to the ground, his meticulously styled hair now a disheveled mess, rendering him an image of utter disgrace. Upon hearing Cheyenne's inquiry, Lotto not only remained unperturbed but burst into raucous laughter, the tremors of his mirth exacerbated by the stinger gradually embedding itself deeper. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with madness. Tomyuchi. Despite all signs pointing to Lotto as the traitorous candidate for the Elite Four, the individual known as Tomyuchi, his recent battle had been utterly lackluster. He had failed to summon the Pokémon befitting a trainer of such caliber, nor did he exhibit the qualities expected of an elite trainer. He was merely accompanied by a single Dream Invoker. Yet, it was evident that this Dream Invoker was not his Pokémon, akin to the Hypno and Gyarados. A product of the Rocket Team's laboratory, perhaps it had also played a role in the events at the power station. Moreover, Cheyenne distinctly recalled D mentioning that Tomyuchi's specific Pokémon were not well known, as he rarely engaged in battles, but he certainly possessed no Psychic-type Pokémon. Perhaps there exists a dossier regarding Tomyuchi's Pokémon within the Alliance's headquarters, yet it was evident that D, in his previous capacity as a preparatory investigator, would not have access to such information. Should Tomyuchi have harbored intentions of defection from the Alliance long before, he would undoubtedly have taken steps to obscure his Pokémon, which might serve as his confidence in daring to betray the Alliance. Suddenly, dozens of Alliance trainers appeared at the club's entrance, flanked by their newly acquired flying Pokémon, with Azza at the forefront, a figure Cheyenne recognized. His Firo having left a deep impression. Upon landing, Azza and his companions strode into the club, their eyes sweeping over the chaotic hall and the disheveled Lotto lying on the ground. Unable to suppress a frown, Azza spoke solemnly. D, where's Tomuchi? D gestured subtly towards Lotto on the ground. Azza raised an eyebrow, noting that, at a glance, Lotto could indeed be mistaken for Tomuchi based solely on appearance and attire. However, how could a preparatory elite four, someone who necessitated the assembly of several skilled trainers from Jinhuang City to confront, be subdued by merely D and Xiaoyan? Was this not a touch too convenient? Two individuals emerged from behind Azza, advancing to restrain Lotto, lifting him upright. Another approached, searching Lotto's person, discovering neither transformation devices nor Pokeballs, only this. A resplendent golden feather quill was presented before Azza, its tip still stained with ink. Was this the feather of pure gold? Azar's brow furrowed with increasing intensity. He gazed at Du, yearning for a reassuring answer. Suddenly, Lotto, held captive, erupted into a fit of coughs, followed by a chilling laugh that sent shivers down spines. What do you wish to convey? Azar inquired, his tone grave. Before he could complete his thought, he was interrupted. Hee, all of this is thanks to you, 0451. Lotto's bloodstained grin radiated mockery as he fixed his gaze upon Xiaoyan, struggling momentarily against his restraints before conceding defeat. What do you mean? Xiaoyan frowned, perplexed. Why have you kept me around until now? Lotto refrained from answering, instead pressing on with a question laced with malice. The eyes of all present were drawn to Xiaoyan, as if Lotto's words concealed some hidden truth. Gradually, Xiaoyan's expression darkened, the unsettling feeling he had previously sensed resurfacing within him. Now, it is too late to tell you. All I can say is, thanks to you, everyone's attention is focused here. Lotto appeared to seek the sight of despair etched across Xiaoyan's face, as if such a moment would grant him a fleeting sense of accomplishment. So all eyes are on you. Xiaoyan suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. His demeanor shifted as he stepped forward, seizing Lotto by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Are you using me? Hee, have you truly become aware? You are indeed the most fitting choice. None could bear this burden better than you. Just as I am uniquely suited for my own task, I have found satisfaction. What about you? Lotto laughed maniacally. Xiaoyan, listening to Lotto's derision, pressed his lips tightly together, his expression oscillating between darkness and light. Summer, what does he mean? Du grasped Xiaoyan's wrist, pulling him away from Lotto's grip and inquiring. Xiaoyan offered no reply, his gaze lowered, his mind swirling in disarray. The complexity of his thoughts overwhelmed him. He finally grasped the reason behind the myriad coincidences that had befallen him. His cautious nature, his relationship with Du, his connection with Jenner, the missions he had undertaken, the encounters he had experienced, each interconnected, all manipulated. The individual orchestrating events from behind Lotto was exploiting him, leveraging his bond with Du to relay information to the Alliance and the training guild in Golden City. When did this all commence? Was it from the moment he met Du? Had their meeting been a mere calculation? Or was it a genuine coincidence? Now, he found it increasingly difficult to believe in chance. When coincidences abound, the term itself loses its semblance of luck. A chilling sense enveloped Xiaoyan, not the biting cold of rain, but an icy dread that seeped from his very marrow, as though every aspect of his existence was ensnared in the machinations of another. Xiaoyan, what on earth has happened to you? Du looked at his changing expression, grasping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Awakened by Du's call, Xiaoyan broke into a cold sweat, feeling somewhat faint. His gaze swept over Du, Lotto, and Azel, stepping forward and, to everyone's astonishment, seizing the golden feather from Azel's hand. Feeling the softness in his palm, he applied a slight pressure. Snap! Indeed, the feather was easily broken. Du stood dumbfounded. Was the pure golden feather so fragile? A nameless fire ignited within Xiaoyan. His suspicions were once again validated. Being manipulated like this was truly wretched. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure and spoke in a deep voice. In the slums, at the garbage dump. He finally pieced together all the information. The mud on Lotto's shoes was foul. He had intentionally displayed the golden feather to mislead him, and the injuries sustained by the maple falling river spirits, among others. Just as his words fell, a sudden explosion echoed in the sky. Boom! The previous Golden City had already been enveloped in a vast array of thunder and lightning, both in sound and in light. It was no small matter. Yet, compared to this, it seemed trivial. The heavens appeared as if cleaved apart, revealing a gaping chasm, from which a colossal golden lightning bolt surged forth, lingering without dissipating. The immense, folded lightning hung in the inky sky, resembling a new sun illuminating the entire golden city, as if daylight had descended. Amidst this golden lightning, a divine figure emerged, akin to a sacred deity, slowly materializing from the heavens, bathed in thunder. With an orange, elongated beak, its body cloaked in golden feathers. Spikes adorned its wings and tail, and the inner sides of its tail feathers were interspersed with black feathers. The crown of its head was formed entirely of a cluster of sharp feathers, and its piercing orange claws flickered in the lightning. Ha ha ha! It has come! It has come! Loto, inexplicably empowered, broke free from his restraints, spreading his arms wide, closing his eyes, and gazing at the sky with a look of reverence. When the sky darkens and thunder rumbles, legends come to life. That is the lightning bird. Upon witnessing the appearance of the sacred spirit, Azel's pupils constricted sharply as he murmured the name of this spirit. Not just him, all present wore expressions of astonishment. The tremendous commotion also captured the attention of the entire populace of the Golden City, who gazed upon that figure with awe. The legendary spirit of the Guandu region. The lightning bird. Today's first update. It seems I owe an update from yesterday, so there should still be 4 updates today. Perhaps 5, ahem. Chapter 69, The Experience. The slums to the west of the Golden City. A garbage dump that hardly drew any attention. In the midst of a heap of refuse, surrounded by a stench of decay, a void was cleared from the mountain of garbage. The gentle patter of rain could not impede the events unfolding in that moment. A freshly manicured hand emerged from the confines of a black, dense raincoat, delicately pinching a golden feather. Under the vigilant watch of a multitude of sprites, the feather descended onto the converter at the center of the void. A thunderous roar erupted, illuminating the scene with a blinding white light that revealed the exquisite features hidden beneath the raincoat, along with a mischievous curve at the corner of the lips. The arrival reflected on the experiences of the past. The foolish alliance, with its so-called Elite Four, was merely a means of placation, a way to control more powerful beings. They naively aspired to ascend to the ranks of the Elite Four and enter the heart of the Alliance's power, completely unaware that this was an elaborate ruse. I, Tom Yuchiki, have resolved to forsake the Alliance, to turn my back on this realm of deceit and hypocrisy. Yet, I must wait for an opportune moment. That moment has arrived. For reasons unknown, both the champion and the Elite Four have vacated the headquarters of the Alliance. The coveted item in the vault has tantalized me for far too long, my applications consistently denied. Damn it, it is undoubtedly because I am merely a wretched reserve, a mere enforcer. The item is within my grasp. I must flee. Where to? Hoenn? Sinnoh? Unova? No, none of those will suffice. Since the prize is secured, I cannot leave Kanto empty-handed. That precious sprite resides in Kanto. To Goldenrod City. The rocket team has invested so much in Goldenrod City that even the Alliance cannot fully infiltrate it. The rocket team will serve as my finest shield. Goldenrod City is indeed vibrant, yet beneath its bustling exterior lies an abundance of gray and black, perfect for my concealment. Excellent. I have successfully integrated into the rocket team, which, as expected, is not a particularly disciplined organization, allowing me to blend in seamlessly. I encountered the leader of the rocket team, Giovanni, a remarkable man of immense charisma. I must concede, he is more suited to be an exceptional leader than anyone within the Alliance, and I find myself somewhat envious of him. Alas, I have my own plans. If this scheme unfolds smoothly and I can elude the Alliance's gaze, the rocket team may well serve as a suitable refuge. The Alliance has issued a localized bounty for my capture, but it matters little. They dare not make a fuss, and they cannot find me. I merely require the ability to move freely. The irony. The Alliance could never fathom that the formidable Sylph Company is shrouded in the shadows of the rocket team. Just how powerful is the rocket team? I have successfully attained a position of some stature, yet I must remain concealed. Ostentation serves no purpose for me. To hide my identity, nothing is more effective than finding a substitute. It has been quite some time since I donned women's attire. It feels somewhat awkward. Yet the benefit lies in the complete severance of ties to my original identity. Every detail of the substitute must be meticulously crafted. Name, attire, and habits must all possess an air of deception. Ah, the pure golden feather. It shall serve as the most effective tool of misdirection. Loto will play a pivotal role, especially at the most critical juncture. Nasi, the extraordinary girl from the Golden City Gym, is unexpectedly a senior officer of Team Rocket. Has Team Rocket infiltrated the League to such an extent? How deeply has the League itself been compromised? Is it true that the League has begun to decay? The investigators of Golden City. It seems I can now commence my plan. Behold this resplendent golden feather. It is the very embodiment of lightning, said to summon the legendary bird Pokémon, Zapdos. As anticipated, I failed. It merely summoned a persistent drizzle. When the skies darken and thunder rumbles, legends are said to appear. Have I failed to meet the conditions required by this feather? What is lacking? The lightning? Yet nothing seems to have changed. It feels as if something has happened, yet simultaneously, as if nothing has occurred. I discovered an alley that might harbor suspicions, where I found merely 3 unconscious wells, mere pests. And I disposed of them. Long Dragon has arrived in Golden City. Is he here as a preparatory investigator tracking my whereabouts? No, it seems unlikely, merely a small fry. Yet I can certainly exploit his identity. A fortunate newcomer has graced the club, and I must concede he is indeed lucky. A mere caterpie has somehow joined the club. His fortune is a boon to my plan, and I shall retain him. My acting skills have become increasingly refined, and Lodo relishes the transformations brought about by this identity. It is an honor for him to embody my alter ego, Tom Yuchi. In Leafy Forest, I conduct my 3rd experiment. Change has occurred. Indeed, it was due to the lack of sufficient electrical current. My Pokémon reacted to the Golden Feather's electric-type moves, though I still failed to summon Zapdos. The free electrons and electric energy in the air have surged significantly, facilitating my Pokémon's understanding of electric-type moves. This validates my hypothesis. Yet it simultaneously attracted a multitude of electric-type Pokémon. The fortunate fellow continues his streak of luck. That Caterpie has undergone a metamorphosis. However, a Caterpie is still merely a Caterpie, an unimpressive Pokémon. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that his good fortune has also benefited me, bringing me closer to my objective. In light of this, I shall grant him the qualification of an intermediate sparring partner. Lucky fellow. I hope he remains as fortunate as ever. However, one aspect irks me. His attire is far too shabby, undoubtedly diminishing my impression of him. He observed the shadow of Team Rocket lurking behind the silver Pokémon battling the club, yet he did not appear surprised, nor did he wish to flee. He is a clever individual, aware of how to maximize his benefits. The clever fellow, undoubtedly, will utilize his intelligence wisely. He shall forge a friendship with Yulong Du. I shall subtly influence him, employing the same methods I used against Lodo, a skill my spirit excels in. It turns out the issue arose from the current transmission, a challenge I can easily surmount. The Golden City power plant possesses such devices. I shall assign Team Rocket a task to attract the League's attention. Team Rocket is engaged in clandestine experiments with spirits, and the powers of these psychic-type spirits are dangerously close to spiraling out of control. Yet, they prove to be remarkably useful. Cloaked in robes, do they not resemble a gathering of individuals? Indeed, 2 spirits have lost their way. A Hypno has returned to Golden City, while a clever Gyarados has fled deeper into the woods, its body exhibiting peculiarities. What could be the cause? Regardless, they cannot escape the psychic blockade. I have acquired the conversion device. The remainder shall be entrusted to Team Rocket, creating as much commotion as possible to capture the League's attention. The city has commenced intermittent blackouts. The issues at the power plant will inevitably be revealed. Oh, has the Hypno been dealt with? His progress is indeed swift, which is commendable. Xia Yan and Du have pinpointed the power plant's troubles and confirmed the loss of the conversion device. However, they mistakenly focused their attention on Team Rocket. Excellent. Their cleverness can certainly be exploited. Once again, I find myself unable to meet the requirements for the conversion device. Additional auxiliary materials are needed. The spirits of Maple Falls have endured a baptism of thunder and lightning. In such a remote locale, no one shall notice. Thanks to Golden City's neglect of the impoverished areas, it seems I must remain in the shadows for a while longer to prepare. I have nearly gathered all that I desire, save for the wool of the Mareep, capable of storing vast amounts of electricity. Beneath Sato Kenta's obedient facade lies a heart yearning for freedom. He is determined to break free from his constraints. I shall assist him as a means of exchange. I await the arrival of the goods in silence. Xia Yan's fortune appears to be unwavering. Unexpectedly, he encounters that Gyarados, returning alive but somewhat injured. This is indeed mere coincidence, yet it has heightened his vigilance, a commendable trait. Within his backpack lies a Pokémon egg. This egg shall become pivotal. I shall guide him to leave it at the club. He remains oblivious to the subtle influence of a spirit guiding him, which is quite reasonable. However, I cannot control him. Everything must appear plausible. The serendipity of the mission has completely diverted his focus onto Lodo, which is splendid. He is left with no time to react. I am ready, and now I await the accumulation of electric energy. The Grimer have effectively concealed all odors. Yet they compel me to utilize some perfume to mask the scent. How long has it been since I last used perfume? Splendid. The League's attention has indeed shifted to the club. It is time to summon that legendary existence, that magnificent and enchanting presence. It shines brighter than the stars. It is fiercer than thunder. It has arrived. Tomorrow, the sun shall rise as usual, and the fortunate residents of Golden City will bear witness to the moment of this divine descent. The Zapdos. Only one step remains, just one step. This chapter nearly encapsulates all the groundwork laid in my first volume. Some of you may have noticed, while others may not have, but it is of little consequence. Those who have read it should have a fair understanding. It seems I have written quite extensively this time, totaling 2,800 words. Chapter 70, Qualification Level on that day. As darkness enveloped the sky and thunder roared incessantly, legends began to unfold. The emergence of the legendary Zapdos stirred quite a commotion throughout the entirety of Golden City. Many gazed in awe at the resplendent golden bird, illuminated by flashes of lightning, with numerous onlookers even exclaiming titles such as God of Thunder. As one of the renowned legendary birds of the Kanto region, Zapdos undoubtedly eclipses its counterparts, the Fire-type Moltres and the Ice-type Articuno, in terms of fame. This is largely due to the prominence of lightning itself. With a resounding cry, the world seemed to hush in that moment. Beneath the ominous clouds, the clamor of thunder was rendered insignificant compared to that single, piercing call. Tom Lusich had succeeded. He had successfully summoned Zapdos, adorned with pure golden feathers. However, the manner in which he invoked this creature did not endear him to the legendary bird. Within its voice lay a thread of fury. Xia Yin and Du mounted their Charizard once more, racing towards the location of Zapdos amidst the throng of trainers from the Golden City Alliance. He yearned to depart, despite the anger simmering within him. It was disheartening to be exploited, manipulated into serving as a pawn to guide the Alliance at the right moment for another's advantage. The sensation of being calculated against from behind was profoundly unsettling. It felt as though all his strategies and meticulous attention to detail were laid bare under the scrutiny of others, leaving him devoid of any secrets before them. Xia Yin detested this feeling. He wished to confront the true Tom Lusich, to turn the tables and exact revenge. Yet it was evident that his current strength was insufficient for such a feat, thus, he sought to leave. However, the reality was that he was not yet free to do so. Although Azel and the others did not cast blame for the imprecise information Xia Yin and Du had provided, the unwavering gaze directed at him made it clear that he could not simply walk away. Departing now would inevitably lead Azel and the other Alliance trainers to believe that Xia Yin and Tom Lusich had conspired together, one to distract the Alliance and the other to summon Zapdos. Therefore, to assert his position and intentions, Xia Yin did not oppose Du's invitation to venture into the slums. Otherwise, it was likely that the Alliance trainers would forcibly escort him away as if he were a mere pawn. The expressions on Xia Yin and Du's faces were far from pleasant as they sat upon the back of Charizard. In a strict sense, it was not only Xia Yin who was being used. Du was equally entangled in this predicament. It was hardly surprising that their expressions were grim. As the howling cold wind and the incessant patter of icy rain swept through the layers of thunder, the slums lay before them. Once dilapidated, the area now resembled a scene of utter devastation. The arrival of the Thunderbird had unleashed a torrent of lightning upon the entire region. A few individuals, mounted on their respective flying sprites, descended upon the outskirts of the slums. Before them loomed a dense forest of lightning, and entering it posed the imminent risk of being struck by a bolt. While the sprites might endure, mere mortals would likely falter under such a deluge. As Xia Yin dismounted from the fire dragon alongside Du, the caterpie perched on his shoulder emitted a low, mournful sound akin to a groan, resonating in his ears. Casting a glance at the writhing caterpie, Xia Yin's expression darkened further. After concluding the battle with the Dream Weaver, the caterpie had reached a critical juncture. Evolution seemed tantalizingly close. "What troubles you?" Azel inquired, observing Xia Yin's demeanor with a serious countenance. "Nothing," Xia Yin replied, shaking his head. Yet, even this subtle change in expression drew Azel's scrutiny, and countless eyes within the vicinity lingered on him, their suspicion palpable. Silently, he withdrew an energy cube from his pocket, presenting it to the caterpie with a gentle murmur. "Hold on a little longer. Soon, it will all be over, and I shall take you to a peaceful place." The caterpie nodded weakly, accepting the energy cube and nibbling at it, its voracious appetite seemingly extinguished. Shin, Du, standing beside him, sensed the caterpie's condition and began to harbor suspicions. However, Xia Yin merely shook his head discreetly. Du bit his lip, ultimately releasing a resigned sigh. "Prepare to enter. Each of you must brace yourselves," Azel commanded, summoning a Nidoking capable of withstanding electric-type damage to some extent. The Nidoking, a poison and ground type, possessed immunity to electric attacks due to the elemental interactions within the realm of Pokémon. Not only Azel, But the others also summoned their Pokémon to shield against the impending storm. Cheyenne followed suit, knowing that, at this moment, the Caterpie was his sole reliance. The Caterpie, steeling itself, understood that now was not the time to falter. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared continuously, sometimes striking perilously close to their feet. Perhaps drawn by the Thunderbird or the abundant electric energy saturating the slums, electric-type Pokémon from all around Jinhuang City converged towards the slums, reveling in the delight of the falling lightning. To speak candidly, had it not been for the management of Golden City turning a blind eye to the impoverished districts and neglecting their plight, the proximity of these electric-type Pokémon would likely have raised the League's alarm. Tom Yukik astutely seized upon this oversight. The approach of Azir and his companions successfully captured the attention of these electric-type creatures. Seems influenced by the emotions of the Zapdos. The electric types under the thunder grew increasingly irritable. Consequently, these electric Pokémon launched an unrelenting assault on the intruders. Remain calm. We shall advance steadily, Azir reassured the group, casting another Pokeball to summon a Golem. With the suppression of 2 ground-type Pokémon, the wild electric types did not hinder their progress significantly, merely slowing their pace slightly. Xia Yin concealed his Hornet among the crowd, striving to keep it out of the fray. The Hornet was on the brink of evolution, should it engage in battle. Its transformation into a Kakuna could occur at any moment. While this metamorphosis would enhance its capabilities and stats, the mobility of a Kakuna would prove excessively encumbering in the present circumstances. They continued their steady advance as the thunder grew louder and the lightning more frequent. Correspondingly, the wild electric Pokémon became increasingly formidable, causing their pace to dwindle. Suddenly, a Magnemite appeared before them. The surrounding tumultuous lightning endowed the Magnemite with nearly boundless energy, and its strength exceeded the expectations of Azir and his companions. Azir wore a grave expression. Had they truly attracted such potent electric types? They must act swiftly to thwart Tom Yukik. If this continued, not only might the lightning devastate Golden City, but these wild electric types could unleash immeasurable destruction upon the entire city. Xia Yan, amidst the crowd, was equally astonished by the Magnemite's prowess. Pokémon, Magnemite type, electric steel ability, unknown strength assessment, qualification level known moves, electric terrain, discharge, thunderbolt, others unknown. An elite level Pokémon. Qualification level. Chapter 71. A harmonious team. Let us not waste time, Mr. Azir. We shall handle this. You continue onward. A trainer from Golden City spoke up, joining forces with a companion to confront the Magnemite. The electric terrain had been activated, and under the immense thunderstorm of Zapdos, its effects were undoubtedly maximized. After a brief contemplation, Azir made a swift decision, intoning, "Be cautious. If any insurmountable mishap occurs, retreat." With that, he gestured without hesitation, leading the remaining individuals forward. The slums are situated in the far west of Golden City, with the garbage dump located at the western edge of the slums. What initially seemed to be a short distance has now become exceedingly arduous to traverse. Following closely behind Azel, Xia Yan's gaze flickers. Upon learning of the status of the horned bug, Duz takes on the responsibility of protecting Xia Yan, primarily shielding him from the thunderbolts that descend from the sky. During the battle against Lotto, both the Fire Dragon and the Gyarados sustained significant injuries. Given that both are flying-type Pokémon, they are particularly vulnerable to electric attacks. The Gyarados, being both water and flying-type, is even more susceptible, leaving Duz with no choice but to summon only the Dragonair. Step by step, they advance, facing increasingly powerful wild Pokémon. The Zapdos is formidable, perhaps due to its cataclysmic power, but its ability to attract electric-type Pokémon poses a considerable challenge. It is already foreseeable that, if this continues, Golden City will soon witness a surge of electric-type Pokémon. To hasten their progress, the trainers accompanying them are compelled to halt one by one to fend off these electric-type creatures. At last, the garbage dump comes into view. At this moment, only Duz and Azel remain by Xia Yan's side. However, their attention is entirely captivated by the fearsome Pokémon radiating with electric light. Merely gazing at it causes Xia Yan and the others to feel an abrupt cessation of breath and a rapid acceleration of their heartbeats. The horned bug on Xia Yan's shoulder instinctively withdraws its body. In truth, it is not solely the horned bug. Duz's Dragonair and Azel's Nidoking and Golem also exhibit varying degrees of change. The oppressive aura. The oppressive characteristic of Zapdos envelopes a vast area. The presence emanating from this legendary creature instills a sense of pressure in every Pokémon present. What draws their attention is not only the anticipated Zapdos, but also the 6 Pokémon that, under its pressure, continue to cooperate seamlessly and respond with composure. These are Tom Yuchiki's Pokémon. Pokémon prepared for the Elite Four. Is he attempting to capture Zapdos? This somewhat absurd notion arises, yet none deem it impossible. Because what unfolds before their eyes is indeed happening. These 6 Pokémon consist of Electric-type Pokémon from the Kanto region, Raichu. Electric-type Pokémon from the Kanto region, Jolteon. Electric-type Pokémon from the Johto region, Electabuzz. Electric-type Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, Luxray. Grass and Poison-type Pokémon from the Kanto region, Venusaur. Water and Ground-type Pokémon from the Hoenn region, Swampert. Among these 6 Pokémon, 4 are electric types from various regions, suggesting that Tom Yuchiki may be preparing an electric-type Elite Four. From the attributes of these 6 Pokémon, it is evident that Tom Yuchiki has meticulously adjusted his Pokémon lineup. For electric-type Pokémon exhibit a harmonious synergy in battle. The robust Venusaur, with its formidable bulk and the Grass-type's resistance to electric-type moves, serves as the front line of the team. Additionally, the Grass-type possesses the capability to counter ground types. Thus, if the adversary employs ground types that are effective against electric types, Venusaur remains a valuable asset. Moreover, Venusaur's poison-type affinity provides further advantages, with moves such as Sludge Bomb and Toxic proving to be formidable. In a similar vein, the water and ground-type Swampert stands as an unparalleled choice. With no elemental adversaries aside from grass types, the complementary nature of its dual attributes significantly enhances its resistances. When facing Zapdos, the ground-type immunity to electric moves comes into play, allowing Swampert to contribute effectively. Furthermore, Swampert is an offensively potent Pokémon, with Ice-type moves capable of inflicting substantial damage on the Flying-type Zapdos, exemplified by Ice Punch. The synergy among these 6 Pokémon reveals the thorough preparation Tom has undertaken against Zapdos. Even at full power, Zapdos struggles to contend with this well-coordinated team. This predicament renders Zapdos increasingly agitated, gradually ensnared in the tactical rhythm orchestrated by Tom. The cause of Zapdos's ire remains a mystery, yet should this tempo persist, Xia Yin is confident that Tom's victory over Zapdos is all but assured. It is evident that not only he understands this. The anxious expressions on Azir and Du's faces indicate their awareness. As they draw nearer, Xia Yin begins to discern another issue. It appears that a thin veil of psychic energy envelopes all 6 Pokémon. Moreover, are there 7 Pokémon in total? The seamless coordination in battle suggests they are being directed via telepathy, resulting in minimal errors during combat. Upon reaching this point, the number of wild electric-type Pokémon diminishes. Gradually, a pungent odor, mingled with decay, rot, and various other foul scents, infiltrates the air. The refuse has arrived. Without hesitation, Azir directs Nidoking and Golem to clear the path. He may not match Zapdos or Tom in strength, but should he intervene, the equilibrium between Tom and Zapdos would be disrupted. At that juncture, it would be preferable for Zapdos to either flee or continue wreaking havoc rather than succumb to Tom's control. Upon entering the heart of the garbage dump and witnessing the disarray of refuse alongside an open area amidst the heaps, the eyes of the group involuntarily widen. Pokémon. Corpses. Scattered across the ground are the remains of countless Pokémon, densely layered and predominantly electric types, carelessly discarded amidst the tangled wool of bleeding Mareep. Even amidst the lifeless forms of these electric-type creatures, faint tendrils of electricity could be observed drifting forth, coalescing into the wool of the Mareep, subsequently concentrating at the center within a conversion device pilfered from the power station, ultimately feeding into a resplendent golden feather that hovered above. How utterly cruel. Xia Yin mused that the wrath of the Zapdos was likely incited by the very scene unfolding before him. As their gaze shifted, Xia Yin and his companions finally beheld the focal point of this incident. The figure clad in a dense black raincoat, shrouded in psychic energy, Tom Yukichi. Wasn't it stated that Tom Yukichi possessed no psychic-type Pokémon? The moment he turned his head to reveal his face, Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 72. Tom Yukichi. This face was one Xia Yan knew all too well, perhaps even better than Due. He encountered this visage nearly every day, often more than once. The receptionist at the Silver Pokémon Battle Club. He could scarcely believe he would encounter Na's face here. It then dawned on him why the photograph Due had shown of Tom Yukichi depicted a figure slimmer than that of Lodo. With noticeably longer hair, did anyone else notice this? Initially, Xia Yin had not thought much of it. After all, Tom Yukichi had been away from the League for some time, and altering one's appearance was certainly easy enough. Yet, he never anticipated that Tom Yukichi was, in fact, a woman. She had merely presented herself in a masculine attire, leading others to subconsciously perceive her as male. In the photograph, Tom Yukichi had skillfully concealed any distinguishing traits of her gender. At least, her Adam's apple was not apparent. Upon seeing Xia Yan, Na displayed no surprise. Instead, she greeted him with a sweet smile and softly remarked, "Xia Yan, why aren't you training properly today?" Xia Yan, responding in a manner akin to their usual conversations, felt a chill run down his spine. The fact that this defector from the League, a former Elite Four candidate, had been right by his side all along, and that he had enlisted her assistance in numerous tasks daily, was a disconcerting revelation. This unsettling awareness, akin to teetering on the brink of death, left him profoundly disoriented. Had he been flirting with danger all this while? And Na had concealed her true identity so well. Yet, this realization, that the one who had schemed against him had been so close, significantly diminished Xia Yan's trust in those around him. Under Dewey's inquisitive gaze, Xia Yan pursed his lips and asked, "So, should I address you as Na or Tom Yukichi?" To be honest, Xia Yan had always held a relatively favorable impression of Na. She waved her hand lightly, dismissing the importance of the name. "It's merely a name, it matters not. Once I deal with Zapdos, we shall have a proper discussion. You are quite remarkable." As she spoke, she unexpectedly raised an eyebrow. Anna genuinely found Xiang Yin quite admirable. Although his capabilities were not exceptional, he possessed a sharp intellect, meticulous reasoning, and a commendable work ethic. If he were to serve as a subordinate, he would likely prove to be quite valuable. After all, enhancing one's abilities with her assistance would not pose a significant challenge. Observing the two engaged in what appeared to be a casual conversation, Azel felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He was still reeling from the shock of witnessing so many fallen electric-type Pokémon, and it suddenly dawned on him. He could not allow Tom Yuchi to capture the legendary Zapdos. Doing so would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entire league. Nidoking, Golem. With a low command from Azel, the two Pokémon charged forward, their heavy steps echoing as they aimed to confront the trainer directly to secure victory. Noticing the movements of the two Pokémon, Tom Yuchi let out a light chuckle, raising his right hand slightly. A transparent wall composed entirely of psychic energy materialized out of thin air, standing firmly between the two Pokémon and their target. Psychic abilities? Azel was taken aback. However, he quickly observed that as Tom Yuchi employed his powers, his appearance began to shift. His form gradually transformed, his agile, cunning eyes dulled as he morphed from a human into a Pokémon. The creature bore a slight resemblance to a human, with disproportionately large hands adorned with suction cups on each of its 5 fingers, and 2 red suction cups on either cheek, giving it a comical, almost whimsical appearance. It was a Mr. Mime, the Mimic Pokémon. Mimic. This meant suddenly, a gunshot rang out, accompanied by a flash of fire that illuminated an inconspicuous corner. Azel slowly lowered his head, disbelief etched across his face, as he noticed a crimson stain rapidly spreading across his abdomen. A gunshot. Xiang Yin and Wataru were both startled. Wataru immediately sprinted towards Azel, shielding him with his Dragonite, while Xiang Yin, in stark contrast, dashed towards a nearby pile of refuse. As they reacted, a figure emerged from the shadows, smoke curling from the gun's muzzle, a mocking smile etched upon his face. "My apologies, I missed." Fortunately, Azel, as an experienced trainer, retained his composure and promptly recalled both of his Pokémon. He then threw another Pokeball, summoning a Bellossom. The Bellossom immediately conjured a patch of grassy terrain at Azel's feet. Shimmering green orbs of light converged upon his abdomen, staunching the flow of blood that had been spilling forth. However, he could not escape the pallor that crept onto his face. With protection now in place, Xiang Yin returned to Azel's side. In this precarious situation, standing next to Azel was undoubtedly the safest choice. As for Tom Yuchi, Xiang Yin had resolved never to trust him again. Azar clutched his abdomen, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. He spoke gravely to Wataru and Natsuhiko. "I will attempt to hold her back. You must destroy that pure golden feather." The conversion device, along with the magnetic field generated by the feather, has ensnared the Zapdos, amplifying its electric essence and incessantly attracting electric-type Pokémon. If this continues, the entire Golden City may face calamity. At that moment, he cast aside any doubts regarding Natsuhiko's potential connection to Tamurakichi's scheme. If there were indeed a link, it would have manifested by now, especially given the numerous opportunities for ambush. All right. Before Natsuhiko could utter a word, Wataru nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Natsuhiko filled with unwavering trust. Natsuhiko felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The odds of success appeared grim. Nevertheless, he nodded in acquiescence. Given the circumstances, it seemed wiser to take a chance than to remain passive. With Wataru's support, Azar rose, his expression solemn, releasing Wataru's assistance. The alluring fragrance of Beautifly wafted through the air as it gracefully danced, releasing an enticing aroma that irresistibly captivated the Pokémon. This scent inevitably influenced Tamurakichi's Pokémon. Nidoking and Golem prepared to unleash a double earthquake. The ground trembled as the two Pokémon, eyes glinting with ferocity, simultaneously stomped their powerful feet, sending shockwaves radiating outward from their position, amplifying in intensity and resulting in a catastrophic force of destruction. Feeling the tremors, Tamurakichi furrowed her brow and levitated above the chaos, utilizing the powers of her magic wall Pokémon to evade the impending devastation. She was compelled to direct her other 6 Pokémon to evade the quaking ground. This group, bolstered by the magic wall Pokémon, found themselves in a stalemate with Zapdos, unable to extricate themselves to intervene. Observing this predicament, Tamurakichi reached to her waist and casually tossed out 2 more Pokeballs, commanding her 9 Pokémon. Despite the psychic support from the magic wall Pokémon and her own prowess that rivaled that of the Elite Four, success eluded her. With a calm demeanor, she stated, "These 2 Pokémon are yours." In the shadows, a figure emerged, adorned in opulent attire, excitement illuminating his face. He appeared quite pleased with the 2 Pokémon he had just acquired. Chapter 73, Benevolence? Wataru was taken aback upon recognizing the individual who had stepped forth. It was none other than Kenta Sato, the heir of the Sato family, who had mysteriously vanished. How could he possibly be here? Moreover, his demeanor suggested a clear alliance with Tamurakichi. Accepting the 2 Pokeballs from Tamurakichi, Kenta Sato revealed a somewhat unsettling smile. One contained a Blastoise, and the other a Scyther. Both possessed formidable strength, perhaps even more enticing than those he had painstakingly nurtured himself. Xiaoyan never anticipated that events would escalate to this point. Jian Air's brother had unexpectedly become entangled with Tom Ritchie, which implied that the disappearance of Sato Kenta was orchestrated by them from the very beginning. Upon reflection, this notion seems to provide a more coherent explanation. The adversary deliberately chose that location for the disappearance, likely to lead him to establish a connection based on the soil beneath and the mud on Roto's shoes, ultimately directing suspicion toward Roto. The meticulous planning and calculated maneuvers had them firmly in control. Noticing the grim expression on Xiaoyan's face, Tom Ritchie playfully twirled a strand of hair and chuckled. "Do not rush. Once this matter concludes, I can gift you some splendid sprites, provided you obediently comply." She had witnessed Xiaoyan's intricate thoughts and his diligent training, and the sensation of possessing such talent was gratifying, akin to the feeling she derived from Sato Kenta. Xiaoyan's countenance darkened. Just look at Sato Kenta in his frail state. Falling into Tom Ritchie's hands was undoubtedly a dire predicament. The situation had long since spiraled beyond control. Du produced 2 Pokeballs and spoke solemnly. "Xiaoyan, I'll do my utmost to stall him. You need to sabotage that device. If possible, try to preserve the conversion apparatus." The power station's conversion device was already under immense strain, should it sustain further damage. Golden City would truly face the embarrassment of prolonged blackouts, which would be detrimental not only to the League, but also to the residents of Golden City. Xiaoyan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. If it were feasible, he certainly would not mind preserving the conversion device. However, if it were not go, Du commanded sharply. Releasing the 2 Pokeballs, the injured Charizard and Gyarados re-emerged. "Beedrill," Xiaoyan called out as well. Beedrill instantly understood, expelling a thread that tightly ensnared a relatively sturdy high point nearby. Beedrill's state was now at a critical juncture. If possible, Xiaoyan truly wished to keep it from becoming embroiled in such tumult. Yet regrettably, it seemed that Beedrill was all he could rely on at this moment. This realization filled him with an unprecedented urgency to acquire a second Pokémon. Wrapping his hand with the sleeve of his garment, he grasped the end of the thread Beedrill had provided, pulling it taut. He then commenced a sidelong sprint, attempting to circumvent Sato Kenta and his 2 Pokémon, aiming to traverse the refuse pile with agility. "Humph," he heard Sato Kenta scoff, displeased with Tom Ritchie's favorable stance towards Xiaoyan. Blastoise, Hydro Cannon. Scyther, Fury Cutter. Subsequently, Blastoise lowered its body, aligning the 2 cannon barrels on its shell towards Xiaoyan as a milky white aura rapidly coalesced within. The flying mantis gently flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of green light as it swiftly approached Xiaoyan, its sharp, scythe-like arms crossing over its chest. "Charizard, Gyarados." At that moment, Duz's voice resonated from behind, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Charizard, with its blazing tail engulfed in fervent flames, materialized not far from Xiaoyan, its scorching crimson fire clashing with the mantis's crosscut. Simultaneously, Gyarados unleashed a torrent of water, perfectly intercepting the path of the water turtle's cannon attack. Boom! With a deafening explosion and the shockwaves that ensued, Although Xia Yin did not face a direct assault, he could not escape the impact. Thud! The thread in his hand snapped, falling heavily to the ground. A crushing weight pressed upon his chest, forcing the air from his lungs uncontrollably, momentarily clouding his vision. The loss of blood from his arm, combined with the relentless rain, pushed his already burdened body to its breaking point. Struggling to lift his head, he could vaguely discern flickering arcs of electricity nearby, urging the anxious and frantic Caterpie squatting before him. Caterpie, go, destroy it. The little purple-eyed creature was filled with trepidation, yet it understood that it had become the key to turning the tide of battle. Once again sensing Xia Yan's urging force, it exclaimed, "Wait for me." Gritting its tiny teeth, it propelled itself with all 7 pairs of legs, swiftly navigating through the tangled corpses of electric-type Pokémon, enduring the crackling sparks within the wool of the Mareep, until it finally reached the device. Caterpie hesitated, momentarily unsure of where to begin. It recalled Does mentioning that if possible, it was best not to damage the conversion device beneath the golden feather. Thus, it resolved to destroy the pure golden feather instead. With a determined glint in its eyes, it launched 3 venomous needles directly at the suspended feather. However, to its dismay, the needles melted upon contact with the electric energy enveloping the feather, their toxins evaporating into thin air. Staring at the still pristine and untouched golden feather, Caterpie was momentarily stunned. The flickering electricity and swirling golden feather seemed to mock its inadequacy. No, Caterpie cried out. Mockery? This was utterly intolerable. What other options did it have? Suddenly, a bold idea surged into its mind. It leaped into the air, its tiny mouth agape as a cerulean glow gathered within. If the venomous needles wouldn't work, then it would resort to bug bite. Feeling insulted? It would shatter it. As Xia Yin regained his senses and lifted his head once more, he beheld Caterpie soaring towards the golden feather, its small eyes filled with defiance. He was taken aback for a moment. Hastily, he stumbled towards the unicorn bug. Was he reckless? If it were to fail, it would destroy the transformation device. Yet, the unicorn bug was enveloped in a radiant energy of electric power, its earthy shell quickly turning charred, yet it managed to pass through the electric energy barrier. The external electric energy inflicted wounds upon it every fleeting moment. The air was filled solely with the crackling sound of electricity. Defiant, it did not hesitate, sinking its teeth fiercely into the golden feather. Crack! The crisp sound was akin to that of breaking a cookie, a conspicuous gap emerging. Surprisingly, it was rather delectable. Seemingly entranced, the unicorn bug ignored its pain and voraciously gnawed at the golden feather, creating bite marks one after another. In no time, the grand golden feather was devoured entirely. With the loss of this crucial item, the surrounding dense thunder seemed to weaken in frequency. With a resounding cry, the lightning bird in the sky observed the unicorn bug, now entirely blackened and burping after its feast on the golden feather, its solemn gaze revealing a hint of benevolence. Xia Yin stepped forward and embraced the unicorn bug, his eyes filled with concern as he beheld its charred body, still crackling with electric arcs. Yet, drawn by the lightning bird's cry, he instinctively looked up, noticing the benevolence in the lightning bird's gaze. He had barely begun to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the bird accumulating brilliant lightning energy, the arcs of electricity leaping incessantly. Indifferent to the few sprites accompanying Tom Yuchi, Xia Yin's body involuntarily trembled. Instinctively, he sensed that the lightning bird was now focused on him, or rather, on the unicorn bug in his arms. Benevolence, yet it intended to strike him? What a peculiar logic. Almost reflexively, Xia Yin clutched the unicorn bug and dashed towards the outskirts of the junkyard. Would a strike from the lightning bird be fatal? He ran frantically. But the lightning bird remained overhead, its lightning having coalesced to a terrifying degree, yet it refrained from unleashing its wrath. Suddenly, after what felt like an eternity of running, Xia Yin heard the sound of flowing water. Maple Leaf, another river. Perhaps it was his only chance. However, the lightning bird, having charged for so long, did not grant him any further time to escape. Boom! A tremendous thunderclap, like a sudden spring storm, struck down directly, enveloping him in a dense energy of electricity. Xia Yin! Exclaimed Dujing, who had followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Tom Yuchi, with a smile, casually tousled his hair and murmured in a voice only he could hear. In this way, all preparations will come to fruition. Chapter 74. So heavy Su Yinjun gradually awoke, memories flooding back like a tide. Slowly, he recalled that he and the unicorn bug had seemingly been struck by the lightning bird. But where was the unicorn bug? In a sudden panic, Su Yin searched his surroundings and soon realized he was in a shallow stream, having fallen into Maple Fall River at the moment of being struck. He had drifted along the water for an indeterminate duration in a daze. Fortunately, the unicorn bug was safe, and the spirit egg in his backpack remained intact. Su Yin rummaged through his clothes and found the unicorn bug, its body charred and eyes closed, appearing relaxed and at peace. Unicorn bug, Su Yin called out anxiously. He was uncertain why they had survived the lightning bird strike, but he remembered the unicorn bug had endured electric energy while attempting to destroy Tuaichi's device. Judging by its injuries, it needed prompt treatment, or it might perish. Even Su Yin, who typically maintained composure, felt a surge of nervousness. As if sensing Su Yan's voice, the unicorn bug slowly opened its eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. It then reacted, gently wriggling its body. Seeing the unicorn bug awake, Su Yin let out a sigh of relief but quickly followed up with concern. Are you all right? However, the unicorn bug suddenly froze, its expression stiffening, and began to tremble irregularly, as if convulsing. Under Su Yan's astonished gaze, the unicorn bug's body began to fracture, intricate cracks appearing, followed by layers of charred armor gradually shedding, reminiscent of a withered tree sprouting new buds under the gentle caress of spring breezes. Gradually, a brand new, translucent yellow shell emerged beneath, faint arcs of electricity flickering around it. Had it molted again? Was the final strike from the lightning bird not an attack? Once the unicorn bug had completely shed the shackles of its former armor, it stretched comfortably, accompanied by soft groans and the faint crackling sounds emanating from its body. After completing this transformation, it suddenly realized, had it molted once more? Would this delay its long-anticipated evolution? Although a tinge of disappointment crossed the unicorn bug's mind at the thought of its evolution being postponed, it quickly accepted the reality, grateful that both it and Su Yin were safe. Yet, before it could fully embrace this fact, its body suddenly radiated a bright white light. Su Yin pondered what could have triggered the unicorn bug's transformation once again. Was it the pure golden feather it had consumed, or the lightning from the bird's final strike? Both he and the unicorn bug stared at each other wide-eyed, and after a few moments of stunned silence, they realized, was evolution about to commence? It seems that this final shedding has not interrupted the evolutionary progress of the unicorn bug. Having already reached the critical juncture of evolution, the unicorn bug, now free from peril and having completed its last molt, has officially embarked upon its evolutionary journey. Oh, the unicorn bug is filled with astonishment. Is evolution finally upon it? It has long anticipated this moment. Simultaneously, this marks Xia Yan's first encounter with a sprite's evolution, which appears to unfold at a pace slower than he had envisioned. He hurriedly retrieves an iron box from his backpack, filled with high-grade energy cubes, the remaining sustenance for the unicorn bug during this period. Quickly consume them. Eat as many as you can. Xia Yan has conducted thorough research on the unicorn bug's evolution. Its evolved form is the iron-shelled pupa, a type of pupil sprite. A defining characteristic of such sprites is that the pupae, once evolved, generally conserve energy for subsequent transformations, rendering them unable to eat and largely immobile. The more energy accumulated, the stronger they become post-evolution. Thus, wild unicorn bugs typically select a secluded, safe location to hang motionless amidst dense foliage, patiently awaiting the completion of their metamorphosis. Undoubtedly, absorbing a substantial amount of energy prior to evolution while minimizing consumption would lead to greater strength thereafter. Therefore, Xia Yan encourages the unicorn bug to consume more energy cubes before its evolution, even if it means overindulging. This will undoubtedly yield significant benefits for its transformation. The unicorn bug, however, is not as contemplative as Xia Yan. Its favorite high-grade energy cubes are now laid before it. And what could bring it more joy than feasting freely? It promptly buries its head in the box, indulging heartily. Remarkably, despite its usual modest appetite, typically consuming only a few high-grade energy cubes at a time, the unicorn bug swiftly devours all 30 or so remaining cubes in the box. Still appearing unsatisfied, Xia Yan is taken aback. The quantity consumed by the unicorn bug during its evolution exceeds his expectations. Fortunately, he had prepared some intermediate energy cubes beforehand. Although they do not possess the potency of the high-grade ones, for the unicorn bug, which merely needs to accumulate strength at this stage, quantity is paramount. Quality can be compensated for with volume. He retrieves another box filled with intermediate energy cubes, boasting over 100 in total. Xia Yan sits quietly on the ground, observing as the unicorn bug consumes one after another, seemingly an insatiable abyss. It is hard to fathom how such a small creature can accommodate so many energy cubes. Upon consuming the last intermediate energy cube, the unicorn bug contentedly licks its lips and lets out a satisfied burp. Finally, it is full. Seeing it sated, Xia Yan breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he narrowly avoided delaying the unicorn bug due to inadequate preparation. After finishing a hearty burp, the white light emanating from the caterpie intensified, enveloping it in a milky aura that obscured any visible transformations within. One of the most mysterious phenomena in the world of Pokémon is their evolution. At this moment, the caterpie was undergoing its most significant evolutionary transition. Xia Yin could only wait silently by its side, anticipating the completion of its metamorphosis. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Even Xia Yin's clothes were nearly dry from the natural warmth around him. Finally, the evolution of the caterpie reached its conclusion as the white light gradually receded. Before him materialized a brand new Pokémon, the Butterfree, encased in a pale yellow chrysalis, emitting a soft hum, with a rounded top and triangular black eyes. It resembled an ordinary cocoon, albeit one that radiated a metallic sheen. Nevertheless, the Butterfree was not devoid of mobility or combat capability. It possessed scythe-like arms that enabled it to move and exhibit a degree of fighting prowess. However, it was impossible for it to engage in battle with the agility of its previous form. The Butterfree gently swayed its body, seemingly puzzled by its new state. "Congratulations on your evolution," Xia Yin said with a smile, reaching out to caress the smooth surface of the Butterfree, feeling a slight warmth emanating from it. The rising temperature indicated that the evolutionary process within was progressing. As he attempted to lift the Butterfree, he was momentarily taken aback. How heavy? Chapter 75. Butterfree. After considerable effort, he finally managed to lift the newly evolved Butterfree. Typically, a Butterfree weighs around 10 kilograms, with some variance. But the one in Xia Yan's arms felt like it exceeded 20 kilograms, perhaps even more. Just holding it made walking a challenge. Had it not been for his daily training sessions with the caterpie, he doubted he would have been able to lift it at all. The Butterfree wriggled slightly, and sensing its emotional state, Xia Yan reassured it. "It's all right. This is a crucial period for you, even more significant than your time as a caterpie. Try not to waste any energy if you can help it," he added with a touch of humor. "By the time you evolve again, I might just evolve into a weightlifter myself." Though he jested, the current situation was quite dire. Drifting along the flowing waters of Maple Falls, he had lost track of time and direction, now surrounded by dense woods where wild Pokémon could appear at any moment. With the caterpie evolved and the egg from Yongji still unhatched, Xia Yan's combat capabilities were lamentably weak. Yet, he was not entirely defenseless should danger arise. The Butterfree could still engage in battle. However, if the circumstances were not particularly special, he would be reluctant to send the Metapod into battle. The ideal evolution would be to remain fully intact, consuming no energy at all. But there was no other choice. He retrieved a Pokeball and released Paras. Fortunately, he was not entirely unprepared. His original plan had been to find a quiet spot in Goldenrod City with his caterpie, waiting for it to emerge from its cocoon. Unexpectedly, due to the incident with the Zapdos, they had ended up here. Upon its release, Paras looked around in confusion, noticing that Xia Yan had obediently lowered his head. "Paras, I will need your assistance during this period. Once we get through this, if you wish, I can grant you your freedom or find you a trainer who treats you well," Xia Yan said to Paras. Paras abruptly lifted its head, eyes wide with surprise. It had almost grown accustomed to being treated as a mere tool. "What do you think?" Xia Yan inquired, and Paras nodded repeatedly. With Paras by his side, Xia Yan felt a slight increase in his own safety. Although Paras was not particularly powerful, its abilities were commendable, especially in the wild. It was likely that its previous trainer had trained it to better adapt to the wilderness. Nonetheless, even with Paras, Xia Yan did not act recklessly or leave the area. Given that they had spent so long without encountering a single wild Pokémon, this place appeared to be relatively safe for the time being. Surrounded by trees and with a water source nearby, it would serve as an excellent temporary campsite. Until he could assess the strength and temperament of the wild Pokémon nearby, he had no intention of departing. This was not only for his own safety, but also to await the evolution of his Metapod. The evolution time for Metapod was not lengthy. In fact, in the wild Metapods could sense danger, and if conditions allowed, they might even evolve prematurely into Beedrill to counter the threats posed by other Pokémon or humans. Generally speaking, the evolution period for Metapod was about a week. Of course, Caterpie also had a short evolution cycle. However, through various methods and advantages, Xia Yan had extended Caterpie's evolution period, maximizing its potential. Yet, once it evolved into Metapod, such methods were no longer suitable. Firstly, because Metapod could not consume food. It was evident that replenishing its energy through energy cubes and developing its energy utilization would not be feasible. Secondly, in its Metapod state, it could only learn two moves: Harden, a normal type move, and Iron Defense, a steel type move. In summary, it could be described in one word: very tough. In the stage of the metapod, certain self-defense techniques prove to be quite effective. However, once it evolves into B-drill, such defensive maneuvers lose their efficacy. B-drill is characterized by its remarkable speed and formidable attack power, yet it possesses negligible defense and health at this moment. Therefore, these techniques are rendered impractical for B-drill. Moreover, what metapod requires now is the accumulation of strength. Training offers no tangible benefits at this stage. Having clearly recognized the necessity of the present moment, Cheyenne, accompanied by Metapod and the ever-vigilant Paras, embarked on a quest for a suitable refuge. Fortune smiled upon them as they discovered a modest cave not far from the riverbank, inhabited by several Zubat. Reluctantly, they sought to temporarily request these creatures to vacate their dwelling. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, the wilderness came alive with the stirrings of wild Pokémon. Cheyenne instructed Paras to disperse a multitude of spores around the cave's perimeter. His experience in surviving outdoors was still intact, although he felt somewhat unsteady without his beloved Heracross, leaving him with a lingering sense of emptiness. After selecting their shelter, he arranged the cave with some hay and dry twigs and set out to procure dinner. Neither the Pokémon egg nor Metapod required sustenance, and Paras could draw energy through its growth moves or simply rest against a tree, absorbing its sap to meet its basic energy needs. The challenge lay solely with Cheyenne. Fortunately, their proximity to Maple Fall River promised an abundance of wildlife, including a variety of fish. Capturing these fish was not particularly difficult. With a sprinkle of sleep powder from Paras, they would soon float belly up to the surface. Provided no wild Pokémon launched a surprise attack, Cheyenne found survival in the wild to be manageable. He kindled a fire and had Paras chop down several sturdy branches, hollowing them out to create bowls. Water from the wild must be boiled thoroughly before consumption. Failing to do so could result in illness or poisoning, a perilous fate for any outdoor survivor. It was also due to the water exposure that Cheyenne's communication device had become completely inoperative. Otherwise, a simple call to data might have facilitated his departure from this location. Seated before the crackling fire, with the Pokémon egg to his left and Metapod to his right, he found a comforting warmth enveloping him. Yet, concerns plagued his thoughts. How were Datu and the others faring? Had Tom successfully captured Zapdos? Had Datu and Asa managed to intervene? Why was there such commotion in Goldenrod City? Yet no sign of Team Rocket? In this incident, what role had Team Rocket played? As he sat there, these questions swirled relentlessly in Cheyenne's mind. Sato Kenta is either a pawn seduced by Tom Ritchie or driven by his own subjective ideals. Kenji is somewhat pitiable, as am I. For we are deprived of the rewards of our endeavors. At this moment, he is still preoccupied with thoughts of Kenji's remuneration and camaraderie. Instead of dwelling on these matters, it would be more prudent to contemplate the path ahead. Having been ensnared to such an extent, failing to retaliate would render my thoughts unfulfilled. In Xiaoyan's eyes, the flickering flames are mirrored, yet beneath lies a chilling detachment. As he often claims, he is not a virtuous person. Holding grudges is not the trait of a good individual, particularly when one has been meticulously calculated against, with every detail accounted for. I wonder how Du is faring. The fourth update. The first volume is nearing its conclusion, with perhaps 1 or 2 chapters remaining. I must ponder how to craft a summary. Thank you all for sparing my life. Chapter 76. Decision Golden City. Trainer Guild. Du leans against the backrest of his seat, his attire somewhat disheveled, bearing signs of wear and tear, yet it has been tended to and does not greatly impede him. However, his eyes are vacant, lacking focus. His Pokémon have all been restored to normal with the assistance of Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center. Observing the bustling trainers and guild staff, each engaged in urgent efforts to capture and expel the wild Pokémon rampaging through Golden City, restoring order to the chaotic areas while reporting on the situation. Du reflects on the conclusion of the Zapdos incident. The fugitive Tom Ritchie successfully captured Zapdos, an entity he has long sought. The process was somewhat bizarre and convoluted, but after listening to Aza's explanation, Du comprehends the overall narrative. According to Aza, this Zapdos is merely one of many existing in this world, perhaps a particularly formidable one, yet not the deity of thunder as spoken of by the masses. There exists a fundamental distinction between this Zapdos and the one revered in legends, which pertains to the divine roles within the Pokémon realm. Indeed, Zapdos possesses its own lineage, and there have been instances within the League of capturing the legendary birds, with rumors of a high-ranking official owning an Articuno. Even if the Zapdos captured by Tom Ritchie is not the one imbued with divine authority, it remains a Zapdos. In terms of Pokémon potential, it undoubtedly surpasses most ordinary Pokémon, capable of elevating a trainer to the pinnacle of this world. Yet, it was still captured. The crux of the matter lies in the pure golden feather consumed by the caterpie. The pure golden feather, a plume from the head of the divine Zapdos, possesses the ability to channel lightning and even summon Zapdos. The origins of how the League acquired it are now lost to time. After the caterpie devoured the pure golden feather, the colossal electric field sealing off the entire slum district gradually dissipated, and the Zapdos that struck Xia Yin and the caterpie somehow experienced a notable diminishment in strength. Ultimately, under the meticulous preparations of Tom Yuck, he succumbed to the impeccable coordination of her 7 spirits, captured within the specialized Pokeball she had thrown, and disappeared from the sight of the onlookers. Some speculated that it was due to the Zapdos witnessing the caterpie consume the pure golden feather, which even it coveted, that sparked its fury. And as it unleashed a thunderous strike to vent its rage, it simultaneously diminished its own strength. Others contended that while the immense electric energy concentrated in the golden feather ensnared Zapdos, it also bestowed upon it boundless power. Thus, when the golden feather was destroyed, Zapdos' strength waned as well. Of course, there were other interpretations, each holding its own insights and perspectives. Dewey was uncertain which theory was accurate. What he knew for certain was that his dear friend, Xiyin, along with his caterpie, had vanished beneath the onslaught of Zapdos' lightning, leaving their fate unknown. However, considering the ferocity of Zapdos' attack, it was likely that Xieyin's physique and caterpie's condition could not withstand such a blow. The measured footsteps echoed through the corridor as a middle-aged man clad in deep blue garments approached Dewey. His voice, deep and resonant, exuded an air of righteousness, and the averted gazes of those around him underscored his significant status. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Dewey slowly raised his head. Before him was a face with sharp, distinct features, crowned with light blue hair. "Uncle Yuan," Dewey murmured, feeling the dryness in his throat. The newcomer, named Yuan, belonged to the same dragon clan as Dewey, albeit from the previous generation, and shared a profound bond with Dewey's father. He was also one of the 3 elite investigators of the Alliance, who had hurried to Golden City upon receiving a distress call. Regrettably, by the time he arrived, Tom Yuck had already captured Zapdos and fled. "Dewey, your intuition is remarkably sharp. Had we heeded your counsel sooner, perhaps the situation regarding Tom Yuck would not have escalated to this extent. You possess the innate qualities of an investigator," Yuan remarked as he sat beside Dewey, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. "Innate investigator?" Dewey echoed, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a fire ignited within his light-colored eyes as he stood resolutely. He gazed at his uncle, Yuan, and declared, "Uncle, I shall venture into the 3rd cave of the Dragon's Den for my training." The Dragon's Den is the most significant site for the Dragon Clan, featuring various caves shaped by topography and the passage of time, each labeled according to the strength and rarity of the wild spirits residing within. As a gifted heir of the Dragon Clan, Dewey had previously entered the 1st cave, emerging with a Dratini, which established him as a formidable contender for the next clan leader among the Dragon Clan. Skipping the 2nd cave, the perilous nature of the 3rd cave was self-evident. The 3rd cave, the source witnessed Dew's determination and, after a moment of surprise, nodded with a smile. "All right, you may proceed. Just say it was my approval." "Good." Dew's gaze turned cold, silently gritting his teeth. "Xia Yin, I shall avenge you." At the top floor of the Silver Corporation, in a clandestine office, a middle-aged man with a smile sat gracefully in a brown leather executive chair, gently swirling a goblet filled with ruby-red wine that shimmered like gemstones. His figure was cloaked in shadow. Is the dojo master enjoying himself? Sitting on the sofa before him was a young girl, perhaps in her early teens, clutching a charming plush bear and playing with it incessantly. On the coffee table before her lay a document titled Assessment and Simulation Draft for the Control of Out-of-Control Superpower Elves. Upon hearing the voice, the girl beamed with a sweet smile. "It's fun." Simultaneously, several individuals clad in identical uniforms, standing rigidly with solemn expressions, filled the office. Each bore an emblem emblazoned in fiery red on their attire. With a loud bang, the office door swung open as a robust man with golden hair and dressed in a dark green military uniform strode in with purpose. The boisterous man instinctively tempered his brash demeanor upon seeing the middle-aged gentleman seated before him. "The matter is resolved. Tom Yukik has escaped with the Zapdos." If any powerful ninjas from the Alliance were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this imposing figure as Ma Jishur, the master of the Leaf Gym in the southern part of Golden City, a specialist trainer of electric-type Pokémon. The young girl playing on the sofa was Naz, the master of the Golden Gym in Golden City. Meanwhile, the man in the executive chair responded with a calm voice, "Understood. Since you are in Golden City, why not pursue Zapdos?" Hearing the response, Ma Jishur rumbled, clearly eager as a fellow specialist of electric-type Pokémon, which explained his hasty journey from Leaf City. The goblet continued to sway. Is Zapdos truly formidable? Chapter 1. Return Evening. Golden City. A disheveled young man, his hair unkempt and emanating a strong odor, traversed the streets of Golden City, drawing considerable attention and glances. The young man appeared fatigued, yet each step he took was resolute. Beneath his greasy, tangled hair were dark eyes that seemed to glimmer with light. The only semblance of normalcy was the backpack slung over his shoulders and a few barely visible pokeballs at his waist. This was a trainer who had returned to life, albeit in a rather unfortunate state. As the passers-by caught sight of this scene, a shared thought flickered through their minds, eliciting expressions of pity, admiration, and indifference. The young man's pace suddenly faltered. He lifted his gaze to the dazzling skyline of the city, where the towering edifices testified to its prosperity, presenting an illusion of perfection. Yet, as he lowered his head, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a destitute beggar rummaging through refuse in a dark alley, shadows flitting past in the murky depths of a sewer. The dust and grime nestled within the crevices painted a stark contrast to the ostentation, revealing a reality cloaked in harshness, coarseness, and apathy. When he resumed his gaze, he perceived that every face passing by wore a mask of artifice, a deliberate facade adorning what seemed to be beauty. The cruel truths lurking behind the splendid illusions were the authentic visage of this world. The youth murmured a phrase he seemed to recall from the past, though he had never truly comprehended its depth until now. He lifted his feet once more, resuming his engagement with the long-forgotten civilization. Time slipped away unnoticed until he found himself halting again at the entrance of 115, Kelsa Street, a locale relatively devoid of foot traffic. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The interior remained unchanged, as if frozen in time. The elderly shopkeeper, upon noticing the disheveled youth, was momentarily taken aback. A 100-unit alliance currency was placed upon the counter. After entering, the young man casually picked up a black cloak and vanished into the dimly lit corridor. It was some time before the old man regained his composure. He regarded the 100 alliance currency, hesitating to pocket it, instead casting a glance towards the stillness within, muttering to himself, "A formidable character has arrived." The black market of Golden City buzzed with an energy that rivaled that of the outside world, though the diverse faces of the incoming patrons were veiled beneath black cloaks. The youth had a clear purpose, making his way directly to the southern district of the black market, the illicit trading ground for elves. He selected a shop that appeared modest in scale, yet the pungent odor that escaped the cloak prompted the staff within to wrinkle their noses in distaste, stifling their breaths. In a muffled voice, one of them inquired, "What do you need?" Several ordinary pokeballs were laid upon the counter. After calculating the price, the staff exhaled deeply and approached a nearby device to conduct analysis and measurement. Wild elves were assessed based on various factors such as growth state, strength, traits, mastery of techniques, and difficulty of development, culminating in a price evaluation. Although this price would be slightly lower than the market value, it spared trainers from a multitude of troubles. Oh, a forced ability Kingler? The techniques are decent, and it still holds potential for further development. This one is quite good, the staff member remarked, gazing at the data displayed on the computer screen, unable to suppress a note of admiration. The young man slowly lifted his head. Despite his disheveled appearance, it was still discernible that he was the long-missing Xia Yan. The forcibly captured Kingler was, of course, a water-type Pokémon he had caught alongside the Caterpie before the incident with the Zapdos. After spending such an extended period in the wild, his first action upon returning to Golden City was to exchange these Pokémon for money. With financial resources, he could gradually realize his subsequent plans and arrangements. A total of 250,000 was at stake. Should he sell or not? Undoubtedly, the most valuable among them was the Kingler, boasting exceptional strength, with perhaps more than half of this sum attributable to it. Additionally, there were various other water-type Pokémon he had captured on his way back to Golden City. Although the price fell short of Xia Yan's expectations, it was still quite satisfactory. Coupled with the 50,000 alliance coins he earned from completing the task involving the Vine Whip Pokémon, as well as the various earnings from his training at the club, he had approximately 370,000 in total. However, this amount was far from sufficient to purchase a Pokémon with remarkable talent, high cultivation value, and reasonable base stats. Presently, Xia Yan did not find himself in need of such a creature. Moreover, Pokémon sold in such establishments often underwent rigorous training to enable trainers to master them quickly, stripping away their original personalities and characteristics. While these Pokémon are easy to handle, they lack the intrinsic value for development. If one truly wished to acquire a Pokémon, it was undoubtedly more reliable to visit a breeding house with an official alliance operating license. Although the prices might be considerably higher, the potential for growth and cultivation value would be significantly greater. Additionally, breeding houses would usually ensure a reasonable pairing and genetic makeup for certain Pokémon, resulting in those sold having some desirable inherited moves and traits. However, while he had no need for Pokémon to cultivate, Xia Yin was indeed eager to acquire some of his tools. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Do you have any Dittos?" The staff member assessed him from head to toe, unable to suppress a chuckle. Dittos are Pokémon with rather ordinary combat abilities. Yet they hold considerable value in the black market. They can transform into any desired form at will. While Dittos are notoriously difficult to capture, making them rare finds. However, establishments like black market Pokémon shops often feature specialized breeding houses that continuously produce Dittos, thereby generating resources. Dittos are particularly favored by trainers who navigate the gray areas of legality, as they can effectively disguise their identities. Yes, we have them. The ones less adept at transformation are priced at 20,000, while those proficient in transformation are 50,000. Which would you prefer? The price discrepancy of an entire 30,000 alliance coins based on transformation ability was indeed striking. However, if he cannot transform, what purpose does Xia Yin serve? This Ditto may not be of immediate use to him, yet it shall undoubtedly serve as an excellent tool for concealing his identity in the future. Better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. The price is 50,000. There is no need for hesitation. Consider it a time-saving investment in training for transformation. Additionally, I require a flying-type Pokémon capable of carrying passengers. With a thud, the staff member placed a thick tome on the counter. The front contained a table of contents, while the back offered detailed descriptions. The choice was left to him. Holding his breath, he seemed unwilling to approach Xia Yin. Xia Yin, however, said nothing, quietly beginning to peruse the contents. Most of the Pokémon listed were from the Kanto and Johto regions, with a smattering from Hoenn and Sinnoh. Though the latter two regions' Pokémon tended to be rather expensive, there were numerous flying-type Pokémon available, yet those capable of carrying passengers were scarce. Xia Yin quickly identified his target. This one, he pointed to a page in the book. Pokémon. Pidgey-type, normal flying ability, keen eye strength assessment, elite learned moves, tackle, sand attack, gust, quick attack, whirlwind, feather dance, wing attack, rest, roost. Mist. Not only could it serve as a flying companion, but it could also become a formidable ally in Xia Yin's training of his own Pokémon. Good choice. 100,000. Chapter 2. The Gluttonous Monk. Upon leaving the black market, Xia Yin was left with only 100,000 alliance coins. After purchasing 2 utility-type Pokémon, he also acquired a substantial amount of Pokémon food, including high-grade energy cubes and Moo Moo milk, preparing essential supplies for training Pokémon. Naturally, he also had a penchant for books. The black market offered numerous tomes and hand-copied materials on Pokémon knowledge that were prohibited or discouraged by the Alliance, and he seldom missed an opportunity to acquire them. Lastly, he procured some basic communication equipment, akin to a mobile phone. This excursion to the black market was devoid of any unexpected occurrences, and he was not targeted by any merchants. Perhaps it was due to the heavy aura he exuded, or perhaps he had yet to fully shed the remnants of his wilderness survival state, emanating a chilling and ruthless vibe that led others to perceive him as a formidable opponent, deterring them from taking action. In any case, upon exiting the internal passage of 115, Kelsa Street, he encountered no unusual situations. However, upon arriving at the establishment at 115, Kelsa Street, he noticed the elderly gatekeeper engaged in casual banter with another individual. Upon closer inspection, he felt a flicker of surprise. It was not because he recognized the person, but rather due to their attire and demeanor. Draped in a somewhat disheveled gray monk's robe, with an orange pouch slung at his waist and a string of large prayer beads adorning his neck, a young monk, no more than 17 or 18, fidgeted with a smaller string of wooden beads in his hands. His bald head gleamed under the light, and his rosy cheeks beamed with a smile that narrowed his eyes into mere slits. As he shook his head, his sizable earlobes swayed in tandem. From a distance, a faint scent of alcohol could be discerned. His voice, warm and melodious, carried a unique timbre and cadence. "Is this a wine-drinking monk?" he exclaimed, fervently promoting the string of prayer beads he held, claiming they were treasures forged from the sacred flames of the divine beast Feng Wang, offered for the modest price of 500 yuan. The old man, however, remained obstinate, adamantly refusing to purchase. "Huh, the divine beast Feng Wang? I could just as easily claim my shoes are blessed by the sea god, Lokia. Would you care for them at a mere 400? The monk, undaunted by the taunt, maintained his jovial demeanor, asserting, "A monk would not utter falsehoods. What I speak is the truth, unlike your filthy shoes." The old man, with a beard nearly bristling in indignation, had been engaged in this exchange for nearly half an hour, unable to rid himself of the persistent young monk. "You do not understand. This wine embodies 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts suffering. The monk does not drink wine, but rather the tribulations of the mortal realm," the young monk stated earnestly. At that moment, Xia Yan, who had been passing by with an impassive expression, halted momentarily upon hearing the monk's words. The young monk exuded a hint of Zen wisdom. Yet the elder, clearly unimpressed, bellowed, "Then tell me, what do you intend to do with the money from selling these prayer beads?" The monk clasped his hands together in a gesture of reverence, replying, "To partake in more tea and further comprehend the sufferings of humanity." Xia Yan, with a touch of self-deprecation, shook his head and strode away. Thus, the essence of their exchange distilled into the notion that the monk was merely selling prayer beads to procure funds for alcohol. Xia Yan mused silently, contemplating his own assumptions. After departing from the black market, he opted for a taxi, setting his sights on the Silver Elf Battleground Club. It was from this very place that everything had begun. Though Tom Yuchi had likely already departed, remnants of his presence would surely linger. Xia Yan's resolve was simple. Vengeance must be exacted, and if he lacked the strength, he would bide his time until he was capable of retaliation. Having been treated like a fool by Tom Yuchiki for such an extended period, he certainly would not possess a morbid sense of inferiority regarding his opponent's strength, resigning himself to such a fate. That would not be rational. It would be a mere tremor of fear. After paying double to placate the taxi driver's complaints, he arrived once again at the Silver Sprite Battle Club. The interior had returned to its original state, seemingly unaffected by the previous incident involving Lodo. Even the large aquarium in the corner had been newly acquired, with aquatic sprites frolicking under the harsh illumination like it was daylight. Ignoring the peculiar glances cast by those passing by, he strode purposefully to the reception desk. Halting just a step away, the light in his eyes flickered beneath his disheveled hair, the shadows cast by the Tom Yuchiki incident still lingering in his mind. The receptionist had changed. She was equally tall, equally charming, and just as professional, yet she lacked that distinctive essence. The busy Hazel, before even raising her head to acknowledge the newcomer, caught a whiff of a sour odor, prompting her to wrinkle her brow. Upon lifting her gaze to meet the eyes of Sheyun, her professional demeanor smoothed the creases of her forehead, revealing a polished smile, though the underlying disdain was inescapable. "Sir, you," Hazel began, but Sheyun merely placed a card upon the counter without uttering a word. Upon seeing the card, which represented his intermediate trainer credentials at the club, Hazel could not suppress a flicker of surprise. "Please hold on." With a beep, some basic information about Sheyun appeared on the computer screen. He silently recited the name in his mind. The disparity between the photograph and his current appearance was striking. As he reached the end of the information, noting that his registered sprite was a cater pie, understanding dawned upon him. With an expression full of regret, she extended the card towards the counter. "I apologize, sir. Due to your disappearance for a month, the club has appointed a new cater pie trainer as a substitute. Therefore, your absence has been duly noted." Naturally, the Silver Sprite Battle Club could not leave that position vacant indefinitely. Sheyun was not surprised by this. Nodding, he replied, "That's all right. But I recall a regulation stating that when a trainer departs due to unforeseen circumstances such as sprite evolution, they have one opportunity to challenge another trainer, with the victor remaining." "That is indeed correct," Hazel confirmed with a nod. She now understood Sheyun's intent. "So, do you wish to challenge the trainer with a metapod? Or would you prefer to continue with your cater pie? It is quite common to shift to another sprite for the sake of employment when one evolves." "No." Sheyun shook his head, his eyes glimmering with determination. "I want Beedrill." Chapter 3, Beedrill. Beedrill? Hazel's eyelashes fluttered with surprise. The Silver Fairy Battle Club is not just any ordinary establishment. Here, the remuneration for training partners is notably high, yet the corresponding level of skill is equally formidable. Had Cheyenne captured another cater pie, or perhaps utilized a recently evolved metapod, she might have understood. However, a Beedrill raises a degree of skepticism. Although a month has elapsed, a sufficient duration for a typical cater pie to evolve into a Beedrill, can a freshly evolved Pokémon truly be equated with one that has long since completed its evolution? Hazelnut harbored doubts. Nonetheless, given that it was a club regulation allowing a training partner to have such an opportunity after an unexpected departure, she felt it was inappropriate to decline. "Please wait a moment," Hazelnut said, making her way towards the manager's office. Before long, a tall woman clad in a sharp, professional suit appeared in Cheyenne's line of sight. This manager was indeed the one Hazelnut had indicated. The woman, unfazed by Xiaoyan's current appearance, smiled and inquired, "Are you Xiaoyan? Missing for a month?" Xiaoyan calmly nodded, replying, "That would be me. I am the newly appointed manager. You may refer to me as the manager or Ivy. Whichever you prefer." Ivy introduced herself succinctly. Observing Xiaoyan's disheveled state, yet bright eyes, Ivy continued, "It just so happens that Fuji currently has no members. Please follow me." Hazelnut, go call the personnel from the technical and human resources departments. Hazelnut, lowering her head and sticking out her tongue in a playful manner, obediently replied, "Understood. Please follow me." Ivy extended her hand, guiding Xiaoyan through the internal passageway. Xiaoyan silently trailed behind, instinctively touching the rounded Pokémon egg within his backpack, feeling the warmth emanating through the fabric. Its hatching was not far off, unbeknownst to Ivy, who remained in the lead. She suddenly posed a question. "I wonder what caused Mr. Xiaoyan to vanish for an entire month." Xiaoyan, withdrawing his hand from the egg, responded calmly, "Due to certain circumstances, I was compelled to spend some time in the wilderness." "Oh, a month in the wilderness?" Ivy slightly tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaoyan, gaining insight into his current appearance. "That is indeed impressive, to have lived alone in the wild for such a duration," Ivy remarked casually. In contrast to the previous manager, Lotto, this new supervisor appeared more talkative, approachable, and devoid of arrogance. It was evident from her demeanor that Team Rocket paid little heed to his seemingly insignificant existence. His disappearance held no importance. Soon, after a series of unperturbed exchanges with Ivy, they arrived at a training room. Inside, a young man with short black hair and a somewhat sullen expression was training his Pokémon, among which the most striking was undoubtedly a Beedrill, its wings vibrating at an exceptionally high frequency. This was Fuji, the intermediate training partner who had joined the club with his Beedrill. Upon noticing Ivy's arrival with a guest, Fuji immediately ceased his training. "Fuji, this is Xiaoyan. Recently, the club has employed a Butterfree as a sparring partner, and now his Butterfree has evolved. He hopes to engage in a battle with you," Ivy explained with a smile. However, upon hearing these words, Fuji's expression darkened, his narrow eyes sweeping over Xiaoyan, filled with hostility. It is often said that rivals are found among peers, within the Silver Pokémon Battle Club. Using the same Pokémon as a sparring partner makes them even more formidable adversaries. Only one of them could emerge victorious. The moment Xiaoyan appeared, the outcome was already destined. The Silver Pokémon Battle Club offers the highest remuneration and the best benefits among all clubs, a position that no one would willingly forfeit. Yet, he quickly masked his emotions, managing his expression, and smiled at Ivy, saying, "Since this brother wishes to give it a try, let him. One should always offer a chance. Wouldn't you agree, Supervisor?" Ivy maintained her smile, showing no change in her demeanor, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Then, Xiaoyan extended his hand towards him. Fuji hesitated for a moment and instinctively grasped it. By the time he realized, Xiaoyan had already taken his position on the battlefield, leaving Fuji staring blankly at the dark imprint on his relatively fair palm, faintly emitting an unpleasant odor. Fuji felt a surge of anger that he could no longer contain. With heavy steps, he approached Xiaoyan across the field. Psychologically, Xiaoyan already held the upper hand. Just then, the previously departed Hazel arrived with the club's technical and human resources staff. The rules were straightforward. Both sides could only send out a Beedrill, and once one Beedrill lost its fighting capability, the other would be declared the victor, entitled to remain. Ivy briefly stated the rules and left the arena to the two. Since both were using Beedrills, there was no need to discuss the order of calling forth their Pokémon. "Go, Beedrill." Fuji pointed to the arena, and with a buzzing sound, his seemingly well-trained Beedrill materialized in the field. Upon arriving, Xiaoyan had already noticed Fuji's Beedrill. Among all Pokémon, Xiaoyan was most familiar with both the Caterpie and the Beedrill, and with just a glance, he could assess the general state of this Beedrill. Pokémon, Beedrill type, bug poison ability, unknown, most likely bug sense, strength assessment, senior level moves known, unknown. Its appearance closely resembles that of a large hornet, with 4 legs and a body divided into 3 segments. The head is round with red eyes, the tail is striped yellow and black, and it bears a venomous stinger at the end. It has 2 pairs of wings on its back, thin as those of a cicada, adorned with intricate patterns. This is Fuji's Beedrill. Xiaoyan retrieved the Pokeball from his waist, peering through the red glass at the exuberant creature within. A subtle smile graced his lips, as if to say, "Have you been longing for this?" With that, he tossed the Pokeball, and a yellow Pokemon materialized amidst a flash of red light. It was another Beedrill, yet a distinct disparity was evident between the two. Firstly, Xiaoyan's Beedrill was noticeably larger in stature. although not by an overwhelming margin. Unlike the dramatic transformation from a common weedle to a nearly colossal Beedrill, it was clear that Xia Yan's specimen was indeed more imposing. Secondly, the coloration of Xia Yan's Beedrill diverged significantly from that of Fuji's. Its vibrant yellow seemed to shimmer with an uncharted brilliance, while the black stripes bore a hint of dark purple reflection, and its crimson eyes sparkled with clarity. The most striking difference, however, lay in the wings. Fuji's Beedrill exhibited a pattern of black lines, whereas Xia Yan's wings were adorned with intricate yellow designs, resembling a delicate network of electric arcs at first glance. Upon its emergence, the one most affected was not Xia Yan, but Fuji's Beedrill, which, once composed, now displayed a palpable restlessness, fluttering anxiously and emitting a cacophony of sounds as if to rein in its emotions. Xia Yan raised his hand, gently caressing the sharp stinger of his Beedrill. Feeling its icy touch, "After all this effort, it's time for you to shine," he said softly. The Beedrill responded with a resolute nod, its red eyes brimming with excitement. Finally, it could present itself alongside Xia Yan in its true form. Pokémon, Beedrill type, bug poison ability, sniper strength assessment, veteran level move set, string shot, poison sting, electroweb, bug bite, twin needle, fury attack, rage, focus energy, sludge bomb, tailwind. Acrobatics, shadow clone. The benefits bestowed upon the Beedrill by the pure gold feather exceeded expectations. In actual combat, even more would be revealed. Chapter 4, by how many times? The disparity in the states of the two Beedrills was starkly apparent. Fuji's Beedrill became agitated upon sighting Xia Yan's, restlessly swaying its body and moving its twin needles erratically. In contrast, Xia Yan's Beedrill remained composed, its wings moving in silence, observing its opponent with quiet intensity while its twin needles lightly brushed against one another. Pokémon possess an acute sensitivity, especially in the presence of their kin. The sensations between them are magnified. Although Xia Yan's Beedrill had not been evolved for long, it had accumulated ample energy during its time as a Weedle, and its innate talents had been thoroughly unearthed. Following its evolution into a Kakuna, it had expended not a single ounce of surplus energy. The accumulation of resources like bug fruits, toxin enhancements, the pure gold feather, and the final lightning strike from Zapdos all stemmed from its earlier days as a Weedle. During the period of accumulation and nurturing within the iron shell cocoon, when the Vespiquen successfully emerged, all the amassed potential and essence transformed into the power and prowess of the newly evolved creature. After its evolution, Xia Yan guided his Vespiquen along the Maple Falls River back to Golden City, encountering numerous battles along the way. Gradually, the Vespiquen adapted to its evolved state and embraced its distinctiveness from ordinary Vespiquens. Thus, the initial impression Xia Yan's Vespiquen gave to Fuji was one of danger. Fuji, fully aware of his Pokémon's unease, noticed the unique attributes of Xia Yan's Vespiquen, yet he remained confident in his own abilities. From AI Wei's introduction, he learned that Xia Yan's Vespiquen had not been evolved for long, while his own had been evolved for nearly a year. During this time, he had not been idle, as evidenced by his presence in the training room. He tightened his fist slightly. Observing the brilliance in Xia Yan's Vespiquen, AI Wei confirmed that both trainers were prepared, and thus announced the commencement of the battle. At the very moment AI Wei's voice fell, Fuji's Vespiquen sprang into action. Despite the fear it harbored towards Xia Yan's Pokémon, the presence of a trainer allowed it to rely on commands and encouragement to somewhat overcome its trepidation. A yellow arc streaked across the arena. Fuji's tactical choice was astute. In battles between identical Pokémon, the one to strike first often gains a significant advantage. Moreover, Vespiquen is known for its commendable speed and physical attack capabilities, yet its defenses are notably fragile. Should Fuji's Vespiquen land the first blow, it would secure greater initiative and advantage in the ensuing combat. Generally speaking, this was a sound strategy, indicative of Fuji and his Vespiquen's considerable battle experience. Naturally, that is how things would typically unfold. Meanwhile, as Xia Yan's lips moved, his Vespiquen finally made its move. The triangular head of the Vespiquen lifted slightly. Taking a deep breath, its gaze fixated on the swiftly approaching opponent, as an invisible force within seemed to sharpen its focus. It was gathering energy. In its eyes, the incoming Vespiquen's speed appeared to diminish, the trajectory of its flight growing clearer, while various potential attack angles and directions were gradually eliminated. The Vespiquen vividly recalled how, during its time as a Wurmple, Xia Yan had emphasized a crucial lesson: to judiciously forego attacks with low certainty, to remain calm and patient, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, ideally when confidence was at least 90%. At that time, it had not understood the rationale. merely following Xia Yin's training regimen. However, now, having evolved into a Vespican, it suddenly comprehended the profound wisdom behind Xia Yin's training methods. The ability to discern and seize opportunities, situations, and timing has not vanished with evolution. Rather, it has become more acute, honed by the process of progression. The technique of energy concentration further amplifies this instinct. The bee drill hovered steadily, observing as its opponent drew ever closer. Unbeknownst to anyone, a flicker of yellow danced within the depths of its crimson compound eyes. Suddenly, the moment had arrived. Both Xiaoyan and the bee drill made their precise judgment almost simultaneously. The bee drill's body quivered, and an identical bee drill appeared beside it. Subsequently, a second and then a third shadow clone emerged, leaving Fuji's bee drill momentarily bewildered. Its forward momentum briefly halted. Xiaoyan's bee drill, having maintained its focus on the opponent, seized the opportunity presented by the temporary pause in the adversary's actions, instinctively charging forth at Xiaoyan's command. With a swift flutter of its two pairs of wings, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound and a barely perceptible yellow arc, the bee drill surged ahead at remarkable speed. Its sharp stingers glimmered ominously. In the incredulous gazes of Fuji and his bee drill, it glided past with an effortless grace, executing barely any extraneous movements. The first thought that flashed through their minds was, how swift. Despite Xiaoyan's Huracross initiating the attack and seemingly holding the advantage, he opted for a strategy of patience, choosing to act reactively. However, while Xiaoyan's bee drill was indeed rapid, its assault appeared somewhat feeble, lacking the necessary force. Fuji contemplated this, aware that his own bee drill possessed the ability called Bug Sense, which would enhance the power of bug-type moves when injured, leaving room for a potential counterattack. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ivy, who had been observing, chuckled lightly, casting a lingering glance at Xiaoyan and the bee drill that had silently returned to his side before turning to exit the arena. Upon noticing Ivy's departure, Hazelnut hurriedly followed her, exclaiming, "Ivy, the battle isn't over yet." Yet, Ivy maintained her unwavering smile, her voice calm and assured as she replied, "Oh, it seems to have concluded." Hazelnut was momentarily taken aback. Then, a resounding thud echoed from behind them, revealing Fuji's bee drill crashing to the ground, having lost the ability to continue fighting. The stark contrast between Fuji's dazed expression and Xiaoyan's gentle caress atop the bee drill's head was striking. Hazelnut blinked in astonishment. The battle had only just begun, yet it had ended so abruptly. Noticing the haziness in Hazelnut's expression, Supervisor Ivy cast her gaze once more over Xiaoyan and the bee drill, elucidating, concentration enhancement. The sniper's hidden trait, flying-type move acrobatics, and the attribute-based advantages. Do you comprehend the resultant multiplier of damage? The acrobatic flying-type move allows for nimble attacks against opponents. If the user is not holding an item, it inflicts considerable damage upon the adversary. Hazelnut stood in stunned silence, counting on her fingers, critical hits from snipers, type advantages. Acrobatic moves. For a front desk attendant, she was surprisingly knowledgeable. Of course, she remained unaware that Xiaoyan's next objective was to teach bee drill the move swords dance. If that were added to the mix, it would be quite formidable. Hazelnut's eyes widened in disbelief. What multiplier is that? Ivy smirked slightly, yet before she could respond, Xiaoyan's bee drill was already emitting a barely discernible current while in motion. A bee drill, charged with electricity even during its attacks? The brief moment of hesitation was not merely due to confusion, it was intriguing. Chapter 5. The planned direction having triumphed over Fujiki, Xiaoyan undoubtedly had the opportunity to remain. Fujiki would either depart or, like Xiaoyan, seize the chance to challenge another trainee to retain his position. Such is the nature of the workplace, whether in a previous life or the present. Xiaoyan was acutely aware of the intricate dynamics concealed within the seemingly tranquil professional environment, stripping away the ornate FA aids and embellishments. The workplace bore striking resemblance to a world where the strong preyed upon the weak, a realm of survival of the fittest. If one possesses capability, one remains. However, when a more competent contender arrives, there is no room for sympathy, one must depart. Xiaoyan felt no pity for Fujiki, for had he possessed strength, he would assuredly retaliate. If one is weak, one must silently endure. Just as Tom Rookie plotted against him, he could only endure due to his weakness. Yet it did not imply he would forever be subjugated. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly reclaim his dignity. After spending a full hour in the shower, scrubbing until his skin blazed red and warm, he finally felt rejuvenated. In the wilderness, it was not that he wished to forego bathing or maintain cleanliness. Rather, one must sometimes pay a price to uphold such standards. Whether it was the wild Pokémon encountered during a bath or the allure of his freshly cleaned self to those temperamental creatures, a weak human appeared to them as the most exquisite prey. At that time, with his Kakuna yet to evolve and only managing to survive with Paras, Xia Yin gradually relinquished his intentions of cleaning himself. In fact, the odor he emanated could serve as a form of protection, much like certain adventurers in the wild who skillfully utilize the excrement of ferocious beasts to mask their own scent. Now that he has returned, Xia Yin naturally no longer needs to maintain this state. He lacks such a penchant. After taking a shower, he sat at the table, the Beedrill silently hovering nearby, observing the familiar yet foreign room. Xia Yin pressed his lips together. Although he had returned, he still preferred to stay outside tomorrow. Regarding the club, he did not deny that some unfavorable impressions lingered, even though those few individuals were no longer present. The Beedrill nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat constrained in the club's small space. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers gently drummed on the table. During the month spent waiting for the Shelmet to evolve in the wild, Xia Yin had contemplated much and prepared extensively. Ultimately, he set a goal for himself, to find Tom Rookie and seek vengeance. His survival was not merely a stroke of luck. In Tom Rookie's eyes, he was a valuable pawn. Once this pawn, burdened with too many secrets, had fulfilled its purpose, death or complete submission awaited him. From Tom Rookie's perspective, it was inconceivable for someone as meticulous and contemplative as him to allow Xia Yin to live. Only individuals like Kentasato were easier to manipulate. Thus, Xia Yin should have perished. It was merely by the grace of the Zapdos that he had narrowly escaped. This was a grudge entwined with life and death, one that must be avenged. Having been so ruthlessly ensnared, almost like a fool, this vendetta also demanded retribution. To achieve this objective, Xia Yin recognized that his current strength was insufficient. He had observed Tom Rookie's 7 Pokémon at that time, yet with his limited knowledge, he could not accurately gauge their power. To become a reserve member of the 4 Heavenly Kings and operate under the watchful eyes of both the League and Team Rocket, only to emerge unscathed, suggested a formidable level of strength. A conservative estimate would place Tom Rookie's Pokémon at least at the qualification level, if not higher. Thus, the division of his goals became clear. His primary objective was to cultivate Beedrill and the soon-to-hatch Psychic-type Pokémon from the egg to the qualification level. Between the ranks of beginner, qualified, excellent, senior, elite, and qualification, there existed significant disparities. Relying solely on Beedrill would undoubtedly be insufficient. Even with the impending Psychic Pokémon, it would not suffice. Given that Tom Rookie was somewhat specialized in electric-type Pokémon, if he successfully captured that Zapdos, his electric capabilities would undoubtedly strengthen, necessitating a Pokémon capable of countering electric types as a safeguard. Xia Yin mused to himself. Furthermore, his Venusaur and Swampert, serving as defensive powerhouses, were also significantly robust, capable of withstanding Zapdos' assaults, thus requiring vigilance. The disparity between him and Tom Yukik signifies that he cannot tread the conventional path. Thus, he has returned. Golden City is the most prosperous metropolis in the Kanto region, harboring not only Team Rocket, but also a myriad of intricate relationships, potentially including some contingency plans left by Tom Yukik. The Silver Pokémon Battle Club is affiliated with the largest corporation in Kanto, Silver Company, which is backed by Team Rocket, renowned for its immense wealth and abundant resources. The capture and sale of wild Pokémon presents a feasible avenue. Xia Yin murmured softly, yet swiftly shook his head. Such endeavors are heavily reliant on fortune. One cannot consistently capture high-value Pokémon, like Kingler, every outing. Moreover, the Alliance has intensified its crackdown on Pokémon hunters, and it is rumored that they have introduced the profession of ranger. Frequenting the riverside inevitably leads to damp shoes. Capturing valuable Pokémon is one thing, but failing to do so results in a waste of time and an absence of profit. Returning to the Silver Pokémon Battle Club was a decision reached after careful consideration by Xia Yin. Golden City is one of Kanto's vital economic hubs, a melting pot where all manner of individuals may appear. His presence is inconspicuous, and here he should be able to acquire more resources to strengthen himself while also gathering useful information. The compensation at the Silver Pokémon Battle Club is lucrative, with occasional tasks offering even greater rewards, sufficient to cover the expenses of nurturing his Pokémon. Should he ascend to the role of senior trainer or advance further, the potential gains could be even more substantial. This city was once the focal point of Tom Yukik's machinations. Although a month has passed, remnants may still linger. I cannot shake the feeling that Zapdos is not her ultimate objective. Her ambitions are vast, having lurked within the Alliance for many years. I suspect that both Team Rocket and the Alliance are searching for her, merely determining what role I am to play. Xia Yin toyed with the Pokeball in his hand, his fingertips gently rubbing against it. Whether it is Silver or Team Rocket, the web of relationships and intelligence is convoluted. If one could leverage it, at the very least, one would not be floundering about aimlessly. It is essential to clarify that while Silver and Team Rocket are closely intertwined, it does not imply that Silver is entirely subservient to Team Rocket. Much like the Devon Corporation in the Hoenn region, where the Zubik family holds the largest shares, it does not mean that the entire corporation is under their dominion. Otherwise, the alliance would not provide Silver Company with such numerous conveniences and support. The mere absence of oppression is commendable. Few are aware of the relationship between Silver and Team Rocket. Xia Yan, possessing the foresight of a traverser, understands that if Du Wei and Azel were to learn of his affiliation with Silver, they would likely question his ties to Tom Yukik. After all, there are many things that the alliance remains oblivious to, such as Nasi from the Goldenrod Gym, Maji from the Ilex Forest Gym, and Ajuk from the Azalea Gym. When it comes to infiltration abilities, Sakaki undoubtedly surpasses the alliance. Joining Silver does not equate to aligning with Team Rocket. This is merely a subtle maneuver by Xiaoyan. Of course, all of this is predicated on the condition that Xiaoyan's prowess remains unnoticed by either side. Yet, inevitably, the day will come when he must make a choice. The alliance has its merits, allowing one to possess a legitimate identity, but its drawbacks lie in the scarcity of resources without sufficient backing. Team Rocket also has its advantages. With strength and capability, one can attain corresponding status and resources. However, the downside is that one's identity becomes rather sensitive, as this is ultimately a world governed by the alliance. The Ditto serves as my contingency plan, ready to assist me in escaping the vortex of the Goldenrod City region when necessary. Carefully, I placed the Pokémon egg into the incubator I had purchased. Gazing at the impending hatching date displayed upon it, I murmured once more, whether it be the Hypno or the Gyarados, or this Pokémon egg, all originate from Team Rocket. I wonder if there might be an opportunity to engage with this segment of experimentation, as it could greatly benefit the training of this new Pokémon. For now, I shall call due to inquire about what transpired back then, particularly whether Tom has managed to capture the Zapdos. Unfortunately, the call did not go through.